Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Pirate Eye manipulate avatars behind the scenes 1 Ma. Chapter 1 Avatar Creation System 1510, Tokai, Shimotsuki Village. A handsome young man with a jade-like face stood on the coast, looking at the sparkling sea in front of him in trance. Muxue never imagined that one day she would become a time traveler. The world we travel through is still full of dangers, strong men are like clouds, and one person can defeat a whole country. In the previous life, Muxue was just a student who had just graduated from college. Although her parents died in an accident, they left a lot of inheritance, so Muxue usually played games and watched anime. She had no bad habits and had never been involved in gambling or drugs. I didn't expect to travel straight across the country after staying overnight for 2 days. After Muxue traveled through time, he became a swaddled baby and appeared on the doorstep of Shimotsuki Koshiro's house on a snowy day. Koshiro happened to have no children to inherit the kendo, so he simply adopted Muxue and named him Shimotsuki Maki. System. Have you loaded it? Muxue said silently in her mind. That's right, how could Muxue, as a time traveler, not have a system, but this system has been loaded for 12 years, and the final progress bar has just been completed today. Ding! The system is loaded successfully. The full name of this system is Clone Creation System. Every time the system upgrades to a level, the host can create a clone. The clone created has the characteristics of being absolutely loyal to the host. The clone has no emotions or gender, but has powerful artificial intelligence. The host can possess anyone at any time. Clone, if the host is fatally injured, any clone will bear the damage. The clone will return to the system after death and can be resurrected after 72 hours. The clone can improve its own attributes through self-training and learn various skills like humans. It can also improve the clone's strength through items, skills, etc. purchased by the host in the store. However, the purchased items cannot be loaded into the host itself. Every time the system upgrades to a level, the host will get a chance to draw a lottery, and the drawn items can be used for itself. The way to obtain experience points is that for every 10,000 Baileys consumed in the mall, you can get 1 experience point. When the system is first turned on, the host will be given a lottery chance and a clone forging times. The host is asked to generate the image of the clone and the character it expresses in his mind. The clone can be released to no one. Advertisement. The system panel is generated. I wish the host a happy use. Host. Shimotsuki Makyuki Grade 1 Experience Value, 0/100. Number of clones. 1, not summoned. Number of draws. 1. Host's own ability. Kendo, intermediate. The information on the panel is simple and clear. The only thing worthy of praise is that there is an intermediate swordsmanship ability. After all, it has been 12 years since he traveled through time and he can be regarded as a swordsman under the guidance of Koshiro. After Muxue read the panel, she opened the system mall. What came into view were very few items. Why are there only so few? That's too few, Muxue said in disbelief as she looked at the deserted mall interface in front of her. I saw that there were only 3 lonely items in the system mall panel. The first one is, Cold Weapon Grandmaster. From a certain martial arts world, the innate ability of a Grandmaster, a martial arts master of various cold weapons, can give the clone the ability to quickly master various cold weapons and quickly form combat effectiveness. Price. 10 wonbailey, special discount for newbies. The second is Equipment Modification, consuming your own physical energy and other energy to strengthen weapons or armors and other items. You can also use special items containing supernatural power to replace physical strength for special magical modifications, giving them extraordinary power. Price. 500,000 Baileys, special discount for beginners. The last one is, Space Magic Dress Up. The magical talent from Urza Shukaredo, the so-called Fairy Queen, in Fairy Tale, is a kind of dress-up magic that belongs to the space system and will exist in a specific space. Armor, weapons, clothes and other equipment can be summoned instantly and worn on the body, which can be used and converted flexibly. Price. 1 million Baileys, special discount for beginners. Advertisement then, there is a blank. System, this is too little. Won't the number of products increase? Muxue tried to ask. Ding. The system mall is refreshed once a month. The level 1 system will only refresh 3 items at a time. Every time the system level increases, the number of refreshed items in the mall per month will increase by 1. Unpurchased items will not be retained and will be refreshed in the next month. It will be refreshed at the beginning of the month. I hope host will purchase it in time and allocate it reasonably. It's not bad. At least there is hope. I just need to get more Baileys. Muxue thought deeply. Brother Muxue, don't be in a daze. Father has asked us to do morning lessons. Just when Muxue was still thinking about how to seduce Bailey, a clear female voice came. A girl with short dark blue hair shouted at Muxue. The girl's name is Shimotsuki Kuina. Yes, she is the girl who fell to death in the stairwell while holding a whetstone in the original novel. Kuina happens to be 11 years old this year. Because she knew the plot of the original work, Muxue deliberately put the whetstone on the ground to prevent tragedy from happening. Come on, come on. With a thought in her mind, Muxue took back the system panel, picked up the iron sword next to her, stood up and said to Kuina, "Is that guy with the green algae head here to bother you again?" The green algae head is the vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Roronoa Zoro, but he is still a 9-year-old kid. He fights Kuina and Muxue every day. Unfortunately, due to his age, he has not won yet. Muxue used to have an easy time fighting Zoro, but as Zoro gets older, Muxue now has a hard time fighting with Kuina and Zoro. With the mentality of taking advantage of his weakness and hitting him more, Muxue was merciless every time, as he famously said, "Steel becomes steel, and the more you hit him, the stronger you will become." Fortunately, the system is turned on. You can continue beating him later. No, it's to teach Zoro. Chapter 2 World-class talent Makyuki walked toward Kuina while looking forward to the future. Needless to say, people in the pirate world develop really fast. He was obviously at the age of elementary school in his previous life, but he was already a little he who showed his sharp points. At the same time, Kuina, wearing gym training clothes, has a heroic spirit that is not inferior to that of a woman. But there was a touch of worry between her eyebrows, and her heroic spirit added a touch of weakness, which made people pity her. Okay, don't look so gloomy. Let's go back and hit the green algae head to make you happy. Makyuki put her index and middle fingers together and tapped Kuina's forehead lightly. Although Makyuki from time travel can ensure that Kuina will not die young, Koshiro's belief that women cannot become the world's greatest swordsman still worries Kuina. Originally, Kuina lost to Muxue, but she could still cover it up by saying that Muxue was her older brother and was older and physically developed. But since Zoro came a few years ago, from easily defeating Zoro to now being able to defeat him, Kuina's heart has become heavier and heavier. You know, Zoro is 2 years younger than Kuina, brother Muxue. Do you think a woman really can't become the world's greatest swordsman? On the way to Kaidokan, Kuina suddenly asked, "Kuina, you have to believe in yourself. As far as first know, Marine has a female great swordsman, Momosagi, whose strength can even rival that of a general. Since she can do it, I believe you can too." Muxue paused and said, "Moreover, if you really feel that your physique is not strong enough, I will find you a phantom beast species from the animal-type fruit. Then you will definitely be the greatest swordsman in the world." Muxue looked at Kuina and said seriously, "Well, I believe you, brother." Listening to Muxue's guidance, although Kuina didn't know what the phantom beast species was, Kuina looked at Muxue's serious look, her face turned a little red, and she turned her head slightly and said, "Kuina's mother died in childbirth, and Koshiro had to take care of the gym apprentices, so Muxue could be said to have taken care of Kuina since she was a child, like an elder brother like a father. Although Koshiro is not optimistic about Kuina, Muxue often enlightens her, so Kuina only occasionally gets worried and does not lose confidence. B************ D Muxue, hurry up and come to the 1000th duel. This time my 3-sword style will definitely beat you to the ground." As soon as Muxue and Kuina entered the gym, a loud voice came. "You stupid green algae head, it's 100 years too early for you to win against me." Muxue was not annoyed and smiled Kaido. "Advertisement, how can you repair it? I'll give you a knife." Zoro had such a bad temper that he rushed over with one in each hand and one in his mouth, which he nicknamed the 3-sword style. It's a pity that Zoro is not the soda that future generations of sea fans will call him. He is just a young apprentice who has just been exposed to kendo for 2.5 years. Ding. As expected, Muxue relied on her intermediate swordsmanship to easily fly away the sword in Zoro's hand. Then she forced Zoro back with another sword strike, and then with a lunge, she stabbed Zoro's stomach with the hilt of the sword. Ah! Zoro held his stomach and backed away. "Damn it, I will definitely beat you next time." Although Zoro lost, he won't lose the team if he loses, so he must be cruel. The 1000th duel, brother Muxue wins. Looking at this very familiar scene, Kuina smiled and talked about Zoro's magnificent achievements. "Damn it, I want to defeat you too." Zoro glared at Kuina fiercely while holding his stomach. Okay, I'm waiting for your 999th challenge." Kuina saw this and smiled helplessly. Although women are generally physically weaker than men, after all, Kuina is 2 years older than Zoro, and has been exposed to swordsmanship much earlier than Zoro, so she can still win against him. At this time, a thin man with long black braids, black-rimmed glasses, and a slim figure walked in. Officially the leader of the Shimotsuki gym, Shimotsuki Koshiro, a smiling, squinting old man. "Okay, come here, it's time for morning classes. Muxue, you are responsible for teaching the new disciples." "Yes, master." Yes, Koshiro is both Muxue's adoptive father and his master. After the morning class, Muxue told Kuina and then set off to the mountain behind the gym alone. There are no particularly powerful beasts in the back mountain. After all, even the stronger swordsman Koshiro has been beaten to death. System. Start the lottery. Muxue couldn't wait to call out the system panel. Advertisement in the blink of an eye. 5 chapters of cards appeared on the system panel. Each one was exactly the same, and there was no way to tell whether it was good or bad. Ding. Please host draw. The system prompts. Forget it, since you can't tell, just let it go. Thinking of it, Muxue turned over the 3rd card. Ding. Congratulations to host, you drew a world-class talent card. World-class talent card. After using this card, the host's talent will gradually be transformed to the limit that the world can bear, and his understanding and bones will become the strongest in the world. No matter what skills and knowledge he learns, he will make rapid progress before reaching the world's limit, no bottleneck. The system's cold voice sounded in Muxue's ears. Also displayed in front of Muxue's eyes was a card with a gray mist on it. There seemed to be nothing in the mist, but it also seemed to have everything. A world-class talent card? This thing is so powerful. With it, I will be the strongest in the world soon. Poseidon, Uranus, I will be the king of the world by then. However, there is no need to rush. No matter how strong your talent is, it will take time to realize it. Besides, my system is obviously behind the scenes. I must keep a low profile and strive to become the pirate version of Shilpo Sword God. Muxue thought. System, use world-class talent cards. Accompanied by Muxue's inner voice, an invisible mist flew out from the card, wrapped Muxue's whole body, and began to gradually transform Muxue's body. Ding! World-class talent card used successfully. Ding! You gain the ability, world-class talent. System, open the panel. Host, Shimotsuki Makyuki. Grade 1 experience value. 0/100th number of clones. 1, not summoned. Number of draws. 1 host's own abilities. Kendo, intermediate, world-class talent, cannot be upgraded. Now that you have the talent, all that's left is to develop slowly. Let's see how to make the clone first. Muxue thought to herself. Chapter 3 Fairy Queen. Urza Muxue dug out the small treasury he had hidden in the back mountain. Over the past 12 years, Makyuki has also saved a lot of money. After all, his family runs a gym, and his own strength is not weak in this Shimotsuki village. System. Recharge all these Baileys. Ding. Recharge successful. System Mall balance. 600,000 Baileys. System. What is the process for creating a clone? Muxue asked in her mind. Ding. The host can imagine the image of the avatar in his mind, including but not limited to humanoid life. The ability can be loaded after the avatar is created. Hearing the system's words, Muxue quickly closed her eyes and silently said, Urza, Urza. That's right, since Urza's space-dressing magic appears in the mall, this resolute, brave and bold fairy queen must be reproduced. Long crimson hair. A handsome figure. The upper body is wearing a bulging armor, paired with a blue skirt and black leather boots. Ding. The image is set and the clone is being generated. As the system sound sounded, the next moment, a ray of light appeared not far in front of Muxue. The fairy queen who looked exactly like Muxue in her memory appeared in this world. Urza. Clone. Urza Shukareto level. 1 free attribute point can be obtained for each level. Experience. 0/100ths experience points can be obtained through exercise, combat, etc. Strength. D physique, D agile, D spirit, D will, D. Attribute points. 0 ability. None note. D is the attribute of ordinary marine soldiers in the current world. Advertisement. Looking at the woman in front of me, who was exactly the same as in my memory, I felt a sense of intimacy as I saw a fellow villager. Ding. The avatar has no human emotions, but it can simulate personality through powerful intelligence. The host can set it up by itself. The avatar has no gender. I hope the host will pay attention to the distinction and not be addicted. The system's cold beep sounded. After hearing the system prompt, Muxue, who was about to set her character, was immediately speechless by the last sentence of the system. Of course I know, I'm not that outrageous, Muxue said helplessly, covering her face. Speaking of which, if you can create this image casually, if I were to do something like Roger or Rox, I wouldn't be able to shock the world. Forget it, think about it, if you don't have the strength now, it's better not to mess around. Muxue took a spiritual approach. Muxue shook her head, shook off the distracting thoughts, and set up the character according to the original work. Urza looked at Muxue and spoke respectfully, Lord, please give instructions. Listening to the two-dimensional goddess in front of me calling her Lord. To be honest, Muxue, who was an otaku in her previous life, was a little excited. Fortunately, Muxue knew that this was just a clone setting. Wait a minute, you and I go to the town, we will prepare your weapons and armor, and then you go to sea to make money. You'd better find a way to join the Marine. After all, Marine is now the largest force on the sea. Muxue felt that the first clone had just been born and had high potential, but was not strong enough yet. He could join Marine to grow first. Moreover, the Marine intelligence network is spread all over the world, and the Marine headquarters has a system of various skills, which is very suitable for newcomers who have just gone to sea and have a dark eye. Once Urza has established a foothold in Marine, it will be easier to provide information for subsequent clones. At that time, Marine senior management, the 4 Emperors pirate group, and even the world government will all have their own avatars. Wouldn't it be wonderful? Thinking that you were behind the scenes, secretly controlling the world structure, an unspeakable pleasure arises spontaneously. Hold on, you haven't changed your character yet. Let's equip Urza with the skills first and then get her outfit together. I hope everything goes well. Muxue thought secretly in her heart. System, purchase Cold Weapon Grandmaster and equipment modification. Muxue said to the system in her mind. Ding, purchase successful, remaining Bailey. 0, gained 60 experience points. After purchasing, Muxue directly installed the skill on Urza, and her ability column became. Ability. Cold Weapon Grandmaster, cannot be upgraded, equipment modification, cannot be upgraded. System. How are the levels divided? Muxue looked at the words, cannot be improved, in the brackets and asked with slight confusion. Advertisement, ding. The system divides skill levels into elementary, intermediate, advanced, top, and full. They cannot be upgraded to special skills. After understanding the division of levels, and then looking at his intermediate swordsmanship, Muxue had a rough guess in his mind. He is only one level away from a swordsman, so the senior level should be a swordsman. After clearing the distracting thoughts from his mind, Muxue returned to the gym and found all the money Zoro had hidden, preparing to use it to support Urza. I think Green Algae Head will also be very happy to be able to help a future marine general. Muxue was counting the money and talking to herself with a smile. Urza looked at her master and giggled, feeling helpless for a moment. Makyuki took Zoro's tens of thousands of belly and went to the blacksmith shop in the town with Urza to buy some equipment. Uncle Sean, have you forged a new sword recently? Muxue took Urza skillfully into a blacksmith shop. As he grows older, the strength of the apprentice's wooden sword is no longer suitable for Muxue, so he can only come to the town to find a blacksmith to make it. As the body grows and strength breaks through, the iron sword is replaced more and more often. After this back and forth, the relationship between them can be considered to be familiar. Hey, isn't this Xiao Muxue? How did it come so quickly? As soon as the bearded Uncle Sean heard the voice, Kaido was sitting on the rocking chair without raising his head. I'm not going to use it. This time I'm preparing a new sword for my friend. You have to use the best one. Muxue looked at the carefree Uncle Sean and skillfully Kaido. Okay, as usual, you can choose any sword in the back room, 30,000 each. Sean waved his hand and motioned for them to go in and pick. Okay, Urza, go pick something out in the back room and see if you like it. Hearing Muxue's words, Urza just nodded and said nothing more. Before coming, Muxue warned him not to call himself Lord in front of outsiders. He is also afraid of drawing attention to himself. Muxue's idea is that since the route arranged for Urza as the future marine general, such a good identity on the surface. Then you can expose information that has a good relationship with him, which will also help your own development outside. At least you will have a backer to intimidate Xiao Xiao. But if Urza calls her Lord, the nature will be completely different. Chapter 4 Set Sail and Set Sail. Urza quickly picked out her favorite iron sword. To be honest, although this town is not big, the level of blacksmiths is still good. After all, there is a famous swordsmanship gym on the island, and the demand for swords is still quite large. After Muxue paid the money happily, she left the blacksmith shop with Urza, and then took her back to the back mountain. Urza, try equipping these two long swords. With that said, Muxue handed the long sword he just bought and the training sword he used to Urza. Yes, master. After Urza took the sword, she immediately activated her ability. A mysterious energy flowed from Urza's body into the sword. As time passed, Urza's physical strength gradually declined. About a minute later, the flowing energy returned to Urza's body. There were only two swords, one of which became wider and thicker, while the other became narrower and thinner. Then, Urza handed the two swords to Muxue. After Muxue took it, he carefully observed and weighed it, and found that the wider one became heavier, while the other narrow one became much lighter. After the strengthening was completed, Urza explained the situation of this skill to Muxue. To put it simply, equipment enhancement allows you to selectively strengthen equipment, and the enhancement effect of the equipment can be carried out according to Urza's wishes. Of these two swords, one is strengthened to be light and sharp, while the other is strengthened to be heavy and hard. The strengthened strength is limited by the material of the sword itself and Urza's physical limit. These two ordinary long swords are made of ordinary materials, so their improvement is limited and they don't consume much physical strength. One sword consumes about 1/10 of your physical strength. Fortunately, the strengthening effect is still significant. The obviously slimmer sword is obviously more effortless to swing than before, and its sharpness is obvious. He used the broken sword that was eliminated before and cut it in half. Advertisement. It can be seen that its toughness and strength are not low. Although it is an enhanced version of an ordinary long sword, it is enough for the time being. When Urza gets better development in Marine, it will be updated soon. I just don't know if, after learning armament hockey, I can use hockey to replace physical strength to strengthen weapons. After all, domineering is also a special ability, and the quality of domineering is obviously higher than physical strength. It is also an ordinary sword. Maybe the strengthening effect of domineering will be better, but I don't know whether the sword strengthened by domineering will become a so-called black sword. If it can, wouldn't it be possible to quickly become a black sword? Muxue touched her chin and started thinking again. While Muxue was thinking, Urza then tried to strengthen the armor on her body. In order to prevent the armor from being too heavy and affecting its own sensitivity, it was strengthened to be light and strong, so that it could protect the key points. Everything is ready except the boat. Fortunately, in the past few years, in addition to practicing swordsmanship, Muxue also occasionally went fishing part-time and owned a small boat. The boat is not big and is only suitable for offshore fishing, but if Urza is strengthened, it should be able to sail for a while. Anyway, the clone has no emotions, and can still be resurrected, so give it a try, otherwise there will be no way to sail. Moreover, according to the method of making clones stronger, fighting is the fastest and most powerful way to become stronger. Shimotsuki Island is too stable and pirates rarely attack. If you want to fight, you must go to sea. After all, the most indispensable thing in the pirate world is combat. Pirates all over the world have good experience packs. In this way, Urza set out with the supplies prepared by the unscrupulous master and her strengthened small ship. Adhering to the standard of killing evil people to get bounties and good people to get their wealth, Urza started her own sailing journey. As for what is a good person and what is a bad person, Muxue can't say, so she decided to leave it to Urza to make her own judgment. Since the system has said that the avatar has extremely high intelligence and can even perfectly simulate the personality, then I think it is more than enough to distinguish good from bad. Fortunately, the clone has no human emotions, otherwise I really don't know whether Urza would have a good chat with her master. Ever since, the legendary journey of Urza, the future marine general, has begun. Advertisement. Looking at Muxue again, after Urza went to sea, he had nothing to do, so he started a happy life of eating, training, and fighting Zoro again. Ever since Muxue obtained that world-class talent card, he found that his understanding had really become stronger. When I learned kendo before, I still stayed at the simplest level of, looking at mountains as mountains, looking at water as water, but as my talent continues to increase, I gradually developed a kind of, looking at mountains as not mountains, seeing water as not water, feeling. Perhaps, after Muxue understands it thoroughly, he can become a veritable swordsman. In addition, with the improvement of the root bones, the efficiency of exercising the body now is truly as good as in the sky compared to before. Perhaps Zoro had a chance to catch up before, but now, Zoro can only chase Muxue's back forever. If Urza had grown slowly, Muxue would have ascended to the throne of the strongest in the world before she could become a marine general. But this is not important. Adhering to the concept that I can use it, but cannot live without it, Muxue believes that strength must be there, but the hard work such as fighting can be left to the clone. As a qualified mastermind, if you do everything yourself, then why do you need these clones? As Muxue began to live a peaceful life again, the joy of turning on the system and creating Urza gradually faded away. In this way, time passed day by day. As Makyuki Kendo progressed faster and faster, even Koshiro was so shocked that he opened his eyes a little. Seeing Koshiro's eyes for the first time, Muxue was in disbelief. After all, the child he raised since childhood suddenly became a genius that he could not understand, which was somewhat shocking. However, the more talented his child is, the better. Moreover, with Koshiro's strength as a great swordsman, he can still be taught in a short period of time, but he doesn't know how long he can last. Another day, the golden crow fell from the west. As night fell, Muxue went to bed early in this world with few entertainment options. An unexpected event was taking place on a warship not far from Shimotsuki village. Chapter 5 That Woman Donghai Marine Branch 7, 3rd Cruise Line. On the warship, Captain Nar looked in disbelief at the woman in front of him who had been rescued from a small broken boat. He plucked his ears in disbelief and said with shock on his face, "Did I hear you right? I just saved you and you want to chop me down?" Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, if he hadn't noticed that she looked good looking and didn't look like a pirate, Nal would have wanted to slap her away. The next day, Muxue got up early as usual and prepared to check the system log every day. Suddenly, she found that the log had a lot of additional content. On March 7, 1510 in the Hainan calendar, the clone Urza encountered the captain of the Marine branch, Nar. Urza challenges branch captain Nar. Captain Nar, who did not understand the situation, rushed to the challenge. Congratulations to Urza for your first glorious victory. Urza gains 100 experience points. Urza's level has been improved, currently level 2. Following host's instructions, good men compete for their money. Urza took away all Captain Nar's money. Ding, Urza sacrificed money, and the mall received Bailey 150,000, and the current balance is 150,000. On March 8, 1510, Urza requested to discuss with the head of the 7th branch, Colonel Ronaldo. It's a pity that Urza lost. Ronaldo invites Urza to join Marine. Ding, Urza's identity has changed, currently, trainee Marine. Seeing this, Muxue suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Indeed, Urza successfully entered Marine as she had imagined, but the process was somewhat tortuous. Fortunately, the result is good. Having said that, Urza is really brave. After the fight, she dares to directly grab the money, which is the treasury of her future boss. Tisk tisk tisk, top intelligence. However, the captain of this unit seems to have average strength. It seems that not all non-commissioned officers are as strong as monsters. Advertisement shaking her head, Muxue opened Urza's panel, preparing to add a point to her first. Clone. Urza Shukareto level. 2, 1 free attribute point can be obtained for each level. Experience. 0 300 experience points can be obtained through exercise, combat, etc. Strength. D physique, D agile, D spirit, D will, D. Attribute points. 1 ability. Cold weapon grandmaster, cannot be upgraded, equipment modification, cannot be upgraded. As expected, there were a little more in the column of attribute points. Muxue pondered for a moment. Since Urza is a swordsman, her strength and physical agility must be increased. Let's add agility first. The early attack power can rely on strength and equipment, as long as the speed is fast enough. As for strength and physique, you can slow down first and then add more. Moreover, in the early stage, when fighting mainly relies on weapons, the demand for strength is not large, so you can add physical fitness to ensure sufficient physical strength. Thinking of this, Muxue looked at the virtual panel that appeared in front of her eyes and tapped it lightly with her finger. Ding, add some success. As a system prompt sounded, Urza's agility changed from D to D+ on the panel. Sure enough, An attribute point can only go from D to D+. It would be great if it could directly go from D to Circa, then wouldn't it be possible to punch generals and kick 4 emperors soon? However, this was what Muxue had expected, but he didn't know if it was possible to add points to the limit. Just add one attribute, so that he could quickly reach the general. Ding! Adding a single point will destroy the attribute balance of the clone. Please add points in a balanced manner. If you want to display S-level agility, one of the physical constitution and strength must reach A, and the other must reach B or above. Listening to the system's beep, Muxue felt that there seemed to be some truth to it, but not much. Then besides adding points, is there any other way to become stronger? Muxue thought silently in her heart. Advertisement. Ding! The avatar's self-training and improving skill proficiency will lead to an increase in attribute points. Listening to the system's reply, Muxue nodded. Not bad, at least there is more than one road. Unlike Muxue's side, where the years are quiet, Urza's life can be said to be rich and colorful. After adding points, Urza had more physical strength and began to challenge everywhere in Branch 7. Adhering to the principle of take the opponent's money if you win, and apologize obediently if you lose, the entire branch was in a state of panic for a while. In just a few days, Urza defeated the entire branch. From the branch captain to the seaman recruit, there was no one who didn't know Urza's name. The words, "that female soldier who robbed money," suddenly became a nightmare for the Marine branch. As the one who brought Urza into Marine and was also her immediate superior, Colonel Renato was in a state of panic for a while. It's okay for those who beat Urza, at least the money is still there. Those who lost couldn't help but break their teeth and swallow it in their stomachs. Unable to fight again and again, they could only gather together and ask the branch chief, Major Ronaldo, for justice. Ronaldo has been having a big headache these days. The most common thing he hears recently is, "Sir, branch chief, that woman is just like a bandit, she won't leave even a penny behind." After all, they were the soldiers he brought. Ronaldo had talked to Urza many times for this reason, hoping that she could be more harmonious and friendly, but every time Urza sincerely shied away that she was not robbing money. What's outrageous is that the sailors who were robbed couldn't find where Urza had hidden the money. The warship was turned upside down and they couldn't find it. They asked Urza for it, but Urza denied it with a straight face. In the matter of stealing money, where's the money became an unsolved mystery of the 7th branch. For a while, Ronaldo had nothing to do, until one day, Urza took away Bailey from Ronaldo's office. Ronaldo immediately found Nar, who rescued Urza on the ship that night, and had a friendly discussion with him. According to people familiar with the matter, Captain Nall then took a week's leave. Yes, with the continuous fighting in the branch, Urza not only gained a notoriety, but also gained a lot of experience through fighting. In just 10 days, Urza upgraded 4 levels in a row, reaching level 6. Muxue is also paying attention to Urza at all times. As soon as the level increases, he will add points immediately, and Urza can start a snowball. Her strongest agility has reached C+, her physique has reached D+, and her strength has reached D+. Due to continuous battles, it can be said that in terms of single-round combat effectiveness, Urza is already the number 1 person in the 7th branch. Chapter 6 Dress Up and Become Famous Shimotsuki Village. Muxue couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she looked at the balance on the system mall's panel and finally turned it into 1 million Baileys. Originally, when Urza kept borrowing Bailey from the Marine Corps, Muxue wanted to stop her. Later, when I thought that there was another ability in the mall that I hadn't bought yet, I had to mourn for the Marines in my heart and continue to let Urza do random things. Unexpectedly, Marine is very poor, and it took him so long to collect 1 million Belly. Thanks to my generous boss, I received the largest wave of funding. However, this is not a long-term solution after all. For the sake of future reputation in Marine, if there is one, Makyuki finally stepped forward to stop Urza's behavior. Muxue bought the space magic and dress up and loaded it on Urza. At this point, Urza's Shukareto is complete. Urza's ability column changes too. Ability. Cold Weapon Grandmaster, cannot be upgraded, equipment modification, cannot be upgraded, Kendo, elementary, space magic and dressing, elementary. That's right, with the talent of the Cold Weapon Grandmaster, Urza mastered the basic swordsmanship. Coupled with the newly obtained space magic, it can be said that as long as there are enough special equipment, Urza can handle various scenes below the tens of millions level. I have to mention here Urza's achievements in the Marine Armory. Muxue's conjecture that energy such as domineering energy can also be used to strengthen equipment. In addition to the knives she first experimented with that were purely strengthened by physical strength, Urza also successfully made fire knives, ice knives and electric knives. As the name suggests, its abilities are fire, freezing and paralysis. The production method is also very simple. Just place the knife on the flame and use physical strength to catalyze it, and you can successfully make a fire knife. The temperature of the flame depends on the material of the knife itself and the amount of physical strength consumed. The ice skates and electric knives are also made in this way, and the effect can be said to be quite good. However, because the disguise magic was not in place yet, Urza did not reveal these special knives. If by accident, this ability to mass-produce special knives is exposed to the public, it must not be taken away and turned into a ruthless production machine. Advertisement. Fortunately, now with the magic of changing weapons, you can change weapons with zero delay. As long as the shape of the knife is not changed when using equipment modification, others will not be able to tell that the knife has been changed. Anyway, the equipment is in the magic space, and others don't know about it. As long as you don't tell them, others will at most think it is a fruit ability. Urza, starting from today, try not to attack your colleagues. There are too few rich people in Marine and there is no oil and water. The first goal in the future is to capture pirates with bounties. Through the system panel, Muxue issued new instructions. Branch 7, Major Ronaldo's office. Boom, a crimson female Marine pushed open the door and entered. Ronaldo was so frightened that he quickly hid Bailey and lit a cigar tremblingly. Before Ronaldo could speak, Urza spoke. I have to deal with pirates, where are they? Ronaldo is relieved. Muxue didn't know about the Marine branch, and it didn't affect his life. After giving the latest instructions to Urza, Muxue once again entered into the life of training Kuina and training Zoro. Zoro can be said to be in pain and happiness. The pain is really painful, but the progress is also really fast. After Muxue's qualifications were fully developed, his understanding became extremely high, he could see problems more comprehensively, and he could easily answer Zoro's questions. Compared to being rough with Zoro, he is very gentle with Kuina, but during training, Makyuki is also ruthless. Advertisement on the other side, a small island in the East Daxia Sea. A kind of Marine soldiers from the 7th Marine Branch, led by Ronaldo, ambushed the island in advance. A group of pirates were drinking and having fun around the bonfire, having a banquet and singing songs. Urza looked around, glanced at the pirates, then looked back at the nervous people and asked, "What's the reward for those pirates?" As Urza's words suddenly rang out, Marine next to him was startled, and he quickly raised his index finger to his mouth, trying desperately to signal her to stop talking. Ronaldo quickly looked at the pirates and found that the pirates were still immersed in the atmosphere of the party and did not notice the noise here. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and quickly lowered his voice. "Are you crazy? That's Butcher, Wade, who has a bounty of 8 million Baileys, and his deputy captain, Bloodhand, Luden, who has a bounty of 3 million Baileys. The people in their pirate group are a bunch of lunatics. Every time after capturing a village, all the chickens and dogs will not be spared. We have no chance of winning head-on. We have to wait until they are drunk and sneak attack before we have a chance." That's right. Captain Nar was afraid that Urza would be impulsive, so he answered hurriedly. "With our strength, a sneak attack is the best way, otherwise there will be no return." "Is that so?" Urza nodded understandingly, then there was a pause. "But they seem to have discovered us, and it may be too late for a sneak attack." A kind of Marine looked around and found that the pirates who were celebrating the banquet just now had already gathered their weapons and gathered around with a ferocious smile on their faces. "Here we come, it looks like we are going to fight head-on." Urza calmly drew out the reinforced sword from her waist. "Marine, I've been waiting for you for a long time." A tall, round-waisted man with fierce eyes sneered. "I want you righteous Marines to know what pain feels like." Chapter 7 The first battle. The battle has begun. Facing the pirates besieging them from all directions, the Marines certainly cannot sit still and wait for death. However, Ronaldo and Nar knew very well that in the face of this situation, there was absolutely no chance of winning in a head-on battle. The only way to survive was to break out of the encirclement. All the Marines in Branch 7 understood the situation after seeing Ronaldo's eyes. Led by Ronaldo and Nar, a group of Marines also followed, rushing towards the weak point behind the pirates. "It's so embarrassing." Butcher, Wade looked at the escaping Marine and sneered, then took out his 2-meter-long machete. Wade, who was armed with a machete, and Luden, who was wearing a spiked knucklehead, rushed towards Marine, who was escaping in panic. Just when all Marines were desperate, a figure flashed past quickly. Dang! The machete with countless souls under it was actually stopped by a short figure. Feeling the huge force coming from the broadsword, she knew not to touch it head-on. She retreated and relieved most of the force, and finally stopped. Wade looked at the crimson-haired woman wearing an ordinary Marine uniform in front of him and said with wide eyes, "How is it possible? A mere soldier can block Lousy's knife." All the pirates and Marines were shocked. Urza." Ronaldo looked at the figure in front of him and said in shock, "Leave this person to me." Ignoring Ronaldo's surprise, Urza's firm voice spread throughout the battlefield, giving confidence to all Marines present. "What are you still doing? Go and kill these Marines for Lousy." Just when everyone was still immersed in the shock just now, Vice Captain Luden gave a loud shout. "Yes, Brother Luden." Only then did the pirates react and hurriedly attacked Marine who ran not far away. Ronaldo also reacted to the loud shout, and after nodding at Urza, he quickly led a group of Marines to fight and retreat, creating a fighting environment for Urza without any worries. And Butcher Wade didn't stop him. Advertisement all his attention was focused on the stunningly beautiful and powerful woman in front of him. Although it was difficult to catch his own blow, judging from the speed of his attack and the agility of his body, he could be considered a good player. Wade grinned slightly excitedly. "Woman, if you surrender now, it's still too late." "So much nonsense." Urza ignored Wade's trash talk and rushed towards him with a knife. Ping. Pong. The sound of swords clashing resounded throughout the battlefield. Urza relied on her extremely high agility to tangle with Wade with ease. The movements of the two men were so fast that ordinary sailors and pirates could not intervene at all, and could not even see their movements clearly. Only Ronaldo and Luden could clearly see the process of their fight, but neither of them expected that this woman could actually fight on par with that strong and monster-like man. In fact, Urza was more relaxed than they looked. Not to mention the tactics of equipping various special weapons, he could easily behead him by relying on his C+ agility and the sharpened long sword in his hand. After all, no matter how powerful Wade is, his body cannot block the sharpness of the sword. At best, he is just a stronger sandbag. The reason why the battle is not over yet is because after she stopped Wade, Ronaldo and Luden were fighting equally, and Marine was not at a disadvantage yet. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Urza was ready to practice her new swordsmanship. After all, when you usually compete with Marine, you can't make a killing move. Wade, who had fought dozens of moves, also discovered that this woman was sharpening a knife against him. While he was angry, he was also a little frightened. When had a sailor been able to fight him on a par with him? The angry Wade exploded. After accumulating all his strength, he slashed at Urza with a knife. Seeing this, Urza also accumulated all her strength and prepared for a head-on confrontation. A clang. What Urza didn't expect was that the sword Muxue gave her was broken. Although the sword itself is of average quality, it has been strengthened after all. It seems that the quality of Wade's machete is not bad. Wade was also stunned. He didn't expect that the knife of this extremely difficult woman in front of him would break. He was relieved, and he looked at Urza without the weapon and let out a ferocious laugh. Ha ha ha, go to hell. You be asterisk 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 D. Wade shouted and struck. Advertisement Ronaldo in the distance also shouted anxiously. Urza, be careful. Unfortunately, the distance was too far, and Ronaldo had no choice but to watch helplessly. At this moment, Urza looked at the proud Wade and said calmly. Who told you that I only have one weapon? In the meantime, Urza took out her backhand and pulled out a Marine standard saber from the empty scabbard. That's right, it's the special knife made from the standard military knife before. With a thought in Urza's mind, she saw a hint of cold air rising up and down the blade, and then she nimbly dodged Wade's attack. In the next moment, Wade's head was cut off with a single knife. His head fell to the ground and his broken neck was not even a trace of blood splattered out. Wade's face was filled with expressions of disbelief, and he didn't understand what was going on until he died. Seeing the fallen corpse and Urza holding a sword, the pirates were so frightened that their morale collapsed. Brothers, run quickly, the captain has been killed. Then, that woman is a monster. The Marines looked at the pirates who were escaping, and then at Urza who was unharmed. They were all shocked. I didn't expect the reversal to happen so quickly. Urza! 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 I don't know who shouted, and all the Marines shouted excitedly. Ronaldo looked at the cold woman in front of him and had mixed feelings for a moment. Okay, boys, catch all these pirates and bastards, don't let Urza's efforts go in vain. Yes. The morale of the Marines soared, and they rushed towards the scattered pirates like tigers rushing into a flock of sheep. And Urza also found Luden who was about to escape, and without any nonsense, she took him down with a knife, put his and Wade's heads together, and prepared to go back to collect the bounty. Ding! Urza killed Butcher, Wade and Bloodhand, Luden, and gained 1,200 experience points. Ding! Urza's level has been raised, level 7 inches Chapter 8 Extremely Ice Sword Dancer, Xiaobai. As the system prompts in my ears sounded, Muxue quickly opened the system log. What a big experience package, worthy of being the big pirate group in the East Daxia Sea. After reading the diary, Muxue couldn't help but sigh. Skillfully add attribute points to agility. Open Urza's properties panel. Clone. Urza Shukaredo level 7, 1 free attribute point can be obtained for each level. Experience. 322,800. Experience points can be obtained through exercise, combat, etc. Strength. D plus physique. C agility. B spirit. D plus will. D. Attribute points. 0 abilities. Cold weapon grandmaster, cannot be upgraded. Equipment modification, cannot be upgraded. Kendo, elementary, space magic and dress up, elementary. It can be seen that compared to the time when it first went out to sea, the current panel can be said to be quite luxurious. The spirit has been upgraded by 1 level due to the loading of space magic, and the agility has been much higher than other attributes. Fortunately, the physique has been upgraded to C level due to repeated use of equipment and constant consumption and recovery. Otherwise, this would not be the case. Agility doesn't even add up. After all, the human body is a whole, and each attribute is related to each other. Any attribute requires the cooperation of other attributes to be fully displayed. Seeing Urza reach B agility, I thought that the weapons adapted to the modification could already fight with the headquarters major. After all, not every major is agile. In the pirate world, Blood Bowl warriors are the norm. If the level of swordsmanship reaches the advanced level, then with the swordsmanship of the beginner swordsman level, as long as he is not a weird colonel like Smoker, he can basically walk sideways among the school officers. It's a pity that the space magic level is not high and the space capacity is not large enough. If the skill level is maxed out by then, I can transform Pluton into a mecha and have a Gundam battle with Uranus. After adding points, Muxue fell asleep in fantasy. One night, nothing to say. The next day, advertisement. Muxue got up as the rooster crowed and skillfully opened the system log. Looking at the balance on the system mall, the number changed from 0 to 5 million. I couldn't help but sigh. These pirates have made a lot of ill-gotten wealth, and the murder and arson gold belt is indeed well deserved. Looking at the time on the log, it shows that this is just the treasure on the pirate ship. It is estimated that there will be more when the bounty from the pirates comes down, but I don't know how many % of the bounty Marine can pay out. Before, I had things but no money to buy them, but now I have money and no money to sell them. Sure enough, people have always had troubles. For example, I couldn't afford the 3 abilities before, but now I have money, but I can't afford it. You know, as early as when Urza was loaded with space magic, the system had already accumulated enough upgrade experience. Unfortunately, I don't know if the system upgrade will directly refresh them all. With no money in hand, he did not dare to try easily and could only wait. Now that he has 5 million, and another part of the bounty will come down soon, he is ready to give it a try. Ding! You have met the experience required for upgrade. Do you want to upgrade? System upgrade. Looking at the balance on the panel, Muxue said decisively. Ding! 100 system experience has been consumed, and the system upgrade is successful. Ding! Get a chance to draw a lottery. Host. Shimotsuki Makyuki. Level. 2 experience value. 6500ths number of clones. 2, unsummoned. 1. Number of draws. 1 host's own ability. Kendo, intermediate, world-class talent, cannot be upgraded. Seeing the information on the panel appearing in front of her, only she could see it, the corners of Muxue's mouth raised slightly. I took a look at the mall interface and found that there was no ability to refresh it. It seemed that I could only wait for the arrival of the new month. System. Give me a lottery draw. Ding. Congratulations to host for drawing the mythical beast, Roaring Skydog. 2 meters away from Muxue, a white puppy with a thin waist appeared. Ouch! A cute cry came from the little dog's mouth. Advertisement. The moment the roaring dog saw Muxue, he ran over very excitedly, wagging his tail and spinning in circles around Muxue. Looking at the cute creature in front of me, which is about the same size as the sole of my own foot, I can't imagine that it is the majestic barking dog under the throne of true Lord Erlang. But you, little thing, are so cute. Muxue smiled and stroked the dog's head and said. Since you are so white, why not call you Xiaobai? It just corresponds to the snow in my name. As he spoke, he hugged Xiaobai into his arms. Xiaobai seemed very happy and gently rubbed his head against Muxue's face. Muxue took Xiaobai to the kitchen of the gym and happened to meet Kuina cooking. When Kuina saw Xiaobai, her eyes lit up, she hugged him over and rubbed him constantly. Xiaobai looked at Muxue as if asking for help. Muxue coughed lightly and walked away with the rice. He still doted on this sister more than Xiaobai. After Muxue finished her meal, she went out and saw the newsbird flying over, so she waved to buy a newspaper. Muxue looked at the newspaper in front of her, and suddenly thought that Chopper's reward was not even as good as the newspaper. Looking at the title of the newspaper, Muxue suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment. The Ice Sword Dancer, Urza, the next generation leader of Tokai Marine. This exaggerated title and evaluation is probably due to the effect of using a modified ice sword in the end. If a fire sword and a thunder sword were used, there would be a waltz of flames, a break dance of lightning, etc. To be honest, it's a good thing that Muxue is not famous herself, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. He just caught 2 pirates with bounties of 8 million and 3 million belly, so he just said he was the leader. As expected, everyone in the media came from the shock department. But yes, in this turbulent era, Donghai needs a heroic figure to inspire people. No, it should be said that the entire Marine hopes to create a hero like Garp to curb the growth of pirates. If a new star emerges in Marine, it will not only attract new people to join Marine, but also unite the hearts of Marine. It can be said to be a huge benefit without any harm. At the same time, World Conquer will also help. After all, Marine is affiliated with World Conquer. If Marine becomes stronger, it can also consolidate the majesty of World Conquer. In this case, why not go with the flow and let Urza work overtime during this period, so that she will become famous and I will be rich, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, a win-win situation. Yes, it is such a happy decision. As long as things continue like this, Urza will soon receive the attention of senior officials. Marine General Urza. Just thinking about it makes Muxue feel funny. This kind of bad taste is really fascinating. This feeling is much better than being a Marine senior executive. Urza. Listen to me, thank you. Chapter 9 Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Since that day, after Urza killed Wade the Butcher, Colonel Ronaldo promoted Urza to Lieutenant Junior grade. The status in the 7th branch is second only to his own. If his qualifications and achievements were not enough, Ronaldo would really like to apply for Urza to be a school official. After Urza obtained the rank of Lieutenant Junior grade, she could already lead a small patrol ship and sail on the sea. For the sake of Muxue's money-making business, Urza could be said to have spent all her sleep and food, day after day, either catching pirates or on the way to catch them. With the help of Marine's powerful intelligence system, Urza was able to catch pirates in the East Daxia Sea like a fish in water. Big pirates ranging from tens of millions of berryless to small fish worth millions of barriers, as long as there is a reward on their head, they will not be spared. No one knows that Urza is actually just a clone with no emotions, and all this madness is the Master's mission. Everyone in the East Daxia Sea was shocked by Urza's amazing achievements. They could not imagine what kind of experience made this woman hate pirates. Suddenly, everyone in the East Daxia Sea pirates was in danger, fearing that they would encounter this female devil. The public order in the East Daxia Sea is strictly controlled, and even many civilians regard Urza as the hero of the East Daxia Sea. As the destroyed pirate group grew larger and larger, the balance on the Muxue Mall panel also increased. Along with Bailey, Urza's level also increased. After all, even a trash fish with no bounty had about 10 points of experience. In just 2 weeks, Urza killed hundreds of pirates, was successfully promoted to captain of the Marine branch, and her level was also raised to level 8. Through Muxue's extra points, his physical fitness also increased a bit, reaching C+. Ronaldo once mentioned to Urza that he would go to the Marine headquarters for development, but Urza refused at Muxue's suggestion, rejecting Ronaldo's proposal on the grounds that the East Daxia Sea had not been cleared yet. Although as the level increases, the demand for experience points becomes higher and higher, and it is reasonable to go to places with higher experience points, but Muxue still plans to play it slow and steady. Although the clone can be resurrected, it is better not to expose it without absolute strength. After all, Urza is now quite famous. If you accidentally die, you won't be able to bear it unless you are resurrected. If you are resurrected, it won't cause an uproar if it is discovered. When the time comes, Muxue and Urza will definitely not be able to hide the fact that they went to buy a knife together, which will increase the risk of exposing themselves. It's better to play it slow and steady from the beginning. Just like that, the new month has quietly arrived. The capabilities of the system mall have also been refreshed. In fact, Muxue was able to pinch people last month, but because there were no skills available in the mall, she resisted. Advertisement after all, without skills, there is no idea. If the final clone does not match the skills refreshed in the system mall, Muxue, who is a bit obsessive-compulsive, will feel very uncomfortable. Without further ado, Muxue opened the system mall with anticipation. According to the rules of the system, each time the level of the system increases, the number of products will increase by 1, so there should be 4 abilities this time. Physically strong, cannot be upgraded, the body is strong and powerful, and can permanently increase the physical fitness and strength of the clone by 1 level each. Price: 2 million Baileys, special discount during the novice period. The more frustration you get, the more courage you get, cannot be upgraded. After each battle, the attribute level will be increased, and the total increased attribute level is 6. Price: 2 million Baileys, special discount during the novice period. Blood style limit wood style. Among the Hokage ninjas, a certain first Hokage's signature blood style can give the clone the ability to use wood style ninjutsu, and use physical strength to replace the consumption of chakra. Price: 5 million Baileys, special in the novice period, discount. Kenkyo Sharingan. From among the Hokage ninjas, the Uchiha clan's Kodama Sharingan, it can evolve through exercise and external mental stimulation. From low to high, there are 1 Magatama Sharingan, 2 Magatama Sharingan, 3 Magatama Sharingan, Mangekyo Sharingan and Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and can master powerful eye skills. The amount of eye power depends on the mental strength. Price: 5 million Baileys, special discount for beginners. Looking at the abilities in the mall, Muxue had an idea in an instant. Dance in the world of pirates, Uchiha Madara. That's right, when talking about Sharingan, it is inevitable to mention the Uchiha family, and in the thousands of years of history of this family, the most powerful person is undoubtedly Uchiha Madara. As the image in Muxue's mind was completed, a stern man wearing a red warrior armor and long black hair appeared in front of him. With Madara, how could he not have his best friend, Senju Hashirama? Seeing that after purchasing the ability, the system experience value once again met the upgrade conditions, Muxue upgraded decisively and pinched Senju Hashirama out. Looking at the man with the same long black hair, Muxue couldn't help but click her tongue and nod. It does look like a couple. Clone: Uchiha Madara. Grade 1 experience. 0-100th strength, D physique, D. Agility, D plus spirit, D plus advertisement will, D attribute points, 0. Ability: blood succession limit Sharingan 1 Magatama, elementary, the more you fight, the braver you become, cannot be upgraded. Clone: Senju Hashirama grade 1 experience, 0-100ths. Strength, D plus physique, C agile, D spirit, D will, D. Attribute points. 0 ability. Blood succession limit wood style, elementary, strong body, cannot be upgraded. Looking at the two people's panels, this one is much better than when Urza first went to sea. After all, you get what you pay for. The spirit and agility of Uchiha Madara loaded with Sharingan reached D+. And Hashirama is even more powerful. Wood style has led to an increase in physique, and physical fitness has further enhanced strength and physique. With a C physique and wood style, it is estimated that pirates with less than 10 million can master it. Coupled with the existence of Uchiha Madara, it is estimated that even tens of millions of people can touch it. That's right, Muxue decided to let them go to sea together. After all, good friends last a lifetime. After an hour, the town where Muxue and Urza bought knives, 2 men, dressed incompatibly with the town residents, walked into a blacksmith shop. In order to distance herself from these 2 clones, Muxue did not come with them this time. The first time I accompanied Urza was because Urza had decided on the marine route after all, and having some connections made it easier for Makyuki to act openly. But for these 2, Muxue tentatively decided that they should become pirates. After all, the quickest way to make money in this world is robbery. By then, grabbing a sky gold would directly bring them wealth and say goodbye to poverty. Advertisement Chapter 10 caught. As the balance of the system mall decreases, the system's experience value has also reached 961 thousandths, and the level has reached level 3, allowing another lottery draw. System, lottery. Muxue believes in drawing as soon as you have the number of draws. You can't increase the number of draws by saving them. It's useless if you don't draw them. When reading the system texts before traveling through time, Muxue wondered how some protagonists could hold on to saving so many times that they wouldn't use them. If there is a red mark on Muxue's mobile phone interface in the previous life, you must click clean, otherwise you will not be able to sleep well. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting the System Mall Refresh card. System Mall Refresh card. After use, you can immediately refresh the System Mall's ability. Mall Refresh card. It's not bad, but I can only keep it for now. After all, even if I refresh it, I don't have enough money to buy it. Muxue thought as she looked at the rewards obtained from the lottery. On the other side, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, with the support of Muxue, bought some overseas supplies and some weapons. Because Makyuki had given instructions not to cause riots on Shimotsuki Island, nor to attack civilians without any reason. In addition, the two of them did not have enough money to buy a boat, so they had to steal a lucky man fishing boat while it was dark. In this way, the two of them successfully went to sea. The journey on the sea is very boring. Nothing but water is water. Fortunately, Uchiha Madara and Senju are both emotional clones, so they will not be driven crazy by the boring voyage. One day, the two met a small pirate group with a bounty of less than 1 million. Adhering to the principle that pirates can be killed at will, the two of them easily killed all the pirates with Sharingan and wood style. So the two of them changed their guns for cannons and bought a ship that was much larger than before. Advertisement. Although the boat was a bit bigger than before, it was a bit troublesome for two people to drive it, but fortunately, their strength was far beyond ordinary people and they had sufficient supplies, so they were not in a hurry and just floated slowly on the sea. In this way, the two of them drifted with the tide and came to a small country called Skart. Because Muxue had told not to kill innocent people indiscriminately, so after Madara and Hashirama had repaired their problems, and at Madara's suggestion, the two began a friendly challenge to the entire country. First, he knocked down the guard guarding the door with a disagreement. In the dazed look of the guard, he knocked all the patrols who came after hearing the news to the ground. Then the king sent an army to suppress the two people, but Sharingan and Hashirama of Madara with the cooperation of wood style, these soldiers with fighting power are just ordinary people delivering food. After all, a small, remote country in the East Daxia Sea, said to be a country, is actually just a larger city. In just a few hours, everyone was knocked to the ground, but miraculously, no one was in danger. They were just unconscious or holding their hands on the pain and screaming. In this way, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama fought from the south of the city to the center of the city without blinking an eye. Makyuki looked at the frequently jumping information on the panel. They were all about Uchiha Madara defeating so-and-so and gaining experience points, Senju Hashirama defeating so-and-so and gaining experience points. Each amount of experience was not high, but the amount could not stand up to the large amount. The two people's levels quickly jumped up, and soon they reached level 4. Although Muxue was curious about what happened, she didn't think much about it. Anyway, she had a request, and it was definitely not killing innocent people indiscriminately, so it didn't matter. There are always bumps and bruises on the way to becoming stronger. New doubts arose. Muxue looked at Uchiha Madara's panel and asked the system. In the system, mental points are added just like physical fitness. Are there any restrictions? Ding. The mental strength of the clone depends on the physical constitution, but it is not as dependent as strength and agility. The mental strength can exceed the physical strength by 2 major levels, but it is not affected by strength and agility, such as level D. The physical strength can support B-level mental strength, but there are no requirements for strength and agility. System. What about will? Ding. Will is a very special attribute. This attribute has no obvious dependence on the other 4 attributes and can be added separately. If the clone's will attribute is extremely high, when the clone obtains Conqueror's domineering power, it can enhance the attributes possessed by the clone. Conqueror's hockey level and strength. Muxue listened to the system's explanation and roughly understood the correlation between attributes. Advertisement. According to Muxue's understanding, the spirit relies on the body and has physical requirements, but after all, it is not as demanding as strength and agility. There is no requirement for will at all. After all, so many strong-willed people in the previous life only had ordinary physical strength, which is incomparable to the people in the pirate world, but it does not affect their firm will for the ideal in their hearts. After thinking about it, Muxue allocated attribute points to Madara and Hashirama. Uchiha Madara's 3 points are all loaded mentally, from D+ to C+. The level of the Sharingan also changed from elementary to intermediate when the mental attribute reached circa correspondingly. The Sharingan also increased by 1 Magatama and became a 2 Magatama Sharingan. Obviously, the increase in mental strength leads to the improvement of Sharingan level. Originally, Makyuki was still thinking about how to upgrade Sharingan to Mangekyo. After all, clones have no affection, so they couldn't give their host a double blow to stimulate Uchiha Madara. Fortunately, there is a promotion path for Sharingan. It is estimated that soon, people in the pirate world will be able to dance with Madara. In addition, Madara's Yuzan Yang Yang was also triggered twice, improving both strength and constitution to D+. As for Hashirama, since wood style requires physical strength, Muxue increased his physique from C to C+ and his strength from D+ to C. It can be said that the strength of the two people can already go sideways in the East Daxia Sea. Even the first clone Urza may not be able to win the two of them. After all, Urza's mental and will attributes are not high, and her resistance to Sharingan can be said to be quite poor. As expected, the characters that appeared in Ichigo were more powerful, Maki said with emotion. Then the next day, the information on the system panel gave Muxue a big surprise. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama broke through the gate of the royal capital of the Skart Kingdom, defeated the Skart King Skart VI, successfully plundered the treasury of the Skart Kingdom, and recharged Pele in their clones. Ding! The recharge was successful, and 15 million Baileys have been credited to them all. Ding! Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are fighting Marine. Ding! Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were defeated. Chapter 11. The three Marine generals are all mine. I thought Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were ready to kill everyone in the East Daxia Sea, but they were caught the next day. So, you two brothers just went to sea, and you just made a big fuss just to find a strong person to compete with? On a marine warship with a dog's head, a man wearing a gray suit and a marine cape asked in surprise. Although the two people's answers were outrageous, looking at the whole country, there was indeed no casualty. At most, they were beaten until they were unconscious, and the injuries were not serious. It can be seen that the person who did it was very measured. So the man ran to a recliner and said to the strong old man eating donuts. Lieutenant General Garp, these two are definitely not pirates, they're just newcomers who have just gone to sea to hone themselves. As for the king saying that they robbed Bailey, it must be a false accusation. After all, there is no place to hide anything on them. It's so pitiful that the king really didn't make a false accusation, but Bailey has been charged into the system. Of course, he can't find it no matter how hard he tries. Oh, is that so? Garp munched on a donut, slurring Kaido. Lieutenant General Garp, you see these two people are pretty good. Although they have not done anything evil for the time being, if they are left alone and no one is there, they may one day go astray. Looking at their actions, they can be considered innocent. It's better to bring Marine back and train her properly. Garp's adjutant, Bogart, suggested. Garp listened, finished the donut in his hand, walked up to Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, raised his fist and laughed. Boys, join Marine with me. There's a general attitude that if you don't agree, you will be beaten until you agree. Uchiha Madara and Senju looked at each other, thinking about the scene where Garp knocked them down like a chopping melon and vegetables, and then looked at Garp's sandbag fist. Yes, sir. Advertisement in this way. The pirate journey of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama ended before it even started. In exchange, Marine recruits Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama made their debut. Looking at the panel, the two people also joined Marine. Muxue was speechless. The two people who were invincible in Donghai originally planned to make some quick money, but unexpectedly they met the big boss Garp, who went back to Donghai to see his grandson. Sure enough, the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. It seems that the three Marine generals will all be mine from now on. Muxue thought bitterly. Fortunately, the two of them followed Garp into the Marine, and at least they had a backer. With Garp's qualifications and connections, as long as the two of them didn't betray the Marine, it would be a small problem to fight and secretly hide the money from killing the pirates. Learn the hockey of armed color and knowledge color to enrich your skill library. Moreover, there are many strong people in the Marine headquarters, which can be said to be quite convenient for the two of them to gain experience points. After all, even if you have never fought in Marine, your life will not be in danger. Besides, since they were brought by Garp, they wouldn't mind their discussions and challenges. It is estimated that Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were able to agree so quickly because of this consideration. They could not give in to the power of old man Garp. However, no matter what the idea was, the pirate plan was shattered. Muxue secretly thought that the next avatar must command the whole process, at least to go out of the East Daxia Sea smoothly, embark on a pirate journey, and travel to the pirate world without becoming a pirate. It would be disrespectful to the identity of the traveler. Moreover, it would be more convenient for pirates to acquire the Golden City on Sky Island. After all, other professions do not have such freedom, and it is not convenient to acquire gold. With this idea in mind, Muxue took Xiaobai, who was still sleeping, to the kitchen of the gymnasium, ready to eat something good to comfort herself. Brother Muxue, do you want to go to the town later? I heard that many businessmen from other islands have come to the big market in the town. Kuina hugged Xiaobai and said, Advertisement? A businessman from another island? Okay, let's go and have a look. With Xiaobai's helpless expression, Muxue agreed to Kuina's proposal. Great. Kuina happily rubbed Xiaobai's dog head, hoping that Xiaobai would not be in danger of hair loss at such a young age. Shimotsuki Town Big Market. This is the busiest place on the entire island, and businessmen from various islands gather here every few months. Because of the existence of the Shimotsuki Gym, Shimotsuki Island is the safest place nearby. Under the protection of the Shimotsuki Gym, the residents here have a safe living environment and have enough Baileys in their hands for consumption, which will naturally attract a lot of people. Businessmen come here. Muxue and Kuina were browsing the big market, carrying some special snacks from other islands in their hands. Looking at the bustling market, Muxue suddenly realized that the ways to make money in this world are not necessarily limited to robbing pirates. You must know that the truly powerful pirates in the pirate world, such as Whitebeard and Big Mom, do not rely on robbery to make money, or it is not just robbery. Although robbing money is fast, it does not last long. The real money comes from stability must start from civilians. The various small islands protected by Whitebeard, as well as Big Mom's vast kingdoms, all followed the civilian route. In the four seas, compared to the Grand Line, there is no strange or bad weather in terms of environmental issues, and there are very few strong pirates, so it is very suitable for doing business. After all, where is the population base? People in many places are limited by their strength and time, and are unable to use the island's characteristics for maritime transportation. If these retail merchants are united to form a chamber of commerce and resell items that are common on one island but scarce on another island, the money will definitely not come in slowly, and it will be more durable and stable. The person who does this must have enough reputation and strength to convince everyone, or have someone with such strength and reputation as a backer. After the gold from Sky Island is exchanged for Bailey, and when the funds are sufficient, you can create a clone and use Erza or Madara and Hashirama's status in Marine to take charge of this large chamber of commerce. Chapter 12 The first step to dominate Marine. Look, take a look, the oranges produced in Kokoja village on Orange Island are sweet, delicious, plump and juicy, come and have a taste. Hearing the name Kokoja village and the fact that they were selling oranges, Muxue paused. This village seems to be Nami's hometown. Muxue remembers that when she watched One Piece in her previous life, Nami's favorite was oranges, and she even had an orange tattoo on her body. Muxue couldn't help but feel angry when she thought of the experience of that beautiful girl with orange hair, who had been living alone in the sea since she was a child, and desperately raising money for the lives of villagers, under the threat of Aaron, the Fishman pirate group. Along, the man who has killed 1,000 swords, must not forget this B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* what did you say? Kuina looked back at Muxue, who suddenly paused and muttered something, then turned back and asked. Nothing, let's continue shopping. Seeing that Muxue didn't say anything, Kuina was sensible and didn't ask further questions, and continued to look for some new things she hadn't seen before. Muxue looked at Kuina with a smile on her face and secretly thought to herself. Now that we have come to the world of pirates, we must not let Nami, a strong girl, go through the sufferings of her previous life. If I remember correctly, Eren came here in the year 1512 of the Hyuan calendar, which means there are still 2 years left, not yet. Perhaps, we can rely on this Chamber of Commerce plan to recruit Nami under his command in advance. After all, she has the strongest sailing talent in the entire pirate world. Muxue thought as she walked. On the other side, Madara and Hashirama, who had just joined Marine, beat up all the Marines on the ship. Except for Garp and his adjutant Bogart, no one could beat these two people. Bogart was a little skeptical about the two people's words at first. It wasn't until he saw these two people knocking everyone to the ground almost non-stop in the past few days that he believed that these two people were really martial arts idiots. When Garp saw Madara and Hashirama's behavior, he didn't stop it. Instead, he laughed and treated it like a donut eating show. Occasionally, Garp would personally guide the two of them in combat skills, and Madara and Hashirama did not disappoint him. With their super intelligence, they could basically remember it once and use it skillfully after 2 or 3 times. Garp, who was used to seeing monsters, praised you repeatedly. You two look like generals. At night, Muxue was lying on the bed looking at the information on the panel. Ding! Uchiha Madara defeated Marinea and gained experience points. Ding! Senju Hashirama defeated Marine B and gained experience points. Ding! Advertisement: the enthusiasm on the ship. The experience provided by Marine just allowed Madara and Hashirama to level up, improving their attributes. Madara's spirit changed from C+ to B, and Hashirama's physique also changed from C+ to B. With the 2 special abilities, the Brigadier should be hard-pressed to find an opponent. The days passed. Grand Line, Marine Headquarters, Marineland. A dog-headed warship sailed in. Boys, this is Marine Headquarters, the safest place in the world. Bogart introduced Madara and Hashirama. Looking at the magnificent seagull-shaped bunker, Madara and Hashirama also showed shocked expressions in unison. As clones, they originally had no emotions, but they couldn't defeat Bogart, so they could only make expressions to suit him. Bogart, you take care of the arrangements, I'll leave first. After saying that, Garp didn't care about everyone's expressions and left directly. Come with me, I will arrange a place for you to stay, and introduce this place by the way. Bogart said to Madara and Hashirama with an expression on his face that I knew. The two of them also looked at each other and nodded in unison to follow. Boom. Garp expertly kicked open the door to Fleet Admiral's office. Garp, you B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* the house. Sengoku roared. Garp shook his hand indifferently while flipping through the senbei that Sengoku had hidden in the drawer. After a while, maybe the Warring States period got used to it and it calmed down. Okay, you have something to say, don't be an eyesore here, and put down my senbei. Why don't I just eat a few senbei from you, what's the rush? Let me tell you, when I come back from the East Daxia Sea this time, I will bring you 2 good seedlings. Oh, tell me. Advertisement. When Sengoku heard what Garp said, he didn't care about his own senbei. They're 2 young brats, only around 20 years old. Their strength is no worse than Aokiji's when they were young. Is it that powerful? Warring States said in surprise. You must know that Aokiji is one of the 3 current generals of Marine. He is one of Marine's highest combat powers. He is a figure of great importance in the entire world. How can he be matched by just 2 people? Anyway, I brought him back. You can see for yourself if you don't know. Garp was eating senbei and said nonchalantly. When Sengoku heard this, he believed it. After all, he still trusted his old friend's vision. You must know that Aokiji served as an adjutant under Garp when he was young. Marine Headquarters Training Ground. My name is Uchiha Madara, who dares to fight me? Bogart looked at Uchiha Madara, who was so angry with his hands crossed on the training ground, speechless. Just now, after introducing the residents to the 2 of them, Madara suddenly asked where they could exercise. Without thinking much, Bogart took them to the headquarters' large training ground, a place dedicated to training at Marine Headquarters and below. Then the above scene happened. Don't try to persuade him, Bogart said to Senju Hashirama. I believe in motors. Hashirama grinned Kaido. Well, the 2 of them were not on the same channel, and Bogart suddenly regretted that he had said he would take them back to Marine. As for the Marine sergeants, seeing how arrogant the new Madara was, they couldn't help but gear up and prepare to teach the newcomer a lesson. As a result, none of these Marines, who are no higher than majors, are Madara's opponents. Who is this? It's too strong. I don't know. It should be from all over the world. His eyes are so scary, blood red. Indeed, I don't even dare to look at him. Seeing Madara's relaxed look, Marine who was watching the battle discussed in shock. What happened? Why is it so lively? At this moment, a man with long pink hair and a lady's cigarette came over. Chapter 13 New January. The person who came was none other than Tina, the colonel of the Marine Headquarters in the original novel. It's only been a few years since first graduated from Marine Elite Training Camp. Ah, it's Major Tina. It's a new Marine who is quite strong and is challenging us everywhere. Someone explained. Tina knows. Listening to their few words, Tina understood what happened. The summary is to find fault. So, Tina stepped forward with a cigarette in her mouth. Hey, new guy, Tina will fight with you. As expected, Tina, who was still a major, lost amid everyone's amazement. Tina doesn't have the title of Black Throne yet, and her strength is only at the school level. Under Madara's Sharingan, Tina has no chance of winning as all her moves are seen through. If Smoker comes, Uchiha Madara, who is not yet domineering, will not be so relaxed. Unless he defeats Smoker quickly while taking advantage of Smoker's loss of concentration, it will be difficult to win. Advertisement. As Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama took turns to challenge, all the Marines also realized the strength of these 2 newcomers. After that, the Warring States period did not arrange for the 2 of them to go to sea. After all, in the Grand Line, just being at the school level was not enough. Moreover, the 2 were new to Marine and did not have a strong sense of belonging to Marine. Sengoku decided to first send Madara and Hashirama to the Marine training camp to learn how to use hockey, so as to cultivate their good impression of Marine. In this way, Madara and Hashirama arrived at the Marine headquarters 1 step ahead of Urza. It can only be said that fate plays a trick on people. After a while, Madara and Hashirama should have no chance to obtain a large number of Baileys. This arduous task can only be completed by the number 1 clone Urza. Under the pressure of the unscrupulous host and scammer colleagues, Urza could only continue her hunting trip conscientiously. In this way, a month passed quietly. As Urza's fame continued to increase, the number of pirates in the East Daxia Sea decreased significantly. They were either caught or escaped to the Grand Line. Because of this, Urza's strength and military rank improvement have also slowed down relatively. But fortunately, Bailey is still in the account, as well as the bounty distributed internally by Marine. Yes, Marine also issues bounties for hunting pirates, but because it needs to be converted into results, the full bounty cannot be received. With excitement in her heart, Muxue skillfully opened the system mall. Current store balance, 26.1 million belly. Advertisement. A large part of it came from the friendly sponsorship of King Skater. If Madara and Hashirama hadn't just robbed a small king's treasury, it would have been difficult to collect so many Baileys in a short time with only these small pirates in the East Daxia Sea. After all, it's not every day that you encounter pirates at sea. Even if Marine's intelligence system is very powerful, it all takes time from getting the news, to issuing orders, dispatching Marine, and then rushing to the scene of the incident. Not to mention, the pirates will not just stay where they are. That is to say, Urza spends most of her time floating on the sea, so that she can collect enough Baileys to buy money in a month. Perhaps, letting Urza go to the Grand Line will also be put on the agenda. Before that, you need to improve your strength first. Without the strength of generals, it would be difficult to lead an army alone to carry out quick arrest operations. While thinking about Urza's future development direction, Muxue looked at the newly refreshed abilities. Swordsmanship, Advanced. A swordsman's skill that allows the clone to acquire swordsman-level swordsmanship skills. Price. 10 million Baileys, special discount for novices. Elemental affinity, cannot be upgraded, the clone can use the power of various elements more flexibly. When using the power of the elements, the physical strength consumed is reduced by 50%, the damage caused is increased, and the damage taken by the elements is reduced. Selling price. 3 million Bailey, special discount for newbies. Dragon Slayer Magic Fire, Elementary, one of the lost ancient magics from Fairy Tail. It is the legendary power used to fight dragons. Able to freely control fire and turn the body into flames, Dragon Slayer Mage can transform his body into a dragon's constitution, possessing fighting ability and physical strength far beyond that of ordinary people. He can quickly recover his physical strength by eating fire, and has a special mode that replaces magical power with physical strength. Transform into a dragon. In the dragon transformation state, you can greatly increase your own attributes. Price: 5 million Baileys, special discount for beginners. Strong appetite, cannot be improved. A special talent from a certain dragon clan that can greatly increase appetite and the digestive capacity of the stomach. By eating a large amount of highly nutritious food, you can quickly recover your physical strength and enhance your physique. Price: 300 won Bailey, special discount for newbies. 10,000 swords return to the clan. Elementary, a super powerful swordsmanship special attack from a certain fairy world. When released, it can pull nearby weapons and cause a large range of damage based on the user's total attributes and swordsmanship level. Price: 5 million Baileys, special discount for beginners. Not much was said, the mall was emptied, and they were all bought. Then comes the happiest moment of allocating abilities every month. Chapter 14 Ability Allocation. In summary, the first is Advanced Swordsmanship that reaches the level of Swordsman. There is no doubt that this ability must be given to Urza, the only one among the 3 clones who uses a sword. With this ability, Urza can attribute the special abilities attached to the sword to the swordsman's unique artistic conception. Similarly, for example, the Shiwa sword Bista, wielding the sword in this way brings out the artistic conception of cherry blossoms. Coupled with the elemental affinity buff, Urza can develop balanced development in various elemental attributes without any shortcomings. Even if you are a Logia fruit user, there is always an attribute that can achieve a restraining effect. Moreover, this buff not only increases the power, but also reduces physical consumption, making Urza's combat endurance longer. Finally, there is this super powerful special move, 10,000 swords returning to the sect. This ability can be said to be a gorgeous and powerful ultimate move. Combined with Urza's space magic and various enhanced weapons, it can be said to be a mobile turret. Coupled with elemental affinity to reduce physical consumption, the number of times this skill can be used can be greatly increased. Clone. Urza Shukareto level. 9, 1 free attribute point can be obtained for each level. Experience. 1,034,500 experience points can be obtained through exercise, combat, etc. Strength. C physique. C plus agility. B plus, over 100 million pirates. Spirit. D plus will. D plus attribute points. 0 abilities. Cold Weapon Grandmaster, cannot be upgraded. Equipment modification, cannot be upgraded. Kendo, advanced, space magic and dress up. Intermediate, elemental affinity, cannot be upgraded. 10,000 swords return to the sect. Elementary. Looking at Urza's luxurious panel, Muxue felt as if her daughter had grown up and become a talented person. In a month, Urza's strength increased a little, her agility gained a little more attribute points, and her spirit and will each improved by 1 level. With a B plus agility attribute and a swordsman level swordsmanship, pirates with a bounty of over 100 million should be able to easily deal with them under the Lieutenant General. Even at the Lieutenant General level, he is estimated to be able to fight under the 10,000 swordsman Gizong. Look at Madara and Hashirama again. Clone. Uchiha Madara. Advertisement level. 8 experience. 483,600 strength. D+. Physique. C agility. C spirit. A. Conquerors below advanced level are invalid. Will. D attribute points. 0 ability. Blood succession limit Sharingan 3 Magatama, advanced level. The more you fight, the braver you become. 4/6, cannot be upgraded. Clone. Senju Hashirama level. 8 experience. 333,600. Strength. C plus physique. B agility. D plus spirit. D will. D. Attribute points. 0 ability. Wood style, intermediate, strong body, cannot be improved. Madara's highest attribute has reached A, which has surpassed Urza, but it does not mean that the combat power has also surpassed it. After all, it is difficult to directly enhance the strength with mental attributes. However, Sharingan has also been upgraded to the 3 Magatama. Perhaps when the mental attribute reaches A+, Mangekyo can be successfully awakened. In addition to mental attributes, physical fitness and agility also each trigger a battle that makes you braver. Hashirama's physique was increased a little due to the improvement of wood style, and other attributes were added to strength and agility. The strength of the two of them is considered to be a rare rival among generals, and it is estimated that they will be able to lead an army to sea in a short time. Advertisement. After reading the panels of the 3 clones, Muxue thought about the arrangement of the remaining 2 abilities. Neither Madara nor Hashirama are suitable for these 2 abilities, so Muxue is preparing to create a new clone. That's right, the system level was upgraded after Muxue consumed it. The decision is yours, Spitfire. No, Natsu. The next moment, a young man with short pink hair, hanging eyes, a strong build, and a fairy tale guild tattoo on his right shoulder appeared in front of Muxue. Natsu. Clone. Atria's Natsu Dragneel Grade 1 experience, 0/100. Strength. D physique, D agile, D spirit, D will, D. Attribute points. 0 abilities. Dragon slaying magic and fire, elementary level, strong appetite, cannot be upgraded. Ding, the novice discount is about to end. After the system level reaches level 6, the prices of items in the mall will return to their original prices. Please host prepare enough Baileys in time to facilitate the purchase of goods. What's the meaning? Muxue raised her eyebrows. Ding, take the devil fruit as an example. It is basically the most common animal fruit, and the price is also 100 million belly. The abilities that appear in the mall are all top abilities from thousands of worlds. It is just for the convenience of the host during the novice period. Growth brings special benefits. Well, you're right. Although it was very uncomfortable, Muxue was not unprepared. After all, from the very beginning, the mall clearly marked the 8 characters, special offer for newbies, and the quotation was clear and honest. I just didn't expect this discount to disappear so soon, and looking at the devil fruit example in the system, it seems that the original price of future products will be in hundreds of millions. It seems that there is no need to waste time on the Sky Island gold, and we have to find a way to get it as soon as possible. Chapter 15 Natsu goes to sea. Urza finally enters the headquarters. Natsu, let me tell you that in this world, being a pirate is the most promising profession. Unfortunately, your 3 senior clones all went astray and joined the marine. The responsibility of making money can only be left to you. Don't let this happen. I'm disappointed. Muxue said earnestly to Natsu. Although the avatar is absolutely loyal and has no affection, after the character is set, it can be treated as a normal person to communicate, although there are always some unexpected situations. Don't worry, brother, leave it to me. Although Natsu didn't know what Muxue meant, he felt the hope placed in his boss and immediately promised with a smile. Listen up, Natsu. Muxue continued to give instructions. Your goal is to make money and make money. Of course, although you are a pirate, try not to attack civilians. After all, ordinary people don't have much money. It will also cause some righteous people to encircle and suppress you, and the loss outweighs the gain. As for fellow pirates, you can see a gangster one, they are all extremely rich. You work hard. When you become stronger, Big Brother will give you a more difficult task. I hope you will not disappoint my expectations. In this way, Muxue asked Naz to secretly find a lucky man in the middle of the night and borrow his fishing boat. There is no other way to go to sea here except fishing boats. In this way, the Fire Dragon pirate group was established. I don't know if the loss of a fishing boat every month will become a legend in Shimotsuki Island. Donghai, Branch 7. Urza, thanks to your efforts recently, the security of the East Daxia Sea has been completely changed. If this continues, there will probably be no pirates in the East Daxia Sea soon, and you will be free. Ronaldo said to Urza, who came to report. There are no more pirates. Urza ignored Ronaldo's emotion and just noticed that there were no pirates. Advertisement. Maybe it's time to set off for Marine headquarters, Urza mused. With her newly updated abilities, Urza was considered a strong person even in the paradise in the first half of the Grand Line. By the way, didn't I tell you about going to the headquarters before? Although you refused, I think you still have to go to the headquarters to have a future. After all, the East Daxia Sea is just a small place. Bala bala. Before I finished speaking, I suddenly remembered the voice of a phone bug. This is Marine Branch 7, please speak. My lord, Lieutenant General Doberman, please prepare Captain Urza to go to the port and take her to our headquarters. Well, I understand. Get ready to welcome the Lieutenant General. Paji. Ronaldo said to Urza, you heard it too, let's go and get ready. Originally, Ronaldo was prepared to be rejected and wanted to send Urza away. After all, Urza's progress in the East Daxia Sea would be very slow. After all, there was no strong person to fight. The result was unexpected. Urza was a little bit. He went out without saying anything. Ronaldo was immediately confused. However, Ronaldo just thought she was thinking about it and didn't hesitate. As everyone knows, Urza just happened to decide to change a place to gain experience so that she could make better money. After a while, Ronaldo, Urza, and a group of branch sailors stood at the port and watched the warships approaching. Suddenly, a figure fell from the sky, and a sword energy flew over. All Marines were immediately startled by this gesture. The next second, Urza drew out the ice sword, and then swung a blue sword energy to collide with it. Good. Advertisement. The person who came was none other than Doberman. He heard that in the East Daxia Sea, there was a recruit who could barely survive pirates and was very powerful. It just suited their hawkish style, so they were ready to give it a try. It doesn't matter if you don't try it, you'll be shocked if you try it. Unexpectedly, Urza's swordsmanship has reached the level of a swordsman, and is not even worse than her own. If she learns dual hockey and properly matches the combat power of a lieutenant general, she might have the opportunity to compete with a general in the future. Thinking of this, Kakuzu couldn't help but raise Doberman's mouth. Even the scar on his face was filled with joy, which made the sailor next to him dare not laugh even though he wanted to. Captain Urza, I didn't expect you to have such strength at such a young age. Why don't you come with me to the Marine headquarters to practice? How much money does the headquarters make? Urza didn't agree first, but asked instead. This sentence stuck for Doberman, and it was the first time he met someone who directly asked for money. The world is really big and full of wonders. Lieutenant General, Urza just. Before Ronaldo could explain, Doberman waved his hand and answered patiently. Of course, when you get to the headquarters, let alone money, you can get famous swords and devil fruits. Since Urza likes money, she will do what she likes. Who gave Urza this potential to make Doberman accommodate her? I'll go with you. Urza agreed directly. Okay. Happy. Doberman was also very satisfied when he saw this. Now the Eagle brand has a new generation of strong players who can compete with the two new freaks from the Dove faction. Chapter 16. The Fire Dragon comes out and everyone moves. The first half of the Grand Line, Devil's Town. Boom. A young man with a strong build and a tattoo on his right shoulder slowly retracted his arm. Despite this, there was still an astonishing sense of oppression permeating the body. He looked at the unconscious pirate in front of him with an expressionless expression, and then sprayed out a thick pillar of fire from his mouth, knocking down several walls with the pirate. When the flames dissipated, the air was still filled with high temperature. This shows how powerful it is. The whole place was silent. As this extremely powerful flame appeared, everyone present knew the true identity of this bright-looking young man. Fire Dragon. Natsu. Starting from the East Daxia Sea, it took only 10 days to get a reward worth tens of millions of dollars, which shocked the East Daxia Sea. Then, it only took 2 weeks to make his name resounding throughout the Great Sea Route. Now he is a supernova with a bounty of 100 million belly. Unlike other pirates, the first thought of other pirates when seeing Marine is to evacuate. But Natsu, the newcomer, is different. No matter who dares to challenge, Natsu will take it all. Since his debut, countless pirates, bounty hunters and Marines have died at his hands. It seems that for him, there is no such thing as showing mercy and being patient. It is precisely because of this that the name of the Fire Dragon has resounded throughout the Grand Line so quickly. After all, pirates emerge endlessly in this world, but those who dare to kill Marine are very few in the entire world. Rumor has it that this supernova has been lingering on the islands near Upside Down Mountain. Therefore, it attracted many pirate hunters who wanted Natsu's high bounty, pirates who wanted to take advantage of Natsu's reputation, and Marines who wanted to capture Natsu. It's such a dangerous situation. Natsu, who had been targeted by countless people, already dared to show his face in the first half of the Grand Route, and started fighting without restraint. Moreover, the first move was to kill Cisco, the big pirate with a bounty of 75 million Baileys, without mercy. Advertisement. You know, this is not the evil generation, where 11 supernovas, including Luffy, will go to sea together and gather on the Grand Line 10 years later. In today's sea, although a generation of great pirates has been launched, there are still only a few newcomers in this sea who can reward hundreds of millions of belly all year round. They can be checked with one hand. No matter which sea area it is, mainly, the appearance of a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million is a big event that shocked the sea, and even qualified for a Shichabukai. You know, Empress, Boya Hancock, who just turned 18 last year, has only offered a reward of 80 million, and has already been appointed 7 warlords of the sea. One can imagine how much attention Natsu, who has made such a big name in a short period of time, has attracted. How amazing it is. Even Cisco, who was instantly killed by Natsu, was an equally astonishing existence. However, such a terrifying existence could not survive a single round in Natsu's hands. This shows that Natsu is not only famous, but also his strength cannot be underestimated. As this a big pirate with a strength of over 100 million. It's too scary. Those who witnessed all this realized the concept of a bounty of over 100 million. Everyone looked at Natsu in fear, fearing that they would follow in Cisco's footsteps. Fortunately, Natsu ignored the frightened people, patted the dust on his scarf, got up and left. Living up to the name of Fire Dragon, even if Natsu left, the environment there was still hot. The second half of the Grand Line, New World, Moby DK. Dad, look, there is an interesting newcomer this year. A young man with a pineapple head said. The dad, who was sitting in his seat and drinking heavily, heard his son's words and took the newspaper. Kulala, he is indeed an interesting little guy. Oh, Dad wants to take in his son again. Dad didn't reply, he just raised the big wine bottle and started drinking. Advertisement. Wano Country. Gu Dong Ji Yu Dong. An extremely tall and burly man was drinking heavily from a wine gourd with the word Tien printed on it in his hand. He has black hair shawl, a pair of long horns, a beard as long as a dragon's beard on his mouth, and a dragon scale tattoo on his left arm. The upper body is naked, within the devil is alive. Next to it lay a mace. Boss, this year's newcomer is one named Fire Dragon. What kind of phantom beast? Go find him. Oh. IWC. Mom, look, someone new is famous again. A man holding a cane-shaped lollipop said while looking at the tall woman enjoying the dessert in front of him. If he can come to New World, you can invite him to Mom's tea party. Captain, there is an interesting new person in New World. The man said to a man with a well-proportioned figure, red hair, 3 scars on his left eye, wearing a long black cloak, brown cropped pants with patterns, and flip-flops at his feet. Oh, nowadays, the newlyweds are getting more and more powerful. Let's have a party, little ones. The man with a ponytail and a cigarette in his mouth said, the sea is getting really messy. Captain, are you really optimistic about that kid named Luffy? I believe in Luffy. If it's him, it will definitely be possible. Speaking of Luffy, the man said firmly while touching his empty left sleeve. Chapter 17 Urza vs. Natsu. Tokai, Shimotsuki Village. Brother Muxue, look at today's newspaper. There is a big pirate in the East Daxia Sea with a bounty of over 100 million. Tell me, is it because Captain Erza just left that these pirates took advantage of the situation to cause trouble? Kuina said to Muxue while holding the newspaper. Muxue took the newspaper, put her index and middle fingers together, tapped Kuina's forehead, and then replied meaningfully. Maybe. Clone. Atria's Natsu Dragneel. Level. 8. Experience. 1,853,600. Strength. C. Physique. B. Agility. C. Spirit. D+. Will. D+. Attribute points. 0. Ability. Dragon Slaying Magic Fire, intermediate level, strong appetite cannot be upgraded. It only took more than 20 days for Natsu's attributes to be almost the same as Urza's. I didn't expect the dragon slaying magic to be so powerful. Just one level upgrade increased all attributes by 1 level, plus the strong after adding 2 points of physical strength to appetite, and using the ultimate move of dragon transformation, basically no one under the general can keep Natsu. I don't know what the situation is like on Urza's side and whether the plan can be completed. Since Natsu is a supernova from the East Daxia Sea, wouldn't it be reasonable to let Urza, who was famous from the East Daxia Sea, capture Natsu? Advertisement. Maybe we can create a situation where Garp and Roger can achieve each other's success, and then create a marine hero. ... On the other side, the first half of the Grand Line. Boom. The collision of flames and frost turned into mist and flew away. Urza and Natsu, two clones who had never met before, started to exchange friendly greetings as soon as they met. Natsu's fire dragon slaying magic, Urza's swordmaster level swordsmanship and weapons with various elemental powers collided with each other. The scene can be said to be quite terrifying. The aftermath of the battle made it impossible for the surrounding marines to participate. The roar of the fire dragon. Natsu roared, then his chest suddenly bulged, and a thick pillar of fire shot out from his mouth, quickly shooting towards Urza. Urza, who was attacking with a knife, saw this, but as if she had expected it, she suddenly swung the knife forward, and an icy blue sword energy collided with the flames. Then she quickly switched to the electric knife, and the activated current spread throughout her body. Urza accelerated suddenly and quickly ejected towards Natsu. The hook of the fire dragon. Natsu also reacted quickly. Boom. A huge collision sounded in Devil's Town. Although the battle situation seemed alarming, in fact, neither of them had used their trump card yet. Urza had just learned the 10,000 swords return to the sect, and Natsu's special state of dragon transformation had not yet been revealed. It's over. Fire Dragon Natsu, let's capture him without mercy. The next moment, Urza held the knife horizontally with both hands, pointing it at Natsu. 10,000 swords returned to the clan. In the meantime, all the weapons on marines and pirates floated up and gathered behind Urza. The scene was truly shocking. Advertisement. Just when everyone thought Natsu was finished. Transform into a dragon, fire dragon form. In an instant, Natsu's body burst into flames. With a lifetime of roaring, a giant western dragon about 5 meters in size flew out of the flames. It was neatly reddish in color and looked very frightening. Is this a phantom beast devil fruit? Marines and pirates who were watching the battle were all shocked. No wonder this new pirate called himself a fire dragon. It turned out that he really ate a devil fruit in the form of a fire dragon, an animal-type fantasy beast. Obviously, everyone present did not know the legendary dragon-slaying magic at all, and they all thought it was the power of the devil fruit. After all, how could they know about the power of another world? Marine, let's fight again next time. After Natsu transforms into a dragon, there is no guarantee that he will be able to welcome Urza's 10,000 swords back to the clan. In addition, it has been a while since he showed up. If marine support arrives soon, it will be really over. The encounter between them was just a play played by Muxue. Who would lose and who would win has already been determined, but once outsiders intervene, it's hard to say. After all, in the final analysis, their strength is only at the level of a reluctant lieutenant general, and they are not yet ready to do whatever they want. Hateful. Seeing Natsu fly away, Urza yelled angrily and stopped moving. Marine next to him saw this and comforted him. Major, I don't blame you, no one thought that this guy could fly. Urza didn't answer, she just looked quietly at the direction Natsu flew away, no one knew what she was thinking. Shimotsuki Village. Perfect. It seems that as the level increases, the intelligence of the clone becomes higher and higher. Although Muxue only saw the information on the panel, she could still imagine that the initial meeting between Natsu and Urza should be a success. Chapter 18 The New Warden. Malinfando, Fleet Admiral Office. Bump. With a loud bang, the office door was smashed into pieces. A purple-haired man walked in angrily. Warring states, do you know how hateful those 2 bastards you sent are? The person coming is none other than Marine Training Department instructor, former General, Black Arm, Zephyr. Calm down, come and have a cup of tea. Warring states looked at the furious Zephyr and ignored the broken door, but calmly comforted Zephyr. After all, this is not the first time that the door of Fleet Admiral's office has been broken into pieces, and it will be reimbursed at public expense later. What happened? What did those 2 bastards do again? I told you, don't get angry with them, they are just not calm enough. Zephyr, who took the teacup, was about to sit down, but when he heard Warring State's words, he stood up suddenly. You told me it was only a little. It's been less than a month since we were sent here. These two bastards are challenging everyone in the training camp every day, leaving all the students covered with bruises. The infirmary is full every day, and now the training plan can't go on at all. The key is that they are still challenging in the fighting arena as usual. I can't say anything. He is simply more irritating than that kid from Porcelino back then. The more Zephyr talked, the angrier he became. He drank the tea and tea leaves in one gulp, along with the soup and water. Okay, I know you are in a hurry, but don't be impatient. What do you think this is? Warring States handed Zephyr a piece of paper. After Zephyr took the fruit, he took a closer look and saw that it was actually a transfer order. That's right, this is their transfer order to Impel City. Warring States nodded to indicate that Zephyr had read correctly. The two of them really need to temper their temperaments. It just so happens that Shangcheng needs some military assistance. If they are transferred there, they will be ready to graduate and it can be counted as their graduation exam. Advertisement. That's right, at Marines recruiting camp. After 3 years of training, in the graduation assessment, they are usually assigned to various Marine branches for some practical training. The strength of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama has reached the level of ordinary generals, which can be said to far exceed the members of the Marine training camp of the same session. So Warring States decided to let them graduate early. The graduation assessment takes into account their own personalities, and Impel Down City really needs some military assistance. Just transferring them there not only helps colleagues relieve pressure, but also allows Zephyr to train other members with peace of mind. Kill two birds with one stone. It is regarded as the task of their graduation assessment. After a year or two, their qualifications will be sufficient. They can be transferred back and given the title of colonel or even brigadier general. It can be said that the Warring States period was very painstaking. You should know that the military ranks of members from the General Marine Training Camp are generally at the lieutenant level, and only a handful of them have achieved the rank of major. For example, Smoker and Tina are both the best sailors in their class, but their titles after graduation are majors. So far, there are only 3 people who can receive the title of colonel or even brigadier general after graduation. They are the current 3 generals Akainu, Kizaru and Aokiji. It can be seen from this that Sengoku's expectations for Madara and Hashirama are quite high. Basically, the training goal is to be a candidate general, or even a general. Warring States period. No wonder Fleet Admiral Kong chose you to be Fleet Admiral back then. You are indeed worthy of the name of a wise general. In this way, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama came to Impelton City Impelton under a transfer order. Welcome. I am Hannibal, the deputy director of Impel Down. Of course, my ultimate dream is to become the director. Oops, I accidentally spoke my mind. A big fat man who looked like a combination of an evil spirit and a pharaoh, with devil wings on his back and holding a trident said. Looking at the person in front of me who seems to be talking about stand-up comedy. Uchiha Madara just nodded lightly. Senju Hashirama responded with a smile. Advertisement. You will definitely become the director. The big fat man is Hannibal. After hearing Senju Hashirama's words, he was moved to tears and stepped forward to hug him. Don't worry, just based on your words, I will protect you from now on when we push into the city. As he spoke, Hannibal patted his chest hard. Come on, I'll take you to see the director. From now on, you will be our new guards. When they arrived at Magellan's office, Magellan had not waited to speak. Suddenly, he covered his butt and before he could say anything, he handed Madara and Hashirama a piece of paper and ran into the toilet. Hannibal explained. The director is a Paramecia poison fruit user. He spends 24 hours a day, 12 of them squatting in the toilet. So, if you have any questions, you can come to me. The place you will be responsible for guarding from now on is the 3rd floor, Starvation Hell. Of course, if you want to take a look at other floors, you can. Madara nodded after hearing this and asked. Can I attack criminals at will? One sentence immediately stuck Hannibal. Well, it's okay, as long as it's not too much. The last warden, Shiryu Rain, was imprisoned for randomly killing criminals in the prison. After getting a satisfactory answer, Ben nodded. In this way, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama found a new leveling point. Shimotsuki Village. Ding, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are appointed as Impel caretakers. Muxue. Chapter the 19th of June. The battle between Urza and Natsu ended. The identities of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama have been transferred. June will come soon. Muxue couldn't wait to open the system mall. Spirit Pill. From seeking immortality, it is a pill that enhances the intensity of spiritual consciousness. After being taken by the clone, it can enhance the spiritual level of the clone. Price. 5 million Baileys, special discount for novices. Sage Body Elementary, from the Hokage Ninja, it is said to be a special physique passed down by the sage, which can give the clone a strong vitality, and the physical strength can be restored quickly. Price. 5 million Baileys, special discount for novices. Crushing Magic. Comes from Fairy Tail, a super advanced destructive magic that can instantly shatter the connections between atoms of the material it comes into contact with. If used on a living creature, the effect will be based on the user's intention, and it can turn the opponent into dust on the spot. Or turn into thousands of little clones, and use physical strength instead of magic power through system modification. Price: 10 million Baileys, special discount for novices. Master of physical skills. A clone with this talent will practice physical skills. When tempering the body, it will make rapid progress, become as powerful as a virgin, and possess incredible talents cannot be improved, and can be replaced by the advanced ability of Master of Physical Skills. Price: 15 million Bailey, special discount for newbies. Conqueror's Haki Seed. From One Piece, it is said that a special kind of haki can only appear in millions of people. It is said that every conqueror's owner has the qualifications to become a king, and can intimidate the enemy through his own spirit. Stuns those who are much weaker than you. You can increase the strength of Conqueror's Haki according to the strength of the clone's opponent. Price: 10 million Baileys, special discount for beginners. Ability advancement. You can advance an ability of the clone. Price: 20 million Baileys, special discount for novices. Looking at the gorgeous products in the mall, Muxue shed tears. Each of these 6 abilities is very powerful, especially the last one, ability advancement. This is a super powerful ability that can unconditionally improve any skill of the clone by 1 level. Whether it's Madara's Sharingan upgraded to the legendary Samsara Eye, or Natsu's Flame Dragon form upgraded to the powerful Black Flame Dragon form, everything is put to good use. In addition, Hashirama's Wood Style and Urza's Kendo, no matter which one is advanced, can bring about earth-shaking changes. However, Muxue thought about it and found that the changes in the clone's abilities after advancement are not as good as the newly refreshed ability in the mall, Teishu Master. This ability, which sells for up to 15 million Baileys, even exceeds the powerful abilities of Crushing Magic and Dragon Slaying Magic in terms of price. It can be seen how high the potential of this ability is. In addition, there is an upper-level ability in the remarks, Taijutsu Master. Obviously, the reason why this ability, which cannot directly increase the combat power of the avatar, has a very high price is because of its potential. Maybe this ability alone can create a 4 emperors, and coupled with the most advanced crushing magic, it can even make the clones compare to the legendary 3 kings. Advertisement. So Muxue decided to put all the last 4 abilities on the new clone, making him the strongest combat power that he can freely mobilize. Unfortunately, I have a limited balance and cannot purchase all of them. Every time at this time, Muxue wants to complain about Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. If these 2 people hadn't lost their chains and failed to become pirates. Bailey doesn't have to worry about this now. Fortunately, Naz lived up to expectations and finally had a way to make money quickly. Just wait for Naz to arrive on Gaia Island and find Wendlan Kulik. Ask him to provide the locations of upwelling currents. You can collect all the gold on the empty island. Even if you can't find all the gold, just a part of it is enough to complete the next skill purchase. After all, it is a golden city, and it is not easy to have tens of billions of Baileys. As for Thor Enel, don't worry. According to what Muxue knew in her previous life, Enel captured Sky Island in 1514. In other words, there are still 4 years to go. He may not have eaten this thundering fruit yet, or he may have just eaten it, but he hasn't had time to exercise, so there is nothing to be afraid of. As for going specifically to look for the thunder fruit, that's not a mistake. If you have the hard work and earn more Baileys, you will have everything you need. Seeing that he only had 25 million Baileys, he could only buy the soul pill and the immortal body first. As for the next 4, he had saved enough money and bought them in one go. Load the soul pill and immortal body into Madara and Hashirama respectively. Clone. Uchiha Madara. Level 8. Advertisement. Experience. 3,483,600. Strength. C. Physique. C. Agility. C. Spirit. A conquerors below advanced level are invalid. Will. D+. Attribute points. 0. Abilities. Blood succession limit Sharingan Mangekyo, top level, the more you fight, the braver you become, 6/6 cannot be upgraded, soul pill already used. After a month, Madara's physique, strength, agility and will have each improved a little. Strength and will are naturally improved in battles, while physique and agility become more and more courageous with each battle. So far, all 6 attribute points have taken effect. And the highest spiritual attribute has also come to A. So far Uchiha's strongest Mangekyo Sharingan has also appeared in the pirate world. Soon, Master Madara had the whole world dancing together. Clone. Senju Hashirama. Level 8. Experience. 3,300, 3,600. Strength. C+. Physique. B+. Agility. C. Spirit. D+. Will. D+. Attribute points. 0. Abilities. Wood style intermediate, physical strength cannot be improved, immortal body elementary. Senju Hashirama's physique has also increased a little with the addition of the immortal body. As for his spirit, will and agility, they have grown naturally after a month of training. Chapter 22 Lottery Draws. Impel Down City, 3rd level, Starvation Hell. The 3 Magatama in Uchiha Madara's Sharingan suddenly rotated, stretched, and finally joined together to become the straight Magatama Mangekyo. Madara, your eyes. Well, it was the power given by the Lord that finally unlocked Sharingan's true power. It can be said that just by virtue of Mangekyo Sharingan's general ability, Susanoo, he already has the ability to fight against generals without losing. Unfortunately, it is not an eternal Mangekyo and does not last long enough to be used. But even so, in terms of explosive ability, Uchiha Madara is already the number one among all Muxue's clones. The difference between high-level ability and top-level ability is as big as heaven and earth. Especially Sharingan's ability to change qualitatively. The only thing that makes Muxue unhappy is that Madara is currently working in Impel Down City and cannot be called at any time. However, at critical moments, you can also take time off to come to the rescue. The other side. Muxue looked at the panel prompts and got another chance to draw a lottery. Then I remembered that the number of draws has been accumulated twice. Now that I've seen it, I won't say much and just start pumping. Ding, congratulations to host for getting the skill card, Ability Synchronization. Ding, Ability Synchronization. Specify an ability of the clone, the host can share this ability, and simultaneously obtain the clone's development effect on this ability. Ding, congratulations to host for getting the permanent card, Teleportation. Ding, Teleportation. You can teleport any clone to the place where any clone has been. The cooldown is 24 hours. Advertisement. Okay. Very good. Muxue looked at the drawn skill card and nodded with satisfaction. The first is this ability synchronization card. After the fifth clone is created, as long as the physical master is synchronized, even the time for body training can be saved. You can have more time to plan for the future. As for this teleportation card, it can only be said that it has extraordinary strategic significance. You can teleport anywhere you go. When the time comes, it would be great to go to Mariehoya to grab a wave of draconian vaults, and then teleport directly. Or, while their high-end combat power is not available, directly teleport them over. In short, it has many uses and great strategic significance. Grand Line, Gaia Island. Are you sure there will be rising currents tomorrow? Natsu asked the man in front of him. Yes, it is. The man who spoke was none other than Kulik. He didn't expect that the supernova in front of him, with a bounty of over 100 million, would catch him just to find the upwelling current. Fortunately, I have done some research, otherwise I would have to explain it here. Okay, if there isn't any tomorrow, you can go feed the fish. Kulik looked at the sunny boy in front of him with a smile on his face and said such cold words, and he shuddered for a moment. The Grand Line. Boom. Advertisement. The great pirate, Cheetah, Makalyan, who had a bounty of 153 million, was forced back with a sword by a red-haired female marine wearing light armor. Damn marine. Makalyan, a lucky man who ate the cat fruit cheetah species, gathered a group of pirates and started burning, killing and looting unscrupulously, and had just looted a small country. He was planning to take the treasure to go for fun, but he bumped into Erza who was coming. Your journey ends here, pirate. Erza remained unmoved and raised the cold sword in her hand. One sword style, ice slash. Makoxline in the cat-man form did not dare to be careless and quickly blocked it with his sharp claws. It's a pity that Urza, who has elemental affinity, releases extremely powerful cold energy. Within a few rounds, Makalyan's hands were frozen and unable to move. In addition, Urza's swordsmanship has reached the level of a swordsman. Makalyan can be said to have no chance of winning. Pirates, let's hit the road. One sword style, moon flash. In the meantime, Urza used a straight line assault to instantly kill Makoxline. Hateful. As the sword light flashed, Makalyan added another record to Urza's list of achievements. Oh, Urza is still capable. It's only been a few days, and so many Baileys have been added. Muxue, who was teasing Xiaobai, looked at the sudden appearance of a large amount of Bailey on the system panel and exclaimed. System Mall, Bailey balance, 130 million. Come out, 5th clone. Chapter 21 Gildarts Clevy. Come out, 5th clone, Gildarts Clevy. As the light flashed, a man with an orange back hair, a strong build, wearing a dark vest, a wide belt around his waist, dark blue trousers, and brown boots appeared in the magic circle. Gildarts. In fairy tale, there is a well-deserved ceiling of human magisters. Although in the original work, his left hand and left foot were prosthetic, but since he could pinch anyone at will, Muxue naturally made him into the most perfect state. Although Gildarts' height does not reach the average height of 3 meters among the 3 marine generals, it does not affect his ability to reach or even exceed the level of generals in the future. You know, Marine Hero Garp, One Piece Roger, Pluton Rayleigh, Golden Lion Shiki, etc. are all less than 3 meters tall. Do you think they are not strong? If any one of them is singled out, it will not be a problem to beat any of the 3 generals. What's more, now you have the physical skill master talent that has been completed through skill advancement, plus super advanced crushing magic. You can learn Conqueror's Entanglement later, and you will be invincible in close combat. Hey, are you my master? Came a lazy voice. Muxue's head was full of black lines, but it didn't matter. It was simulated by the clone anyway, and it didn't affect the battle. Gildarts, I leave the strongest ability in my hands to you, don't let me down. Later, Muxue bought all the remaining 4 skills in the product and loaded them for him. The ability advancement is used on the physical arts master. At the same time, the ability synchronization card was also used on Gildarts' physical master. Instantly, a warm current appeared in Muxue's body. Apart from the fact that the warm current passed by and made Muxue feel comfortable, it had no great effect. That's right, after all, Muxue's talent is already world-class. The reason for synchronizing with Gildarts, physical master, is to give Bai Nvpao the most advanced ability and to reduce the time for him to train his body. Master of Taijutsu. You are the master of Taijutsu. You are born with mastery of various fighting skills. A clone with this talent will make great strides in practicing taijutsu and tempering his body. He will be as strong as a virgin, have no bottlenecks, possess incredible talents, and even with each breath, the body will be quenched, improving the strength of the body, mind and will. Any physical skills will be rapidly improved, and there is no upper limit. The highest level ability cannot be upgraded. Close black lens bracket. Looking at this extremely powerful introduction, Muxue firmly believed that Gildarts would be able to become the strongest combat force in his hands. The physical master is equipped with crushing magic. Basically, it can be seen as a combination of Whitebeard and Garp. Advertisement. Even though he was born only a short time ago, with the super learning ability given by the master of physical arts, he should be able to capture even the two-color domineering force at his fingertips. The strength of the physical arts master was far beyond Muxue's expectations. In less than a day from the time of summoning to going to sea, Gildarts' attributes had all been improved by one level. Shanks left, Gildarts right. Doppelganger. Gildarts Clevy. Grade 1. Experience. 0/100. Strength. D+. Physique. D+. Agility. D+. Spirit. D+. Will. D+. Attribute points. 0. Abilities. Taijutsu Master, highest level ability, cannot be upgraded. Crushing Magic, Conqueror's Hockey Seed, to be activated. Ability advancement already used. This chain quenching effect is too significant. If Gildarts takes the initiative to train, I don't know how much it can be improved. Muxue began to look forward to it. The East Daxia Sea is making waves again. After the talented marine star Erza, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, and the pirate supernova, Fire Dragon, Natsu, another extremely talented person has emerged from this small place in the East Daxia Sea. Red hair, powerful physical skills, weird means. Advertisement. In just a few days, he single-handedly turned the marine branch in Rogue Town, East Daxia Sea, upside down. Crushed residue was everywhere. Anything that dared to stand in front of this man was completely shattered. When nearly half of Rogue Town was destroyed, everyone was shocked by this monster with red hair, white beard, abilities, and Garp physique. No one dared to stop him, no one could stop him. Gildarts entered the Grand Line smoothly. On June 7, 1510, the Grand Line Branch, Captain Gilman of the Grand Line Branch was furious after learning the news about Rogue Town. He led 3 warships overnight to intercept Kildas at the entrance to the Grand Line. As a result, the entire army was wiped out. Not only did Colonel Gilman die heroically, but even 3 warships were smashed into pieces. For a time, the name of Red Destroyer, Gildas shocked the sea. Malinfando, Fleet Admiral Office. What's going on in the East Daxia Sea this year? Why are monsters starting to appear in groups? Fleet Admiral Sengoku looked at the latest information about Gildarts and muttered to himself doubtfully. You know, the East Daxia Sea has always been the bottom sea area. Not to mention compared with the Great Sea Route, it is also the absolute weakest sea area among the 4 seas. Even Garp feels a little unfamiliar with the recent East Daxia Sea. You know, even 10 years later in 1520, 10 million pirates would still be at the hegemon level in the East Daxia Sea. It's just gang fights and petty quarrels. Who would have known that in less than 3 months, 2 rising pirate stars would emerge worth over 100 million yuan? Garp was also puzzled. He obviously sneaked home every year and wiped out many pirates, so why did so many monsters appear this year? Especially this new guy, Gildarts. According to the intelligence agency, his combat skills are so high that they are unheard of. Chapter 22 The current situation of the clone. In fact, it's not just Sengoku and Garp who feel this way. Throughout the world, whether it's Marines, pirates, or other countries, the words that have been seen most in the news recently are, from the East Daxia Sea. Urza, the swordsman from the East Daxia Sea. Supernova Natsu from the East Daxia Sea. Now there is Gildarts, the Red Destroyer, from the East Daxia Sea. That is to say, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were taken away directly by Garp and did not have time to become famous. Otherwise, there would be 2 more people from Tokai who are famous as super rookies this year. If this continues, Muxue may be able to successfully remove the title of the weakest sea in the East Daxia Sea on her own. New World, Red 4th. Captain, just a few months after we left the East Daxia Sea, so many terrifying newcomers have appeared. Yes, there is also a red-haired newcomer known as the Red Destroyer. Is he a relative of yours, Captain? A lot of people gathered around, drinking and joking. Ha, is it true? When he gets to New World, I must test his drinking capacity. Shanks wasn't annoyed, he just laughed and responded to his companions. After all, there are new pirates every year, and there are quite a few famous ones. The only thing worth talking about is that this year's new stars are all from the weakest sea. This is what attracts people's attention. Advertisement. Just when the world was talking about Kildas. On the other side, Sky Island. What should have been a snow-white island is now covered with burnt marks. The once prosperous town is now full of dilapidated and damaged buildings, as well as scattered sky warriors who don't know whether they are alive or dead. The god-gone fool, who was wearing armor and riding a Pegasus, fell to his knees weakly and shouted with a look of confusion on his face. Why, people from Shanghai, what are you going to do? Hand over the gold or die. Natsu shouted looking at the old man in front of him. With Natsu's unremitting efforts, he successfully caught the rising tide and arrived at the empty island. Unfortunately, the Sky Islanders were not very friendly towards the Qinghai people. Finally, with Natsu's efforts, he defeated thousands of Sky Island warriors. After a week, we finally got the specific location of Golden Island. The Sky Islanders didn't know that they not only lost gold, but also contributed to Natsu's level improvement. It can be said that the obstruction was not only unsuccessful, but actually made Natsu successful. The level was successfully raised to level 10, and the strength and constitution were increased by a little, reaching C+ and B+. He left the empty island with the top quality storage shells he successfully captured and the golden clock. As long as you successfully find a buyer, even if you can only realize part of it, it should be enough to purchase the next product. After all, the level at which the product returns to its original price is level 6, and there is still enough time to realize it. While Muxue sighed at Natsu's strong execution ability, she opened the system log and prepared to see the recent movements of the clones. Urza is chasing a pirate named Moreno, in Alabasta. The bounty is not high, only 80 million belly, but this guy is very cunning. He never stays in one place for a long time and wanders around, causing Urza to be missed several times, but if she caught him, Urza would cut him into pieces to relieve her anger. Advertisement. After catching this pirate, Urza will have time to fight with Natsu. There is nothing more interesting than acting to fool the world. If there is, it must be something that Makyuki can't do at this age. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are on the 5th floor of freezing hell, working hard to beat the prisoners. This level is the best place to gain experience due to the extreme cold, lack of physical supplies, and the weakness of the prisoners. Natsu said that he is looking for a buyer, but such a large amount of gold is not affordable for ordinary people. The progress is still slow and he has to wait slowly. Look again, Gildarts. Gildarts is fighting Silba's Rayleigh. Gildarts is defeated. Rayleigh is teaching Gildarts domineering techniques. Gildarts has learned 3-color hockey. Rayleigh was stunned and then invited Gildarts to have a drink with her. Muxue was also shocked. Similarity Islands. A magical bubble island composed of archy mangroves. Pluton. Rayleigh pushed up his reading glasses and looked at the rookie pirate with amazing physical talent in front of him. He took 2 swigs of wine. Then he wiped his mouth and said, "Are you the person who has turned the grand line upside down recently? Your name is Gildarts, right? Your physical talent is not far behind that old guy Garp, and your crushing ability it's a bit like Newgate. He's really a weirdo, but you can't mess around in the Similarity Islands. If you lure Marine here, my retirement life will be in trouble." Quote. See if you don't know how to use it domineeringly. Give me some face and stop messing around on Island 13. As compensation, I can teach you how to be domineering. Chapter 23 Explosive Improvement. Gildarts lost to Rayleigh. Muxue was not surprised at all. Maybe Gildarts had unlimited potential, but in the final analysis he was just a newbie who was less than a month old. Although Rayleigh has retired for a long time, you must know that even 10 years later, Kizaru will still be ready to face Rayleigh. It is conceivable that for the legendary Pluton Rayleigh, Gildarts is just a little baby. Therefore, it is normal that Gildarts has no power to fight back in the hands of Rayleigh. What attracted Muxue's attention was that after Rayleigh defeated Gildarts, he actually taught Gildarts domineering regardless of his previous grudges and even invited Gildarts to drink together. You know, Rayleigh is a ruthless person who sells himself to the auction house just for drinking. This shows how addicted to alcohol he is. Now, he actually invited Gildarts to drink together, which shows how much Rayleigh thinks of him. It may also be because I saw many old friends in Gildarts, and I couldn't help but want to support him. It can be considered as a way to find some fun in my ordinary retirement life. After all, after leaving the Roger Pirates, Rayleigh has been friends with his old sweetheart Shaki, living in seclusion on the Similarity Islands and working as a coder. Now, when I see a new person with potential appear and help him, I can help the captain fulfill some of his last wishes. However, Gildarts is indeed growing up very quickly. Doppelganger. Gildarts Clevy. Level 10. Experience 1,135,500. Strength B+. Physique B+. Advertisement. Agility B+. Spirit B+. Will B. Attribute points 0. Abilities. Taijutsu Master, highest level ability, cannot be upgraded, Crushing Magic, Conqueror's Hockey, Intermediate, Ability Advancement used, Armed Hockey, Elementary, Wisdom Hockey, Elementary. Even if you don't look at this luxurious skill panel, the level of physical attributes alone far exceeds that of Natsu, who was born a month before him. Even Erza and Uchiha Madara, the 2 top combat powers, cannot compare to Gildarts in terms of attribute strength alone, let alone Senju Hashirama. This shows the power of the most advanced ability of the Taijutsu Master. Not only does it have a comprehensive and balanced development of attributes, but it is also amazingly fast for learning some skills that rely on the body. In one of Rayleigh's tutorial battles, the primary armed color Haki and the primary seeing color Haki were directly awakened, and Conqueror's Haki was directly activated from the seed state, surpassing the primary level and reaching the intermediate level. You must know that the most direct factor affecting the strength of domineering energy is the user's overall physical fitness. As for Gildarts, who is a master of physical arts, his talent in body tempering can be said to be unique. Relying on his strong physical fitness to promote the growth of domineering power in his body, Gildarts will soon have monster-like domineering power. Now, with his balanced attributes, Gildarts is enough to compete with the powerful sea warriors whose bounty is around 300 to 400 million belly. If you add the three-color domineering force and crushing magic, no one should be able to defeat him under the general. Even if the general attacks, the worst he can do is jump into the sea. Gildarts is not a devil fruit user anyway. Muxue was very happy to see the clone that had grown up and was able to use its own abilities. He casually picked up Xiaobai, who was still sleeping, and rubbed the dog's head vigorously with his confused and sad eyes. Happiness is to be shared with others. Advertisement. Great line, Magic Valley Town. In the original novel, Paramesha is a town occupied by Bellamy the hyena. At this moment, this bustling pirate town where money was being spent like water became extremely quiet. All the pirates, gangsters and even pirate hunters who stayed again looked at the figure carrying the huge golden bell with eyes full of greed and fear. The greedy thing is that this huge bell is made of pure gold. Even if it is sold to a gold bank at the price of gold, it can still make tens of billions of belly. What is frightening is this upright and unobstructed figure. Yes, this person is Natsu who came back from Sky Island, because after the battle with Urza, the bounty was increased to 230 million. Because the buyers we were looking for before either didn't have enough belly or were ready to take advantage of others. As a result, there was a man selling large amounts of gold everywhere, and this matter spread throughout Gaia Island like it had wings. Simply, Natsu stopped covering up and carried this golden clock everywhere he went. On the one hand, it is to find buyers, on the other hand, it is also for fishing, so that you can not only gain Bailey harvest, but also gain experience. Kill two birds with one stone. It's a pity that even when Natsu carried the gleaming golden clock from the east end of the town to the west end of the town, no one dared to take action. It seems that many people have already heard about Natsu's previous fishing and gangsterism. There was no other way, Natsu was going to try somewhere else. At this time, hey, little brother, a frivolous voice came from above Natsu's head. Natsu followed the voice and looked up. A blond man wearing sunglasses, a pink feather coat, cropped pants and pointed shoes was standing on the roof. Before Natsu could ask, the man continued, "Is that the golden clock in the legendary golden city of Sandora? It seems that you have already been to the legendary Sky Island. Jojo Fu. Chapter 24 2 billion Baileys, portable storage space. Ding, Natsu sacrifices money, you get Bailey 2 billion. Muxue was stunned for a moment when she heard the system prompt sound. Why did such a large sum of money suddenly come into the account? No, the gold was sold at a low price, right? Muxue quickly opened the system panel and contacted Naz. If anyone really dared to take food from his hands, even if it was a bullshit Tianlong, he would have his head screwed. Natsu simply explained what happened after the system prompt sounded. It turns out that the amount of gold is too huge and it is difficult to find a buyer. Today I happened to meet Don Quixote Doflamingo who came to the Grand Line. After some friendly exploration and exchanges, Doflamingo bought all the gold brought by Naz, including the golden clock, for a price of up to 30 billion belly. However, due to limited liquidity, we can only pay a small part of the deposit first, which is the 2 billion belly that has just been credited to the book. The rest will be paid off over the next year. And in order to increase the credibility of his words, Doflamingo also gave him his life card. For the famous underground emperor, the clown, this amount of money is not enough to default on his debt. After all, he is a person who can plan a country in the future. It is impossible for him to offend a supernova with full potential and the potential to join the Four Emperors pirate group for such a small profit. Taking a step back, if Doflamingo really dares to take advantage of others, the worst he can do is be killed by Gildas in a few months. Although he can't make many moves under Pluton Rayleigh, Gildarts is quite powerful compared to Doflamingo. Advertisement. After all, the current Doflamingo is not the powerful Shichabukai he will be 10 years later, and his strength is at most about a lieutenant general. Judging from the current strength of Muxue's clones, it may take a little effort to deal with the general, but it is more than enough to destroy Lieutenant General Doflamingo. 30 billion, a total of 30 billion, if it were placed in front of you, it would not be piled up into a small mountain. With this money, I am afraid that after the special discounts in the novice period are over, I can also buy products at will. The next step is to wait for the new month to arrive. Time flies, in the blink of an eye, July is here. System, open the mall panel. The familiar picture came into view again. Sage mode. A special fighting mode from the world of Hokage, which can use the power of heaven and earth to exert unexpected power. Price. 10 million Baileys, special discount for novices. Mangekyo Sharingan. You can give a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan to a clone, or you can give a clone that has awakened Mangekyo Sharingan to upgrade it to an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Price: 15 million Baileys, special discount for novices. Clone skill point 1. Can improve the clone skill level. Price: 10 million Baileys, special discount for novices. Heart of a Swordsman. The lifetime income of a swordsman from a certain world, which allows the clone to acquire swordsman-level swordsmanship skills. Price: 10 million Baileys, special discount for novices. The Sword of Oath of Victory. A city-level treasure phantom from the world of heroic spirits. It is the pinnacle sword in the category of holy swords. It is a holy sword forged by the planet instead of humans. It uses people's beliefs as raw materials and is inside the planet. One of the ultimate divine weapons formed by crystallization. With the owner's magic power, the front end of the sword emits a beam of light that destroys everything. The strange thing is that this holy sword does not have a corresponding scabbard and is replaced by physical strength. Magic. Price: 15 million Baileys, special discount for beginners. Advertisement. Dragon's Blood Armor. From the world of heroic spirits, it is a legendary treasure that embodies a story dripping with the blood of an evil dragon. It can neutralize attacks equivalent to B+ level. For attacks above A level, the damage equivalent to B+ level will also be deducted. It is worth noting that the back without blood cannot be reduced. Price: 10 million Baileys, special discount for novices. Inspiring Halo. A range-type status buff from a certain world, which can increase the morale of friendly forces, stimulate the potential of friendly forces, and greatly increase combat power. It can be turned on or off actively. Price: 10 million Baileys, special discount for novices. Muxue didn't even look at what abilities they had, and just waved his hand and bought all the abilities. Having money means being happy. With Bailey's consumption, Muxue's system level also reached level 6. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The system level has been upgraded to level 6. It is time to leave the novice stage. I wish the host a happy life. Ding! Congratulations to host. The number of draws has been increased by 1, and the number of draws currently is 1. Ding! Congratulations. The number of clones host can summon increases by 1, and the number of remaining clones is 1. As the level increased, a series of system prompts sounded in Muxue's ears. Without further ado, let's start smoking. Ding! Congratulations on the host's portable storage space. Portable storage space. Host can obtain a storage space where time remains static. The space cannot accommodate living things. The size of the space expands with the improvement of the system level. It is currently 216 meters 3. Storage space. Isn't this standard equipment for the protagonist of the novel? It's not bad. At least from now on, you don't have to carry a bunch of big and small bags when you go out. Muxue murmured as she looked at the newly acquired abilities. Chapter 25: The Sixth Clone. After the lottery, Muxue carefully checked the abilities he just purchased. First up is the first one, Sage Mode. There is nothing to say, a powerful burst mode, just for Senju Hashirama who can't keep up with Uchiha Madara's strength. With Sage Mode, Hashirama is considered to have the strength to fight a general with 2 moves. Although he is still completely invincible, he can at least cause some trouble for enemies at the level of a general. Clone. Senju Hashirama. Level 11. 1 free attribute point can be obtained for each level. Experience. 3,456,600 experience points can be obtained through exercise, combat, etc. Strength. B. Physique. A. Bounty is around 100 million to 200 million, major general level. Agility. C. Spirit. D+. Will. D+. Attribute points. 0. Abilities. Wood style advanced physical strength cannot be upgraded, Sage Mode. Hashirama, who has just been out at sea for 3 months, has already reached the level of a general. If he turns on Sage Mode, he will probably be able to compete with the Emperor's deputy and compete with the general. It can be said that he has made rapid progress. Makyuki then looked at the second one, Mangekyo Sharingan. To be honest, no matter who it is given to, it is equivalent to immediately giving birth to a clone with a strength comparable to that of a general in a short period of time. It's true that Mangekyo Sharingan is very capable, but Mangekyo Sharingan is also quite taxing on the mind and body. If you are not promoted to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the short duration and excessive side effects will inevitably affect the clone's growth rate. You must know that the potential of every avatar is unlimited, and there is no need to waste a lifetime just for a moment. In addition, Muxue's clone is not in urgent need of a rapid increase in combat power. Therefore, Muxue decided to give this pair of Sharingan to Uchiha Madara. Let his Sharingan advance to Eternity Mangekyo Sharingan. In this way, his side effects will disappear and the duration of the pupil technique will be greatly increased. Clone. Uchiha Madara. Level 11. Advertisement. Experience. 5,200 6,600. Strength. C. Physique. B. Agility. C. Spirit. A+, not affected by Conqueror's Haki at high level and below. Will. D+. Attribute points. 0. Ability. Blood Succession Limit Sharingan Eternal Mangekyo, full level, the more you fight, the braver you become, 6/6 cannot be upgraded, soul pill already used. Watching Uchiha Madara have maxed out Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and Gundam A+ Spirit. Muxue nodded with satisfaction. It can be said that from this moment on, Muxue's first general-level combat power appeared. Although he was limited by insufficient mental and physical strength and could not fight for a long time, without the burden of ice skills, even if Madara was exhausted, or you can spread your wings and retreat. It can be said that you can move forward and retreat freely. Later, Muxue added the last skill point to Urza's sword. After all, he was the first clone to be summoned. Although it has been strengthened several times. However, due to his ability level, his strength is no longer comparable to that of his later clones. Just use this skill point to advance Urza's swordsmanship to the realm of a great swordsman. Clone. Erza Shikareto. Level. 12. Experience. 3,227,800. Experience points can be obtained through exercise, combat, etc. Strength. C. Physique. B. Agility. A. Bounty is around 300 to 500 million, Lieutenant General level. Spirit. D+. Will. D+. Attribute points. 0. Advertisement. Abilities. Cold Weapon Grandmaster cannot be upgraded. Equipment Modification cannot be upgraded. Kendo, Top Level, Space Magic and Dress Up, Advanced, Elemental Affinity cannot be upgraded. 10,000 swords return to the sect. Intermediate level. Relying on the great swordsman's level of swordsmanship, Urza can already be regarded as an elite lieutenant general in combat power. Coupled with the ultimate move of 10,000 swords returning to the sect, even some of the Emperor's lieutenants can pass a few moves. It may be that his physical fitness is not high enough for the time being and he cannot fully exert his strength as a great swordsman. Otherwise, he will be at least as good as a candidate as a great swordsman like Momoshiki. There was no way. After all, the time was still short. Even Urza, the earliest born, had only been out to sea for 4 months. As long as you continue to develop step by step, you will one day be able to stand at the top of the world. After comforting herself, Muxue looked at the remaining 4 abilities. When she saw the Sword of Victory oath, that figure automatically appeared in Muxue's mind. Answer my call, King Arthur. In an instant, with the golden light flashing, a magic circle slowly unfolded. A petite figure with snow-white skin, blonde shawl hair, green pupils, and a dull hair on top of his head appeared in front of Muxue. Are you my master? The girl in front of me asked, with a hint of cuteness in her cold voice. Welcome to the new world, Artoria. The stupid king. Clone. Artoria Pendragon. Grade 1. Experience. 0/100. Strength. D. Physique. D. Agile. D. Spirit. D. Will. D. Attribute points. 0. Abilities. Heart of the Swordsman, Advanced Swordsmanship, Sword of Vow to Victory, Blood Armor of the Dragon, Inspirational Aura. Although the attributes are a bit shabby, fortunately, the ability panel is very luxurious. The dragon's blood armor is paired with the Sword of Oath of Victory. Basically, as long as you are not a person with a bounty of over 100 million, there is basically no danger. Artoria, next you. Chapter 26. Let's go. Let's go. East Daxia Sea, on a merchant ship. You think the eldest lady of this family has read too many fairy tales? She actually dares to go to sea alone on our merchant ship. I really don't know how high the world is. Shish, don't talk nonsense. Look at her outfit, she must be rich or noble. Most of these young ladies are pampered and unreasonable. Don't let her hear your nonsense. I know, I'm just complaining to you, it's boring at sea. Who says it's not the case, but just be boring if it's boring, and just hope you don't run into pirates. Arturia looked at the 2 sailors, whispering in the corner, and ignored them. For her, completing Muxue's mission is the most important, and he doesn't care about other things. Suddenly, a sudden change occurred. There are pirates. Accompanied by a loud cry filled with terror. The whole merchant ship was in commotion. Boom. The next second, a loud noise came. It turned out that a cannonball flew to one side of the merchant ship, causing the entire merchant ship to keep shaking. The captain hurried to the bow of the ship and looked at the approaching pirate ship. He couldn't help but feel despair and slumped on the ground. Escape is definitely not possible. The pirate ship that is so close can connect with the merchant ship in no time. In addition, this is a merchant ship loaded with cargo, so its speed is definitely not as fast as that of the pirate ship that specializes in plundering. We can only hope that the pirates in front of us are not murderous villains. Otherwise, let alone whether the goods can be preserved, it is not certain whether people will be able to see the sun tomorrow. At this moment, an angel-like figure appeared in front of the captain. Sir, do you need help? Advertisement. Grand Line, G6 branch. A woman with long crimson hair and a strengthened famous sword, Hanshuang hanging on her waist, wearing half armor and a pair of black boots appeared in the corridor of the fortress. Dong dong dong. Enter. Lieutenant General Doberman, who was stationed at the branch, heard the knock on the door and looked up at the person. Report to Lieutenant General and Colonel Urza to request to go to Demon Valley Town to capture the pirate, fire dragon, Natsu. Listening to Urza's sonorous and unquestionable tone, Doberman sighed slightly. He knew that once the person in front of him made a decision, he would never change it. His temper was as hard as a stone. Even if he didn't let her go, she would secretly go to sea while he wasn't paying attention. After all Marines in the entire G6 branch admire this charming, capable, and responsible hero. Especially those recruits, when they fought with Urza, they were like chicken blood, just to show themselves in front of her. Go ahead, pay attention to Doflamingo, and try not to conflict with him. After all, World Conquest recently prepared to nominate him into Shichabukai. Doberman reluctantly advised, after all, he brought the people in with his own hands, so he could only endure no matter how helpless he was. After all, there are not many good subordinates who always work first, and there are not many people who are capable and love to do things. Telling others that he is Urza's leader also gives him more face. Apart from a bit of a stubborn temper, he doesn't have any major shortcomings. It must be the result of how he came to be a baby. Yes, as long as Doflamingo doesn't take the initiative to intervene, I will pay attention. Otherwise, there will only be one more dead soul under my sword. After hearing this, Urza just gave a faint Kaido. Advertisement. Looking at the woman in front of him who refused to give in at all, Doberman seemed to see his former self. At that time, I was very high-spirited and would never tolerate a trace of sin. He even punished many pirates with a Kainu who was not yet a general at that time. Unfortunately, as Doberman grows older, his strength remains stagnant and he has lost his high-spirited and heroic spirit. Therefore, when he learned that there was a person in Donghai whose behavior was almost the same as his own when he was young, Doberman also wanted to see it for himself. The result did not disappoint him. Urza was even stronger than he was back then. Whether it was the degree of firmness of her will or the speed of her strength growth, she far surpassed him. Doberman even felt that he might not be Urza's opponent now. Perhaps only a monster like General Akainu can be compared to Urza. However, compared to Akainu's absolute justice that does not spare even civilians, Doberman actually appreciates Urza's justice that only takes action against pirates. Doberman took a deep breath from the cigarette, exhaled heavily, and said solemnly, Urza, if Doflamingo stops you, just go ahead and do it with confidence. I will be responsible for anything that happens. Don't underestimate me. I am also a Marine after all. Lieutenant General. Sabayati Islands, Island No. 13. Gildarts, your talent is really amazing. Looking at the person in front of me, in just a few weeks, he has become able to skillfully harden, entangle, and release his domineering energy, and even destroy it internally. Rayleigh couldn't help but sigh. Your boy is the strongest person I have ever seen in my life in terms of his talent for meticulous control of domineering. Even Roger, when he was as old as you, could not match him. Maybe it won't take a few years. Years ago, even that old guy Garp can't get a good deal in your hands. Maybe it won't take a few years. Gildas shrugged and said confidently. You are so rude, kid. You must know that there is no shortcut to improve your domineering power. Even if ordinary people have been polishing their domineering power for decades, they may not have such achievements as you. What's more, I said that you can stand up to the domineering level in just a few years. The peak is said to be faster, but you must know that every step towards the back is extremely difficult. Seeing Gilda's nonchalant look, Rayleigh quickly warned Gildas not to be careless. Talent is important, but unremitting efforts and continuous battles are the best way to improve your domineering power. What you have experienced now is still too little. You must know that even today, my domineering power is still not as good as Roger's. Quote. At the end, Rayleigh picked up the wine bottle and took a sip, looking into the distance, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 27 Urza vs. Flamingo. Impel Down City, 6th floor, Eternal Hell. Are you the last warden, Shiryu of the Rain? Hearing this, Shiryu of the Rain looked up, and what he saw was a man with black hair and red eyes, wearing red samurai armor. What, the new little guy is itchy. Shiryu of the Rain looked at the strange man in front of him and guessed that he should be the newcomer who took his place. He didn't know the heights of the world, and he also challenged him with interest. Ding! A bunch of keys were thrown at Shiryu's feet. Let me see the strength of the last warden. Uchiha Madara said condescendingly. Shiryu looked at Uchiha Madara, who looked confident of winning, and grinned. As you wish. Monitoring room. Damn it, this guy Madara is secretly leveling up again without calling me. Senju Hashirama looked at the surveillance camera. Shiryu looked at Madara with disbelief, and then the figure who fell down neatly could not help but complain. Magic Valley Town. Natsu, who was still having friendly negotiations with Doflamingo, didn't know yet that Urza was already on her way to capture him. After several days of deliberations, the location and method of each delivery was finally determined. Natsu, who knew that a large number of Baileys were arriving every month, had a sunny boyish smile on his face. Hey, it's a pleasure to cooperate. I hope we can communicate more in the future. By the way, I will recommend you to join the Beast Pirates. With your strength and identity, you will definitely be valued by Kaido. You can apply then lead the transaction cooperation between me and Kaido. In return, I will give you 1/10 of the amount of each transaction as a reward. That is a big business worth tens of billions of dollars every year. By then, at least $1 billion will be obtained every year. Wearing sunglasses, Doflamingo kept instilling a bright future into Natsu. When Natsu heard that he could get a lot of Baileys, he smiled brightly at Doflamingo. Advertisement. It's refreshing to work with smart people like you. When you join the Beast Pirates in the future, the entire new world will be your stage. Cheers to our bright future. Seeing that Natsu was moved by what he said, Doflamingo also raised his glass in celebration. Joining the Four Emperors pirate group was part of Muxue's plan for Natsu. After all, Muxue, who has read the original work, knows that the New World is no better than the first half of the Grand Line, where the weather and environment are unpredictable. If you are not a professional, you will not be able to sail smoothly at all. Even the flying pirates, who are as powerful as the Golden Lion Shiki, were defeated by a storm. This shows how terrifying the power of nature is. Naz, who is alone, cannot act arbitrarily in the New World, which will also affect Muxue's money-making plan. After all, in addition to the weird weather, the New World also has various powerful and wealthy forces and countries. In order to complete the layout of the New World faster, joining a big force entrenched in the New World is a shortcut. The current Beasts pirates are one of the 3 strongest pirate groups in the entire ocean, and are vaguely called the 3 Emperors. As for Red Hair, he is not yet the Emperor of future generations. It will take a few more years before 4 Emperors, Shichabukai, and Marine can compete in 3 games. At present, there are only 3 Emperors and Shichabukai is just a proposal. No one knows the specific situation except the top leaders of World ZF and Marine. Therefore, Natsu is also happy to see the arrangement for Doflamingo's goodwill. It was such a good thing that someone was doing things for him and giving him money after the work was done. Natsu couldn't wait to do it again. Moreover, setting up Doflamingo, an underground businessman, in advance will be of great benefit to Muxue, who has the idea of forming a chamber of commerce. Just when Natsu and Doflamingo were talking freely. Outside Magic Valley town, a warship slowly approached. On the warship, report to the colonel, the town of Magic Valley is ahead. Listening to the report from her men, Urza nodded and then shouted. Soldiers, move forward at full speed. You must capture Fire Dragon, Natsu for me today. Advertisement. As you command. Listening to Urza's words, the Marines on the ship wanted to fly over immediately and knock Natsu down. Although, there is a high probability that it cannot be defeated. After a while, as the shells passed by, the dazzling firelight shone on Doflamingo's face full of veins. Looking at the red-haired woman in front of him, Doflamingo's expression gradually became ferocious, and he shouted sternly, Hey, Marine, I am one of the candidates for the 7 warlords of the sea. How dare you attack me? Aren't you afraid that the world's government will settle the score with you? Compared to the furious Doflamingo, Natsu on the side was a little helpless. Unlike Urza, who can rely on Natsu to climb up, there is no benefit from fighting Urza, except getting beaten. Don Quixote Doflamingo, as a Shichabukai backup, not only did you not help me capture the pirate Natsu, but you also hindered me. Today I will take down the following of you. Urza didn't care what Doflamingo said, even if 2 people came together today, she wasn't afraid. After all, after some strengthening, Urza, who has the strength of a great swordsman, is not something Doflamingo and Natsu can stop. Seeing that this woman was so indifferent, Doflamingo also laughed angrily. Hey, that's interesting, let me see if your strength is as strong as your tone. Since reasoning doesn't make sense, let's see the real trick. He couldn't just watch Urza take Natsu away in front of his eyes. Then would he still want his face? As soon as I started working with Doflamingo, I was caught by Marine when I changed hands. What do you want others to think? Will you still be able to do business in the future? Natsu looked at Doflamingo, who was fighting with Urza, and sighed before joining in. After all, Doflamingo alone may not be able to stop Urza. Don't say he can't run away, even the tens of billions of bellies business will be ruined. So Natsu could only bite the bullet and start fighting. As for Urza, every move is aimed at the vital point. She doesn't care whether it's Shichabukai or not, as long as it's within her killing range, she can kill them all. The worst case scenario is to go back and be punished. You can't punish a super rookie in Marine because of a pirate who hasn't joined Shichabukai yet. Even the world government has to consider Urza's current fame. Just like Garp, even if his son is the leader of the revolutionary army who wants to overthrow the world government, he is still a Marine lieutenant general and living a good life. Of course, this is also due to Garp's strength, but reputation also has a great influence. At least it is difficult to persuade Marine people not to attack Garp. Chapter 28 Life and Death. A certain merchant ship in the East Daxia Sea. The captain, who just thought he could wait for death, looked at the blonde girl in front of him, who was only 15 or 16 years old, and couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, he was kind-hearted. Seeing that she was alone, he gave her a ride. Otherwise, this voyage will be my last. The other crew members also cheered and praised the girl in front of them excitedly. Just now, the blonde girl, Artoria, wiped out all the pirates as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. Its strength stunned everyone present. Unexpectedly, this aristocratic girl in front of me, who looks as soft and frail as a porcelain doll, is actually a master of hiding. But in just a few moments, a life and death crisis was easily resolved. Thank you so much, Miss Artoria. Please accept my most sincere thanks. When you get to the kingdom of Goa, I will definitely take you to meet my sister. Her husband is a noble and will definitely give you a gift. A satisfactory reward. Captain Bryn kept saying. During this period, he also introduced his sister's child, Aldlich IV. That's right, in the original work, the sworn brother of Luffy and Ace, the unlucky guy who was bombarded by the celestial dragons when he went out, the second in command of the future Revolutionary Army, and the successor of Logia's burning fruit ability, Sabo. The reason why Artoria was on this ship was because Muxue wanted Artoria to go to the Goa Kingdom to contact Sabo to see if there was any chance to join the Revolutionary Army. After all, Muxue now has many people in Marine and Pirates, while the other two major forces, the World Government and the Revolutionary Army, do not have their own people yet. This is unacceptable to Muxue, who aspires to be the behind-the-scenes leader of all the top forces in the world. Therefore, Muxue was ready to let Artoria test the waters. After all, Muxue didn't know much about the Revolutionary Army. What little information is available is that Monkey D. Dragon has some connection to his adoptive father, Shimotsuki Koshiro. However, Muxue does not want her apparent identity to be involved with the Revolutionary Army just yet. So we can only go back to Saab, the future general staff of the Revolutionary Army. Guys, in order to celebrate our escape from the tiger's mouth, and also for the beautiful Miss Arturia, let's hold a banquet. Advertisement. Bryn raised his hands excitedly and shouted loudly. Artoria, Artoria, ... Great line, Magic Valley Town. Is this the monster of the Grand Line? Some new pirates who had just arrived at the Grand Line sighed as they looked at Urza, Natsu and Doflamingo, who had been fighting for a day and night. The new Marines who came with Urza were also shocked by Urza's strength. Unexpectedly, this female Marine whom I only heard of by name was really as scary as the rumors said. During the battle and before the battle, he was completely different. His crazy energy made Marine, one of his own, feel terrified just looking at him, let alone a pirate. Even though his body was covered in blood, he still swung his sword at the enemy regardless. His firm will shocked Doflamingo, his opponent. He didn't understand what the female Marine in front of him was fighting for. She could fight so hard, even if she exchanged injuries for injuries, she would never hesitate for a second. With a fierce force, Urza beat Doflamingo and Natsu until they were completely breathless. As a result, Doflamingo is now in a dilemma, unable to run away and unable to fight. Fortunately, Natsu was there to help, otherwise he might really have fallen into this trap. While Urza and the others were still in a stalemate, a flamingo ship approached Magic Valley Town. Young master, we are here. Diamante, one of the top 4 cadres of the Don Quixote family and a user with flying fruit abilities, hurried over on a buffalo. Buffalo, one of the cadres of the Don Quixote family, has the ability to fly. He is also an important means of transportation for the family. Basically anyone can ride it. He is nicknamed the bus. Ha, you're here just in time, Diamante, come quickly and deal with this crazy woman. When Doflamingo saw this, he was not polite and quickly called someone to do it together. Natsu was relieved to see reinforcements coming to help. Advertisement. However, we must not drag it out any longer. If Marine comes to support, all plans will be ruined. We must find a way to retreat quickly. You can never be entangled with Urza any longer. ... Tokai, Shimotsuki village. Muxue, who was taking Xiaobai to bask in the sun on the back hill, looked at the system log. He murmured to himself. Doflamingo, I hope you can leave successfully. If you can't run away, it will only prove that your courage is nothing more than this. Then I will take over everything from you. Yes, Muxue already knew it when Urza fought against Natsu and Doflamingo. However, he did not stop it. On the one hand, Urza does need merit and fame to be in Marine, and Natsu and Doflamingo just meet this requirement. On the other hand, even if Doflamingo has a big deal with him, if Doflamingo is arrested, it will not be a loss for Muxue, and he will even make a net profit of 2 billion Baileys. As for the gold, the worst case scenario is for Gildarts to go find the Gold Emperor. It is not a sale to anyone. As for the recommendation of the Beast Pirates, please, even if there is no Doflamingo, with Kaido's love for animal fruits, he will definitely accept it and even invite Natsu. In particular, Natsu is also suspected of being a powerful fruit of the phantom beast species. Although others don't know that Natsu only has dragon-slaying magic, it doesn't stop Natsu from being able to transform into a dragon and wield a phantom beast species. So, in the final analysis, Doflamingo is not indispensable to Muxue. At most, he is just a tool man who is currently the most trouble-free. Anyway, 2 billion Baileys have already been credited to the account, so there is definitely no rush to purchase capacity next month. That left 1 month, enough time to complete the transaction with the Golden Emperor. Seeing a smile on Muxue's face, Xiaobai, who was not sure why, also wagged his tail. Although Xiaobai doesn't understand Muxue's happiness, as long as Muxue is happy, he will be happy too. Muxue looked at the playful little white and couldn't help but smile, picked it up and rubbed the dog's head angrily. You are such a cutie. Chapter 29 Not arrogant. What do you call a young person? East Daxia Sea, Goa Kingdom, Port. Captain Bryn, who commanded the merchant ship to dock successfully, asked Artoria. Miss Artoria, do you have any plans for the time being? Hearing Bryn's question, Artoria just shook her head slightly. Although Muxue asked herself to contact Sabo, she did not tell Artoria what to do specifically, but just let her use her subjective initiative and be self-sufficient. Therefore, Artoria is a little confused now. After all, the Kingdom of Goa is not a small place, with a permanent population of hundreds of thousands. Seeing the slightly confused expression of the blonde girl in front of him, Bryn thought, in that case, why don't you come with me to meet my sister? As I said before, her husband is a great nobleman of our kingdom of Goa. No matter what you want to do, I can give you a lot of help, what do you think? Since Artoria has no plans for the time being, and since she is so powerful, she might as well introduce her to her noble brother-in-law. Maybe her brother-in-law will be happy and take care of her business more. You know, some big nobles completely looked down on these businessmen who went to sea day and night to do business, which also led to Bryn rarely visiting his sister. Although my sister is very kind to me, she always advises me not to do business. Not to mention other things, safety is a big problem. Just like this time, if it wasn't for the good fortune of running into Artoria on the boat, Bryn would basically be able to declare its reopening. However, Bryn was unwilling. Although doing business was a bit more dangerous, he was still making money based on his own skills. If he followed his sister's arrangements, he would have to live under the contemptuous gaze of the aristocratic brother-in-law for the rest of his life. This was something Bryn could never accept. Well, okay. Arturia listened to Bryn's suggestion, thought for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. Anyway, she has no clue at the moment, so she might as well contact the nobles Bryn mentioned to see if there is any help for her actions. As for, Bryn will cheat her. Please, don't say that Artoria is his savior. As long as he is not a ruthless person, there is no way he can do this. Taking a step back, it's not that Muxue looks down on Donghai. In a small place like the Goa Kingdom, with Artoria holding 2 artifacts, if she can't kill people here, then Muxue can only consider whether to do so. Bring her back and keep her as a base. Advertisement. Muxue dared to let Altria, who was only a mere first-level person, come to the Kingdom of Goa to contact Sabo because she had the dragon's blood armor and was strong enough to protect herself. Coupled with Artoria's swordsman-level swordsmanship, inspirational aura and sword of victory, it is extremely excellent in terms of personal combat effectiveness and the increase in the team's combat effectiveness. If the revolutionary army saw it, it would be impossible not to be moved. You must know that top-level combat power is rare, and those who can boost morale and increase the bottom and middle-level combat power are even rarer. In particular, the revolutionary army, which encourages civilians to rise up on a large scale, needs support such as an inspiration halo that can increase courage. Malinfando, Fleet Admiral Office. A-hole, Urza is so bold. Although Sengoku criticized Urza, the smile at the corner of his mouth revealed his duplicity. The little guy Doberman brought back has a really stubborn temper. The white-haired Marine Chief of Staff, he said with a smile when he saw his old friend's inconsistent performance. As early as when Urza applied to arrest Natsu, Doberman had guessed that she would definitely take action against Doflamingo. Although Urza had promised not to make the first move, with Doberman's understanding of her, it was enough to just listen to Urza's promise. In order to help Urza get rid of her responsibility, Doberman directly reported to Sengoku that he ordered Urza to arrest Natsu. As for Doflamingo, he might be suspected of helping Natsu escape, so Urza was given the opportunity to arrest Doflamingo. Right to arrest. After all, the Shichabukai plan of the world government is just a proposal for the time being and has not yet been implemented, so Doflamingo is still a pirate. Marine catches pirates, it's only natural. Even the Warring States period couldn't say much about this, especially since Doberman had communicated with General Akainu in advance. After all, he was the super newcomer of his own Hawk faction, and Akainu also supported Urza. Advertisement. However, there are people who belong to people, and there are still some face-saving projects that should be done. Anyway, the application has been placed in your Sengoku office. You can't say that Urza disobeyed military orders. Besides, catching pirates is what Marine must do, and even Fleet Admiral has no reason to stop it. This is why Warring States made some people feel angry and laugh at the same time after seeing the application form. He must have thought too much of Sengoku. If Urza really captured Doflamingo, then Sengoku would really dare to propose to the 5 elders to give up the name of Doflamingo Shichibukai. There is no way you can criticize Urza for this matter, it would make all the marine officers feel cold. As for Crane, he saw in Urza his high-spirited self. I think back then, Suru also joined Marine together with Sengoku and Garp. At that time, the 3 young people also wanted to catch pirates, and they could stay up all day and all night, just for the justice in their hearts. Unfortunately, now that I am older and have seen more, I have gradually realized that there will never be enough pirates caught. Only by balancing the major forces at sea can we provide a relatively safe environment for civilians. But this does not mean that Crane does not support Urza's behavior. On the contrary, she prefers this kind of high-spirited young man. You must know that not everyone has the courage to be himself. Moreover, not arrogant. What do you call young people? We can't all think that Aokiji and Kizaru will just be destroyed. Urza's situation can definitely be set up as a model and create a glorious image. Just like Garp back then, it can become the spiritual pillar of Marine for generations, attracting more people with lofty ideals to join Marine, and curb the rampant arrogance of pirates. Chapter 30 Ding. Gain a disciple. How can I fix it? That crazy woman, don't let me catch you. Natsu and Doflamingo, who had just retreated from Urza, were resting on the island in a mess. In order to prevent being caught up by Urza again, they had to find a small island to hide first. Seeing the headlines in the newspaper that boasted that Urza defeated Doflamingo and Natsu won against 2, Diamante spat harshly. Well, don't talk about those useless things, I have remembered this account, and I will make her look good next time. Doflamingo, who had half of his sunglasses broken, gritted his teeth with a gloomy look on his face. Immediately, Doflamingo looked at Natsu again and said, "Don't worry, our transaction will go according to plan. When I notify the beast pirates, they will send someone to pick you up. When the time comes, I want you to take care of me." Ah. After this joint confrontation with Natsu, Doflamingo discovered that Natsu's strength was far beyond what the current bounty showed. If nothing else, at least it is a big sign of the beast pirates. So it is necessary to build a good relationship. East Daxia Sea, Kingdom of Goa, capital. Altlic 3 looked at the blonde girl brought back by his wife's brother. He easily defeated all the guards in the house. Even his most trusted personal guard captain could only persist in less than 3 moves. A complete rout. So, you are a wandering warrior who has no place to live yet and is looking for a lighter job. Altlic 3 asked in a daze. Advertisement. Anyone who sees such an extremely powerful expert entering his house inexplicably and preparing to find a job will be confused. If this unknown person hadn't been brought back by his wife's biological brother, Altlic wouldn't be asking questions leisurely here. Even so, Altlic 3 did not refuse. Who knows if this blonde girl would put the sword on her neck if she refused. Arturia just nodded lightly. In that case, Kwanzi still needs a swordsmanship teacher. What do you think? Altruck 3 was also quick to find an easy and decent job for Arturia. When she saw the blonde, gap-toothed little boy in front of her, Arturia realized that the Ultra Luke IV that Captain Bryn had mentioned before was the Sabo that Muxue wanted to find. Thinking of this, Arturia smiled. Seeing that the girl in front of him finally had a smile, Altlic 3 relaxed. As long as you are satisfied, you are fine, but you are afraid of reckless people who will start a fight if you disagree. In that case, Sabo, why don't you come over and meet your teacher? Ding, Altruck IV Sabo is apprenticed to Arturia. Quote. Makyuki, who was far away in Shimotsuki village, was stunned for a moment when he saw the message that popped up on the panel. Advertisement. I just let Arturia play freely, but I didn't expect to directly recruit Sabo as a disciple. I don't know if it will affect the contact with the Revolutionary Army. However, after thinking about it, Muxue didn't care anymore. After all, the layout of the Revolutionary Army was just a casual move by Muxue. To be honest, Muxue still looked down upon the Revolutionary Army's three-dimensional organization that wanted people but no one, had a program but no program, and had no spirit. The reason why people were sent to infiltrate was simply because Muxue wanted to gather high-level spies from all major forces. Now that Arturia has completed this step, there are no plans for the time being, so let her do whatever she wants. It's best if you can get in, but it doesn't matter if you can't get in. The Revolutionary Army doesn't have much money anyway. How about letting Arturia rob the royal treasury? Forget it, Muxue shook his head. If he met some old man who skipped work without moral ethics, wouldn't it be like adding another clone? Let Arturia use her subjective initiative to freely create value. Randomly, Muxue looked at the conditions of the other clones. After a battle with Natsu and Doflamingo, Urza reached level 14, but because the battle was too fierce, she is still recovering from her injuries. Natsu's level has now reached level 13, and he is in good condition. With his strong appetite, he ate a lot of small Poseidons, and he is almost recovered. Doflamingo is still tied up like a mummy. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, a pair of good friends, have both reached level 13. Although they are deep in the city and have many opponents, they are not at the same level as Natsu because they are not allowed to kill people casually. As for Gildas, his level improvement is relatively slow. After all, he spends most of his time sparring with Rayleigh on the Sabayati Islands, and he is only level 11 now. However, his strength has indeed improved significantly. Not only the armed hockey and the knowledge hockey have been promoted to the intermediate level, but Conqueror's hockey has also been promoted to the high level under Rayleigh's stimulation. He also mastered the legendary Four Emperors basic attack method, Conqueror's Entanglement. In terms of strength, it should be second only to Uchiha Madara who has the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Even the first clone Erza may not be able to beat Gildarts who has the armament color and Conqueror's double coil. Chapter the 31st of August, officially out of the novice stage. With Natsu successfully joining the Beast Pirates. The news that the Beast Pirates had added another general spread like wildfire, and no one was surprised by Natsu's joining. After all, 90% of the pirates who enter the New World join major forces, and it is difficult to survive on your own. What is more surprising is that Naz got the position of flying 6 cells after joining. This is good news for Muxue. As the avatar grows step by step. August is finally here. Ding, the system mall has been refreshed. As the pleasant system prompt sounded, Muxue excitedly opened the system panel. What makes Muxue happiest is the monthly shopping session. 8 Gates Dunjia. A secret level physical technique from the world of Hokage, which gives the clone the ability to stimulate 8 special acupuncture points in the body, namely Gate of Opening, Gate of Healing, Gate of Life, Gate of Pain, Gate of Limit, and Gate of View. Gate of Wonder, Gate of Death, but while gaining power, the caster himself will be damaged, which is called the 8 Gates Armor Formation, and can exert powerful effects in a short period of time. The original trick is dozens of times more powerful, but because the opening of the 8 gates is irreversible, it will cause the clone to die. Price: 100 million Baileys. 12 trials. A legendary treasure from the world of heroic spirits. It can grant the clone immunity to damage lower than its own physical level. The clone can be automatically resurrected after death. It can be triggered 11 times in a row. After leaving the battle, the number of losses will increase over time. Slow recovery. In addition, after the clone is attacked, the damage it receives will decrease as the number of attacks increases until it becomes immune. Quote. The immortal body. A special physique from the world of Hokage, which can give the clone extremely strong physical strength and the ability to quickly recover physical strength. Price. 100 million belly. Advertisement. 10-fist sword. A special weapon from the world of Hokage. After system modification, the clone can temporarily seal the opponent's fruit ability through contact. Price. 100 million Baileys. Dragon Slayer magic. Thunder. From Fairy Tail, one of the lost ancient magics. It is the legendary power used to fight dragons. It can freely control thunder and lightning, and can turn the body into thunder and lightning. The Dragon Slayer mage can transform himself. His body is transformed into a dragon's body, and his fighting ability and physical strength are far beyond those of ordinary people. He can quickly recover his physical strength by eating lightning. The system is modified to replace magic power with physical strength, and eliminates side effects such as seasickness. Price. 100 million Baileys. Quote. Earth Resentment U. From the world of Hokage, a magical secret technique can obtain a near immortal lifespan by stealing the hearts of others. It can also release other people's abilities during life through the stolen hearts. The maximum limit of the heart can be 5. Price. 100 million Baileys. As addicted to money as life. Because of the extreme love for money, even a little extreme, when faced with the matter of obtaining money, the avatar will burst out with 200% enthusiasm. Every time he earns 10,000, 100,000, 100,000, 10 million, when you buy it, you will get some free attribute points. Selling price. 100 million Baileys. B-level ninjutsu gift pack. From the world of Hokage, it can give the clone 5 random 5-element ninjutsu. Price. 100 million belly. Remaining Baileys. 2.1 billion. Muxue was dazzled when she looked at them all after getting rid of the special discounts for the novice period, and the screen was filled with Baileys whose calculations were in hundreds of millions. Fortunately, Natsu successfully exchanged the gold for Bailey, otherwise he would have been able to just stare at it at the rate at which the other clones were making money. It's a pity that many abilities are not suitable for Natsu, otherwise he would have to be rewarded well no matter what. First, apply the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic, the only one suitable for Natsu, to unlock the powerful Thunder Flame Dragon mode. As for why the Fire Dragon can discharge electricity, come on, rubber can catch fire, although it was later changed to Nika Fruit. Can't my Fire Dragon generate electricity by friction? Don't ask, just ask. The fruit awakens and turns into a Thunder Flame Dragon. In addition, Muxue gave the immortal body to Hashirama and the 10-fist sword to Madara. Advertisement. With the blessing of the immortal body and almost unlimited physical strength, Senju Hashirama can be called a rookie harvester. As long as immune to death Hashirama is used once, then go straight to deep forest creation and it will kill you. The 10-fist sword gives Madara the power to fight against those with fruit abilities. After all, if Susanoo is in a state of armed hockey, he must not be sucked dry, but not everyone is called bullet. After the 10-fist sword, Madara can be said to have half the power of the dark fruit. I wonder if Blackbeard Teach will think that the dark fruit has been eaten and collapse immediately after seeing it. Muxue thought wickedly. Then there are the 8 gates Dunjia and the 12 trials. If it hadn't been for the emergence of the 12 trials, Muxue would have given the 8 gates Dunjia to the new clone and directly become a suicidal warrior. After all, this is powerful, but the side effect is the ability to die. Muxue doesn't want to give out the name of the clone yet. Otherwise, if you die and are resurrected somewhere else a few days later, it will be problematic no matter how you think about it. But with the 12 trials, it will be fine. If you die, you will be resurrected from the charcoal immediately. Others will only think that it is the fruit's special ability, and will not think that it is someone else's resurrection ability. One is an early example of devil fruit, and the other may be reminiscent of someone with the ability to resurrect. Since it's a physical ability, let's give it to Gildarts, who currently has the best boxing and kicking skills. With these 2 abilities, even if the 4 emperors come, they will kick half of your head in half, and they may even complete the extreme 1-for-1. As for the remaining 3 abilities, Muxue felt that it was time to start the previous plan. Chapter 32 Chamber of Commerce. Dawn, spokesperson, Kakuzu. Yes, this is exactly what Muxue thought when she first went to the market with Kuina. Form a chamber of commerce. As early as a few months ago, when Urza became famous in the East Daxia Sea, Muxue had thought of using his connections to set up a chamber of commerce. However, in my previous life, I was an ordinary person and had no business knowledge. Secondly, at that time, the combat power of clones was in short supply, and it was impossible to create a clone specifically for business. At that time, I had a weak foundation and all my money came from robbing. All I made was quick money. However, relying on robbery is an evil way after all. The real money must be taken from the people and used by the people. Not to mention the distance, just relying on the hundreds of millions of people in the East Daxia Sea, each of whom provides himself with 10 belly every month, there are billions of belly. At that time, the mall's monthly capacity will not mean that you can buy whatever you want. Now that it's better, looking at the ability of hungry for money as much as life, Muxue knows that there is a way to get the best of both worlds. You can make money without delaying the improvement of attributes. How great! Coupled with the bug-like skill of Earth Resentment, if you find a few black-hearted Chamber of Commerce presidents and lend their hearts, your business talent will come. Come out, Kakuzu. As the light flashed, a man with black hair, green eyes, sutures all over his body, and a mask appeared in front of Muxue. Mr. Kakuzu will make money. Clone. Kakuzu. Grade 1. Experience. 0/100. Strength. D. Physique. D. Agile. D. Spirit. D. Will. D. Attribute points. 0. Ability. Earth Resentment U, 1/5 regards money as life, B-level ninjutsu gift pack, lightning style pseudo darkness, earth style earth spear, water style water curtain, fire style fire hardship, wind escape oppression. Advertisement. Looking at this luxurious panel, Muxue felt for a moment that it was a pity to let Kakuzu make money. But then I thought about it, Kakuzu is a person who likes to make money, so letting him make money is the best of both worlds. The responsibility for making money from now on will depend on you. Makyuki patted Kakuzu's shoulder and said, by the way, from now on you will be a relative of Uchiha Madara. If anything happens to you, just go to him to settle it. Finally, Muxue seemed to remember something and ordered Kakuzu. As for why he didn't follow the original plan and find a relationship with Urza. One is because Urza is currently in the Grand Line, confronting Natsu all over the world, and this little thing is not convenient for her to take a trip to the East Daxia Sea. You know, not everyone is a Garp. You can go home if you want. There is no such thing as a serious marine. Besides, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, since they were born, have done nothing but spend money, and Muxue feels at ease if it bothers them to run back and forth. In addition, they are currently deep in Impel Down City and have not yet been transferred back to Marine headquarters, so it is relatively convenient to take a leave of absence. You must know that Impelda is known as an impenetrable wall. Except for the Golden Lion Shiki, a user with the floating fruit ability who broke his legs 10 years ago, no one has been able to escape. Therefore, if you ask for 10 days and a half of leave, I believe Magellan will definitely be able to give it to you. After all, Madara and Hashirama were also transferred from Marine headquarters to be gilded, and Magellan would definitely not hold on to them. With the ready-made generals as the backstage, who would dare to reach out and chop them off directly? Maybe we can let Madara do something important on the way here, which will increase her reputation and save cats and dogs from coming. In addition, Muxue also wants to start an underground arms business, which depends on the Doflamingo line, which is also known as the king of the underground world. In addition, Urza and the three of them are in Marine. Selling a wave of arms will also be a way to make money. This is also the reason why Muxue doesn't want to borrow Urza's name. Otherwise, when Doflamingo sees that he is Urza's relative, he will be disgusted and it will be Muxue who loses. Although Muxue is not afraid, it is time-consuming to go back and forth. Without Doflamingo, he has to integrate the underground world by himself and bribe the world's government. How troublesome it is. It is better to just use Doflamingo, a ready-made tool man. At that time, if I am in urgent need of money, I will just rob Doflamingo. This will bring in money. Bailey's Depository. Doflamingo. Perfect. The bright moon hangs high in the East Daxia Sea, the kingdom of Skater. Advertisement. Damn it, this Count of Frosca is so open-mouthed. He dares to ask for 60% of our profits. If he gives them all, then wouldn't it mean that we all made his wedding dress in one trip? Said a somewhat chubby man. Hey, what should I do? Since two weirdos came last time to loot the entire royal treasury, taxes have been getting higher and higher. If my family hadn't been here for generations, I would have run away long ago. Another man who looked a little dark also sighed helplessly. Boom. Suddenly, the door of the house was kicked open. A man covered in a cloak walked in, with a pair of green eyes that made everyone tremble. Sir, what's the matter with you? Do you need our help? The fat man at the front looked at this mysterious man full of murderous intent, quickly came to his senses, and cautiously probed. This person who comes uninvited in the middle of the night is probably coming with bad intentions. Now the fat man just hopes that he is here to make money. As long as he is still alive, he will earn his money back sooner or later. Open to take a look. The mysterious cloaked man ignored the fat man, but threw a cloth bag over and gave instructions in a calm tone. Seeing this, the fat man hurriedly stepped forward to catch it, fearing that it would fall to the ground and cause the mysterious man's displeasure. After the fat man took the cloth bag, he opened it and saw that it was a head. The ferocious expression frightened him so much that his hands shook and the head rolled to the ground. This is Count Frosca. A sharp-eyed person looked at this ferocious and familiar face and suddenly exclaimed. This is exactly what they were discussing before, Count Frosca's head. From now on, all of you must join my Chamber of Commerce. If you object, this is what will happen. When everyone saw this, they said yes one after another and did not dare to neglect. This is a guy who kills people without batting an eye, no one here dares to object. Sir, I wonder what our Chamber of Commerce is called. It was still the fat man, pretending to be brave and asked in a low voice. Dawn of Dawn. Chapter 33 Lottery, Uchiha Madara in action. Open the system panel. Host, Shimotsuki Makyuki. Level, 8. Experience value, 14,060 100,000ths. Number of clones, 7 1 not summoned. Number of draws, 2. Host's own abilities. Kendo Advanced, Physical Master, Synchronizing Teleportation, Portable Space 8*8*8. Looking at her panel, which was much more luxurious than the original one, Muxue was still very satisfied. Although the level of swordsmanship is not high, he has just reached the level of swordsman. But you know, he is only 12 years old. It has only been 5 months since the talent transformation. He has already achieved the goal that Zoro achieved at the age of 19, becoming a swordsman. After all, Muxue is not like his clone. He has various powerful skills that are continuously enhanced, and he has a lot of battles to hone. As Muxue, who is determined to be a behind-the-scenes boss, there is no need to worry about strength, it will come sooner or later. I really want to see who is displeased and want to take action. When the time comes, a teleportation will come and thousands of troops will come to meet you. System, lottery, ding, congratulations to host for getting the system level upgrade card. Ding, system level improvement card. You can immediately increase the system level by 1 level. Ding, congratulations to host for winning any door. Ding, any door. Host can go anywhere that it or its avatar has been. Advertisement. Muxue looked at the items drawn out and nodded with satisfaction. First of all, there is nothing much to say about the system level improvement card. You can use it when you have a lot of abilities and need new clones. And the arbitrary door is great for Muxue. Unlike the teleportation obtained before, teleportation can only be used to provide long-distance rapid displacement for one's own clone. And the cooling time is not short. But any door is different. It can transfer the host without CD. It can secretly transfer clones at critical moments, or occasionally go out to see the scenery outside. With clones all over the world, wherever Muxue wants to go is just a matter of thought, and there is no need to face the boredom of sailing on the sea, which can be said to be quite practical. As for the remaining clones to be summoned, Muxue plans to wait until next month to see if there are any new abilities. East Daxia Sea, Kingdom of Scat. Master Kakuzu, there are a total of 13 chambers of commerce. 5 of them have agreed to join our Dawn Chamber of Commerce due to tax issues. 5 of them still have to consider it for the time being. As for the remaining 3 chambers, The fat man, the only one who had the courage to ask questions that night, was named Moses Winter, and he was the president of a chamber of commerce. Because I couldn't stand the harsh taxes, I united with the heads of several other chambers of commerce to think about countermeasures. As a result, Kakuzu caught him red-handed. When their lives were threatened, they threw themselves into Kakuzu's arms without hesitation. After all, it costs money and lives, and they still know. I originally thought that Kakuzu was just a reckless man who had no strength and could only count money. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, many effective methods were proposed. This is why 5 companies did not reject them and are still considering them. They plan to see if this so-called dawn can really bring a dawn to the business atmosphere of the Kingdom of Skart. Go on. Kakuzu looked at Winter, who was suddenly silent, and said calmly. Sir, they told us to pay the money quickly and honestly, otherwise they will give us a good look. Advertisement. Seeing this, Winter also bravely explained the situation directly. I understand, go down. Seeing that Kakuzu did not anger him, Winter also breathed a sigh of relief and quickly retreated. There was nothing I could do about it. Kakuzu's green eyes were so penetrating that Winter, as an ordinary person, felt chilly even when he was next to him, let alone looking at each other. In order to reduce trouble, it seems that I need to find a backer. After Winter retreated, Kakuzu muttered to himself. Then, according to the address given by Muxue, he wrote a letter and asked Winter to send it. Grand Line, Impel Down, Freezing Hell. Madara, there is a letter for you. It is from Donghai. It is written by a person who claims to be your brother. The sender seems to be named Kakuzu. While Uchiha Madara was still working hard to train these criminals, Hannibal, naked and trembling, ran over and handed him a letter. Seeing Hannibal shivering from the cold, Uchiha Madara added, thank you. Then, with Hannibal's shocked eyes, he opened the letter. And Hannibal was still immersed in the fact that this cold man could actually say, thank you. The letter was sent by Kakuzu, and Uchiha Madara had already been notified by Muxue. Madara, who understood what she was going to do, said directly to Hannibal, who was still dazed, ask for me a day off. After coming back to his senses, Hannibal heard that the model workers were asking for a rare break. You must know that since Madara and Hashirama came to Impel Down City, they have barely been to the first and second floors, let alone asking for leave. Food and accommodation are all in the latter floors. People who don't know think they are the criminals. Therefore, Hannibal happily agreed, no problem, go out and walk around a bit, I'll go talk to the director. Damn it, I want to be the director too. No, I accidentally said what I was thinking. Ignoring Hannibal, who was playing tricks, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama said something and set off directly with a team of jailers. Why bring a jailer? Nonsense. To catch some ordinary minions, why should he, the warden, do it himself? Chapter 34 I have everything. East Daxia Sea, Kingdom of Scat. Kakuzu-sama. No, it's not good. Duke Renzis, the younger brother of King Skater VI, sent people to block our people at the door and not let them out. What should we do? Winter ran to Kakuzu's office sweating profusely, breathing heavily as he spoke. Don't worry, you'll find out later. Looking at the fat man in front of him who was so anxious that he was smoking, Kakuzu showed a rare smile. It's a pity that Winter didn't notice it because he was wearing a mask, otherwise he would probably be shocked. Yes, sir. After hesitating for a moment, Winter decided to trust the man in front of him. After all, these days, every business-related problem will get the most complete and feasible answer after passing through Kakuzu's hands. Winter wants to believe, and can only believe that this man, who can be called a business wizard, can create miracles again. Door. Hurry up and call that guy of yours who's called Horn to come out. Duke Renzis is here. If you don't come out quickly, come out and see him. Next to a man with a fat head and big ears who was covered in jewelry, a loser drank loudly. I'm telling you, if you don't come out, you won't be able to enjoy anything good in the kingdom of Skart in the future. While the dog legger continued to threaten. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Lord Uchiha Madara, the warden of Impel Castle, is coming. If you don't get out of the way. At this moment, a group of the king's personal guards pushed the crowd and came over with a man wearing red warrior armor. Sir Uchiha Madara, you see, this is the Dawn Guild you mentioned. If you hadn't mentioned it today, I wouldn't have known it was a chamber of commerce opened by my younger brother. I will definitely take more care of you in the future. Advertisement. The person speaking was none other than King Skater VI, whose treasury was robbed by Madara and Hashirama a few months ago. Ever since I received the notice in the morning, I knew that a big shot from the world government was coming to visit my relatives in my territory. King Skater VI quickly got ready, fearing that he would neglect his distinguished guests and cause a stumbling block for himself. You know, a small country like the Skater Kingdom has a difficult life. It relies on the help of some nearby marine branches from the public officials of the world government who inspect the franchised countries every year. If we don't serve this big shot well, it's hard to say whether the country will be destroyed or not. After all, the East Daxia Sea is in such chaos right now, with 2 supernovas appearing alone. Who knows if one day, some pirates will directly use the Skater Kingdom to become famous. However, Skater V is also flexible. As a king, when he saw Uchiha Madara at the first sight, he recognized this monster as the monster who robbed the treasury back then. Now he has become a big shot in the world government. He cannot afford to offend him. King Skater VI was also afraid that because Uchiha Madara had robbed him of his money, he would be worried about his revenge, so he would simply resort to public service for personal gain, and directly find a reason to deal with him. He just kept a low profile, talking like you and talking like an adult. There is no air of a king in this appearance, he is just like ABCH. It's amazing to be like Scat V, who was slapped on the left cheek and turned the other cheek with a smile on his face. In the end, he was afraid that the other person's hand would hurt. It's really amazing. Seeing Skater V's cowardly behavior, Uchiha Madara didn't say anything, just gave a faint hum. What's going on in the front? I wonder if Mr. Uchiha Madara is coming to see his relatives. Send him away quickly. Seeing some commotion in front of him, Scat quickly ordered his guards to stop it, for fear of making Uchiha Madara unhappy. Your Majesty the King, in front of you is your brother Duke of Renzis. Seeing that King Skater VI was a little angry, the guard quickly lowered his head and whispered. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Madara, who had closed his eyes just now, suddenly said, "What, someone is making trouble in front of my brother's house." Hearing this, King Skater VI broke into a cold sweat and quickly explained. No, sir, don't worry, our country is very safe. It must be a misunderstanding, yes, a misunderstanding. Advertisement. Oh, Uchiha Madara didn't say anything, just stared at Skater V with his red eyes. Skater V didn't dare to delay, so he took the lead and ran to the front. Looking at this brother in front of me, showing off his power under the brand name of Dawn, I can't help but feel angry. Good guy, your brother, I put all my hard work into pretending to be a grandson, and you still cause trouble for me. It's really annoying. Scat V went up and slapped him twice, which stunned Duke Renzis. Brother, why did you hit me? Looking at the ferocious-looking Skater V in front of him, Duke Renzis shrank his neck in fear and asked weakly. Do you know where this is? This is a chamber of commerce opened by the world government, the warden of Impel Down, Uchiha Madara-sama's brother. How dare you ask me? I tell you, if you make my brother unhappy today, you will give me I'm waiting to die. After saying that, Skater V left without looking back, thinking to himself. I can only help you so much. I hope you stupid pig can have some brains. Hearing the quarrel below, Kakuzu also took Winter down in time. Looking at Duke Renzis kneeling on the ground, kowtowing and repenting, Winter felt as if he was dreaming. Kakuzu ignored the people on the ground and walked straight to Uchiha Madara. Thank you, stupid doo-doo, just go ahead and do it, I'll take care of everything. The two looked at each other and smiled, knowing that the task arranged by Muxue was completed. As for the Duke, he unfortunately passed away on a dark and windy night. Dare to scold him, Mr. Kakuzu, I really don't know how to write the word, death. Chapter 35 Bailey was robbed. The affairs of the Chamber of Commerce have come to an end. With the Uchiha Madara platform, no one in Donghai except Old Man Garp dared to touch Don's beard. As for Garp, he is the leader of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, and he can be considered one of his own. Basically, it is only a matter of time before all the chambers of commerce in the East Daxia Sea are opened. By then, all the chambers of commerce in the entire East Daxia Sea have been integrated, and the profits will be absolutely astonishing. What Muxue has to do is to protect herself wisely. After all, the clone can be resurrected. As long as his head is there, everything is possible. And the world of pirates is by no means as simple as it seems on the surface. In addition to the three forces of Marine, Shichabukai and 4 emperors on the surface, there are also the Army, Air Force and CP organization directly under the Century government. Especially the legendary CP-0 has the highest combat power comparable to that of a general. In addition, the D family hiding in the dark, the 3 major weapons, the 100 years of disappearance and the rumored rafter are all mysteries that have not yet been solved in the original plot. Even the useless Tianlong people who were as stupid as pigs, Muxue feels that there must be something fishy in them. He does not believe that except for the 5 elders and the CP organization, those so-called descendants of gods have no backup at all. No family that can inherit a family for 800 years and is still at its peak is simple. This is also the reason why Muxue is unwilling to involve his apparent identity to other clones. The only one who is involved is Urza, the first clone in Marine. Even Kakuzu, who opened the Chamber of Commerce, was dependent on the Uchiha Madara operation and had nothing to do with Makyuki. Just to ensure that he will never get into the eyes of the 5 elders, or even I am in the throne. Who knows who the legendary Uranus is? If you give it to yourself, wouldn't you just send it directly? Wano Country, Rabbit Bowl, Quarry Detention Center. Advertisement. Natsu asked the phone bug with a gloomy look on his face. You mean this batch of goods has been robbed? Hearing Natsu's unkind tone, the person on the other end of the phone was frightened and trembled. Yes, Natsu-sama. After hanging up the phone, Natsu was about to walk out, but happened to run into Doppen coming towards him. Due to time constraints, Duopeng will not be the deputy warden of the quarry 10 years later, just an ordinary real fighter. So ever since Natsu was assigned to the Rabbit Bowl, he has been courting Natsu. Unfortunately, although Natsu smiled on the surface, he was not interested in a pauper like him who had no Bailey at all. Natsu-sama, what happened? Seeing that Natsu, who usually always had a smile on his lips, looked surprisingly ugly today, Duopeng also tried carefully. Just in time, Duopeng, prepare a boat for me, I'm going to the hive. Natsu saw this and said accordingly. Hive. Duopeng was stunned. This was a lawless place filled with many evil pirates, how could the good Natsu go to such a place? That's right, some unsighted person intercepted my goods, I want to take them back with my own hands. Natsu explained expressionlessly. I see. Hearing this, Duopeng finally figured out the context of the matter. To put it simply, it was a blind pirate who robbed Natsu's goods and was still hiding in the hive. Advertisement. The next moment, Duopeng realized that this was a good opportunity to get close to Natsu's thigh. After all, relying on his own strength, Fei Liubao probably couldn't reach it. But Natsu is different. Jack is still a little kid now, and there is still a vacancy in the big billboard position. Natsu is very likely to become the new drought. If he follows Natsu's footsteps now, he might become rich in the future. Those little thieves are so abominable. Duopeng pretended to be angry. Natsu-sama is the new flying six of our beast pirates. The other party dares to touch your things so blindly. It is not only contempt for you, but also a provocation to our entire beast pirates. Quote. Looking at Doppen who was suddenly angrier than him, Natsu was stunned and added, no, the other party doesn't know it's my product. That's not okay, Lord Natsu. We must let the other party understand who they are offending. Only in this way can your reputation be known throughout the sea, so that no one will dare to touch your things. Duopeng shouted angrily in a picture of himself being robbed. You're right. Natsu was also completely convinced by Doppen's reasoning. Indeed, if you don't show your prestige, there will always be some blind people who touch your goods. Although Natsu is not afraid of trouble, these are the money provided to Muxue. If it delays Muxue's important event, it is inevitable that he will be blamed for all the deaths. In order to continue to gain Muxue's favor in the future, Natsu must do this well and let Muxue know that he can do everything well. Seeing that Naz was persuaded by him, Duopeng also struck while the iron was hot. Natsu-sama, don't worry about the ship's problems. Leave it to the younger ones. I guarantee that with your command, our countless brothers in the beast pirates will work with you to cut those bastards into pieces. Quote. Although Duopeng is just a real fighter, as one of the 3 strongest pirate groups in the sea, he has a natural sense of superiority and does not take other pirates who are not the Emperor's group into consideration at all. You are right. I am already a member of the Beast's Pirates. I am no longer a lone wolf. I cannot bring shame to the entire Beast's Pirates just because of me. I will ask Governor Kaido for instructions. For the sake of the majesty of the entire Beast Pirates, I will destroy everyone and everything related to this matter. Including the ship that carries those people and the port that protects them. And the merchants who dare to take over the goods. Leave no one behind. The sea breeze blew by, and Duopeng looked at Natsu who was full of murderous intent, and the expression on his face froze. Chapter 36 Let's make a scene. The Grand Line, a small island. Doflamingo, whose face was full of veins, looked at the cadres below and shouted. A whole 2 billion Baileys were all robbed. Looking at Doflamingo, who didn't even have the trademark laugh, all the cadres were sweating and didn't dare to look at each other. Gladius and Senor, who were escorting this time, fell into each other's trap, and as a result, all the goods were stolen by a group of miscellaneous fish, including the 2 billion belly for Natsu. Realizing that something was wrong, they quickly gave chase, but they didn't expect that the other party was Akoku's men from Beehive Island. That was one of the cadres who once belonged to the legendary Rocks Pirates. At the same level as him were monsters such as Whitebeard, Big Mom, Golden Lion, and Silver Axe. Even Kaido, who is now working with them, at that time he's just an intern of the Rocks Pirates. It is conceivable that Gladius and Senior had no choice but to retreat. As a result, all the goods and 2 billion Baileys were lost. You must know that this is the first money from the transaction with Naz. For this money, Doflamingo spent most of his cash flow in order to create a good cooperative atmosphere. As a result, it was screwed up by 2 idiots. Doflamingo carefully calculated all the properties under the name of the Don Quixote family and found that it was impossible to collect another 2 billion belly in a short time. The only solution now is to snatch it back personally. Otherwise, Natsu would never give up. Despite Natsu's usually sunny boyish expression, if he really wanted to take action, he would be just as crazy as Urza. Doflamingo doesn't want a good ally to turn into a terrifying enemy. You know, in the original work, Doflamingo would rather give up the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea than dare to anger Kaido. Now if the relationship with Natsu breaks down, the relationship between Doflamingo and Kaido will be affected. For now, he can only go to Akoku first, hoping that he can give himself some face, and then give some compensation to Naz afterwards, so as to prevent the relationship between the two parties from breaking down. Bulu Bulu. While Doflamingo was deep in thought, the phone rang. All the cadres were attracted for a while. Seeing the phone ringing, Doflamingo guessed that Natsu had gotten the news. Sure enough, when the bug answered the phone, he looked like he was hanging from his eyes. Doflamingo, you broke your promise. An emotionless voice came from the phone bug. Advertisement. I was careless this time, but I will definitely give you an explanation. Doflamingo assured. No need, you have disappointed me. I have received the approval from the governor, and I will take all the 6 flying cells to clean the hive. All Fei Liubao. After hearing Natsu's words, Doflamingo realized that Natsu already had such a high status in the Beast Pirates. You must know that apart from Kaido, who is the governor, and the 2 big billboards, the Filiuchi have the highest status. Being able to get Kaido's approval to let Natsu lead other flying 6 cells of the same level shows that he has been included in the candidate list of the big board. Not only that, Doflamingo was also frightened by Natsu's decisive method. Not long after the news arrived, the other party took action directly. It can be seen that Natsu did not hesitate at all and directly chose hard steel. This is only 2 billion belly, and Natsu is going to face the cadre who was in the same boat as Kaido. If he couldn't hand over the 30 billion belly, it's hard to imagine what crazy behavior Natsu would do. The newcomers nowadays are really scarier than the last. Doflamingo hung up the phone and sighed, both Natsu and that female marine are crazy. What's going on with this world? Tokai, Shimotsuki village. After being informed by Naz, Muxue realized that her 2 billion belly had been intercepted by someone else. Not to mention Akoku, a mere loser from the previous era, even Marine General Makyuki wanted to let him leave something behind. You know, at the current stage of the Chamber of Commerce's infancy, the only place where money can come in on a large scale is gold from Kongdao. Now, something unexpected happened with this money, which directly stopped Muxue from becoming stronger in the future. Therefore, Muxue agreed with Naz's plan to scare the monkeys. But just in case, Muxue decided to send Gildas as well. He just got the 8 Gates dungeon and the 12 trials, and he wanted to see how many lives this so-called Big One Piece actually had. Gildas, it's time for you to take action. Now, immediately. Let me go to the hive. Cooperate with Natsu and make a big fuss. Muxue wants the whole world to know this time that not everyone can get their hands on his things. Advertisement. Grand Line, Sabayati Land Islands. After receiving the order, Gildarts opened his eyes. Knowing that he was leaving, Gildarts got up and went to see Rayleigh who was drinking. Old man, I'm leaving. I'll have a drink with you when I come back. Oh, do you want to go out for some exercise? That's fine, it's time for Dai to see the birth of a monster, ha 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 ha. Rayleigh isn't surprised either. After all, it's not like he is getting older and has lost his enterprising spirit. It's time to retire. Gildarts is an upright young man, so he should go out and make a living. By the way, this is for you. Rayleigh seemed to suddenly remember something and handed Gildas a life card. After you make a big fuss, don't come back. Old man, I don't want my leisurely life to be broken. If there is any trouble and you don't have any companions, you can try to find him. His name is Shanks. He has the same red hair as you. He also likes to wear a straw hat. He is a guy you can trust with your back. Tokai, Shimotsuki village. Muxue, who was far away in the East Daxia Sea, looked at the latest report in her hand. Shocked, all 6 members of the Beast Pirates are dispatched. Who has offended the overlord of the sea? It has to be said that the speed of these news birds under Morgans is really fast. As soon as Natsu told him to prepare for dispatch, the news was published. Sure enough, as an imperial pirate group, every move is under the supervision of others. Fortunately, Muxue is just a small character, free and easy. However, Natsu can actually drive the entire flying 6 cells. That is a power second only to the big Kanban. It seems that Natsu is doing well. He might become the big Kanban soon. The only thing that surprised Muxue was that Kaido was so optimistic about and trusted Natsu. It seemed that Kaido really preferred the fantasy beast species. Brother Muxue, stop looking and come and practice with me. Kuina, who was watching Muxue reading the newspaper from a distance, waved and shouted. Looking at the girl's beautiful figure, Muxue couldn't help but sigh. Girls develop quickly, and it has only been a few months since they started making waves. I'm coming. Chapter 37. Eyes from all over the world. Marine Headquarters, Marineland. What the hell is that B************ D Kaido doing again? Sengoku looked at the strange movements of the beast pirates on the message, and slapped the table angrily and shouted. Who knows? Garp picked his nose and said nonchalantly that this little thing is not as important as him breaking the donut record. Ignoring Garp beside him, Sengoku looked at Crane with a serious face. Ahe, what do you think? The white-haired grandma he took the information and said. It seems that Kaido is going to go to war with Akoku. In order to avoid an accident, we will mobilize the nearest branch to watch. It is best to send another general there just in case. After listening to his suggestion, warring states nodded in agreement and pondered for a moment. Then let Gumir from the G2 branch go and notify Porsalino by the way, so that he can personally handle the battle to make sure there are no accidents. Okay, tell them in addition, there is no need to get involved, as long as they don't let them affect civilians. Until now, even he, who is the general staff officer, has not realized the seriousness of the matter and thinks it is just a territorial conflict between some pirate groups. Faced with this situation, sending out a general was based on the fact that both parties were large and top pirate groups. If it weren't for Kaido's unpredictable whereabouts, Marine wouldn't even want to send out a general. After all, there are too many generals and few left. Many places in Marine require generals to be stationed in person. Grand Line, G6 branch. Lieutenant Admiral Doberman, Urza applies to join this operation to encircle and suppress the beast pirates. Looking at the red-haired girl in front of him, Doberman had a headache expression on his face and shouted helplessly. It's not encirclement and suppression, it's not encirclement and suppression. How many times have I said it? It's surveillance, surveillance. Don't always tamper with your speech, you be ***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** I will definitely take action. After hearing the news that Natsu was going to take action with the flying 6 cells, Urza immediately became energetic and ran over to apply. You must know that after the last battle, she had been promoted to the rank of Major General in the headquarters, which was quite remarkable. Progress, just because she is the nemesis of Natsu, the most evil pirate of this generation. She defeated Natsu time and time again, which also made Urza's status in Marine rise. Therefore, Urza is bound to win this time. Looking at Urza with an unquestionable expression on her face, Doberman also sighed helplessly. Okay, but I am not leading the team this time. You must obey the orders of the general leading the team and cannot act without authorization. Do you understand? Clear. Looking at Urza, who happily agreed, Doberman didn't know what to say and could only let her go. Advertisement anyway. The worst thing is to attack the pirates, which is not a big problem. New World, Moby DK. Dad, look, that guy Kaido is taking action again. The white-bearded man who was drinking wine took the newspaper, glanced at it casually, and stopped paying attention. La 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 la, he's just a kid, don't worry about him, just keep drinking. Looking at the unconcerned Whitebeard, Marco also shrugged and continued drinking. After all, Whitebeard is known as the strongest man in the world. As long as Whitebeard is around for a day, the Whitebeard pirates will be the most powerful pirate group in the world. Nothing can stop them from sailing freely on this sea and drinking wine. New World, Red Firth. Boss, look, Kaido seems to be making big moves. Beckman said solemnly to Shanks. Relax, it's not time for us to take action yet, kids, let's have a party. Great. The Grand Line, Family Don Quixote. Unexpectedly, that guy Natsu really sent out all the 6 flying cells. Young master, should we also take action? Diamante looked at the silent Doflamingo and asked. No matter whether they succeed or fail, we are not able to intervene. The biggest problem now is how to repair the relationship with Natsu. After all, 2 billion is not a small amount. If Natsu and the others succeed, we must give him a satisfactory explanation. I hope you can succeed. I don't know if this, you, is Natsu or someone else. Grand Line, Hive, advertisement. In the royal capital, Akoku looked at the pirate members gathered and shouted angrily. Boys, cheer up, let the whole world know that even if we are the remnants of the past era, we are definitely not something that a mere trainee from Kaido can challenge. Kill them to pieces. Leave nothing behind, crush them all. Leave no scraps of armor behind, crush them all. Leave no scraps of armor behind, crush them all. ... Just like this, Natsu's action attracted attention from all over the world. Everyone is curious about the level of this person who has just joined the Beast's pirates and now sits at the top of the Fei Liubao, and can mobilize all the Fei Liubao. A newcomer who has only been at sea for a few months can do such shocking things, making everyone curious about who this is. Look at Natsu again. Standing opposite the other 5 members of Fei Liubao, Natsu looked at them calmly. Set off. ... August 8, 1510 in the Haiyuan calendar. The eyes of the whole world are focused on Natsu, the leader of the 6th Brotherhood of the Beast Pirates. At this time, the huge fleet led by Natsu has appeared on the sea not far from the hive. Inside Beehive Island, in Beehive City, Akoku has already gathered tens of thousands of pirates to prepare. At a glance, there are so many people that you can barely see the edge. All the news media and intelligence organizations have focused their attention. Everyone was excited watching this scene. Unexpectedly, after Akoku left the Rocks Pirates, he occupied the original headquarters of Rocks, unified the vicious pirates on the island, and took the original country as his own, transforming himself into the master of a country. The world is really big and full of wonders. Even a vicious pirate can become the king of a country. This also made the people present look forward to the next scene even more. You must know that since the disintegration of the Rocks Pirates, the only large-scale pirate group melee was between Roger as One Piece and the Golden Lion Shiki as the pirate admiral. Apart from this, there has been no large-scale melee fighting. But this time, almost all members of the Beast Pirates were dispatched. Except for the missing Captain Kaido and the 2 big signboards, basically everyone with numbers joined the battle, which shows the determination of the Beast Pirates. Everyone thinks that this time it must be a decisive battle between Kaido and Akoku, the 2 old and new pirates. After all, in a battle of this scale, Kaido, as the governor, has no reason not to come out and have a king-on-king battle. This is the largest war since the beginning of the Great Pirate Era. If nothing is done, it is a war. A real war with tens of thousands of participants. Morgans, the president of World Economic News and a user with bird fruit and albatross form, excitedly said to the phone bug that was live broadcasting. This is not just a battle between pirates, this is more like a war between 2 countries. The winning side, I would like to call it. Emperor of the Sea. Chapter 38 kicks off. That's right, as early as the beginning of the Great Pirate Age, the Whitebeard Pirates, the Big Mom Pirates and the Emerging Beasts Pirates had a vague tendency to keep pace with each other and far surpass the ordinary pirate groups. Even Akoku and Silver Axe, former cadres of the Rocks Pirates, are still not as powerful as the first 3. This is also the reason why Morgans proposed the title of Emperor of the Sea today. If Kaido succeeds in taking down Akoku from the old era today, then there is no doubt that the 3 strongest pirate groups have been determined. No, maybe calling them pirates is too one-sided, maybe calling them a country is more accurate. In addition to Whitebeard who only wants to accept his son and just want to live a good life, whether it is Big Mom who owns all the kingdoms, or Kaido who dominates Wano country, they can all be called the Emperor of the Sea. For a moment, the people watching the live phone call had mixed emotions. Ordinary people were scared and panicked. They didn't know what an Emperor of the Sea was, but they understood that once the pirates became powerful, they would be the ones who suffered. But the pirates were different. They are very excited, because if the pirates can establish a country, then their future life will be more promising, and Marine and the world government are also very vigilant, ready to respond to the arrival of the next wave at any time. The constant exclamations of the people had no effect on the progress of Natsu and his fleet, and soon 6 pirate ships with red bull heads and horns approached the hive. Tokai, Shimotsuki Village. Compared to the Grand Line, a place where big pirates frequent, the East Daxia Sea is undoubtedly much safer. In particular, since Urza was born, and every time Natsu and others leave the East Daxia Sea, they have cleaned up a wave of pirates. Now the East Daxia Sea can be called the safest sea area. The villagers who should have been busy with their own affairs are now gathered in front of a video phone, watching this shocking scene. Makyuki was also there with Kuina and Zoro. As for where the phone bugs came from, it was naturally Muxue who asked Kakuzu to donate them to various major islands in the East Daxia Sea in the name of the Dawn Chamber of Commerce. The purpose was to promote products in a timely manner, and it happened that now you can watch a live broadcast for free. As this the strongest man in the world. One day I will stand on the top of the world. Looking at Kuina's longing eyes, Muxue smiled fondly. You're still early, I must be number 1 in the world. Advertisement. The green algae head that disturbed the scenery interrupted this beautiful atmosphere at the right time, and then came the iron fist of Muxue. Looking at the densely packed human heads on Honeycomb Island, Muxue felt that these were not objects that could be easily destroyed to establish power. This was clearly a reappearance of the war on the top 10 years later. It's just that compared to the quality of the battle on the top, this battlefield is still far behind. There is no general-level combat power. There are only 2 general candidates and even elite lieutenant generals fighting on the top of the sky. After all, Akoku is not young, he is an old man of the same era as Whitebeard. I hope Natsu's new mode is powerful enough, otherwise it will be embarrassing if he overturns. Others don't know if Kaido is there, but Muyuki knows very well that Kaido was still drunk when Natsu and the others set off, which shows that he doesn't look down on the so-called old-timers on the same boat at all. This is also the reason why Natsu is confident. Just when the eyes of the world were focused on the hive, a sturdy figure with red hair was swimming over from the windless zone with his bare hands. On the south shore of Beehive Island, opposite the direction in which Natsu and the others were traveling, Gildarts calmly walked onto the beach. Then he used his terrifying power of knowledge to sense it, and then rushed towards the city in the center of the hive. On the other side, the bored Kizaru was playing with the phone bug in his hand. Next to him was Gumir, the stationed lieutenant general of the G2 branch, a bald two-sword swordsman. Urza, who applied voluntarily, and whose military rank was second only to Kizaru and Gumir, was also among them. In addition, there are many elite marines surrounding the square, protecting civilians and some nobles. General Kizaru, are we just watching here? Don't we need to take the initiative? A stunned brigadier general next to Gumal asked. Well, who knows, young people today are really scary. The lazy tone made people feel like they wanted to beat him. It was hard to imagine that these were the words of a top powerhouse in the world. Advertisement. Quote. The brigadier general was so troubled that he didn't know what to say and could only remain in awkward silence. General Kizaru, maybe we can find an opportunity to annihilate these two pirate groups in one fell swoop. Seeing that the brigadier general was silent, Urza stood up at the right time and suggested. Seeing the marine supernova talking to him, Kizaru looked back, and then replied in his lazy and needy tone. Is it for Natsu? You are really competitive. If you want to go, go ahead. Everyone below is as strong as a monster. If something happens, I don't care. Seeing Kizaru's disinterested expression, Urza ignored it and just let it go. Gumir looked at the increasingly solemn atmosphere and also came out to echo. Major General Urza, General Kizaru is right. There are so many pirates out there and they can just let them eat dog. If you want to catch the fire dragon, you can wait for the war. There is no need to fight two families at the same time before taking action, which will only increase casualties. Quote. Unexpectedly, Urza just glanced at him and said nothing. Urza didn't even bother to say anything to such an old lieutenant general with mixed seniority. Quote. Gumal could only smile awkwardly when he saw this. After all, he didn't dare to offend either Urza, who was attracting much attention from the upper class, or General Kizaru. He thought it would be better to sell him to Kizaru, but Urza probably wouldn't say anything. But I didn't expect that now I am no longer human inside and out. East Daxia Sea, Kingdom of Goa. A man wearing a dark green cloak looked at the prosperous capital city in front of him, then looked at the uncertain terminal in the distance, and sighed. The world is sick, even pirates can be the masters of the country. Only by breaking the shackles and standing up again can we regain a new life. None of this mattered to Natsu, but within a few minutes, the beast's pirates' fleet had already docked under the watchful eyes of the Akoku pirates. A battle that attracts worldwide attention begins. Chapter 39 shocked the whole audience. A hail of bullets and artillery fire. Amid the shouts and exclamations of countless news media, the beast pirates took down all the pirates deployed by Akoku at the port like a ragtag force. The troops guarding the shore were also beaten to a pulp by various flying six cells, Genda and a group of elite pirates. Sasaki, one of the ancient species of flying six cells, in the form of a triceratops, took the lead, rampaging and sweeping away all the pirates in front of him. Its tyrannical strength has also made the world aware of the powerful strength of animal fruits. In addition to him, Runti in the form of a Pachycephalosaurus and Peggy Wan in the form of a thorn dragon, although they are still young, they still have amazing achievements due to the strong physical fitness of the ancient species. There were a few people clearing the way in front, and the pirates from the beast's pirates on the fleet behind were also roaring and their morale was high. Kaido, the intern's subordinate, is quite capable. The man wearing golden armor and holding a giant sword with both hands looked at the nearly collapsed battlefield ahead and said nonchalantly. For him, these are just appetizers, like ordinary pirates, as long as he raises his arms, he can get as much as he wants. As a former leader of the Rocks Pirates, unless Kaido comes in person, he can be a little more serious, but he doesn't care about these rotten fish and shrimps at all. Boom. With a roar, the flames accompanied by golden lightning quickly rushed towards him, resounding throughout the battlefield. Its power made Akoku, who was calm and composed just now, couldn't help but change his face and become serious. Obviously, even if he was to take a move of this level in person, he would have to be serious. Even with the armament-colored haki attached to him, after receiving Natsu's move of Thunder Flame Dragon's Roar, his mouth was still numb. Fire Dragon Natsu, you have some strength, I recognize you. Tokai, Shimotsuki Village. Ding, Natsu killed the Akoku Pirates 20. Ding, Natsu killed the Akoku Pirates 32. Ding, Natsu killed the Akoku Pirates 18. Ding, Natsu's level has increased. Looking at the brave Natsu in the image, Muxue was always paying attention to his status. When he saw the level increase, he immediately added this attribute to his power and upgraded it to A-. Soon, the Flying Six Cells fought with the officers of the Akoku Pirates. Natsu, on the other hand, went straight towards Akoku. As for the pirate he killed, he was accidentally affected and died during the battle between him and Akoku. For Natsu, the most important thing right now is to get back the 2 billion Baileys. As for level improvement and gaining experience points, Natsu is not the first priority. The hook of the Thunder Flame Dragon. Boom. Advertisement. Another fierce collision, the blessing of two dragon-slaying magics, gave Natsu a physique that was not inferior to, or even surpassed that of the animal fruit, the phantom beast-type ability user. Coupled with the blessing of the two violent powers of thunder and fire, Rao is a big pirate, Akoku didn't feel well for a while. However, after several battles, Akoku discovered that Natsu had been relying on his abilities to fight and had never used haki. You're a brat who doesn't even know how to dominate. You can't go very far just by relying on the power of the fruit, ha 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 ha. While beating, Akoku tried to use words to disturb Natsu, but unfortunately, as a clone, Nazmo had no emotions and would not be aroused by him at all. But the next one, a thicker thunder flame roared over. The broken teeth of the thunder flame dragon. This world is more than just domineering. Old guy, a new era is coming. You, a remnant of the old era, should crawl into your grave as soon as possible. Natsu, who had no feelings, decided to fight tooth for tooth, mouth for mouth. For a moment, Akoku was so angry that his teeth itched. Sharp-tongued little thing, let me show you what the real power is in this sea. Randomly, a terrifying Conqueror's haki burst out from Akoku's body. Conqueror's domineering entanglement, a powerful skill that only the truly top experts can master. With just one strike, Natsu, who still had a slight advantage, was knocked back. Feeling the sudden increase in strength, Natsu couldn't help but take a deep breath. The warm-up is over, let me show you the real power. Thunder Flame Dragon Mode, Dragon Transformation. Terrifying flames spurted out from Natsu's body, mixed with violent lightning that scorched the surrounding land black. Soon a humanoid dragon appeared in front of Akoku. Seeing that Natsu, who used to be a little boy, was suddenly the same height as him, Akoku couldn't help but feel a sudden change in his heart. Suffer death, Akoku. Red Lotus Thunder Dragon Fist. Natsu in the dragon form burst out at a speed that was difficult to detect with the naked eye. Even Akoku, who had powerful haki, couldn't react for a moment, and was punched by Natsu on his helmet. Puff. The golden helmet flew out with blood. Runti, Peggy-wan and others who were fighting were also shocked when they saw this. Unexpectedly, this guy who climbed on top of them as soon as he arrived actually had such terrifying strength. Cough, cough, I really underestimate you. Akoku stood up, looked at Natsu's surge in strength, and said in a low voice. Advertisement. Thunder Flame Dragon Spear. Ignoring Akoku's words, Natsu immediately flew into the air, raised his hands high, and as the flames and thunder and lightning continued to gather, he condensed a giant spear hundreds of meters long and shot towards Akoku. Get down quickly. Real Doppen shouted immediately as he watched Natsu's movements. Although he has never seen the Thunder Flame Dragon Spear in the dragon form, he has been lucky enough to see the Flame Dragon Spear in its normal state. Its power can directly collapse a mountain. This is why he insists that Natsu has the potential to become a big poster. The reason, if nothing else, is strength. Sure enough, the next moment. Boom. The shaking like an earthquake and the strong wind shocked everyone present. Even the news media people high in the sky were blown away by the hurricane. The news birds flying in the sky were also shaken away and disappeared without a trace. All the phone bugs who were doing the live broadcast fell into coma because of this move. Gumir and others far away in the square also opened their mouths, too surprised to speak. What a scary newcomer. Kizaru also looked surprised and complained slightly. Without the phone bug's playback, Muxue didn't know what would happen next. Real-time observation can only be done through the system panel. Ding, Natsu killed the Akoku Pirates 1200. Ding, Natsu's level has increased. Ding, Natsu killed the Akoku Pirates *1360. Ding, Natsu's level has increased. Ding, Natsu killed the Akoku Pirates *1510. Ding, Natsu's level has increased. Ding, Natsu killed the Akoku Pirates *633. Quote. As the kill information flooded the screen, Natsu's level jumped 3 times in a row, directly reaching level 17. Muxue immediately added points to him, adding points to his constitution to S and his agility to B. At this point, Natsu officially has the strength to fight against the deputy and alternate generals under normal conditions. This move just now is already Natsu's most powerful strike so far. With the blessing of the special state of Dragon Transformation, he uses his meticulous energy control ability to cross and entwine the two violent dragon-slaying magics. Compression and condensation only managed to complete such a spectacular scene. Even with Natsu's current physique, he still needs to consume most of his energy and is basically unable to complete the second release. If Akoku cannot be severely damaged, the next battle will not be optimistic. Chapter 40 Akoku ends. Enter Gildarts. Seeing this shocking scene in front of her, Peggy-wan, who was still a little unconvinced, now asked her sister tremblingly. Sister, do you still want to challenge Natsu-sama? I'll pick you a big-headed guy. Runti rolled her eyes at Peggy-wan, who had no eyesight, and said angrily. It can be said that this move not only hit Akoku, but also directly hit the hearts of everyone in the Beast Pirates. Everyone remembers this newcomer with terrifying strength. His power has far surpassed that of other flying six cells, reaching the level of a big sign. Among the few people in the sky who still had the energy to take pictures, the only ones left were Morgans and the news bird that was closer to him. Fortunately, his intuition was very sensitive. When Natsu used dragon transformation, he immediately sensed something was wrong and directly distanced himself, thus luckily avoiding the biggest wave. Big news, big news. Fortunately, the camera is fine. Sails will definitely explode this time. Morgos in bird form excitedly took photos. On the other side, Marine. Aim and fire. A cold voice came from far away. It was Urza, Gumier and the others who led Marine. As for Kizaru, he was watching from a distance. He didn't want to take action if it was not necessary. Isn't it fun for him to fish? Boom boom boom. The warships loaded with artillery fired together, causing the pirates who were still in shock to be hit directly. The pirates of the Beast Pirates and Akoku Pirates were beaten and ran around holding their heads. Huh, the red-haired female Marine. She turned out to be Marine's Supernova Major General. This is really big news. Great, I am indeed the best news person, ha 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 ha. Morgans looked at the chaotic battlefield that was suddenly joined by a third party, as well as the red figure not far away, and he realized that a more exciting news might be coming. Marine Nova successfully defeated 2 major pirate groups. While Morgans was taking pictures of Urza, he was thinking about what kind of title would be suitable for this scene. The addition of Urza and others made the entire battlefield confusing. What was originally a battle between 2 sides has turned into a 3-party melee. With Urza's appearance, Natsu had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue fighting Urza. Fortunately, his level improvement made Natsu more than capable of facing Urza's attack. You guys who just went to sea, don't underestimate me. Just as Urza and Natsu were fighting, Akoku stood up with difficulty in the ruins, his body covered in blood and his dazzling golden armor already broken. Advertisement. It's too early for you newcomers to challenge me. Listen to me, I am the top leader of the Rocks Pirates, Akoku. As he spoke, Akoku gathered all the remaining weapon-colored haki and conqueror's haki in his body as if he was coming back to his senses, swung his sword at Natsu and Urza, and rushed over. Seeing Akoku covered in blood and wounds all over his body, still relying on his tenacious will to complete the last sword attack, Natsu and Urza both stopped and attacked Akoku in unison. Tokai, Shimotsuki Village. Through Naz's perspective, Muxue knew that another legendary figure was about to come to an end. If it weren't for the fact that his men annexed Muxue's bailey out of greed, Muxue would not have taken the initiative to provoke these remnants of the previous era. What a pity, fate plays tricks on people. Give him some respect. After giving the order, Muxue turned her perspective to Gildarts, and Akoku had come to an end. After this battle, whether it is Natsu who seriously injured Akoku, or Urza who draws with Natsu, their fame will be doubled. After all, the monsters they ended were the monsters left over from the Rocks era. To put it bluntly, they were equal to Whitebeard and higher than Kaido. Grand Line, Hive. After receiving the order, Urza and Natsu also took Akoku's final blow with all their strength without hesitation. In his unwilling eyes, the two of them gave the old pirate the last dignity, just thinking about him. Like the captain, he was captured by pirates and Marine together. Click. As Morgans pressed the shutter, the remnant of the previous era, the Great One Piece now has finally come to an end. The Rocks Pirates, who were surrounded by strong men and had numerous monsters, were unquestionably strong, but in the end they were defeated by the power of the new era because of the passage of time. His glory is over. In fact, when the Rocks Pirates were destroyed, his era had already ended, but he has been unwilling to admit it. But now he has been ended, by Marine Supernova and Pirate Supernova together, just like Garp and Roger ended Rocks, a perfect ending. Without Akoku, the Akoku Pirates were just a bunch of soulless sand. They were quickly captured by Marine. The Beast's pirates did not stop them, but retreated to the edge of the battlefield in a tacit understanding, ready to wait for their arrival. This is your order. After all, the war is not over, it's just that one side has withdrawn early. Fei Liubao led Genda and Marine Lieutenant General Gumier and several general-level officers at daggers drawn. The target of this crusade has become the unexpected Marine. Looking at Natsu, Urza, who had finished Akoku, swung her sword at Natsu again, starting a new round of confrontation. Suddenly, all the pirates and Marines started a new round of fighting. It's a pity that even if Natsu quit the dragon mode due to excessive consumption, Urza's current strength is still no match for Natsu, whose level has soared. However, due to excessive physical exertion before, Natsu can only fight with Urza now. A tie. Advertisement. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. A lazy voice suddenly resounded throughout the battlefield, and golden light spots fell like raindrops. Boom boom boom. Amidst the bursts of roars, the entire beast pirates were severely damaged. Even the flying six cells, who are ancient species of animal fruits, were beaten to the point where they were unable to resist. For a moment, flesh and blood flew everywhere on the battlefield. General Marine Kizaru. Looking at the golden light in the distance, some pirates realized the identity of the visitor, and it also made the young flying six cells and real fighters realize for the first time the true weight of the words, the highest combat power of the Marine headquarters. Fei Liubao looked at the figure in the yellow striped suit and was so frightened that he backed away. Compared to the panic among the pirates, Marine's morale is greatly boosted. General Kizaru. Amidst cheers, Kizaru came to Urza and Natsu. Hey, the newcomers nowadays are really scary. Just when Urza and Natsu were anxious, a slightly teasing voice came. General Kizaru, Natsu is my prey. Looking at General Kizaru who suddenly appeared, Urza looked directly at Kizaru without any hesitation. Well, there will be many pirates to catch in the future, so let's stop here for today, otherwise we will have to work overtime again. Still in a lazy tone. Although Marine would not easily interfere in the dispute between the big pirates, Natsu's shocking performance today made even the Marine general feel frightened. Maybe Natsu is far from his opponent now, but what about 1 year from now, 2 years from now? No one knows whether Natsu, a phantom beast, will turn into a monster like Kaido. You must know that since Natsu became famous, it has only been a few short months. He has gone from a rising pirate with a bounty of just over 100 million to now having the strength to rival the great pirates of the previous era. The gap between this is not even a tiny bit. As the oldest and most experienced current general, Kizaru had to marvel at Natsu's amazing potential. Therefore, he had to take action himself, and Marine would never allow another, Kaido, to appear in the Beast Pirates. Looking at Kizaru who was determined to take action himself, Urza began to think about whether to join forces with Natsu to fight against Kizaru, or whether to watch the battle from the sidelines and wait for an opportunity. Looking at Urza who stopped moving, Kizaru thought that Urza understood what he meant, and also raised his shining right leg, preparing to give Natsu a fatal blow. Suddenly, as if he sensed something, he turned around and kicked him. Boom. Sorry, I'm late, the rest of the battle is left to me. Enter Gildarts. Chapter 41 Battle of Generals. It's going to explode. It's going to be a big explosion. I didn't expect that the general would take action. I came in person and it was indeed the right thing to do. Looking at the headquarters General Kizaru who suddenly appeared on the battlefield, Morgan's eyes lit up and he shouted excitedly. Just when he thought everything would be settled after the general took action, another mysterious man appeared and successfully blocked Kizaru's kick. Are you the red-haired destroyer? Kizaru looked at the red-haired figure who seemed to have been mentioned by the deputy, and asked with a solemn expression. If it weren't for Gildarts' wanted poster that looked like Rayleigh and had some Shanks characteristics, Kizaru wouldn't have remembered a new little pirate who just went to sea. However, this powerful aura and amazing power are completely unlike what was mentioned in the previous intelligence. You told him that this is a new person. The sudden change shocked the entire battlefield. Especially Fei Liubao and the others, they were already prepared to be annihilated, but they didn't expect that there would be a turnaround and there would be a chance for a reversal. A red-haired man only 2 meters tall. The air all over his body was distorted visibly to the naked eye. It was Gildarts who had opened 8 gates Dunjia and arrived in time. In the original work, when Xiao Li opened the third door, his facial expression began to distort. As for Gildarts, who has the support of a master of physical skills and armed domineering, the third gate has no other adverse reactions except the chaos of air flow around the body. I heard that the general is very powerful, let me learn from you today. Gildarts activated the vast armed domineering energy in his body. With the blessing of a physical master, the total amount of his body can even be compared to that of Bullet, which can arm an entire giant. Gildarts' entire right hand was dyed ink, and there was a transparent circle on it. It was his special ability, crushing magic. Its strength depends entirely on Gildarts' physical strength. With the blessing of the 8 gates dungeon, the crushing magic has initially shown its astonishing power. Feeling the threat coming from Gildarts' hand, Kizaru also directly elementally moved away. Advertisement. Boom. I saw that the place where Kizaru had been had completely turned into nothingness. That's right, it's not like the shattering cracks of the earthquake fruit, but like the surgical fruit directly moving through space, the land disappears directly. The newcomers nowadays are really scary. Kizaru was a little surprised when he saw this scene. Even the common frivolity in his tone was gone, which showed the pressure Gildarts put on him. Yeah, what about this? With that said, Gildarts directly opened the 7th gate, Gate of Wonder. Blue air flow spurted out around Gildarts, reaching a height of more than 10 meters like a fountain. This astonishing momentum, not to mention Kizaru who was closest to him, even the marines and pirates who were slightly further away were unable to move under this pressure. The next moment, the fist entwined with Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki knocked Kizaru away. Boom. After being knocked away, Kizaru's elemental form regrouped instantly, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, revealing that even Kizaru was not unscathed by Gildarts' attack. As conquerors entangled, today's newcomers are really as strong as monsters. Kizaru wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, held his hand in the air, and an Tiankongan sword made purely of light appeared in his hand. However, before Kizaru could say the name of the sword, Gildarts had already rushed over, using his fists as big as sandbags, mixed with 2 kinds of domineering power, and the power of crushing magic, to hit Kizaru head-on. Come over here. Destroy evil and reveal righteousness in one day. Facing this move, Kizaru held the sword with both hands and struck hard with a heavy expression. Boom. With one blow, the earth cracked and the breath surged. Domineering collision, dust flying, momentum soaring to the sky. Advertisement. Under the disbelief of everyone in the audience, Gildarts and Kizaru had a draw. Ha 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 ha. That's great. Kizaru, the most powerful general in the Marine headquarters, is evenly matched with a rookie pirate. It's really big news, big news. Looking at the incredible scene on the field, Morgans also laughed with his face flushed, and the shutter of the camera in his hand kept stopping. What Morgans regrets most now is not bringing more film. If he misses any exciting plot, he will definitely go crazy with regret. Tokai, Shimotsuki Village. Through Gildarts' perspective, Muxue saw the power of the world's top powerhouse for the first time. Even Gildarts, who opened the seventh gate, relied on his two-color domineering and crushing magic, but it was only a draw. Once the blessing of the Eight Gates dungeon ended, everyone present would be imprisoned in the Impel City. Muxue was not willing to bear that kind of price. He would rather die in separate battles than to have them captured in the Impel Down city. Although death and resurrection may attract the attention of the world, at least there is an excuse to fake death to escape. If it really comes to Impel Down, even with Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, it will not be easy. In particular, it is possible to expose the connection between Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara and Natsu. It may even affect the Chamber of Commerce and Muxue as far away as the East Daxia Sea. This is absolutely to be avoided. Since Bailey is basically hopeless, even if he dies, he will never let Kizaru have an easy time. Muxue looked at the 12 trials and 8 gates armor on Gildarts' panel, a cold light flashed in his eyes. If you want to play, then play big. Natsu is preparing to retreat, and Urza is pretending to pursue you. No one will pay attention to you at this time. Gildarts, activate the 8 gates armor formation for me. I want the whole hive. Disappear. Chapter 42. Destroying evil and showing righteousness, Broken Star. The entire battlefield cannot be described in words. Under the attack of the two monsters Kizaru and Gildarts, Beehive Island seemed to be hit by a magnitude 12 earthquake after being blown by a typhoon of magnitude 18. There were potholes everywhere, houses collapsed, and seawater poured in. Countless pirates and marines who were affected lost their lives. What a powerful force. Lasers hit Gildarts one after another, but all were destroyed by Gildarts using crushing magic. It is completely unable to cause effective damage to Gildarts. It can only delay Gildarts' physical strength and quickly consume it. Obviously, the experienced Kizaru could also see that the weird ability of Gildarts, who suddenly changed his color, must have a time limit, and he only needed to delay it for a while to win. According to the speed at which Gildarts opened the 7 doors, even though it was undetectable to outsiders, for Kizaru, unless he was caught off guard, it would be very difficult for the wretched person with the shining fruit to be hit. So the balance on the battlefield has tilted towards Marine. Gildarts also knew that it was difficult to effectively attack Kizaru with his speed alone, so he could only use domineering gravel and other thrown objects to interfere and find a chance. This guy's physical strength is really amazing. Kizaru, who kept dodging, also felt a little angry in his heart. Unexpectedly, he, a dignified marine general, would be forced to use roundabout means by a newcomer. Thinking of this, Kizaru couldn't help but increase the intensity and quantity of the 8-foot Magatama's light bombs, although this had little effect on Gildarts. Just when Kizaru was still considering whether to use the power awakened by the fruit, Gildarts, who received Muxue's order, responded first. 8th Gates. Gate of Death, open. 8 Gates Dunjia formation. The airflow all over Gildarts' body changed from blue to crimson, because it is Gildarts' blood and vitality that is burning now. Seeing Gildarts, whose explosive power suddenly increased to a new level, Kizaru suddenly felt something bad and quickly transformed into elements to prepare to dodge. Unfortunately, Gildarts, who opened 8 gates, was so fast that even Kizaru, who reacted immediately, couldn't dodge. Boom. Kizaru, who had no time to think, was directly blasted away. Fortunately, the early elementalization allowed Kizaru to avoid the critical point in time, otherwise the boat would really capsize in the gutter. Looking at Kizaru flying away, Gildarts also knew that if he missed this blow, Kizaru would never fight him in close combat again. Advertisement. So, Gildarts, who was about to run out of life, jumped directly into the air and aimed at the entire hive with a blow that gathered all his domineering energy and physical strength. Destroy evil and reveal righteousness, Broken Star. White light flashed, and in Kizaru's slightly frightened eyes. The hive is gone. Ding. Gildarts killed the pirate asterisk 2086. Ding. Gildarts killed Marine 106. Ding. Gildarts killed Poseidon class 38. Ding. Gildarts level has been improved. Asterisk 5. Ding. Gildarts is currently level 16 inches. Ding. 8 gates armor is over, Gildarts is dead. Ding. The 12 trials are triggered, Gildas is resurrected. Ding. The remaining number of 12 trials is 1/11th, recovery time, 1 year. Good guy, you sacrificed your life in exchange for a 5-level promotion, it's not a loss. Even the noble phantasm of the 12 trials can actually restore 1 life per year, which is long enough. However, this thing is a resurrection, and Muxue will be satisfied if he can use it. What's more, it's not impossible to recover. After this battle, all attributes of Gildarts, except for will, have all reached A. If he fights Kizaru again, he will never be forced to be so helpless. I just don't know what Gildarts' condition is now, because the 8 gates armor burned Gildarts' body into coke, and he is slowly recovering under the influence of the 12 trials. Because he has not been fully resurrected, Gildas is now in a coma, and Muxue cannot see his perspective, so she can only pray that he is safe. This is really a big fuss. I guess Gildarts will be on the world government's blacklist this time. After all, no one can worry about such a strong uneasy factor. I just don't know what will happen to Natsu. Anyway, his fame will definitely increase. Quote. After closing the system panel, Muxue squinted her eyes. Now that the dust had settled, she could only start thinking about the next plan. Grand line, hive, advertisement. Looking at the donut-shaped honeycomb in front of him, even the well-informed Kizaru fell silent. Although the awakening of the natural fruit can also permanently change the terrain, in terms of ability, it is obvious that it is difficult for the sparkling fruit to achieve the immediate effect. Kizaru, who flew to the center, turned on his sight color to the maximum and explored inch by inch, but in the end Gildarts was not found. Did you run away? Kizaru, who found nothing, looked at the lake in the center of the island and was silent for a while. It can be said that Marine gained nothing from this battle. Not only were the beast's pirates not caught, but the city above the hive was basically destroyed. Even the red-haired man who appeared at the end was nowhere to be seen. Although Gildarts' condition just now meant that he basically wouldn't survive, Kizaru always felt that he was not that simple, and maybe one day they would meet again. The only good news is that the Akoku pirates, the dominant pirate group, has officially retired, which can be regarded as less trouble. General Porosalino, the man just now, named Gildas, first appeared in the East Daxia Sea, caused a havoc in Rog Town, causing the town to be completely destroyed, and then destroyed Marine Chase near the upside-down mountain. Warship, whereabouts unknown, bounty of 99 million Baileys. At the end, even Kizaru's adjutant was no longer confident. Looking at the newly built Shimakoko Lake in front of him, you told him that this was done by a pirate with a bounty of less than 100 million. Why is it the East Daxia Sea again? Listening to the adjutant's report, Kizaru had a strange face. Hearing Kizaru's question, the adjutant didn't think much about it. He just thought that he didn't understand the reason for Gildarts' arrival, so he explained. Maybe it's because this guy named Gildarts is dedicated to assisting Fire Dragon Natsu. After all, they are both from the East Daxia Sea and may have known each other before. East Daxia Sea, East Daxia Sea, East Daxia Sea. So does Urza, so does Natsu, so does Gildarts, even the two Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama who went to Impel Down to garrison are from East Daxia Sea. What's wrong with East Daxia Sea? This time, a total of more than 11,000 people died, and countless people were injured. The entire Hive Kingdom was almost destroyed. Basically all the nobles died in Gilda's last blow. This island is probably. Lieutenant General Gumir stepped forward with the data report. I'm afraid it has been completely destroyed. At the end, add another sentence. Under the protection of our marine. Crack. The boulder under Kizaru's feet instantly shattered into countless pieces. Chapter 43 Destroyer. The battle on Beehive Island was completely a humiliating battle for Marine. It can be said that no one among the three parties is the winner. Even Muxue, who did not have his clone die, still lost 2 billion belly, which would seriously affect his next purchase plan. Fortunately, the gain of experience gave Muxue some comfort, and Gildarts' level was perfectly on par with the first echelon. It's just that we don't know when Gildarts will wake up, and Natsu is still in a semi-disabled state for the time being. Urza is relatively better. Except for a head-on collision with Akoku at the end, she is basically fine, which is a blessing among misfortunes. As for Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, to be honest, I can't count on them for the time being. After all, they are two office workers and it is difficult for them to go to sea freely. This time Uchiha Madara came to Donghai on leave. And Artoria, what do you expect a noble teacher to do? We can only hope that Urza can give Muxue some surprises. It cannot be said that there is no winner at all. At least Morgans is very happy. After all, the news this time is definitely shocking to the world. August 9, 1510 in the Haiyuan calendar. It had only been 1 day since the Battle of Beehive Island, and the overwhelming number of newspapers had spread with the news birds. Shocked. The legendary pirate ended up in such a tragic situation because of a newcomer. Marine Nova and Pirate Nova join forces. What do they intend to do? Does the most evil rising star of this generation have the power to become a king? Another redhead. Even the generals are staying away. Take you closer to that man. Muxue looked at the exaggerated and outrageous headlines and almost thought she had read the wrong newspaper. Forget the first one, it's all about seeking truth from facts. One of the remaining ones is too much. What if Marine and pirates join forces? Does this prove that there is a rupture within Marine? What new pirate star wants to usurp the throne and seize the throne? How could a red-haired boy be born and defeat all the generals? This Morgans really dares to write. He is really not afraid of getting angry. Even if he dares to talk about Marine's rumors casually, I don't know if he is crazy about money. But, no matter what, Gildas is famous. If Natsu and Urza can only be regarded as rookies, then Gildarts has already entered the top ranks of the world. Although it is just an outbreak of a special state, others don't know it. Except for Kizaru's slight guess, outsiders will only think that Gildarts has reached the general level combat power. Advertisement. In addition to these relatively large proportions of news, there is also a small space that roughly depicts the scene of the demise of a country on Beehive Island. It can be seen that Morgans is still very resistant to this matter, probably because he is afraid that the world government will pursue him. After all, under Marine's nose, a country is destroyed, which will affect its prestige and image to some extent. Look, we have a man from the East Daxia Sea who can rival the general. What? Real or fake? How is this possible? It seems that a country was destroyed by this big pirate named Fire Dragon Natsu. How is it possible? With Marine's protection, those pirates can't possibly destroy a country. That's right, how could such a big country be destroyed by pirates? How could it really be so powerful and be beaten away? Some people are shocked, some people are confused. In any case, this incident made people all over the world once again realize the terror of Urza, Natsu and Gildarts. Sanctuary, Marigaya, conference room. Boom. A-hole, what are those Marines doing? With so much military support every year, they can't defend a small country. What do the kings of the participating countries think of this? A bald man holding a sword angrily slapped the information in his hand on the table. Okay, now that things have happened, don't complain anymore. The top priority is to deal with the impact of the destruction of this country. It must not affect the prestige of the world government. The bald old man with this mustache said. If there's anything to say, just destroy it. Just like O'Hara did back then, let them have their say. As long as there is no proof, it won't affect us. Looking at the quarrel, the blonde old man said. Seconded. Seconded. Unanimous vote. Proceed to the next item, the establishment of Shichabukai. Marine Headquarters, Marineland, Fleet Admiral Office. The atmosphere in the whole room was very heavy. Sengoku frowned and looked at Kizaru and Gumir with a heavy expression. Advertisement. Things have reached this stage, and it's useless to say anything. The most important thing next is to eliminate the negative impact on Marine in the sea, especially to strengthen patrols in all directions to prevent pirates from taking advantage of the situation. Kizaru, you should go back to recuperate first. As for Gildarts, I didn't expect that his hidden strength is so deep. If he hadn't been drawn to attack with all his strength this time, there might have been a bigger trouble. Gumir, you should go back to the G2 branch to guard the post first. I don't blame you this time. The top priority is to protect the civilians in the jurisdiction, and we must not let the pirates take advantage of the situation. After finishing the mission, Sengoku waved them off. There were still many things for him, the Marine Fleet Admiral, to solve. Kizaru returned to the general's office and made a cup of tea. Quietly looking at the words on the wall in trance. Although Sengoku didn't blame him, the red-haired figure lingered in his heart. After graduating from Zepha's training camp, as a user with the ability to use the Shining Fruit, he basically went smoothly. I have never suffered such a serious injury that I can now rest as a work-related injury. However, as a Marine general, he did not feel depressed because of this. On the contrary, he suddenly had some fighting spirit and wanted to learn from Gildarts again. This time he suffered from insufficient information, but next time he would not be able to do it. For sure. Thinking about it, Kizaru took a sip of tea, then picked up a storybook and started a happy fishing life. In addition to the world government and Marine, everyone in the New World's top pirate group was also shocked by the news of the battle on the Beehive Island. Especially Marco and the others, when they saw their comrades from the same era as their father being killed by two newcomers, their expressions of disbelief were palpable. It even makes many pirates think that they are not suitable to be pirates, or times have changed. More and more newcomers with amazing talents are appearing. Shanks, the red-haired intern on the ship One Piece, has also been making frequent moves recently. It is said that he is taking action against the legendary pirate Silver Axe, and he seems to be determined to win the title of Emperor of the Sea. Destroyer, Gildarts, Fire Dragon, Natsu, Empress, Boya Hancock and other newcomers with amazing strength gradually show their prominence. Of course not everyone is panicked. At least Kaido, who had just sobered up, was very happy. Brother Kaido, do you know what we are called now? Quinn, who had pigtails and a chubby body, said excitedly to Kaido who had just sobered up. Now we are called the Emperor of the Sea, and we are the king of this sea. Ha 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 ha. Well done, Natsu. Lousy has long disliked that old guy. He has been putting on airs just because of his seniority. This time, he let out a bad breath and lived up to Lousy's expectations for you. Gudong. Speaking of excitement, Kaido picked up the wine gourd and started drinking. At this time, Jin, who had a pair of wings, came over and patted Natsu on the shoulder. Good job, Natsu. I think Boss Kaido will promote you to the position of chief poster soon. Now Jack is just a teenage kid, still just a flying 6. There is an empty spot on the big signboard. According to the current development trend of Natsu, he will soon be on an equal footing with Jin and Quinn. This is why Jin came over to express his goodwill. After all, they will work together in the future. Chapter 44 Ace becomes a disciple. East Daxia Sea, Kingdom of Goa, Mount Kolbo. Ace, how strong are these people? Can they be stronger than the old man? Luffy, who was just 7 years old and had eaten the rubber, ni gum ka, fruit, took the newspaper and said to Ace excitedly. Who knows, but I will definitely be the one to become One Piece in the future. Looking at the excited Luffy, Ace also said confidently. No, it's me who wants to become One Piece. When it comes to the words One Piece, Luffy, who is determined to become the man of One Piece, will not be outdone. Ace, Luffy, what are you talking about? Just as the two of them were arguing fiercely, Sabo, who had blonde hair and missing teeth, came to the secret base of the three of them. Sob, why did you come here? What happened these days? Looking at Sabo, who had not seen him for several days, Ace asked with concern, thinking that Sabo had been imprisoned by his noble father again. Ha 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 ha, Ace, let me tell you, I have a swordsmanship teacher, she is very good, I have been training under her these days, now you are definitely no match for me. After hearing his friend's concern, Sabo didn't hide it, and directly told Ace and Luffy about his apprenticeship and learning process. Oh, then let's make gestures. The Great Route, a certain sea area. Lord Chalmux Saint, I wonder where you want to go next. On a luxurious ship, a slightly strange-looking man wearing a square hood sat on a slave. Hearing his subordinate's inquiries, he waved his hand. Advertisement. Well, let's go to the East Daxia Sea. I heard that there are many powerful guys coming out of the East Daxia Sea recently. I want to catch a few of the most powerful ones and make them slaves. It just so happened that a lot of people died in the last arena. Yes, sir. After hearing the master's instructions, the man in black immediately went down to change the course. East Daxia Sea, a small island. Long, we don't have enough supplies. Do you want to go and replenish some? A fat man with purple afro and scantily clad clothes asked the dragon in green robe. Then go to Shimotsuki Island. I have some friendships with the gym leader there. In the few days since the news of Beehive Island spread across the sea, there has been no major commotion for the time being. The only thing worth noting is that the world government launched the Buster Call frantically to destroy all life on the Beehive Island. Muxue was also amazed by its ruthless methods. Even Muxue, who prides himself on being ruthless, thinks that he still has a certain bottom line. At least he will never attack innocent civilians. However, the world's ZF will directly destroy the entire island with just a touch of lip service. Everyone on it has been wiped out. If Doberman hadn't informed Urza of the matter afterwards, Muxue wouldn't have known that there would be such explosive news later. The world is indeed sick. Perhaps, when Muxue feels full of wings, he can do something he wants to do. As for now, let's just keep calm and develop. Before there are 10 GARP combat forces, Muxue feels that they are not stable enough. Even Poseidon and Pluton, he wants to make some plans, especially Poseidon, who should be only 3 now. Years old is a great time to develop. Maybe you can consider getting a fishman clone. At that time, recruiting a group of fishmen to salvage sunken ships can be considered a way to make a fortune. Advertisement. Donghai, Rog Town. Sir Madara, this is a weapons shop opened according to your request. Don't worry, everything is arranged properly. A branch colonel newly sent by Marine to garrison Rog Town was flattering Uchiha Madara with his head bowed. After Uchiha Madara took a leave of absence to help Kakuzu gain a foothold, he remembered that Muxue had ordered a weapons trading business, so he came to Rogue Town and planned to open a weapons store. By chance, a stationed colonel who wanted to make money and make connections with the world's government came into Uchiha Madara's sight. After some friendly exchanges and the promise of protection, the two parties successfully reached a consensus. Uchiha Madara will provide some firearms that have been eliminated from the Impel Down city. This colonel is responsible for providing people and shops to sell and protect them. If there is trouble, Uchiha Madara will give him a platform. The two parties hit it off. As long as they find a suitable next home, it will take about a month. Billionaires' profits are not easy. East Daxia Sea, Kingdom of Goa, uncertain destination. Sob, is this the master you're talking about? She doesn't look much older than us, but she's so powerful. Ace said to Sabo in surprise as he watched Artoria easily take down the gangster leader who was unsure of the destination. Just now, my master defeated all the guards in my house alone. If the master hadn't gone to sea, she would definitely be more powerful than those Natsu, Gildarts and so on. Speaking of master, Sabo raised his little head proudly. In his eyes, even the big pirates who appeared frequently in the newspapers were not as powerful as his master. That is to say, Erza was a marine and had a good reputation in the East Daxia Sea, so Sabo didn't move her out, otherwise in his eyes, no one could be more powerful than his master. Sob, do you think we can become a disciple of her? Maybe with her guidance, I can become one piece faster. Listening to Sabo's description, the young ace felt the urge to become a disciple. After all, having experienced fighting since childhood, he believed that only strength was the foundation, and becoming a disciple was obviously a way to become stronger quickly. He also wanted Luffy, his younger brother, to come with him. Running away was not his style, so it was only fair for everyone to compete together. No problem, my master is very kind and will definitely agree. Sabo took over the job without even thinking about it. After all, he was his brother and he would definitely help. At worst, he would steal all his father's treasury to honor his master. After all, the master's biggest hobby, apart from fighting, is eating delicious food. Unfortunately, the master's appetite is too big. Every time Bailey is not enough, he can only stare at all kinds of delicacies in a daze. Chapter 45 September's Ability. The next day, Shimotsuki Village. Ding, Ace and Luffy request to become apprentices to Artoria. Ding, Artoria is thinking. Ding, Artoria saw the large amount of delicious food that Sabo brought. Ding, Artoria agreed. Quote. Muxue was a little confused when she looked at the information on the panel. Why did this boy Ace also become a disciple? It was really unexpected. But it doesn't matter, one of them is teaching, and the other 3 are guiding, so Muxue doesn't need to worry about it anyway. Immediately, He took another look at the status of the other clones. Natsu has basically recovered by eating a lot of Poseidon meat, and is currently preparing to go to sea to make money. Yes, he is indeed the most sensible cub under him. Urza was awarded the Fleet Admiral for her role in stopping Natsu and for wielding Akoku. Because Urza's use of Haki is still relatively simple, Sengoku plans to leave her to learn Haki under Zephyr for a period of time to enhance her use and understanding of Haki. It seems that Urza can't be counted on for the time being, and Natsu is the most worry-free. Looking at Uchiha Madara again, seeing that he has been busy selling arms recently, Muxue felt relieved. Maybe Madara could give him a surprise. Advertisement. Otherwise, let Madara disguise herself, or find a reason to go to North Blue and contact that Germa 66. Their arms business is still very good. As for Senju Hashirama, there is not much to say. He lives the most regular life of fighting monsters and has never left Impel Down. He can be called a model worker among model workers. Unfortunately, he does not make any money. Unfortunately, Gildarts is still recovering, and he doesn't know how long the recovery time for these 12 trials will take, so he can only wait and see. The only thing that makes Muxue gratified is that the Chamber of Commerce in Kakuzu is completely on track. So far, all the chambers of commerce in the Scott Kingdom have joined the family of Dawn, and the surrounding islands have also been well connected. For small chambers of commerce with no background, Kakuzu adopts a tolerant policy of treating them with emotion, moving them with reason, and allowing them to benefit. As for those chambers of commerce that have deep backgrounds and dare to cause obstacles, Kakuzu's 5 heart positions are not empty. Watching. Anyway, Uchiha Madara is on the bright side, but secretly there are no strong people in Donghai, so everything is going smoothly. It is estimated that starting from next month, a steady stream of Baileys will start to be recorded. August 31st, year 1510 of the Haiyuan calendar. Monthly summary. Natsu wiped out more than 300 pirates in total and captured 300 million Baileys. Uchiha Madara completed the first arms transaction and earned Pele 200 million. The current total balance of the system mall, 1.8 billion Baileys. After continuous struggle, Senju Hashirama has been upgraded by 1 level and is currently level 14. Due to less battles, Artoria's level was only raised to level 7, but her bond with the 3 little ones has increased a lot. Advertisement. As for Urza, after half a month of special training, she has mastered the hardening and entanglement of armed Haki. As for internal destruction, it is still a little worse, but the rest is not enough to rely on hard work, so Urza successfully left the training camp, and the operation to exterminate pirates began again. As for Kakuzu, the current profit is not high. Muxue, who is not short of Bailey, is going to raise one first. If there is not enough money to buy the ability next month, then Kakuzu can only go to some unscrupulous businessmen and quietly borrow money. September 1st 1510 in the Haiyuan calendar. Skillfully opening the refreshed mall, even though it happens once a month, Muxue still couldn't help but feel excited. For example, there are some things that we know will come every month, but we still can't stop our emotions from fluctuating every time they come. Armed Haki advanced from the world of pirates, a special power that can increase the attack power and defense of the clone, and also enable the clone to gain the ability to touch the Logia Devil Fruit. Price. 200 million shells profit. Quote. Kowloon Thunder Gang Fire, fragment, a legendary resource from a certain world, strange fire. It is said that this fire is silver white. During the sudden rise, 9 silver fire dragons shuttle in the flames. After the clone is loaded, the flames it emits will be accompanied by a hint of dragon power has the effect of frightening the soul and has a certain burning effect on the soul. Price. 200 million Baileys. Kong Wooly. Increase the physical fitness and strength level of the clone by 1 level each. Price. 100 million Baileys. Zanpakuto Kyoka Suigetsu. From the world of Shinigami, the most powerful genjutsu type Zanpakuto gives the clone the power to control the opponent's 5 senses. Anyone who has seen the moment of Kyoka Suigetsu's liberation will be complete hypnosis from then on. Every time Kyoka Suigetsu is released from now on, he will fall into the state of complete hypnosis. Selling price. 400 million belly. Resourceful. Gives the clone super intelligence, stronger and more ingenious logical analysis and planning abilities. Price. 100 million Baileys. Powerful support. The clone can designate another clone as its own protection target. When the protection target is 1 kilometer away from itself, all its own attributes will be increased by 1 level. Price. 200 million Baileys. Hunting instinct. When the clone regards the target as prey, it will put great pressure on the target and increase the clone's strength by 1 level. If there are bleeding wounds on the target, it will increase the clone's agility by 1 level, the maximum mark marked at the same time upper limit. 1. Price. 100 million Baileys. Wrath of Berserker. A special ability from the Berserker clan. As physical strength decreases, strength and agility gradually increase, up to 3 levels. When attacking the target, the opponent's physical strength can be stolen to restore oneself. Sale price. 200 million Baileys. Blood Drinking Sword. A mysterious weapon from Runeterra, which can give the clone the ability to absorb the target's blood. The blood can restore one's own injuries and physical strength. The overflowing blood will float on the surface of the clone, forming a blood shield. Price. 200 million Baileys. Combat Intuition. Gives the avatar strong combat judgment and reaction, and will recognize the most suitable actions for itself in battle. Price: 100 million Baileys. 2 Ma Chapter 46. One word and one weapon, sneak in and conquer. The first is high-level armed color hockey. According to the information Muxue has learned from clones in the past few months, except for Garp who has full-level armed color hockey, even the general's armed color hockey is only at the advanced to top level. Between. After all, none of the current 3 generals rely on armed hockey to fight. As a user with the Logia fruit ability, they rely on their own physical strength and fruit ability development. At best, they use the knowledge hockey to assist, so advanced armed hockey, among this generation of marine generals, they can be considered average. Looking back at Muxue's clones, let's exclude our model worker Naz first. Although Muxue wants to take more care of this model worker, as the owner of dragon-slaying magic, he does not lack the skills to attack Logia ability users, and he does not really need the armored color domineering attachment, so for him, armed color domineering is the icing on the cake. If you have it, it's better. If you don't have it, it doesn't matter. Now Muxue is not so luxurious that he can grant abilities at will. Good steel must be used on the blade. When he gets rich one day, Muxue will definitely reward Natsu. Now he can only feel aggrieved. Let's look at Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. The former has the 10-fist sword and has no shortage of means to fight the enemy. The latter can't use it in Impel Down, so he can just pass it. Not to mention Gildarts, he has 3 colors of domineering power, too. Artoria is now in the comfortable East Daxia Sea, and she has a magical weapon nearby, so she can't use it, so let's pass. Kakuzu is a businessman. What do you want to be domineering? Finally, I looked at Urza, seeing her newly initiated armed hockey, and the fact that she could no longer keep up with Natsu's strength. In order to maintain the love between the two of them, Urza should bar. Looking at the second ability, it turns out to be a strange fire. Even though it's just a fragment, it's still incredibly powerful. There's nothing to say. It must be for Natsu, and Longwei can also be used as a conqueror's, so it can serve multiple purposes. Further down, the ability to increase strength and physique should also be given to Urza. After all, her current strength is indeed weaker. Further down, looking at the Zanpakuto named Kyoka Suigetsu, Makyuki knew it was time to start laying out the world's government. Let the man who is famous in Soul Society and Ueko Mundo bring some new vitality to this sea. Hot guy. Clone. Aizen Sosuke Grade 1 Experience, 0/100ths. Strength. D Physique, D Advertisement Agile, D Spirit, D. Will. D Attribute Points. 0 Ability. Zanpakuto Kyoka Suigetsu, Resourcefulness, cannot be upgraded. However, although resourcefulness is loaded, after all, his own combat effectiveness is insufficient. Maybe he can also find a partner. Just like every high IQ character, there is always a Tai Han with extremely high martial arts value. The decision is yours. Hot Crazy Guy. Clone. Zaraki Kenpachi. Grade 1 Experience. 0/100th Strength, D Physique, D. Agile. D Spirit. D Will. D Attribute Points. 0 Abilities. Powerful Support, cannot be upgraded. Hunting Instinct, cannot be upgraded. Fury of War, cannot be upgraded. Blood Drinking Sword, cannot be upgraded. Combat Intuition, cannot be upgraded. Looking at this model, who can be called the strongest reckless man in the bodyguard world, Muxue was very satisfied. As for the combination, there must be a fool to be commanded, otherwise 2 smart people will play tricks on each other, which will affect the efficiency. Looking at the 2 new clones that appeared in front of her, Muxue was very satisfied. Look for an opportunity to infiltrate the intelligence organization of the world's government. You can take care of the rest. I believe in you, Aizen. To Kenpachi, just be responsible for listening to Aizen's instructions. I'll take good care of you. In this way, with the help of Kyoka Suigetsu, Aizen and Kenpachi successfully entered a merchant ship preparing to leave the island. Compared with other clones, it can be said to be silent and flawless. No one will know that the 2 of them are from Shimotsuki Island. Advertisement without worries, they can do it boldly. After the abilities were distributed, all the clones were summoned. Looking at the system that had been upgraded to level 9, Muxue used the newly obtained number of draws. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting the accumulated card. Ding! Cumulative card. If you haven't purchased any products this month, after using it, you will definitely gain the highest level ability in the next month. Does it accumulate cards? Not bad. Muxue touched her chin and said with satisfaction. The most advanced ability is a super skill that can quickly create a monster, and it is also a necessary ticket to the top of the world. Just like Gildarts, without the foundation of a physical master, even if he breaks out the 8 Gates dungeon, he will not be able to defeat Kizaru as a general. You must know that the 8 Gates dungeon also relies on the strength of his own physical strength. In just a few months, Gildarts had developed a strong physique and deep domineering power through his mastery of physical skills, which were unmatched by other ordinary skills. If the funds are insufficient in any month, you can also use this card for emergency purposes, and it will also provide you with the most advanced ability. East Daxia Sea, Kingdom of Goa. Arturia accompanied the 3 little ones on the edge of the cliff, looking at the endless sea. Master, do you know that my biggest dream is to escape from the control of my parents and become the freest person in this ocean? Sabo turned to look at the master who had been taking care of him. In her body, Sabo felt a kind of tolerance and care that he had never experienced before. No matter what Sabo did, Artoria never asked about the reasons, but only silently supported him. This moved Sabo very much, and it was also the reason why he brought Artoria to their secret base today. Sob, although I don't understand it, just go towards the path you think is best. I will always support you. Finally, Artoria added another sentence. Although Artoria does not understand the dreams of these children, it does not prevent her from supporting Sabo's dream. After all, the task given to her by Muxue is to establish a good relationship with Sabo, so support is undoubtedly the best way. Chapter 47 Some explanations and character panels. The chapter number must be printed, so this is the 4th update. As for the panel, I will open a separate chapter for everyone to read, and it will not be included in the main text. Although it's all free, I'm afraid someone will say something about me if I drink it, ying ying ying. I didn't want to give the chapter number, but he didn't allow it, it was ruthless. The first clone. Urza Shukaredo level. 14, 1 free attribute point can be obtained for each level. Experience. 2,300 10,500. Experience points can be obtained through exercise, combat, etc. Strength. B physique. A agility. A+, elite lieutenant general, medium Shichabukai, pirates of 5,678,900,000,000. Spirit. D+ will. D+ attribute points. 0 abilities. Cold weapon grandmaster, cannot be upgraded, equipment modification, cannot be upgraded, kendo, top level, space magic and dress up. Advanced, elemental affinity, cannot be upgraded, 10,000 swords return to the sect, intermediate level, armed color hockey, advanced, Kong Wooly, cannot be promoted. Second avatar. Uchiha Madara level. 13, 1 free attribute point can be obtained for each level. Experience. 3,229,100. Experience points can be obtained through exercise, combat, etc. Strength. C physique. B+ agility. C spirit. A+ will. D+. Attribute points. 0 ability. Blood succession limit Sharingan Eternal Mangekyo, full level. The more you fight, the braver you become. 6/6, cannot be upgraded, soul pill. Already used, 10 fist sword. The third clone. Senju Hashirama level. 14, 1 free attribute point can be obtained for each level. Experience. 1,020 10,500. Experience points can be obtained through exercise, combat, etc. Strength. B+ physique. A. Lieutenant General, 3 to 4 to 5 billion pirates, inferior Shichabukai. Agile. C+ spirit. D+ will. D+ attribute points. 0. Abilities. Wood style, advanced, physical strength, cannot be upgraded, sage mode, immortal body. Advertisement. The fourth clone. Atria's Natsu Dragneel. Level. 17, 1 free attribute point can be obtained for each level. Experience. 1,850 15,100. Experience points can be obtained through exercise, combat, etc. Strength. A physique. S. Admiral's replacement, Imperial Lieutenant, Superior Shichabukai, billion pirates. Agility. B spirit. C will. C attribute points. 0. Abilities. Dragon Slaying Magic Fire, Advanced, Great Appetite, cannot be upgraded, Dragon Slaying Magic Thunder, Advanced, 9 Dragons Thundergang Fire, Fragment. The fifth clone. Gildarts Cleavy level. 16, 1 free attribute point can be obtained for each level. Experience. 2,113,600. Experience points can be obtained through exercise, combat, etc. Strength. A physique. Agility. A spirit. A will. A major general, 2 to 300 million pirates. Attribute points. 0 abilities. Taijutsu Master, highest level ability, cannot be upgraded, crushing magic, conqueror's hockey, advanced, ability advancement, used, armed hockey, advanced, knowledge hockey, advanced, 8 gates armor, 10-second trial, 1/11th. The sixth clone. Artoria Pendragon level. 7, 1 free attribute point can be obtained for each level. Experience. 110 2,800. Experience points can be obtained through exercise, combat, etc. Strength. D+ physique. C+ agility. B spirit. D will. D. Attribute points. 0 abilities. Heart of the Swordsman. Advanced swordsmanship. Sword of Vow to Victory. Blood armor of the dragon. Inspirational aura. 7th clone. Kakuzu level. 4, 1 free attribute point can be obtained for each level. Experience. 671,000. Experience points can be obtained through exercise, combat, etc. Advertisement strength. D physique. C agility. C spirit. D+. Will. D attribute points. 0 abilities. Earth resentment. 5/5. Money is life. 4 times. B level ninjutsu gift pack. Lightning style pseudo darkness. Earth style earth spear. Water style water curtain. Fire style fire engraving head. Wind release press. The 8th clone. Aizen Sosuke level. 1, 1 free attribute point can be obtained for each level. Experience. 0 100. Experience points can be obtained through exercise, combat, etc. Strength. D physique. D agile. D spirit. D will. D. Attribute points. 0 ability. Zanpakuto Kyoga Suigetsu, resourcefulness, cannot be upgraded. 9th clone. Zaraki Kenpachi level. 1 free attribute point can be obtained for each level. Experience. 0/100 experience points can be obtained through exercise, combat, etc. Strength. D physique, D agile, D spirit, D will, D. Attribute points. 0 abilities. Powerful support, cannot be upgraded. Hunting instinct, cannot be upgraded. Fury of war, cannot be upgraded. Blood drinking sword, cannot be upgraded. Combat intuition, cannot be upgraded. Some settings. Physical fitness is the cornerstone of strength and agility. Neither strength nor agility can exceed physical fitness by one major level, but strength and agility can exceed each other by 2 major levels. The spirit is relatively independent and cannot exceed 2 major levels of physical fitness. For the clone, the role of the spirit is to resist the influence of the conqueror's haki, strengthen the intensity of the haki of the wisdom color, and a careful application of the haki of the armament color. The will is more unique, because the clone has no emotions, the will only affects the intensity of the clone's use of conqueror's haki. In addition, to add points to the clone, 2 attribute points are needed from A+ to S, 3 points are needed for S, and 4 points are needed for S+. Chapter 48 Excalibur, Grand Line, New World, Kingdom of Drad. Outside a small village belonging to the Kingdom of Drade. Mom, look, there seems to be something floating on the sea. A little girl who looked about 7 or 8 years old shouted excitedly to her mother. The blue-haired woman who heard the child's cry also ran over quickly, fearing that something strange might hurt her child. This seems to be a person. Looking at the object floating closer and closer, the woman took a closer look and saw that it turned out to be a red-haired man in ragged clothes with basically no good cloth to wrap himself. The woman stepped forward and touched her breath tentatively, and then touched the man's chest a little shyly. It's still alive. It seems that it was shipwrecked. Let's take it back first. Looking at the man who still had vital signs, the kind-hearted woman couldn't bear to see this red-haired man lying here like this. After all, there will always be amphibians like Poseidon coming ashore on the beach, and if they can't be saved, they will be eaten by him. In fact, the red-haired man, Gildarts, was still exuding a weak conqueror's domineering energy even when he was in a coma, which was why he was able to float to the shore safely. Mom, can I have a father too? The little girl asked happily as she watched her mother carry the man home. The little girl who has lived with her mother since she was a child has always envied other people's children for having a father to act like a spoiled child. Although she has asked her mother why she does not have a father, she has not received an answer every time. East Daxia Sea, Kingdom of Goa. Sob, have you decided? Do you really want to go to sea so early? Otherwise, let's wait a few more years? Ace looked at Sabo who sneaked out and prepared to go to sea early and expressed concern. Ace, I can't stand this dirty country anymore. My heart tells me that the only longing for freedom is my pursuit. I must go to sea and become the person who flies freely. Sabo ignored Ace's admonition and instead looked at the sea, expressing his ideals passionately. Looking at this scene, Ace knew that nothing could stop a man from going to sea to fulfill his ideals. All he can do is send his most sincere blessings to his good brother. Ace looked at Sabo and held out his fist. Sob, may your name resound throughout the sea. Ace, when you go to sea, you must come to me. Sabo turned around and fist bumped, and said solemnly to Ace. Advertisement the next day, the port of Goa Kingdom. Many nobles, including the king, were standing at the port, looking forward to it. It looked like he was preparing to meet some big shot. Arturia was among them. When she learned that world noble was coming, she knew that the plot Makyuki told her was coming. So she followed quietly to the port, preparing to look for Sabo who was hit by artillery fire after the Draco appeared. On the one hand, in order to prevent the butterfly effect from causing the dragon to not arrive, Sabo really fell. On the other hand, if the Revolutionary Army really comes, according to Muxue's plan, Arturia can take care of Sabo and join the Revolutionary Army. By then, as long as she shows her dissatisfaction with World Noble, she should be able to join the army, in the Revolutionary Army. Over the port of Goa Kingdom, the dragon, who was about to leave, floated in the air and looked at the scene below. The rotten world, the hypocritical aristocracy, everything will end. Away from the other side of the port, while everyone in the family was out, Sabo also sneaked out. Sabo didn't say goodbye to anyone, including Arturia. He did not want to start his first voyage in a sad atmosphere. Lord Shalmak Saint, ahead is the Kingdom of Goa, which is known as the most beautiful country in the East Daxia Sea. The dog-legged man in black said to a celestial dragon wearing a square hood. What is that? Shalmak Saint looked at a small black dot appearing on the right. Sir, it seems to be a fishing boat. The man in black glanced at Kaido. Are you a pariah? Bring out my cannon and dare to stand in front of my ship. What a stupid pig. Shalmak Saint said dissatisfiedly to the man in black. Yes. Seeing that the Tianlong people were angry, the man in black ran tremblingly to bring the cannon over, fearing that he would be slowed down and hit him. You must know that these so-called world nobles are just a bunch of freaks who are slaves to others. Whoever knows if they are wrong will kill people indiscriminately. In addition, once someone provokes the celestial dragons, a marine general will appear, so that no one dares to provoke these world nobles. Charmiko Saint, who got the cannon, took a look in the direction. Boom! An arc flew out of the cannon. Advertisement. Sabo looked at the luxurious giant ship in the distance and lamented that one day he would also sail on such a ship. Suddenly, he saw a black spot approaching, before he could make a distinction. Boom! An unexpected explosion sounded on the right side of his ship. A hole! Why are you attacking me? Sabo's face was filled with confusion and anger. Why was he suddenly being bombarded even though he had done nothing? It missed. Damn it, how did you aim? If you miss again with the next shot, I will shoot you out. Chalmak Saint looked at the missed cannon and immediately scolded the man in black. The man in black also dared to be angry and dare not speak out. It was obviously the Tianlong people who arranged it, but now they still blame him. There is no way, who made me a world noble? The man in black quickly stepped forward to correct the angle. Aim and shoot. Boom. The trained man in black perfectly fired the cannonball and hit the boat. Damn it. Is my trip over here? As the roar sounded, Sabo fell into endless darkness. At the last moment, he seemed to see his teacher, the man as gentle as an angel. Kid, your journey has just begun. That's right, Artoria took action, not because of her relationship with Sabo, but because the clone had no relationship. Just based on AI calculations, if she was so powerful that she didn't rescue her apprentice Sabo immediately, but waited for the Revolutionary Army to take action, and told the ship to take care of Sabo, then she would be quite suspicious. In addition, her origins are unknown. She suddenly came to the Goa Kingdom some time ago among the Celestial Dragons. It is difficult not to remind people of the CP organization. Therefore, Artoria believes that only by taking action against the Celestial Dragons can her identity be unlimited. Go high and gain the complete trust of the Revolutionary Army. After all, there is no force in this world that dares to take action against the Tianlong people, at least not in the East Daxia Sea. Placing Sabo on the shore, Artoria raised the sword of victory in her hand. If you dare to attack my disciples, even if they are gods, I will kill them for you. Excalibur. A brilliant and dazzling golden light was released from the sword, as if it was going to penetrate the sky. This. What kind of power is this? Long, who was about to leave, looked at a huge beam of light that suddenly appeared and penetrated the Celestial Dragon's car in an instant. The entire ship was directly penetrated, and the Celestial Dragon was evaporated without even letting out a scream. Long Fei flew near Artoria and looked at the girl in front of him, who was only 15 or 16 years old, with shock on his face. Hello, my name is Long, have you heard of the Revolutionary Army? Chapter 49. The name of the God Killer shocked the sea. Witnessing Artoria killing the dragon of the Celestial Dragon, he decided to bring this powerful man into his own power. As for whether taking in the thugs who killed the Tianlong people would arouse the hostility of the world government, Long said that as early as the establishment of the Revolutionary Army, he was on the absolute blacklist of the world government, and he was not panic at all. Tokai, Shimotsuki Village, Muxue fishing on the beach. Ding, Artoria kills the man in black 5-5, ding, Artoria kills the Celestial Dragon, Charmic Saint. Ding, Artoria's level has been improved, ding, Artoria's level has been improved. Muxue was completely confused. When did he assign Artoria the task of killing the Celestial Dragon? Didn't you say you wanted to join the Revolutionary Army? When did the certificate of declaration for joining the Revolutionary Army become a Tianlong person? Looking at the experience gain and level improvement, it is estimated that the entire Tianlong travel group was completely wiped out. He looked at the message Artoria sent him. Because the incident happened suddenly, Artoria did not have time to report it and made an impromptu decision. Muxue didn't say anything about this. From beginning to end, Muxue believed in every clone. He believes that all he needs to do is determine the general direction and ensure that each avatar can complete the tasks assigned by him. As for the rest, how to complete it, and who needs to be contacted, Muxue doesn't care at all. After all, he was not at the scene, so it was difficult to judge many things. Besides, isn't it just killing a scum like Dragon Pig? Not only is Muxue not angry, but she is quite happy. Originally, Muxue had no good impression of this kind of aloof and indifferent parasite. It's just that due to lack of strength, I can't do it myself. Now Artoria is taking this opportunity to join the Revolutionary Army. With the Revolutionary Army standing in front of her, there is nothing to be afraid of. Besides, does the person Artoria kills have anything to do with Muxueken? He is just an ordinary fishing boy. At most, he has a hobby of bullying. Ah, no, it's just a hobby of coaching Zoro. Holy Land, Marie Joya. Boom, it's outrageous. It's truly outrageous. There are still people who dare to attack the Celestial Dragons who are world nobles. The bald man holding the sword blew his nose and glared angrily, almost drawing his knife to kill the madman in the intelligence. Advertisement. Unexpectedly, another daring person appeared in the East Daxia Sea. We must not let it go. The old man with this mustache is not that angry. After all, he knows what those stupid pigs are like. They are of no use except eating, drinking and having fun. But he will never allow this kind of thing that damages the dignity of the world government. Inform Marine and use all your strength to capture this person named Artoria. No one can survive after provoking the world's government. The blonde old man said. Marine Headquarters, Marineland, Fleet Admiral Office. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect that another interesting little guy appeared in the East Daxia Sea. Garp looked at the gloomy Sengoku and laughed indifferently. That's enough. This Artoria comes from the Kingdom of Goa in the East Daxia Sea. You'd better pray that she has nothing to do with dragons, otherwise those old guys will definitely cause trouble for you. Warring State's strategy said to his old friend with some concern. It doesn't matter, I don't care about those old men. Garp pressed his nose and said casually. Anyway, he is just an inconspicuous lieutenant general, not a general who is always called upon by those Tianlong people. 5 elders. What the hell? Okay, let's issue the reward order, no matter life or death. I saw it written on the reward order, codename, Godkiller. Name. Artoria. Bounty. 1.4 billion Baileys. Requirement, no matter life or death. New World, Moby DK. Dad, look, someone actually dares to take action against the Celestial Dragons. Newspaper professional Marco once again promptly reported the latest news to his father, Whitebeard. Oh, he dared to kill the Celestial Dragon. What a brave little guy. Kula lala, my sons are having a party. If you meet this little guy at sea, remember to treat her to a drink. Whitebeard admired Artoria's behavior very much. If it weren't for his children, maybe he would also take action against the scum of these worlds. New World, Ghost Island. Brother Kaido, look, big news, someone has taken action against those Tianlong people. The chubby Quinn held up the newspaper and handed it to Kaido, who had just sobered up. Hiccup, advertisement, it's a pity that he's not an animal fruit user. Kaido glanced at it vaguely and found that it was a swordsman and instantly lost interest. Well, brother Kaido, it's not easy to have just one Natsu this year. How can there be so many powerful animal fruit users? Looking at Kaido who turned back to drink, Quinn muttered. New World, All Nations. Brother Katakuri, read today's newspaper. Smoothie, who had 3-meter-long legs, handed the latest newspaper to Katakuri, who was also a 4th general. Artoria. What a courageous girl. New World, read Firth. Boss, there's another big news in the East Daxia Sea, and it's still in the country where we met little Luffy. Lacey Lou said to Shanks while eating a 250 centimeters long chicken drumstick. Will Luffy be okay? When Jesus Bu heard the news about Donghai, he came over and intervened. Don't worry, Luffy's journey hasn't begun yet. We have to speed up the pace, but we can't let these newcomers steal the limelight. It was rare for Shanks to say such a serious thing. Wow. The serious boss is so handsome. Raziru looked at the serious Shanks and came over with a smirk on his face. Go aside, Windless Zone, Amazon Lily. Inside the huge and luxurious bathroom. Green-haired Sundar Sonia burst in with a newspaper. Hancock immediately covered his back when he heard the sound. What's going on? Didn't you tell me not to come in when I was taking a bath? When Hancock saw that it was his sister, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said loudly. Yes. I'm sorry, eldest sister, I'm too excited, please look at this. Sandasonia, who was overly excited, seemed to have just come to her senses. She weakly apologized to the majestic Hancock, and then quickly handed her the latest newspaper. God Killer. Kill. Kill the Celestial Dragon, sister, you read that right, it was really this girl named Artoria who killed the Celestial Dragon. I found it, I want to thank her very much at the end of the sentence, as the Empress, Hancock's cheeks turned red. Chapter 50 Welcome to join us, East Daxia Sea, Kingdom of List. Shatter. Kyoka Suigetsu, Lista 7, who was sitting on the throne, suddenly had dull eyes, looking at the man with black-rimmed glasses in front of him like a puppet. This man with an elegant temperament and eyes as gentle as the sun is Aizen who just set off. Then let's talk about all the information you know about the CP organization. After going to sea, Aizen easily obtained a large amount of information using this Zanpakuto named Kyoka Suigetsu. In this world of Blood Bowl warriors, everyone has very low resistance to mental genjutsu. After Aizen's attempts, even a strong man comparable to the colonel level of the headquarters could not escape his hypnosis quickly. At least in this East Daxia Sea, where the hockey of sensei and conqueror's hockey is extremely rare, Aizen can come and go freely, just like his own back garden. According to the monthly practice, they will send someone to trade with me tomorrow morning. Tomorrow. After getting the news he wanted, a glimmer of light flashed in Aizen's eyes. New World, Kingdom of Drade, where's this? After a long wait, Kildas finally regained consciousness. Looking at the simple but warm rooms around him, he was a little confused for a moment. You're awake. My name is Christine. This is a small village outside the Kingdom of Drade. My daughter found you on the beach. Seeing Gildas wake up, Christine closed the book and explained to him gently. The Kingdom of Drade. Listening to this unfamiliar name, Gildarts couldn't remember where this was for a while. Mom, run quickly, there are a lot of pirates outside. Just when Christine was about to explain to Gildas where this was, her daughter suddenly shouted outside, Vilnia. There are pirates, what should we do now? Christine panicked when she heard her daughter's cry. After all, she was just a weak woman with no strength. If you don't mind, leave it to me, East Daxia Sea, Colbur Mountain. Ace, what do you think Sabo is doing now? Advertisement. Seeing that Ace was a little distracted, Luffy asked casually. Who knows, maybe I got lost at sea, ha 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 ha. Although Ace said something mocking Sabo, he couldn't help but worry in his heart. After all, he had also seen the laser cannon that penetrated the Draco. In addition, Sabo was also a genius who went to sea, and he didn't know that this journey has been smooth or not. East Daxia Sea, Winter Grandma, on the way to Shimotsuki village. Head hurts. Sabo, who was knocked unconscious by the shell, covered his head, which was still in severe pain, and slowly sat up from the bed. Where is this? Why am I here? I took a look around and found that it was a completely unfamiliar environment. Hip. Boy, you're awake. My head was injured by a shell, and I'm so lucky to still be alive. A female, with this purple afro, Ivankov joked to Sabo, who was doing it. In fact, as a hormone fruit user and a skilled doctor, he was very sure that Sabo could wake up safely, so he spoke in a very frivolous tone. What bomb? Who are you? Sabo looked at Ivankov blankly. It seems that there is something wrong with our boy's brain. When Ivankov saw this, he immediately understood that Sabo had suffered a certain degree of amnesia due to head trauma. How to cure it? Arturia walked in from the room next to her. She didn't expect that Sabo had lost his memory. It's difficult. After all, the brain is the most sophisticated instrument. Even Vegapunk, the world's top government, cannot thoroughly study a person's brain. Ivankov watched Arturia spread her hands helplessly. Teacher. Just when Ivankov was at a loss what to do, Sabo suddenly shouted. Do you still remember me? Arturia was also a little surprised. I don't know, but in my mind, there is always a figure as warm as an angel. The moment I saw you, I blurted out uncontrollably. Sabo was also a little confused. He clearly didn't remember anyone in his memory, but he suddenly called someone teacher. Generally speaking, the more recent the memory, the more blurry it may be, but a memory that is too profound may leave an impression in his mind. When he sees it again, it will trigger that memory. Ivankov explained duly. Sob, this is your name, and I, Arturia, am your teacher. Advertisement, Arturia said to Sabo with a serious face. Sabo looked at this big sister who gave him a very familiar and warm feeling, and nodded subconsciously. Arturia, what are your plans now? Seeing that the room gradually became quiet, Long also opened the door and walked in. Not yet. Arturia shook her head. In order to successfully join the Revolutionary Army, Arturia was prepared to retreat in order to advance and let Long take the initiative to invite her instead of her enthusiastically volunteering. After all, people always don't know how to cherish things that they can easily get. Then why not join us? Seeing this, Arturia also pretended to hesitate for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. Arturia, the wandering swordsman, Sabo's swordsmanship teacher. Looking at Arturia, who solemnly introduced herself, Long also straightened his collar and said with a serious face. Reacquaint yourself with Monkey D. Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. This is the Revolutionary Army, Army Commander, Ambryo Ivankov. Welcome to join us. The Revolutionary Army, which was just established 10 years ago, has not yet officially established the Army Commander of the Four Seas and the Great Route, so it is collectively called the Army Commander. North Blue, Germa 66 Kingdom. You must be the famous warden of Impel Down City, Mr. Uchiha Madara. Long respected name, I am the leader and chief scientist of Germa 66 Vinsmoke Judge. A man wearing a metal helmet, long blonde hair, a pointed black beard, an orange cape and a light gray combat uniform with Germa's 66 logo looked enthusiastically at the person in front of him. The man said. Uchiha Madara just nodded lightly, as if he didn't take Judge, the king of Germa 66, seriously. When Judge saw this, he felt a little angry. He was so low profile, but he didn't expect that the other party would actually put himself in a superior position. If it weren't for Uchiha Madara's back to Impel Down, he would have really wanted to summon the clone warriors to take down this ignorant guy. After all, Impel Down City is not as good as Marine. Although they only belong to the world government in name, Marine has a greater degree of freedom than Impel Down City and Judicial Island. Moreover, Marines are mostly righteous people and will not attack other countries for no reason. Impel Down City is different. Although it is on the same level as Marine on the surface, in fact the world government is in charge. Once the warden of Impel City is offended, he will receive blackmail from the world government, or even attack. After all, over the years, Germa 66 has been too presumptuous as a mercenary in North Blue, seriously disrupting the control of the world government in North Blue. So he must not give others any leverage. I don't know. Does Madara-sama have anything to do when you come here today? I heard that your arms are of high quality. Send me a batch. Chapter 51. Draw up the Shichabukai list. With Roger's words before the end, the era of great pirates has officially begun. More and more people are heading to the sea one after another in order to find the so-called big secret treasure. It is undeniable that some people become so-called adventurers for the dream of going to sea. However, most people just do it for their own selfish desires, whether it's money, fame, or other things. Because of their ever-expanding desires, these people take desperate risks and eventually become a disgusting pirate. As the number of pirates continues to rise, the world government's control over the entire world has shown a decline. Many places were destroyed by pirates, and many powerless families were ruined. The most serious thing is the second half of the Great Route known as New World. Except for a few marine branches near the Red Earth continent, it has almost completely turned into a paradise for pirates. Regardless of whether the world's government wants to admit it or not, in the New World, the real ruler is not the government or marine, but the pirates. And the one who stands at the pinnacle of pirates is Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin and Beast Kaido. Today is September 13th, year 1510 of the Hyuan calendar. 1 PIECE's trainee crew member, red-haired Shanks. In New World Gobi Island, General, former Rocks Pirates, top leader, Silver Axe. Behead. Suddenly, the call for the red-haired Shanks to ascend the throne became louder and louder. Vaguely, New World has the voices of 4 emperors. Spread across the sea. In fact, the world government does not care much about this. After all, only those franchised countries are protected by the world government, and the main distribution locations of the franchised countries are the 4 seas and the first half of the Great Route. Therefore, for them, whether it is the 3 emperors or the 4 emperors, their influence is only on the New World. For the world government, it is nothing. However, the world government is absolutely unwilling to see the continued expansion of pirate power. Once, the power of the 4 emperors expands to the Grand Line and even the whole world. This is a fatal blow to the world government. However, Marine's current strength is no longer enough to contain the expansion of the entire Grey Pirate era. Then only triggering internal conflicts among pirates is the best way to solve the expansion of pirates. Advertisement to this end, 7 Warlords of the Sea, was born. Holy Land, Marie Joya. There are preliminary candidates for Shichabukai. Reward of 80 million Baileys, Empress, Boya Hancock, close black lens bracket. Reward of 81 million Baileys, Sand Crocodile, close black lens bracket. Bounty of 296 million Baileys, Tyrant, Bartholomew Bear. Reward of 320 million Baileys, Moonlight, Moria. Reward of 340 million Belly, Heavenly Yaksha, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Reward of 460 million Bailey, Hawkeye, Jorkal Mahawk. As well as reward of 530 million Bailey, Destroyer, Gildarts, close black lens bracket. If there is no objection, let Marine start inviting everyone one by one. Seconded. The bounty was given before becoming Shichabukai. This is Hancock's first year at sea. The bounty of 80 million Baileys was directly recruited. As for Jinbei, he voluntarily joined in 1511 in order to save Aaron and Fishman Island. I made up Hawkeye Bailey, so don't worry about it. East Daxia Sea, Kingdom of List, inside the King's Palace. Who are you? A CP3 agent who was ordered to trade looked at the strange man smiling in front of the king and asked warily. There should be no strangers appearing in the transaction between them. Don't be nervous, I just want to borrow your identity. As soon as he finished speaking, Agent CP3 lost consciousness. Good luck, it's still a big fish. After some questioning, Aizen raised his glasses with a smile. The members of the world's ZF intelligence organization in front of me are under the general manager of CP3's branch in the List Kingdom of East Daxia Sea. They are responsible for helping his boss to conduct some underground transactions with the kings of some countries. In other words, this person knows a lot and has considerable authority in the List Kingdom branch. It is very conducive for Aizen to quietly arrange for himself and Zaraki Kenpachi. Advertisement. The Grand Line, a certain island. Ha, long time no see, Natsu, your fame has surpassed mine now, you have to take care of my business more in the future. At the end, Doflamingo turned his head and shouted. Bring everything up quickly. He walked over very enthusiastically and wanted to give Natsu a hug. Natsu glanced at it, but avoided it without leaving a trace, and said calmly. Doflamingo, you breached the contract last time and it's not yet the transaction time. Why are you looking for me? Doflamingo wasn't angry when he saw this. After all, he was the one who missed the appointment first. Natsu didn't refuse his invitation directly and came to the meeting in person. He was already very satisfied. After all, Natsu's status in the Beast Pirates is now comparable to that of a big sign. Moreover, he also heard that Natsu had a fellow countryman who was as good as a general, which made him even more afraid to be arrogant. Ha, it was our mistake last time. Look, I just came to you after I gathered Bailey. Including the 2 billion Baileys last month, the total is 5 billion Baileys, of which 1 billion is my personal compensation to you. I hope there will be no misunderstandings between us and we can keep in touch more in the future. Doflamingo asked his subordinates to bring out 50 treasure boxes, placed them in front of Natsu and said. Upon hearing this, Natsu's hanging eyes lit up and he became energetic. Oh, 5 billion Baileys? Stepping forward to take a look, Natsu determined that there were a total of 5 billion belly here, every penny was a lot. Good brother, why are you so polite? Accidents will inevitably happen to the people under my command. This misunderstanding is over. Please keep in touch in the future. Seeing these Bailey boxes filling the entire deck, Natsu also put his arm around Doflamingo's shoulders and gave him a bright smile. Doflamingo was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that giving away the extra 1 billion would be so useful. It made Natsu, a man like a big billboard, smile. You know, in the world of pirates, no top powerhouse will be affected by a mere Bailey. Natsu's performance really surprised Doflamingo. I thought the best result would be to eliminate the misunderstanding last time. Unexpectedly, it returned to the same state as before, and even went one step further. Doflamingo looked at the smiling Natsu and thought to himself. It seems that Natsu likes Bailey very much. Next time, you can do what he likes, give more gifts, and build a good relationship. Don't blame Doflamingo for being interested. Anyone who has the opportunity to win the favor of a top powerhouse with money will do so. After all, for Doflamingo, money is just a means to an end. With his status, there are many ways to make money. The worst he can do is rob the gold in the sky, which is not enough for him. Since Natsu likes money, then he will give it. When Natsu gets the money, he will be in a better mood. A better mood will deepen his connection with the beast pirates. After establishing a good relationship with the beast pirates, he can use this to gain a larger territory with the market. This wave is about everyone getting what they need, a win-win situation. Chapter 52. Just a little pinch. Ding. Natsu sacrificed 5 billion belly. Seeing the 5 billion Baileys suddenly appearing on the panel, Muxue felt as happy as flying into the sky. Natsu, just charge these 5 billion belly. The next refreshed ability, as long as you can use it, I will arrange it for you first. Since the system was activated, the two largest sums of money Muxue had gained were contributed by Naz. Looking at Naz's pitiful skill panel, he felt a little ashamed. Such outstanding employees must be rewarded severely. You must set an example for other avatars. Don't just fish in the workplace day after day without making any money. Is it the one who pushed forward the city? New World, Kingdom of Drade. What, father, how could he? In a small wooden house, Christine heard the person who came to report the news, with an expression of disbelief on her face, and she slumped in a chair. Your Highness Princess Christine, the entire royal capital has been captured by the saber-tooth pirates. Before the palace was captured, the old king was still thinking about you, so he asked me to give you a message. The old king said that he was not a competent father and did not give you the life you wanted, but he really loved you. Listening to the words of the captain of her father's personal guard in front of her, Christine had mixed feelings for a moment. When she learned that her father had finalized a marriage for her with a prince from another kingdom, she was young and rebellious and chose to run away from home. With some Bailey, I came to this small village on the border, isolated from the world. On the road, he met the infant Vernia, the little blonde girl who discovered Gildas. Christine, who felt unnoticed, felt pity for Vernia when she saw her being abandoned in the jungle, and took her in. This cultivation lasts 7 years. The leisurely and comfortable time made Christine gradually forget her worries and integrate into this small village. Your Highness, in fact, the old king found your trace 7 years ago, but because the country was in danger of perishing at any time at that time, he never found you. The old king really loves you. She doesn't want you to bear such huge pressure at such a young age. The marriage just wants you to still live a good life, but she ignores your feelings. The captain of the guards was afraid that Christine would not be able to let go of what happened back then, so he sighed with emotion. Advertisement as the king's personal guard, he has watched His Majesty the King grow older over the years, and he misses his daughter more and more. Later, that hostile country was destroyed by a powerful, monster-like person, probably named Bullet. The old king felt ashamed of you and wanted you to be able to live the life you wanted to live, so when he found out that you were here anonymously, he sincerely hoped that you could live the life you wanted to live. In case Christian didn't believe his words, the captain of the guards added the general story of what happened. Christine heard the cause and effect of what happened that year, and 2 lines of tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. She didn't expect that the country was at the point of life and death, but as the princess of the country, she left without any responsibility. Fortunately, the crisis was fortunately resolved, otherwise the country would be destroyed, and she would have uneasy conscience for the rest of her life. Moreover, knowing that her father really loved her, he even found an old friend to marry her in order to prevent her from having a difficult life as a subjugated princess. But she only thought about her own feelings, and didn't even ask the reason, so she just took it for granted and escaped. No, take me to see my father. I have been running away for 7 years. This time, I will advance and retreat with my father. Christine wiped away her tears, looked at the captain of the guards firmly, and said decisively. Your Highness, the royal capital has been heavily surrounded, I'm afraid. When the captain of the guards said this, his eyes dimmed. As a life-and-death brother who grew up with the king, if it weren't for the purpose of sending a message to the Princess Christine and protecting her, he would never leave the city alone. Now listening to Christine's words, although he was very moved that the father and daughter were reconciled, the crisis of the situation did not allow him to do so. If you don't mind, how about taking one with me? Gildarts, who had been listening at the door for a long time, finally found the opportunity to come in. His tone was as if a friend was going on a trip and asked to take him with him. You are Lord Destroyer, the guard captain asked in disbelief with his eyes widened. As the captain of the king's guards in the New World, understanding current realities is a required course. Obviously, Gildarts, who became famous some time ago, is also in his impression. Is Gildarts famous? Looking at the guard captain's surprised expression that didn't seem to be fake, Christine wondered. Obviously, in this village with little information, she had not read the newspaper for many years and did not know Gildarts' name. Gildas stretched out his right hand, gently made a small gap with his thumb and index finger, and said jokingly. Advertisement, just a little bit of fame. Tokai, Shimotsuki Village. A country in the New World? After receiving the feedback from Gildarts, Muxue closed her eyes slightly and began to think about the feasibility and benefits of controlling the kingdom. As everyone knows, New World can be said to be basically out of the control of the world government and completely belongs to the domain of pirates. Armed separatist regimes abound everywhere. A capable pirate will basically plunder or occupy a country and develop it as his own base. For example, Kaido, who occupied Wano country, and Big Mom, who established the 10,000 kingdoms, even Whitebeard, had many islands under his command to seek refuge. It can be said that a fixed territory is a symbol of the strength of a pirate group. Of course, this is not suitable for an elite pirate group like Red Hair. Then again, the separatist war between many pirates means that even if a country is destroyed and the country's royal family is replaced, it will not arouse anyone's alarm. Then occupying a country in the New World and starting to expand continuously is also a good way to make money. After all, strength is king there and will not attract the attention of the world government. It just so happened that a pirate invasion occurred in the Drade Kingdom where Gildas was located. In addition, the woman who rescued Gildas is the daughter of the current king, that is, the princess. You know, there is no saying in the pirate world that a woman cannot be a king. In order to test the feasibility of this idea, Muxue is ready to let Gildarts take part in the succession of the throne of the Kingdom of Drade. Put Christine on the throne, and then use Gildas's reputation to protect the country. However, let's see what the specific effect is first. After all, as a lone ranger, Gildas had better not get too involved in national affairs. When the appropriate ability is refreshed, perhaps a clone can be specially dispatched to act in the name of the king. After all, pirates will always be pirates, and it is impossible to give the people a real sense of security. But, king, yes. Chapter 53. Convince people with reason, Lezi Rentsujian. North Blue, Germa 66 Kingdom. Cough, cough, Madara-sama, stop fighting, I will give you whatever you want. Judge, whose combat uniform was completely damaged and covered in blood, looked at the huge figure standing on the sea, dozens of meters high, and shouted with a trembling voice. Looking at the entire Germa 66 fleet group, basically more than half of the warships have disappeared without a trace. Even the fleet that survived was now in dilapidated condition. On the sea, the blue sea was dyed blood red, and the remains of the corpses of genetically cloned soldiers were floating everywhere. Even some of the most powerful combat weapons the judge was most proud of had fallen into a pool of blood, and they didn't know whether they were alive or dead. Only Vinsmoke Reiju, who was in ragged clothes, was still awake and half leaning against the railing of the ship, barely surviving. Can you talk properly now? Uchiha Madara, with a cold face, dismissed Susanoo and stood in front of the judge. Condescendingly, he looked at the embarrassed man in front of him with a look that contained no emotion. The words were understated, as if the person who had just caused such a tragic situation was not him. Seeing Uchiha Madara approaching, Reiju suddenly trembled. He didn't even dare to look at Uchiha Madara. He could only lower his head in fear, fearing that he would follow in the footsteps of his other brothers. It can be seen that the powerful power of Uchiha Madara just now brought to her what kind of psychological pressure. Madara-sama, I will give you whatever you want, please show your respect. Judge looked at the spotless Uchiha Madara, then looked at the miserable state of his fleet, fell to his knees, and begged for mercy in pain. He regretted that when he first heard Uchiha Madara's unreasonable demands, he became furious and couldn't help but attack him. Originally, he just wanted to control Uchiha Madara, teach him a lesson, and make him understand that he could give him face because he had the world's government standing behind him, not because he was afraid of him. The result was unexpected. A warden of Impel Down City is so powerful that he can easily crush the entire Germa 66 Kingdom. You said you were so strong, why didn't you tell me earlier? Not to mention a few weapons, even his favorite daughter and son, he can give them all to you without blinking an eye. After all, for him, except for the genetic modification technology of blood factors, nothing else matters. Advertisement, it's better now. Most of the fleet has been destroyed, and the child doesn't know whether he's alive or not. He has to kneel down and beg for mercy from others. It's really painful. I came here wanting to cooperate with you in the arms business, but now I have changed my mind. Uchiha Madara still said expressionlessly. After hearing the first half of the sentence, Judge thought there was still a chance for a turnaround, but in the end, the second half of the sentence was completely despairing. If it weren't for your usefulness in weapons manufacturing, the Germa Kingdom would be history now. In Uchiha Madara's understatement, destroying the country seemed like squeezing an ant to death and would not cause any emotional fluctuations in him at all. I don't care what method you use, as long as you provide arms worth 2 billion belly every month, someone will notify you of the time and place. With that said, Uchiha Madara threw the phone bug that contacted Colonel Raj Town to Judge. Regardless of his reaction, he turned away directly. If it weren't for being a marine and a member of the world's government, Uchiha Madara would have wanted him to pay Pele directly every month. This still leaves time for buying and selling arms. Unfortunately, this method of direct extortion is not suitable for people like him who are on the side of justice. You can only use a small amount of Bailey every month to purchase arms and then sell them again. Although this is a bit troublesome, it has a fig leaf, and the top government officials will turn a blind eye. In any case, Germa 66 is also one of the participating countries of world government. It is not easy to do things that are too extreme. Then use 10,000 belly every month. This is a huge amount of money that can buy a lot of chopper. Grand Route, Impel City. Master Hashirama is here. It's up to you to deliver the key this time. The two jailers were pushing and shoving, and no one dared to approach Senju Hashirama, as if the other was a perverted devil. Hurry up and pretend to be dead, the devil is here again. Don't come over here, sir, please, don't torture me, just give me a good time. In the days when Uchiha Madara was away, Senju Hashirama could be said to be quite happy. Advertisement: there is no one competing with me for experience, and I don't have to work hard during Bailey's. There are so many well-spoken brothers to accompany you to relieve your boredom, it's endless fun. Because of the problem of the experience acquisition mechanism, Hashirama needs to frequently take action against these criminals, but as the warden, he cannot kill them all. Otherwise, there will be one more bed next to Shiryu. As for the mechanism, when the clone fails to kill the target, it cannot obtain all experience points. If you defeat it, you will only get half the experience value of killing it. There will be a certain cooling time based on the strength. The more powerful the monster, the longer the cooling period will be. In other words, the more rookie you are, the more times you will be tortured by Hashirama. On the contrary, those on the lower floors rarely see Hashirama. Coupled with the fact that Hashirama is getting stronger and stronger, he is basically beating these weaklings in the first few levels. That's right, with wood style, he can really beat him. The fly in the ointment is that after defeating a non-hostile target, you will not gain experience. Of course, if you kill it, it doesn't matter whether there is hostility or not. Therefore, Hashirama was helpless and could only arouse resistance from these criminals by stripping them naked and hanging them in the middle for others to admire. Only in this way can you gain experience points after defeating them. It's just not much. It was fine at first, but then everyone was screwed. You hang on to yours, and I'll look at mine. Anyway, everyone has been looked at. This gave Hashirama a huge headache, so he had to change the method. As a result, no one in the entire Impel Down city, except for a female warden named Little Sati, dared to look at her, for fear of being beaten by this perverted boss. Little Sadie, these people are really disobedient. Do you have any other ideas? That's right, honest man, Senju Hashirama. How could he have so many evil and crooked ideas? It was because of an accident that Little Sadie bumped into Senju, who was hanging and beating criminals. Since then, the relationship between the two has developed by leaps and bounds. Due to her strength and status, she was unable to implement many of her ideas personally, but ever since she met Hashirama, she would provide him with all kinds of novel and unheard of ways to play. As a clone, Senju Hashirama was shocked. Little Sadie licked her sexy red lips and looked at the prisoners in the cell with eyes like looking at prey, with an evil smile on her lips. Master Hashirama, why not this time? Chapter 54 Boy, what is your dream? Tokai, Shimotsuki Village. Kuina, do you remember? This is how this trick works. Muxue put head Ao Yuen back into the scabbard, turned to Kuina and said to the side. It hurts. B*********** D Muxue. You gave Kuina instructions on moves, why did you hit me on the head? Zoro was in pain and covered the big bump on his head, shouting angrily at Muxue. Idiot, I want you to experience it for yourself. Isn't the effect much better than just seeing it? I'm doing this for your own good, but you still doubt me. Muxue held her forehead, pretending to be helpless, saying, I'm doing this for your own good, but you still don't understand. When Zoro saw this, he rubbed his head with his hands and was stunned. Then he said with some hesitation, Yes, let me tell you, don't think that I will be grateful to you. Sooner or later, I will defeat you with my own hands. Zoro, who was surrounded, couldn't tell whether Muxue did it on purpose or not. He simply said harsh words and ran out in a hurry. Ouch! Zoro, who was running and thinking, didn't notice the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him, and bumped into him without noticing. Even though Zoro is young, his body is as strong as a calf, and the speed at which he didn't pay attention just now, even an adult male will be knocked to the ground if he doesn't pay attention. However, unexpectedly, the person who was hit did not even move, and was as stable as a mountain. Kid, you're not injured, please be careful next time you run. The man in green robe reached out and helped Zoro up. He didn't blame him, but said with a smile. Okay. Ignoring what the mysterious man said, Zoro stood up, responded hurriedly, and ran out. Who are you? As the eldest brother of the gym, when seeing someone visiting, Muxue stepped forward without hesitation. I am your master's old friend, and I came to see him to talk about old times. The man in green robe showed half of his tattooed face and smiled at Muxue. Looking at this familiar face, Muxue immediately recognized him as the most vicious criminal in the world and the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Before Muxue could reply, a warm voice came from behind. Muxue, go to the kitchen and make some tea. It was Shimotsuki Koshiro who sensed several powerful auras and was ready to come out to see the situation. Seeing that he was an old acquaintance, he felt relieved and asked Muxue to retreat and make tea, preparing to greet him personally. Advertisement: when Koshiro's wife had a difficult delivery, the situation was so severe that neither mother nor daughter could be saved. It was only with Ivankov's intervention that Kuina was barely saved. Therefore, as a person from the country of Wano, he promised that as long as the dragon is in need, he will do his best to repay the kindness of saving his daughter. Long time no see, let's go to the back and talk. Koshiro also knew that Long's identity was relatively sensitive, so in order to prevent any accidents from happening, he planned to take them to the backyard to have a chat. The dragon is also a guest who does as he pleases. Backyard. Master, the tea you want. Freshly brewed hot tea was brought from the kitchen. Muxue placed a portion in front of everyone, and then quietly stepped back under Koshiro's eyes. It's not that Koshiro doesn't trust his children, but it's news about the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Naturally, the fewer people who know about it, the better. Knowing too much would be detrimental to Muxue's development. Therefore, the only ones present were Monkey D. Dragon, Shimotsuki Koshiro, and Ivankov, who had saved Kuina. As for Artoria, she was left on the ship by the dragon because of the excessive limelight outside. He was also afraid that appearing on the island would cause unnecessary trouble to Koshiro. After a sip of hot tea, Long was not too shy and went directly to the gate of opening to see the mountain road. I came here this time to ask you to help us prepare some supplies. Brother, who are those people? Seeing that Muxue was also kicked out, Kuina whispered in Muxue's ear. They must be old friends of the master. Leave them alone. Do you remember the sword moves just now? Muxue, who didn't want Kuina to get involved, mumbled and prevaricated. Then he put his index and middle fingers together and lightly tapped Kuina's forehead. If you don't say it, don't say it. Let's go and keep practicing. I must learn it before Zoro. Kuina muttered coquettishly. Feeling Muxue's intimate and familiar movements, she knew that no matter how much she continued to ask, she would not get an answer. When he was a child, whenever Muxue didn't want to say anything, he would use this action to interrupt himself. After many times, Kuina was sensible enough not to ask any more questions. Anyway, Muxue would definitely not harm her. When it was time for her to know, Muxue would definitely tell her. I'll trouble you this time. After solving the material problem, Long was in a good mood and started talking about the past with Koshiro. More than 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and that kid has become a grown man. I wonder if he has any plans to go to sea? Advertisement. Long thought of the boy wearing the word head out. There was a fierce aura about him, and he seemed to be a pretty good swordsman. It's just that I was worried about material issues at the time, so I didn't pay too much attention to it. Now that the problem has been solved, he, who lacks top-notch combat power, wants to draw Muxue into the Revolutionary Army. Upon hearing Long's inquiry, Koshiro immediately understood that Long was interested in his eldest disciple. However, Koshiro did not answer clearly, but continued to squint his eyes and said with a smile. When a child gets older, it's hard for parents to take care of it. He has to make his own way in the future. The implication is that you can ask yourself. He agrees and I don't object either. After understanding Koshiro's attitude, Ryuya breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the Revolutionary Army is now an organization with a high risk factor. He is also afraid that Koshiro will stop him, so he has no choice but to give up recruiting Muxue. Now it seems that since Koshiro has no objection, he is going to give it a try. After all, as the leader and founder of the Revolutionary Army, he still has the confidence to persuade a child. Looking at Muxue teaching Kuina in the back mountain. Long lamented that when he was this big, he was still struggling to survive under the old man's fist. In the blink of an eye, his child was almost this big. Child, do you know that this world is very big? It is so big that there are Fishman Islands 10,000 meters deep in the sea, and Sky Islands hanging 10,000 meters in the sky. There are giants who are tens of meters high, and there are also giants who are only as tall as a tiny human race of only a dozen centimeters. The world is so wonderful, waiting for people to explore, and the scenery on the sea cannot be seen on just one island. How about it? Do you want to join us? I will take you to see all the majestic waves on the sea. Watching the speech of the legendary leader of the Revolutionary Army, Muxue felt like being cheated again. Why take him to see the scenery of the sea? He was obviously caught running away with his head in his arms. I really thought he didn't know anything. Sorry, this is not my dream. Muxue looked at Long with a normal expression and refused in a calm tone. He is a dignified person, the controller of the future world, the man behind the scenes of all the major forces. Maybe the Revolutionary Army will belong to him from now on, so why would he mess with you? The rejected dragon didn't say much. After all, saying too much would be unsightly. It doesn't matter. If you change your mind, you can come to me at any time. My name is Monkey D. Dragon. A gust of wind blew by, and the dragon's figure left. It really comes in a hurry and goes in a hurry. Brother, what is your dream? Probably, you can live a happy life with the person you want to protect. Muxue looked at the slightly curious Kuina with a smile, and reached out to rub her head. Maybe, you can add one more, take control of the world. Chapter 55. Time is ruthless, and heroes grow old. A week has passed since the dragon recruitment incident. During this period, the sea was basically calm. There's nothing breaking news in the newspapers. It's just that today the pirate group is famous, tomorrow the marine will take action to suppress the pirates, blah blah blah. The only thing worth mentioning is that in the New World, the Sabretooth pirate group, which had a total bounty of more than 1 billion, was wiped out in a country called Drade. It is said that in this incident, there was the figure of the legendary destroyer, Gildarts. It can be regarded as a small matter, but there is no definite evidence. In addition, in the New World, the destruction of a small pirate group that does not exceed 1 billion cannot cause any waves at all, so it is left alone. In this incident, Gildas successfully eliminated the pirate group that threatened the entire country, and received thanks from the current king, Christine's father. And under Gildas's hint, the old king voluntarily abdicated, and Christine became the queen in a daze. Although the old king used the excuse that he was too old and his body was frightened in this incident. But she understood that it must be for Gildas's sake. Having experienced 3 times of powerlessness when facing crises, she knew the importance of strength. This time she did not choose to escape. Instead, with the help of Gildarts, she quickly took control of the entire country. And it was announced that the Drag Kingdom would officially enter Gildas's command, make offerings to him, and receive his protection. Unfortunately, due to post-war reconstruction, not many Baileys could be collected in a short period of time. So Gildas only received a symbolic fee of 100 million belly. In this regard, Muxue said that if there is no shortage of money, it is still possible to raise chickens that lay golden eggs. September 28, 1510 in the Hyuan calendar. The first half of the Grand Line, in the calm zone adjacent to South Blue. On a marine standard warship. Teacher, where are we going to practice this time? A girl with sea blue wavy curls said coquettishly to the purple-haired old man in front of her. Aizen, don't keep pestering Teacher Zephyr. Teacher Zephyr will tell you when the time comes. Seeing Ain pestering Zephyr all the time, Binzi, who was wearing flashy clothes and a turban, couldn't stand it anymore and said helplessly. It doesn't matter, our destination this time is South Blue, an island occupied by a group of pirates. Advertisement Zephyr reached out and rubbed Ain's head and responded with a smile. In his early years, after his wife, children and many relatives were attacked and killed by pirates, Zephyr resigned from his position as general and devoted all his efforts to the Marine training camp. This also adds a lot of fresh blood and backbone to Marine. For example, the current 3 Marine generals, Kizaru, Akainu, Aokiji, and most of the lieutenant generals and colonels. For example, Flying Squirrel, Ghost Spider, Doberman, Stoloberg, Huashaoshan, Gumir, Dalmatia, Bastiu, etc. were all once students of Zephyr. It can be said that ZFA's reputation and status in Marine can even be compared to that of Sengoku, who is Fleet Admiral. This time, Zephyr is also taking the new Marine students to South Blue for training. After all, Zephyr is already 62 years old, he has passed his peak, and his strength has already declined to the level of a candidate for general. Even when an asthma attack occurs, he may not even be able to maintain the strength of an elite lieutenant general. Therefore, in order to prevent himself from failing to rescue and causing fatal injuries to students, Zephyr always chooses relatively safe Sahai as the trial location. The average strength of the 4 Cs is far inferior to that of the Grand Line. Even if he can only display the strength of a lieutenant general, Zephyr is confident that he can protect his students. Therefore, Zephyr, who rarely came out to relax, was in a very good mood. In addition, Ai-Yin was one of his 2 favorite students in this class, so he naturally did not hide it from her. If it hadn't been for the accident that year, maybe his child would have been as old as Ai-Yin. Seeing Ai-Yin secretly hiding behind him and making faces at Bins, Zephyr couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Okay, stop making trouble. Even with the latest seafloor stone technology, it is not 100% safe in the windless zone. You must always be vigilant. Although Zephyr emphasized seriousness and vigilance, the soft smile on the corner of his mouth showed that he was not actually worried. After all, even if he gets older, he still doesn't care about those superficial Poseidon types. Okay, teacher. Yes, Teacher Zephyr. After hearing ZFA's words, Ain and Bins quickly replied. As orphans, they have always regarded Zephyr as both a teacher and a father. This is why Ain relies heavily on Zephyr. Not far from the warship. Mom, I'm so hungry, I want to eat. A tall, fat, ugly-looking guy with a crescent-shaped white beard that curved upward complained to a short, ugly old woman on a small boat. Be obedient, good son. There is food prepared for you by mother in front of you, go and grab it back. Looking at the silly son who was nearly 7 meters tall in front of him, Miss Barkin, also known as Stussy, said helplessly to Wable. Advertisement relying on Wable's strong strength, they were preparing to cross the windless zone, but accidentally lost their way and almost ran out of the supplies they had stored. Fortunately, a warship was found ahead, which solved the urgent need. As for the strength of marine warships, Wable, who has a strength that is not inferior to that of Whitebeard when he was young, is not afraid of anyone at all, and with his well-developed brain, he is probably not afraid of this. Okay, Mom, I'm going to get our food back. September 29, 1510 in the Hyuan calendar. Former Marine General, current Marine Training Camp Chief Instructor, Zephyr, known as the Black Arm, and the Grand Line's Quiet Belt were attacked by Whitebeard II, Edward Wable. Due to illness, Zephyr only managed to save 2 students at the cost of losing his arm, and the rest of the Marines were all sacrificed. Suddenly, Marine headquarters was shaken. No one could believe that there were pirates who dared to attack Zephyr's warship and succeeded. Teacher Zephyr, are you getting old after all? Looking at Zephyr who was unconscious in the Marine infirmary, Kizaru left a bouquet of flowers, looked at the blooming cherry blossom tree outside the window, and sighed. Although Zephyr looked down on Kizaru who relied too much on fruit abilities, he had taught Kizaru for many years. Kizaru also came to visit his mentor immediately, and saw that the once powerful and arrogant teacher was now like a lonely lion, and could only stay in the infirmary with an oxygen tube inserted to survive. Kizaru's heart suddenly became filled with mixed emotions, and he was silent for a long time. Fleet Admiral Office. Boom. A-hole, this damn guy. After the Warring States period saw Zephyr's tragic situation, he was already filled with rage. Seeing that his old comrade who had been with him for decades ended up like this, Warring States could not wait to capture Whitebeard II with his own hands to vent his anger. Unfortunately, as a Marine Fleet Admiral, he cannot leave easily. In addition, Wable's strength is so strong that only the 3 generals of Marine can surely defeat him. However, each of the 3 generals has multiple roles, and they are unable to do all the work. Alas, please inform Edward Weeble. The bounty is 480 million Baileys. No matter life or death. Chapter 56 The Mall in October. Tokai, Shimotsuki Village. Did Zephyr lose his arm in an attack? Alas, time is merciless. The Black Arm. Zephyr, who was so powerful in the entire sea, was also defeated by time and disease. After receiving the latest news from Urza, Muxue shook her head slightly and couldn't help but sigh. Even the most powerful person is powerless in the face of time. Only the I am, hanging high on the throne gained endless lifespan due to the power of the surgical fruit. Perhaps because of some side effects, I am will not appear in front of the world at all. Eternal life. Muxue didn't know what would happen if he fell into twilight one day. Maybe with the system, he might have a chance to get a glimpse of true immortality. At the end, Muxue seemed to suddenly think of something and slapped her head hard. MD, I'm only 12, I'm so worried. I don't want to think about it anymore. We'll talk about these things later. Now we can't even talk about being the strongest in the world. What's the point of worrying about the spring and autumn? Muxue picked up the cold lake water and slapped it on his face. The cold touch made him regain his senses. I remember that this Whitebeard too doesn't seem to have any special abilities other than brute strength. Maybe we can let him show off. October 1st, year 1510 of the Haiyuan calendar. The rough waves on the sea cannot affect Muxue in the East Daxia Sea. Muxue only knew that a new month had arrived. Open them all. 1. Murloc Bloodline Tiger Shark. From the world of pirates, a special racial bloodline can give the clone super physical fitness, and gain the ability to breathe underwater and move freely. A clone with this skill, please fabricate special respiratory organs. Price. 200 million Baileys. 2. Alien Nemesis. A special ability from a certain world. When the avatar attacks a person who does not have the same bloodline, it will cause additional damage. A foreign nemesis, a hero of the same race, when the avatar faces a person with the same bloodline, it will behaviors and words that make fellow members subconsciously identify with the clone. Price. 200 million belly. 3. Murloc Karate. From the world of pirates, the unique fighting skills of the Murloc family can control water flow to fight to a certain extent. The effect of using Murloc Karate in the sea will be greatly improved. Price. 100 million shells profit. Advertisement. 4. Big Sword Samahata. From the world of Hokage, one of 7 special knives in a certain village. After system modification, the clone can absorb the enemy's physical strength through Samahata and replenish itself. Price. 200 million belly. Quote. 5. Mind-to-mind communication. From a certain world, a special ability can be given to the clone and some kind of spiritual instrument to achieve a state of spiritual union, thereby achieving a special integration effect and exerting greater power. The power of. Price. 200 million Baileys. 6. The talisman that breaks the commandments of all things. It comes from the world of heroic spirits. It is a special treasure that looks like a short sword. It can invalidate the enemy's ability for a short time. After system modification, it can be driven by physical strength instead of magic power. Sold price. 300 million Baileys. 7. Hatake Sword Technique. From the world of Hokage, a ninja clan's inherited sword technique, which stimulates cells with lightning, bursts out unparalleled speed and lethality. After system modification, physical strength can be used to replace chakra. Price. 200 million shells profit. 8. Ghost Mask Ninja Group, from the world of Jackie Chan's adventures, giving the clone the ability to summon the Shadow Ninja. The Shadow Ninja comes with its own equipment: darts, throwing knives, smoke bombs, daggers, etc., and the avatar can freely travel through the shadows. After system modification, summoning the Shadow Ninja and traveling through the shadows require physical strength. There is no upper limit to the number of Shadow Ninjas summoned. After death, they will be summoned again in the Kaido Shadow Space. Price. 400 million shells. Profit. 9. Marine 6 Styles. From the world of pirates, a special physical technique unique to Marine, which can perform moves beyond ordinary people. There are 6 moves in total. Shave, Iron Block, Paper Drawing, Moonwalk, Arashi Kick, and Finger Gun. Practice to the highest level, and you can understand the special move, Life Return. Price. 100 million Baileys. 10. Book of Intelligence. From World of Warcraft, a special item that can slowly increase the mental power of the clone when carried with you. It can also be used once to increase a certain level of mental power. Price. 300 million Baileys. 11. Two-Color Hockey Advanced. From the world of pirates, there are 2 special powers: Armed Color Hockey, which can increase attack power and defense, and can also be used to touch the Logia Devil Fruit, while the Knowledge Color Hockey can be used in advance perceive and predict the enemy's movements. Price. 400 million Baileys. There are too many, so I can't read them without adding serial numbers. Looking at the dazzling array of system panels, and then looking at the balance, it is as high as 5.1 billion Baileys. Muxue waved her hand and bought them all. Ding, the experience value is full, the system level has been improved. Ding, the experience value is full, the system level has been improved. With 2 beeps in succession, Muxue's system level reached level 11. The current experience value is 4,060 thousandths. Got 2 opportunities to create clones and 2 lucky draw opportunities. Don't rush into the lottery, let's allocate abilities first. First of all, there is the ruler of Fishman Island that Muxue has longed for before, Gansaki Kisame. Tailless Tailed Beast. Clone. Dried Persimmon Kisame. Advertisement. Grade 1. Experience. 0 100ths. Strength. C. Physique. C+. Agility. C. Spirit. D. Will. D. Attribute points. 0. Abilities. Murloc Bloodline Tiger Shark cannot be upgraded. Alien Nemesis cannot be upgraded. Murloc Karate, beginner level, Big Sword Samekin, already equipped. Telepathy cannot be upgraded. Kisame Kazaki, who has Fishman blood, even at level 1, has physical fitness that far exceeds that of ordinary people. With his Fishman Karate, even a school officer is no match for him in the sea. Coupled with the combined state of Samahata and mind-to-heart connection, and the alien Nemesis, as long as Kisame Kazaki grows up, he will be invincible at sea, which is no longer a dream. Perhaps, the title Poseidon can be worn. I just don't know how wide this alien race is, whether it is a non-fishman or a non-tiger shark. If it's the latter, the range of restraint is too large. At least in the original work, there are fishmen similar to tiger sharks, and there is only a guy named Vanderdecken X, the pervert who harassed Shirahoshi. As for whether the judgment range is too large, will it affect the subsequent effect? Muxue can only say that if you want others to be convinced in this world, your own strong strength is the foundation. For example, Jinbei, an ordinary fisherman street guy, relied on his powerful strength to protect the safety of Fishman Island, and he also became the hero of Fishman Island. So, as long as you have enough strength, you will get flowers and applause. Well, it's just like in the memory. By the way, isn't this guy really a fish man in the original book? Seeing the man with blue skin and gills on his face appear in front of him, Muxue muttered in his heart. After all, who in the normal world would have gills on their face? Chapter 57 White Fang. New goal. After arranging the task of killing Kisame, after he left, Muxue started making the second clone. White Fang of Konoha. Clone. Hatake Sakumo. Grade 1. Experience. 0/100. Strength. D. Physique. D. Agile. D. Spirit. D. Will. D. Attribute points. 0. Abilities. Hatake Sword Technique Elementary Talisman that breaks the laws of all things assembled Ghost Mask Ninja Group. Compared with the luxurious panel of the dried persimmon Kisame, the panel of Hatake Sakumo can be said to be a little crude. However, the ability and quality are quite good. Even the Hatake Sword Technique, which is the cheapest among the 3 abilities, is a powerful skill that can create a candidate comparable to a general. Coupled with the talisman that breaks the commandments of all things, a legendary treasure, even if Hatake Sakumo does not have armed haki, he is not afraid of those with Logia fruit ability. Even after being injured by this short sword, the ability will be temporarily sealed. Before the information is known, this is a good ability to defeat the weak. For example, Sha Mo, who has average physical fitness and is not domineering, was defeated by a puddle of water. The last ability is also the most useful one among this ability. It can not only quickly create a legion, but also provide itself with the ability to quickly move. Whether it is assassinating enemies, gathering intelligence, or providing housekeeping services, he is a good hand. Coupled with unlimited summons, you can form an army by one person. It can be said that the combination of these 3 abilities makes a person born to be a killer. With Sakumo, we can take action against those 6 guys who claim to be underground kings. It's not that Muxue looks down on them, even the strongest CP0 queen of Happy Street among the 6, Stussy and the big-handed Undertaker, Picro, are as powerful as elite lieutenant generals, and may not even have the strength. As for the other 4 people, similar to the king of loan sharks, god of fortune, Feld, they were killed by Stussy in one move. Advertisement. This is what makes Muxue more confused. The majestic king of the underground world is not as powerful as some big pirates. Maybe it's because those big pirates don't even bother to get involved in these dirty businesses. Just like a daimyo can hire ninjas if he has money without any need for strength. Muxue doesn't understand, as long as you can make money. After arranging Hatake Sakumo, Makyuki assigned the following abilities. The first is Tiger Bomb, Marine 6th form. What Muxue values the most is the skill, Moonwalk. A skill that allows you to fly freely into the sky, which is very suitable for Gildarts who does not have good anti-air capabilities for the time being. In the last battle with Kizaru, Gildarts, who couldn't fly into the sky, was very passive and had no choice but to deal all the damage to Hive Island. As for the Book of Intelligence, Muxue is going to give it to Aizen. His hypnosis ability requires a lot of mental energy. In addition, he does not take the combat route and rarely gains experience points. Therefore, this attribute increasing ability can be given to him first. For the last advanced 2-color haki, Muxue gave Zaraki Kenpachi. Kenpachi, who only knows the violent fighting method, has no powerful means to deal with ability users, so domineering is very necessary. After allocating abilities, Muxue always felt as if she had forgotten something. But then I thought, since I forgot, it must not be important, so I didn't think about it. Grand Route, Impel City. Hashirama, what's the matter? Magellan, who endured the severe pain in his abdomen, frowned and looked at the visitor. If it weren't for Senju Hashirama not coming to see him for 800 years, Magellan would never hold his stomach and talk to him here. The special enthusiast who has been wandering around the lower floors all year round suddenly came to see him today. There must be something important. Magellan could only endure it for now. Director Magellan, I would like to take a leave. Senju Hashirama said to Magellan with a smile. Ask for leave. That's it. I thought it was something big, like a prison riot, but ended up asking for a leave. Lousy is holding it between them, for fear of leaking a little bit. Is that all you want to say? Magellan wanted to slap Senju Hashirama in the face. Advertisement. Suddenly, Magellan's face changed from pitch black to pale, and he ran into the toilet without looking back. Go away. Just ask for leave from now on. You don't have to be so formal. You be asterisk 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 D. There was a sound of relief and a roar from the toilet. Senju Hashirama scratched his head, a little confused. Isn't it normal procedure to report it to him? Forget it. If you don't understand it, don't think about it. Okay, Director Magellan, I'm leaving now. See you later. After ordering a bunch of jailers, Senju Hashirama left the Impel City on an escorting warship. After several months, Senju Hashirama finally sailed to the sea again. South Blue, Sendolai Island, Kingdom of Grass. Monkey D. Long, with a serious face, looked at the group of like-minded revolutionary troops below and said seriously, the vast majority of us have died because of the corruption of the world's government, the greed of the nobles of various countries, and the corruption of pirates. Due to Marine's incompetence, he lost his family, friends, and even the land where he grew up. Here, in the Kingdom of Grass, I have witnessed the birth of tragedies one after another. The so-called world government members are just cruel methods they use to squeeze the people and entertain themselves. The so-called world noble is a group of cruel demons. And the king of this country is colluding with them to oppress the people. The world has become corrupt. Only all like-minded people can gather together and use our will and our strength to create a new world for this world and for all those who are oppressed. At that time, no one was naked or hungry. At that time, there were no cruel and ruthless nobles oppressing us. At that time, we all lived under the same blue sky and enjoyed life. Here, I, Monkey D. Long, announce that here, on this Zandolai Island, the first shot of our revolutionary army will be fired. Goal: subvert the world and create a new world. Who? Everyone was shocked by Monkey D. Long's words, and they roared wantonly, as if they wanted to vent their anger. Many of them could not survive in their hometowns and joined the revolutionary army in order to survive. Today, they truly understood the true meaning of the revolutionary army. Understand what they are fighting for. From today on, they have a common identity: revolutionary warriors. Teacher, I think I have found a new direction. Looking at the impassioned Long on the stage, Sabo's eyes were full of hope and expectation. He was originally in a period of confusion after losing his memory, but now after Long's speech, he discovered that the world is full of tragedies. And an impulse emerged in his heart, he also wanted to do something for this world. At least, he wants this tragedy to never happen again. Chapter 58. The four seas have their own characteristics. Conflict. Although the entire world's transportation is not considered closed, the Windless Belt, the Red Earth continent, and the ravages of pirates have made it inconvenient for most people to travel, so each sea has its own characteristics. Culture: West Blue Mafia. Martial arts: North Blue War Madness. Technology: South Blue Weapons Township. Peace in the East Daxia Sea exists strong. Now that the East Daxia Sea has become famous, Muxue plans to let his avatar go to other sea areas to cause trouble. This can be regarded as an equal share of firepower. West Blue, the Land of Flowers, a port town. Following Makyuki's instructions, Hatake Sakumo, who was about to start encroaching on the underground power, came to West Blue where the mafia was rampant. West Blue can be said to be the most chaotic place in the four sea areas. Many strong men have emerged here, among which the most famous ones are the red-haired Shanks, who has a tendency to aspire to the throne, and the Moonlight Moria, despite being defeated miserably by the hand of Kaido, but he is considered a strong person and has the qualification to be nominated by Shichabukai. In addition, there are other famous strong men, which are enough to prove that in this chaotic West Blue, those who successfully break out of the siege are extraordinary. Look, is that the recently famous killer, White Fang? Shish, keep your voice down, you don't want your life, that's a ruthless person who even dares to assassinate the Babao Navy. All the conversations in the corner fell into Hatake Sakumo's ears, but he ignored them. As the first step to rule the underground forces of West Blue, the first step is to establish a reputation. For example, the name of the current emperor of the sea is enough to make most people timid before fighting. In West Blue, the most famous forces are the 5 major mafias in the Flower Country, which has 1 to 8 treasures and 8 navy troops. Among them, except for Capone Becky, who emerged 10 years later to unify the mafia, the top 5 mafias can be said to have very few top players. The Kingdom of Flowers is different. Both in terms of quantity and quality, it is enough to become famous in the New World. For example, the original bounty of 542 million Baileys is Qingzhou, the 12th generation pillar of the Babao Navy. That was a warrior who dared to take action against Garp, even though the all on his head has been deflated since then, and even the treasures hidden deep in the ice continent have been sealed forever. Although it does not affect its ability to sweep West Blue, it is just that it does not dare to take action easily due to the majesty of the world government. Advertisement. Therefore, after completing several assassinations against the mafia and the 3 treasures navy of the Flower Country, Hatake Sakumo walked on the road with swagger. The purpose is to stand at the head of the flower country and become famous as West Blue. As long as he doesn't take action against the 8 treasure navy, Hatake Sakumo is confident that no other navy can be his opponent. After all, the weirdness of shadow sneaking, coupled with the power of the talisman that breaks the commandments of all things, most people don't know how they died until they die. In the same way, even if Qingjiao of the Babao Navy really doesn't follow the routine and takes action personally, or at worst sneaks around, he won't be able to keep him anyway. Hey, are you the so-called White Fang? An arrogant voice sounded behind Hatake Sakumo. You are the B************* D who dares to assassinate the cadres of our Sanbao Navy. Let me see who gave you the courage. One has a rugged appearance, a muscular back, a tall figure, and muscles all over his body, which is very scary. No, Zag, the deputy pillar of the Sanbao Navy, is here. He is a crazy being who dares to kill anyone. Run. What? Why did that lunatic come out? Wasn't he imprisoned? Whatever, I just know that if I don't leave, it will be too late when he goes crazy. Seeing the face of the visitor clearly, everyone looked panicked. But it was okay for Hatake Sakumo. After all, he was a killer and would not attack poor civilians like them without any reason. The deputy leader of the Sanbao Navy was a well-known lunatic. He had been put into solitary confinement by his boss because he was drunk and damaged several blocks. Unexpectedly, it was released just a few days ago. It's not bad, it's a big fish. Looking at the arrogant Zag, the corners of Hatake Sakumo's mouth slightly raised under his mask. Let me see if your strength and your reputation can be compared. ... The Great Root, all nations, Totland. Well, I want a delicious dessert, give me the dessert quickly. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, who had just woken up and was about to have a delicious afternoon tea, shouted angrily. Advertisement. It's coming, Mom, don't worry, the dessert is on its way. The eldest son of the Charlotte family, Pedosparrow, wiped his sweat nervously with a handkerchief and quickly Kaido. I'm afraid that if I say I'm a step too late, my mother will be furious, and if she triggers my eating disorder, I'll have another big fuss. After a while, the head chef, Long Bread, came in pushing a cart of cakes. Linlin, the cake is here, try it quickly. A short old man with a beard shaped like 2 leaves comforted the nearly 9-meter-tall Charlotte Linlin with this soft tone. The whole scene can be said to be quite funny. Unfortunately, no one present dared to laugh. Everyone was looking forward to Charlotte Linlin calming down as soon as possible. Why are these again? I want to eat new desserts. Looking at the cake handed over by the baguette, Charlotte Linlin obviously didn't buy it. With a childlike mind, she only wanted to eat more delicious desserts that she had never tasted before. Not these old cakes that I've eaten countless times. For a moment, Longbread didn't know what to say, and Perosparrow next to him was sweating profusely, fearing that his mother would run away in the next moment. Fortunately, the 25-year-old Charlotte Snag on the side seemed to suddenly remember something, whispered in Perosparrow's ear, and ran out in a hurry. After Perosparrow heard this, he immediately calmed down and shouted to Charlotte Linlin, Mom, there are new desserts. Snag has already gone to get them. Why not eat some first and wait, he will send them to you soon. After hearing that there were new desserts, Charlotte Linlin calmed down with satisfaction, picked up a piece of giant cake and ate it. Snag, where are you going? Looking at Snag running over in a hurry, Smoothie asked casually. Sister Smoothie, I'm going to Water Tower Town in the Drade Kingdom to get some desserts for my mother. Snag took a look and found that it was his sister who was also a 4th general. He stopped and explained, and then left in a hurry. We are racing against time now, and we must not delay anymore. The Kingdom of Drade. After thinking for a moment, Smoothie didn't think of this place. Maybe it was an unknown small country. Anyway, in this new world, even the Whitebeard Pirates and the Beast Pirates, who are both members of the Imperial Group, will not attack them easily. Smoothie didn't think much and turned back to do his own thing. Chapter 59 What kind of cutie is the Pink Mermaid? Holy Land, Marie Joya. Boom. Are all intelligence organizations just for nothing? The Revolutionary Army overthrew 3 countries in South Blue. Why didn't they get any information in advance? The bald man holding the sword once again slapped the table angrily and said dissatisfiedly to the others. This cannot be entirely blamed on the CP organization. There have been too many things happening recently, and the so-called Revolutionary Army is like rats in the sewer, too cunning. The blonde old man in charge of intelligence said dissatisfied. Do you have a temper with the people below, or do you dislike me as the boss? Okay, stop arguing. A mere revolutionary army gives orders to intelligence agencies in various places, provides information, and captures or kills the cadres of the revolutionary army alive. There will be heavy rewards. The old man with a mustache quickly stopped him and said, if the noise continues like this, a fight might break out. That's really a joke. Seconded. Seeing someone coming out to smooth things over, the 2 old men stopped arguing. The Grand Line, the first half. Boss, what a huge harvest this time. I didn't expect to catch a lone female mermaid. That's a big deal worth hundreds of millions of belliries. Yes, it sounds like she has a companion, but it's a pity that it's too late, otherwise the profit will definitely be doubled. 2 men were in the cabin, complimenting a tall man with a black eye patch on his left eye. Obviously, Listening to their conversation, you can tell that this is a notorious slave ship that specializes in illegal human trafficking and sells it to underground forces in order to obtain a large number of Baileys. Ordinary people are of average value, but inhumans, especially extremely rare inhumans like mermaids, are sought after by world noble. In order to satisfy their strange collecting habit, countless people try their best to enter Fishman Island and engage in human trafficking. During this ordinary voyage, they unexpectedly encountered 2 mermaids who sneaked out. They were the lucky ones. Okay, just one. It's a windfall in the first place. One is enough. This thing is hot, so hurry up and get rid of it. The one-eyed captain and the old god said leisurely, for him, stability ranks first. Everyone in this line of work is ruthless and ruthless. If the news leaks out and someone in the industry is cheated on them, it would be a shame to cry. Therefore, even if he knew that there was another mermaid or fishman, he did not want to take the risk and wait here. For him, the good mermaid is the one who takes action. Advertisement. Boom. Hey, where did you hide my mermaid friend? The door was violently broken. A man with long dark blue hair, golden pupils, a face and skin color similar to a shark, and sharp teeth stood at the door and said to the 3 people. Who? How did you get in? Where are the people outside? The one-eyed captain did not answer his question, but asked slightly nervously. You know, there are dozens of strong men armed with guns outside. How did this guy sneak in? Huh, you mean people outside? Sorry, they were thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Kisame Kazaki bared his sharp teeth and said words in a gentle tone that made people feel chilled. Hello. Before the person next to the one-eyed captain could speak, a purple figure cut him in half with a knife. Then, the purple figure opened its mouth and bit the other person into pieces. His lower body fell to the ground weakly. Blood splattered on one-eye's face, which made him tremble all over with fear, and he was too trembling to say a word. So, can you answer my question now? Kisame Kazaki still had a smile on his face, staring at the one-eyed captain with his golden eyes. The one-eyed captain came back to his senses, raised his hand tremblingly, and pointed to a room. In the innermost room. Puff. As the one-eyed head flew up, the headless corpse slowly fell to the ground. Snapped. The chain on the door snapped. There was a large water tank in the room. A mermaid with pink wavy curls and a pink shell costume was huddled in a corner, eyes closed, not daring to look at the figure at the door. I tell you, my partner is very powerful, let me go quickly, otherwise you will be in trouble. The girl's voice was waxy, and although it was a little trembling, it still gave people a tingling feeling when listening to it. Even the words that were originally very threatening in his mouth seemed a bit submissive and without any confidence. Really? Advertisement. Kisame Kazaki crossed his arms and joked with a smile as he looked at the mermaid girl who was shaking all over and didn't dare to open her eyes at all. Oh, Kisame-sama. ... Grand line, new world. Ahem. Damn it, you crazy woman. Are you Marines going to war with our beast pirates? Sasaki, who was covered in blood and didn't even know where to fly with his hat, barely maintained his half-human, half-dragon form, half kneeling on the ground, covering the wound on his chest with his hands, coughing up blood, and shouted at the red-haired female Marine in front of him. Yes, this red-haired female Marine is none other than Urza, who went to sea after completing her studies under Zephyr. On the one hand, he is trying to make money, on the other hand, he is preparing to continue attacking Naz. In order to maintain her reputation in Marine and the world. In the last battle on Honeycomb Island, Urza and Natsu, who was already running low on physical strength, fought to a draw. This made many people question whether she, the so-called Marine supernova, has the ability to compete with the pirate supernova. Even more seriously, if she, the rising star of the Marine Corps, loses to the pirates of the same period. Then, this will further reduce the deterrence of Marine, causing pirates to have a carnival. After all, everyone knows that Urza is the leader of the new generation of Marine, and her importance is comparable to that of the 3 generals in their youth. He is a powerful competitor and successor as a general. Once there is a decline, it is likely to increase the arrogance of pirates. Therefore, whether it is for her own consideration or Marine's consideration, Urza must prove herself. Coincidentally, after some strengthening, Urza's speed has reached S, which is comparable to the strength of the Imperial Deputy. Coupled with the fact that she has many more skills than Natsu, at least a tie should not be a big problem. Even with the ultimate move, 10,000 swords returning to the sect, it is likely to severely damage Natsu, which will make Urza's reputation rise again. You can gain more fame and status in Marine. Take out the phone bug and call Natsu. Urza did not answer Sasaki's words, but put the sword on his neck and said coldly. Feeling the cold air on the sword and the coldness in the woman's eyes, Sasaki had no choice but to take out the phone bug. Crazy woman, if you want to make a phone call, just say, do you want to do anything? Muttering in his heart, Sasaki's hand was not slow and he quickly connected, fearing that this woman would give him a sword. Chapter 60 The Beginning of the War. Broken Arm. Grand Line, New World. Wano Country, Rabbit Bowl, Quarry Guard Factory. Natsu, who rarely went out to sea, was leisurely basking in the sun and enjoying the good time. What? Why do you think the clone should enjoy it? Please, there are so many people outside watching, just pretending. It's definitely not something that was ruined because he wasn't assigned the ability. After all, a clone cannot have feelings. Bulu Bulu. The rare afternoon tea time was interrupted by the urgent call of a phone bug. Natsu frowned and reluctantly answered the phone. Looking at the phone bug with green hair and slender horns, Natsu immediately thought of the green-haired Sasaki who was also a flying 6 cells. Sasaki, you'd better be in trouble. Before Sasaki could say anything, Natsu said with resentment. Excuse me, for disturbing you, Natsu-sama. Since that battle, Natsu's strength has been engraved in the hearts of every member of the Beast Pirates. Even Sasaki, who is also a member of the Flying Sixth Cell, did not consciously use honorifics. Before he could report the reason to Natsu, the phone was snatched away by Urza who was guarding him. Frustrated and helpless, Sasaki could only secretly slander Urza in his heart. This crazy woman is looking for Natsu-sama every day. How can a normal marine have so much time to pick out a pirate to fight? It's really outrageous. I mean, she probably has a crush on Natsu-sama. These two people are from the East Daxia Sea. Maybe they hate each other because of love. The more Sasaki thought about it, the more frightened he became, and he quickly stopped this shocking and bold idea. As if he had forgotten the pain, Sasaki shook his head crazily, trying to forget this thought. If you are not careful, some gossip will spread from your own mouth. 10 lives are not enough for Natsuzai. Seeing Sasaki suddenly convulsed, Urza was not polite, possessed armed Haki, and kicked him unconscious. Although Urza is reckless, it doesn't mean that she has no brains. If she kills Sasaki now, she will definitely be targeted by Kaido, which will be troublesome. Now is not the time. It's me. Come out and have a fight. If you win, I'll give this guy back to you. Urza's gate of opening was straightforward and not polite, as if the two of them knew each other very well. It's you again. Sister, can't you be a different person, shedding wool? Advertisement. Looking at the green-haired phone bug turning into red hair, and the cold tone, Natsu knew immediately that it was Urza, the crazy BCH, who was up to something. Hey, tell me a time and a place, and I'll finish the fight early. Natsu, knowing that this battle was unavoidable, could only sigh helplessly and asked feebly. 3 days later, Chinati Island. Bada. Looking at the phone call bug who hung up ruthlessly after speaking, Natsu couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Duopeng. Prepare the ship. Target. Chinati Island. Grand Line. New World. Kingdom of Drade. Water Tower Town. Take a look. The freshly baked water tower cake. If it's not delicious, you don't have to pay for it. Water Tower Town is a town famous for its desserts, and its most famous one is undoubtedly the water tower cake. It smells fragrant, tastes soft, like a water ball, and the aftertaste is endless. Boss, bring me an extra large premium rum water tower cake. The red-haired man reached out and shouted to the fat boss. Okay, guest, please wait a moment. Leave the money, no need to look for it. The red-haired man is none other than Shanks, who just defeated the Silver Axe Pirates. When passing by this magical town where you can make wine-flavored cakes, Shanks, who loves wine, will not miss it. Just like an ordinary person, while waiting for the cake to be baked, he brags and farts with the passers-by around him. Boom. Oops. Pirates are coming. Everyone, please hide. There was a loud noise, and a person ran and shouted. Just when Shanks was about to see who dared to disturb him from enjoying the delicious food. The fat boss on the side said very calmly, Guest, if you want to leave, the money for this cake will not be refunded. Shanks was surprised to see his boss, who showed no fear at all and was just an ordinary person. What's going on? Ordinary people are not afraid of pirates now. I definitely want to, but aren't you afraid? The guest is new, right? Our island is protected by the legendary lord known as the Destroyer. Those unsuspecting little pirates were dealt with in a short time. Advertisement. The fat boss explained calmly. Destroyer. Interesting. Hearing this, Shanks touched his chin with interest. It was obvious that he was very interested in this mysterious man with the same hair color as himself. Sure enough, within a few minutes, the sound of fighting stopped abruptly. Okay, guest, your extra large premium rum water tower cake, a friendly reminder, comes in 2 flavors, freshly baked and cooled. Obviously, under the protection of the Destroyer, they lived a very comfortable life. Sure. How could this happen? The man who looked very fat, had a gourd-like haircut, and was wearing a woolen coat and a red and white striped scarf looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. With just one blow, the entire ship and the biscuit soldiers on it were reduced to nothingness. It's like none of this ever existed. Even Snag, who sensed the crisis in advance, lost one of his right hands. I remembered. You, Destroyer, you are who fought with the general. Snag, who was anxious to find the cake, seemed to suddenly remember. He pointed at Gildarts with his remaining left hand in horror and said silently. Is this the so-called general? To be honest, I'm a little disappointed. Seeing Snag completely losing his will to fight, Gildarts did not strike again. Now is not the time to compete head-on with the Imperial Pirates. When Gildarts has the strength to fight against the general under normal circumstances, that will be the time to be truly unscrupulous. Get out of here. Gildas waved his hand impatiently and shouted to Snag, who was still in dementia. Hey, hello, my name is Shanks, would you like to try the cake I just bought? Shanks, who was observing in the dark, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Gildarts did not attack Snag, and stood up with a smile. For him who pays great attention to balance, he really doesn't want two top powerhouses to conflict, which will have an irreversible impact on the situation in the sea. Looking at the red-haired man who suddenly appeared in front of him, and hearing him introduce himself, Gildas suddenly remembered that this man seemed to be the intern mentioned by Old Man Rayleigh. By the way, did Old Man Rayleigh say he was disabled? A slightly confused Gildas scratched his head, then reached into his pocket, and under Shank's surprised eyes, he took out his life card. Huh, how come you have my life card? You guess. Quote. Ha 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 ha, a retired old man gave it to me. Chapter 61 The Silly Son of the Landlord, Wable. The Great Sea Route, the Windless Zone. Mom, how long are you going to float? I'm so hungry. The Whitebeard too with a runny nose, Edward Wable, with a depressed face, said coquettishly to Miss Bargain. Well, don't worry, there is still some food in the cabin that was plundered last time, you should eat some first. Miss Ba Jin looked helplessly at his silly son who kept acting coquettishly and begging for food. Why was CP0 Stussy so effective back then, and why was Wable so mentally retarded? Miss Ba Jin was alone on the bow of the boat, murmuring incomprehensively. Back then, it was also a product of Mads. How come the one clone from Whitebeard was mentally retarded? Oh, who would let this be my stupid son? Although Miss Bajan was full of disgust, when she looked at Wable who was eating and drinking, her eyes were full of doting. She had no family in her life, but she got a son when she was old and raised Wable little by little. Although she was not her biological child, after so many years, it would be a lie to say that she had no feelings. Mom, do you want to eat too? Then I won't eat it. I'll keep it all for you. Seeing Miss Ba Jin looking at him eagerly, Wable thought his mother was hungry too. Holding back the roar in his stomach, he pushed the food in his hand towards his mother. After all, Mom is already so small. If she gets even hungry, she won't be able to find her. Silly boy, you can eat it yourself, Mom is not hungry. Miss Ba Jin laughed dumbly and turned his head away slightly moved. Really, why is there still sand in the sea? If I had not chosen to be a pirate, well. Miss Ba Jin's eyebrows sank slightly, he lowered his head to look at the pairs of fish swimming in the calm sea, and couldn't help but fall silent. Wood-style violent gun tree. A sudden loud shout completely destroyed the happy atmosphere between the two of them. I saw multiple thick wooden vine branches, attacking unexpectedly in an instant. Boom. Mom, are you okay? Wable, who reacted quickly picked up the broad-bladed naginata at hand and interrupted the flying vines. Miss Ba Jin looked back and saw that his arm was penetrated, and asked worriedly. Ahem, it's okay. You go to meet the enemy first. Mom can take care of herself. Miss Ba Jin coughed twice, covered the punctured wound, and said comfortingly. Damn it, how dare you do something to my mother, it's unforgivable. I am going to kill you. Advertisement. Seeing Miss Ba Jin's tragic situation, Wable shouted angrily at the visitor. Oh, when you attacked and killed a large number of Marines, did you ever think about this scene? Senju Hashirama, who had long black hair and wore a red samurai kai, crossed his arms over his chest, stood on the thick vines that had just spread, and said coldly. I don't care, anyone who dares to hurt my mother will die. Wable's peanut-sized brain won't tell you any truth. He just knows to listen to his mother and protect her. Anyone who dares to hurt my mother must die. It's useless to say more, wood-style King Kong moves wood. Looking at Wable, who raised his sword and flew toward him. Senju Hashirama didn't waste any time and directly summoned a hard wooden wall to block it in front of him. HMPH. You still have some strength, let's look at this move. Wood-style wooden golem's technique. With Senju Hashirama's loud shout, a huge wooden golem tens of meters high appeared on the sea. The part above the sea alone is nearly 50 or 60 meters long. Let alone fighting with it, just standing there is intimidating. What is this? When did such a strong person appear in Marine? Seeing the shocking scene in front of him, Miss Ba Jin lost control of his expression and shouted in horror. Look at the man in front of you who is obviously young, but he can use such amazing power. Miss Ba Jin couldn't help but feel a little desperate. Although Mr. Zephyr has not been teaching me for a long time, he is still my mentor. And you, a cruel pirate, dare to attack my teacher. Today, I will make you pay with blood. Wood-style wooden dragon's technique. I saw the wooden golem raising his huge arm, and a huge dragon-shaped attack that was as big as the wooden golem's arm flew towards Wable. Boom. Puff. Wable, who was knocked away, spat out a mouthful of blood. Miss Ba Jin's eyes widened, looking at the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but feel his heart twisting. Cough. Cough. Mom, I'm fine, you go first, I'll stop him. Wable struggled to get up. Regardless of the pain on his body, he glanced viciously at the huge wooden golem on the sea, and then turned back to Miss Ba Jin to comfort him. No, this time, leave it to Mom. This time, Miss Bajan did not hide behind and watch his son doff a kamui as usual. Wable didn't know clearly, but she knew very well in her heart that Wable had no chance of winning against the person in front of her. Even if she is added as a former leader of the Rocks Pirates, it will not help. Advertisement. After all, she is 64 years old this year, 2 years older than Zephyr. Knowing that there is no way out, she is ready to risk her life to protect her son. Miss Ba Jin took out a tube of medicine from his backpack and plunged it into his body. Son, you go first, Mom will be here in a minute. As the medicine takes effect, Miss Bajan gradually changes into what he looked like when he was young. Don't look at it, it will become shriveled and ugly when it gets old. When she was young, she looked exactly like the current queen of Happy Street. Before Wabel could finish speaking, the young Miss Ba Jin gently touched his head. Be obedient, Wabel is a good boy. After saying that, he rushed directly towards the huge wooden golem between the Senju pillars without hesitation. October 10, 1510 in the Haiyuan calendar. Under the command of World ZF, Senju, the warden of Impel Down City, in the windless zone of the Grand Line, killed the villain Miss Barjan who attacked former General Zepha, and severely injured and captured Whitebeard II Edward Wabel. Bring to justice. At this point, the name of Senju Hashirama, the guard of the Impel Castle, resounded throughout the sea for the first time. Being able to capture and defeat the former General Zepha, Wabel, the world will call Impel Down's Senju Hashirama and Marine's Urza the twin stars of justice. What they don't know is that Senju Hashirama is actually a member of Marine, and the reason why he is in Impel Down just to train. Marine headquarters, Marineland, Zepha's hospital room. Bang bang bang. A knock on the door brought Zepha, who was staring blankly out the window, back to reality. Enter. His voice no longer sounded as energetic as before, but instead sounded like that of an old man in his twilight years. Teacher Zepha, that Wabel has been imprisoned and pushed into the city. Huo Shaoshan, wearing an orange suit and red tie, walked in. After getting the news, he immediately informed his teacher, hoping that he could cheer up again. Who did it? A new guy named Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama, a face with a naive smile appeared in Zepha's memory. The little guy back then has already surpassed me. Time flies so fast. Chapter 62 Sengoku and Garp, the Sun Pirates. Malinfando, Fleet Admiral Office. Ha 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 ha. A burst of hearty laughter came from Warring State's mouth. Ever since the incident with his old friend Zepha, he had been feeling sulky in his heart. Now that the news of Wabel's arrest came, he instantly felt refreshed, as if he had eaten 10 packs of senbei that he snatched from Garp. Extremely comfortable. Looking at Duan, Warring States suddenly laughed heartily. Garp, who was sneaking around and looking for the senbei hidden by Sengoku, suddenly froze. Is this old boy going crazy because he can't eat senbei? Garp murmured to himself. Hey, why are you so angry? I didn't steal your senbei. Garp, holding his stubble covered with residue, shouted to Sengoku. Looking at Garp playing tricks, Warring States felt that this old guy was so pleasing to the eye for the first time. You big-headed ghost, Lousy's senbei has been eaten by you, a swindler. Okay, let's not talk about this. Come and see, the two newcomers you brought back are now able to stand alone. You really brought back a treasure this time. Seng Guo, who was in a good mood, did not get angry with the unrepentant Garp, but instead praised Garp for a rare occasion. TCH. That's it. I've known for a long time that these two dolls are treasures. Garp picked his nose and said in a nonchalant tone, but the smile at the corner of his mouth did show that he was in a good mood. It's not just the two newcomers he brought back who have achieved results. More importantly, his old comrade in arms Warring States was rarely happy for once. Ever since Warring States became Fleet Admiral, don't be ridiculous, I haven't even relaxed my brows. Now, seeing the smiles of his old comrades again, Garp feels relieved. Seeing Garp's duplicitous behavior, Seng Guo really wanted to punch him. Maybe we can consider bringing them back. North Blue. Uchiha Madara, who was preparing to return home, also saw the latest reports. Shocked, the guards of Impel Down City actually did something to a 60-year-old woman in the windless zone. Ignoring the unreasonable title, Madara looked directly at the content inside. Hashirama, have you already become famous? Perhaps, I can also consider it. As two clones who went to sea together, they not only joined Marine together, but also trained under Zepha, and then entered Impel Down City side by side. All these things make the relationship between the two people even closer. Although it is said that clones cannot have emotions, this does not mean that they cannot have brains. The relationship between the two of them is like that of real brothers in the eyes of outsiders, so they don't consider anything else but their reputation. In order not to hinder Hasi's hot mom, they have to build their own reputation. What do you mean Germa 66? Advertisement. Don't be ridiculous, North Blue is just a piece of trash. If you really want to be famous, you have to go to New World. Change the goal, not return to Impelda. Uchiha Madara shouted and ordered. Ah, yes, Madara-sama, then, where should we go? The frightened jailer ran over and asked, regardless of his doubts. The top pirates in the New World, just pick one. Glancing at the fussing jailer, Uchiha Madara wrote lightly. Sabayati Islands. Hey kid, what are you doing? Eren, who had blue-purple shark skin, said fiercely to the orange-haired little girl on the boat. I'm sorry, I can work and clean all the time. Please don't hit me, I'm sorry. As if it was a stress reaction, after the little girl heard others talking to her, she subconsciously said a lot of words, most of which were apologies, as if she was a slave without dignity. No matter what happens, I will never cry. Please don't kill me. Looking at Eren, who was indifferent, the little girl pinched the corners of her clothes, gritted her teeth, and shouted helplessly with tears in her eyes. Okay, Eren, don't scare Kara. You knew she was scared and yet you bullied her. Fatty Lan, the whale shark man Jinbei, who was passing by, gave Eren a hard blow when he saw this scene. Afterwards, Jinbei picked up Kurla helplessly. Okay, it's okay, don't be afraid, you are free. I'm really useful, woo woo woo. Perhaps it was Jinbei's gentle words or Jinbei's warm embrace that made Kurla feel a sense of security. Korra, who kept talking repeatedly, gradually began to sob quietly, and finally cried loudly while hugging Jinbei. Eren, I know you don't like humans, but you shouldn't shoot everyone to death with one shot. Fisher Tiger, the captain of the Sun Pirates wearing a turban, thick curly hair, a wide mouth, and red skin, came out and spoke to Eren in a serious tone. I know, Boss Tiger. Although Eren didn't mind, he still didn't refute the boss whom he respected very much. Sabayati Islands, Area 9. Underground Auction House. Welcome everyone to the little underground auction house. Today's auction theme is alien slaves. The auctioneer on the stage began a long and ups and downs speech. Advertisement. Stop F ******** G with ink. Lousy is here to spend money to buy things, not to listen to your farts. Ha 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 ha. Did you hear that? Hurry up and get the goods for Lousy. Quote. The participants below the stage obviously didn't want to listen to the auctioneer's nonsense. Well, I declare that this auction is about to begin. Everyone, please take a look at the first product, the long-legged tribe. This is a 25-year-old, upright young man with long legs. He is born with amazing kicking skills. After a little training, he is a good guard at home and home. Then, his starting bid is 800,000 Baileys. 820,000 Baileys. 850,000 Baileys. 900,000 Baileys, I want it. Quote. Soon the products were auctioned one after another, and the last product was pushed up. Unlike other slaves whose overall appearance can be directly seen, this is a huge square box wrapped in black cloth. It's impossible to tell from the outside what's inside. However, the bursts of pop sounds were like the sound of water hitting glass. That's right, this is the last item in this auction, a female mermaid. True high-end luxury. Dear customers, this is the female mermaid we just caught some time ago. I don't need to say anything more. What nonsense. I don't know the mermaid Lousy yet, hurry up and start, don't ink. Damn it, a female mermaid, this is the first time Lousy has seen her in such a long life, I have to give it a try. Are you kidding? It's just you. What, are you looking for trouble? Quote. The appearance of the mermaid directly caused the entire venue to erupt into even more heated discussions. The momentum even felt like lifting the roof off. Dang. The auctioneer knocked on the table and said nothing. Everyone, the starting price for the mermaid is 100 million Baileys. I offer 101 million belly. What a poor guy. Don't buy it if you don't have money. Lousy is offering 110 million belly. With such a small amount of money, don't be embarrassed, I will offer you 120 million belly. Quote. All of a sudden, there was an endless stream of bidding calls. Boom. A sudden sound, like a basin of cold water, directly extinguished the enthusiasm of everyone present. Chapter 63. My favorite, he must be an unparalleled hero. Who is it? Don't you know this is Mr. Little's territory? You guys, there are some blind guys out there who dare to come here to cause trouble. Seeing the figure carrying a big knife at the door, the auctioneer shouted angrily. In an instant, the boys on the side raised their swords and raised their guns. It's so menacing and scary. Hand over that mermaid now, and I can consider keeping your body intact. As the smoke dissipated, a blue-skinned shark-shaped fishman stood at the door. It's the dried persimmon Kisame who was preparing to go to Fishman Island. As for why he was here, it was because he accidentally heard the news about the mermaid auction at the auction house. I thought that since I wanted to be famous on Fishman Island, wouldn't it be the best way to kidnap the mermaids that were auctioned off? A-hole, a little fish man actually dares to be so arrogant. Kids, get on him. I originally thought it was something, a big pirate who eats evil. The result is a fish man. Suddenly, the auctioneer seemed to have thought of something, his eyes lit up, and he shouted. Dear distinguished guests, those who get a mermaid in the auction will receive this mermaid as a gift to make up for our poor hospitality. Obviously, in order to restore his reputation, the auctioneer suddenly thought of a good strategy. Okay, this fishman is strong enough at first glance, I want it. A heavy tank weighing several hundred kilograms had a smile on his lips, and he looked at the dried persimmon Kisame with greed in his eyes, as if he wanted to eat him. Hearing this, Kisame, who originally only planned to attack the auction house, frowned. Then, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of fangs. I have changed my mind. No one here can leave. Since you dare to have bad thoughts about him, you must be prepared to bear the consequences. As for the mermaid who should have been the center of attention, she is now hiding in the water tank. Looking at it with red eyes, Kisame rushed into the auction house to rescue his dried persimmon. Mom, I found it. I found my hero. Obsessed with fairy tale picture books, she traveled thousands of miles and left Fishman Island in order to find her true love. As a result, one was accidentally caught in the store. And now this scene is the dream story she has been pursuing so hard. ... The Sun Pirates, on the plywood. Boss Tiger, look. Jinbei heard the killing cry behind him and turned around to take a closer look. It turned out to be the Marine stationed in the Sabayati Islands, hunting the fishmen and the mermaids. Advertisement. No, they are our compatriots, hurry up and help them. Hearing Jinbei's words, Fisher Tiger also looked over, and then shouted quickly. Okay, boss, just a human, leave it to me. Aaron looked at Marine on the shore with a fierce look. For him, a complete and Murloc-oriented racist, watching his compatriots being hunted down made a fire rise in his heart. ... Look at the dried persimmon Kisame again. Tarina, you take Briano away first, I will come later. Knowing well that if the three of them walked together, no one would be able to escape, so Inagaki Kisame was prepared to stop the first wave and then the last wave. Then chase them. But, the pink-haired mermaid, Talina, was still a little hesitant. Fortunately, the purple-haired mermaid, Brenor, was the rescued love-brained mermaid, who trusted her unconditionally and was her hero. Tarina, we will only be holding you back here, you have to believe Kisame-sama. He is our hero. Yes, believe me, I am invincible in the sea. Kisame Kazaki looked at Briano in surprise, not expecting that she believed in him so much, so he quickly echoed in an attempt to convince Talina. Just as the three were about to separate, Marine Lieutenant General Mugsy, who was stationed at the Sabayati Islands, surrounded them with a group of Marine elites. Murloc, I advise you to quickly put down your weapons and surrender. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Next to the leader, Lieutenant General Marine, a colonel shouted. Same was shoken. Boom. A commotion sounded behind Marine. Don't be afraid, brother, we are coming. Sun Pirates. All present. ... West Blue, Radley Islands. The gathering place of the Capone family. Are you the recently famous, White Fang? A short, fat man wearing a straight striped suit and a green tie, holding a cigar in his mouth, looked at the silver-haired man wearing a mask in front of him and asked. Target. Deposit. Ignoring what the head of the Capone family, Capone Becky, said, Hatake Sakumo spoke concisely. As a killer, he must hide his information. Once all the information is exposed, he can basically start over. Advertisement. The simplest way to ensure that information is not leaked as much as possible is to say less and do less. And, everyone who knew his information went to another world to report. What a cold man. Forget it, since you don't want to say more, I won't force you to give him the things. Capone Becky, who originally wanted to get close to and have a romantic relationship with this powerful and famous killer, looked at the tightly wrapped man in front of her, with the only exposed eyes still as cold as ice. He knew that this man's will was not easy to change. It doesn't matter if he can't force it, he is a mafia anyway, and Hatake Sakumo is a killer. The two businesses are not on the same line, so there is no need for conflict. Then he signaled to his subordinates and handed the deposit and information to Hatake Sakumo. Capone Becky extinguished the cigar in his hand, crossed his hands, his eyes showed a hint of fierceness and ruthlessness, and then said in a low voice. If you kill one of the people on this list, I will give you 20 million Baileys. If you kill them all, I will give you an additional 400 million Baileys. Hearing this, Hatake Sakumo took a glance and saw that there were roughly 30 names on the list. Looking at the surnames of these names, they are basically the main members and cadres of the other four mafia families. It seems that Capone Becky is preparing to attack the other four mafia families in advance. According to the original work, Capone Becky completed the unification of the West Blue Underground world 10 years later in 1520. However, under the influence of Hatake Sakumo, Capone Becky's plan seemed to be advanced. However, to Hatake Sakumo, this doesn't matter. Get money and work. You can make money, gain experience, and maybe even get extra gains, so why not do it? What? You said Hatake Sakumo killed innocent people indiscriminately. Do you think ordinary people would be invited by others to take action? No problem. After receiving the list and the deposit of 100 million belly, Hatake Sakumo nodded lightly. A pleasure to work with. Seeing Hatake Sakumo's readily agreed, Capone Becky felt that the plan was going smoothly and was in a good mood. He extended his hand with a smile on his face. Unexpectedly, Hatake Sakumo turned around and left without even looking, and quickly disappeared from his sight. A-hole. Capone Becky, who had not been ignored for a long time, once again felt the feeling of being left out. Go and spread the news that the White Fang is going to take action. Capone Becky lowered the brim of his hat, lit a cigar again, and then gave instructions. Burn the paper with Hatake Sakumo's information. HMPH. Let me see, which one of you is worthy of me personally. Capone Becky looked out the window and saw the waves hitting the beach one after another. And he didn't notice at all that there was a flash of red light in the corner. Chapter 64 I can't see, but my heart is like a mirror. New World, Chinati Island. A small island famous for its underground casinos, most of its towns are filled with various casinos. It is also a gathering place for a large number of pirates. In a casino, old man, it's your turn, hurry up. Yes, brothers are waiting for you. The gamblers on the side also agreed to watch the excitement. I met a blind man gambling. It's a strange thing that happens every year. Today I opened my eyes. The banker looked at the man in front of him who was wearing a lavender kimono, a black and purple belt, and an X-shaped scar between his eyes. He looked greedily at the money bag in his hand and urged eagerly. Then, I'll be tougher this time. The blind uncle didn't pay too much attention to the dealer's tone and the booing from the people around him. Instead, he smiled and put his money on the word, big. It's a pity, old man, this time it's, little. Looking at the number, 5 feet, the dealer smiled and said in a regretful tone. Although the blind uncle in front of you is right, the banker doesn't care. If you can't see, you still come to gamble, and you won't be cheated. Oh, really? It seems that I am not very lucky, ha 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 ha. The blind uncle, who didn't know that he had been deceived, laughed at himself. Let's do it again, this time I can still win. The blind uncle who does not believe in evil will put all his money on the word, big, this time. No problem, you can definitely win this one. When the dealer saw that he had put all the money in, he immediately looked sarcastic, but said his blessing. Opening the dice cup and looking at the 3 numbers, 4, 5, 6 feet, the dealer said naturally. 1, 2, 3, unfortunately, this time it's also, small, ha 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 ha. Perhaps because he thought it was too easy to get money, or because he was mocking the blind man for gambling, the dealer laughed wildly. Really, I don't think so. This time, the blind uncle's face stopped smiling and showed a serious expression. Although I can't see with my eyes, my heart is like a bright mirror. It's a blessing that you can't see. There are too many dirty and despicable people in this world that people can't bear to look at. The blind uncle opened his white eyes slightly and raised the blind stick in his hand. Pull out a section of the sword from the handle. What are you talking about? You are such a blind man, how dare you scold me? Advertisement. Buzz. Boom. Before the dealer finished speaking, a burst of air invisible to the naked eye rippled from the blind uncle's body. In an instant, the ground around the blind uncle mysteriously sank dozens of centimeters into the ground. The table used to roll the dice and the dealer were all embedded in the ground and shattered to pieces. For a moment, the entire casino was silent. Alas, where is the justice in this world? Ignoring the stunned scenes of people around him, the blind uncle touched his blind stick to the ground again. Walked out step by step. On the other side, at the port of the town. The port, which should have been bustling with activity as usual, was indeed silent now. Because anyone who dares to speak provocatively will be killed by the red-haired female marine in front of him. Why does the majestic marine star, sword dancer, appear here? Shish. Keep your voice down. Didn't you see the corpses at the port? You don't care about her. We'll just stay there. When she's done with her work, she'll leave of course. Anyway, she's the one who caught us. You're right, I think so too. Quote. In the quiet port, some pirates who couldn't stand the depressing atmosphere began to whisper. Urza glanced at it and didn't pay much attention. As long as they didn't dare to come forward to provoke and influence her to deal with Natsu, she wouldn't care. Not far from the port, a large ship with a red dragon head on its bow was sailing towards the port of Chinati Island. Dapeng, remember, as soon as we get ashore, find Sasaki first for me. After you bring him to the boat, don't worry about me. You go first. I'll come over after I've dealt with that crazy woman. Natsu's eyes were not as lazy as they were at the rabbit bowl, and he looked towards Chinati Island solemnly. After all, the version was strengthened without him, and he was not sure whether Urza had become stronger. Once it falls into a protracted war, the risks will increase. Just in case, Natsu decided that no matter what the duel was, he would grab the person first. When the time comes, it will be up to Urza whether to fight or retreat. Advertisement. Who knows, Urza is a swordsman and can't fly. Thinking of this, a look of pride appeared on the corner of Natsu's mouth. Yes, Natsu-sama, I promise to complete the mission. Duopeng slapped his chest hard and promised loudly. Then, he ran to the back and arranged Natsu's tasks. As one of the big posters of the future, Natsu naturally doesn't know how to have one more person under his command. It's just that Duopeng is the smartest guy and the first to take refuge. Now he is almost Natsu's confidant in the Beast Pirates. I'll take the first step, you remember to take advantage of the chaos. After saying that, without waiting for Duopeng's reply, Natsu unfolded a pair of red dragon wings surrounded by flames and flew over. Obviously, Natsu, who has mastered dragon-slaying magic to a higher level, can already transform some of his limbs into dragons at will. For example, if the shoulder blades become dragons, they become dragon wings, if the tail vertebrae become dragons, they become dragon tails, and other parts of the body will naturally. Here we come, just stay back and protect yourselves. Urza on the shore is very sensitive to temperature changes in the air because of her elemental affinity. Coupled with the faint dragon power that belonged to Natsu alone, Urza knew very well that a fierce battle would follow. And these marines under her can deal with ordinary pirates just fine, but if she and Natsu really get into a fight, these people will just be the ones delivering food. Just in case, she could only let these people watch the battle remotely. By the way, leave that Sasaki right there, don't worry about him. Finally, Urza suddenly ordered, leaving the marines who were about to leave with Sasaki stunned. Yes, Urza-sama. As Urza's ardent fans, they would subconsciously obey no matter what strange orders they were given. So no one questioned why Sasaki was not taken away. He roughly threw the bruised Sasaki aside, casually untied his sea stone handcuffs, and the Marines all retreated obediently. Hey, can't you be gentler? B****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ighyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphyphy
my hands. Because he had been bound by the Sea Tower Stone for the past few days, and his devil fruit ability was suppressed. In addition, Urza said that he would not die without eating for 3 days, so he still hadn't had a drop of water. MD, fortunately the sea floor stone handcuffs are expensive, otherwise I would have been dead this time. Sasaki, who was freed from his restraints, felt his body regaining strength and couldn't help but secretly rejoice. You should know that even in Wano, which is rich in Sea Tower Stone, these existing Sea Tower Stone products are very valuable. The reason is that the extraction and production of Halu Stone is far more difficult than other things. Chapter 65 Weightless Control. Natsu-sama, come on, you must teach this crazy woman a lesson. Sasaki, who didn't dare to speak loudly or even look directly at Urza, could only pray secretly in his heart. If it weren't for now, he really didn't have much physical strength and wouldn't dare to say anything and stay here. Urza, you are so perseverant, you have persisted in chasing me for so long. In the distant sky, Natsu's slightly teasing voice came. What the hell, Chase? It's over, I won't be silenced, right? Sasaki on the side suddenly widened his eyes, opened his ears in disbelief, and broke out in a cold sweat. That famous Natsu-sama, who had killed countless people, actually admitted it himself. In fact, except for Sasaki, a person with overly complicated psychological activities, no one has such an outrageous idea. For example, those marines and pirates who were watching the battle just thought that Urza, a woman, might have a grudge against Natsu. Otherwise, why would she keep fighting against a pirate? After all, what normal person would think that a marine supernova could fall in love with a pirate supernova? You talk too much nonsense, I won't let you go this time. Urza frowned slightly, pointed the sword in her hand at Natsu, and said solemnly. Yeah, then give it a try. Natsu shrugged, looking indifferent. It was as if Urza was not in his eyes at all. Ice wheel dance. The hook of the flame dragon. The cold sword blade collided with the orange flame, and a thick mist spread out in an instant. Obviously, the two of them were evenly matched in this attack. Okay, these temptations are useless. Be serious and finish your work early. I'm still waiting for my vacation. Maybe Urza's strength was not as strong as Natsu imagined, or maybe it was just pure provocation and hint. All in all, Natsu didn't have a good word to say. No one can tell that these two guys are actually from the same camp. Huh, with this warmth and power, could it be that you are the legendary, fire dragon, Natsu? Just when the two of them were ready to give it a try. An old man with a blind stick slowly walked into the battlefield. It's me, uncle, who are you? Didn't you see the fighting here? Just stay away. Seeing a blind man suddenly join the battlefield, Natsu and Urza were stunned. Afterwards, Natsu said kindly, hoping that this uncle would realize his interest and leave as soon as possible. Advertisement. Although Natsu will not kill innocent people indiscriminately, if someone really feels emboldened because of this, then Natsu can only let him feel the warmth of the flame. My little brother obviously has a pure heart, why would he go to sea and become a thief? The blind uncle not only did not leave, but also asked Natsu a question. I can't fix it directly for him. Why go to sea? How could he know this? It's all arranged by the boss. Besides, if that idiot Sasaki hadn't been caught, Lousy would be sunbathing right now. Of course, I complained like this in my heart, but I couldn't say it with my mouth. Uncle, everyone has their own difficulties. We have reached this point today, which was not what we originally wanted. After pondering for a moment, Natsu did not answer directly, but just sighed. After hearing this, the blind uncle was slightly startled, and then smiled freely. You're right, I'm in trouble. My name is Yishao. I hope that my innocent heart will always remain the same. And Ms. Marine here, I'm sorry to disturb you. To express my apology, I will provide you with a quiet battlefield. As he spoke, he took out the blind knife in his hand with a smile, raised it slightly, and then a lavender halo appeared in his hand. Gravity knife, gravity control. Boom. With a low shout, everyone around looked at him in disbelief. The entire port of Shinati Island. It turns out. Floating. The one who received the biggest impact and felt the strongest shock was Sasaki. Just 1 meter in front of him, the entire ground began to rise bizarrely. As the ground flew up, seawater poured in and hit Sasaki's body. Even so, Sasaki was still dumbfounded, looking at this ordinary blind uncle. FK, when I go back this time, Lousy will never go to sea again. There are monsters out there. Unable to hold back the shock in his heart, Sasaki murmured with dull eyes. Urza and Natsu were also shocked by the scene before them. As far as they know, only Shiki, the golden lion who broke his legs 10 years ago and ran away from Impel Down, has the ability to control the flight of the island. Advertisement. Unexpectedly, there are still people who can control the ground. Or a blind man who has lost his sight. Even though they had experienced many battles with devil fruit users, Natsu and Urza were amazed. This is my apology. I hope you can all move forward according to the goals in your heart. I will take my leave first. Yi Xiao put away the blind knife in his hand, bowed slightly, and left with his blind stick as when he came. Are you still fighting? Because it was high in the sky and no one else could see it, Natsu asked tentatively. To be honest, he doesn't really look like a fighter. After all, there are no benefits if you win, and you lose face if you lose. If it weren't for the purpose of saving Sasaki and maintaining his prestige in the Beast Pirates, he wouldn't have come. Use your ultimate move and you can leave. Perhaps the shock from her smile just now was too great, and because there was no one around, Urza no longer had the desire to fight. However, the momentum is still indispensable. Otherwise it will easily arouse suspicion. Okay, come on. Thunder Flame Dragon Mode, Dragon Transformation. Thunder Flame Dragon Spear. Armed 10,000 swords return to the clan. Boom. October 20th 1510 in the Haiyuan calendar. The Beast Pirates, the candidate for the Big Bill, the leader of the Flying Six, Pirate Supernova, the big pirate with a bounty of 420 million Baileys, the Fire Dragon, Natsu, was killed by Marine Nova on Shinati Island, Sword Dancer, Erza, was successfully defeated, and Natsu was defeated in the end. For a time, Erza's reputation soared, surpassing the previous Senju Hashirama, and she became the leader of the younger generation of Marine. The Grand Line, the first half. Brother Kisame, you are really like this. On a large ship with a sun logo printed on it, the chubby Jinbei gave a thumbs up to the dried persimmon Kisame on the side. Yeah, going to the auction house to rescue the mermaid alone is really awesome. The fish man Xiaoba next to him also danced in admiration. That's right, my Kisame-sama is the most powerful. The purple-haired mermaid Briano, who had just been rescued on the side, held up a wine glass and leaned against Kisame the dried persimmon, looking at him dreamily. Looking at Brino's behavior, Talina felt a little unhappy. She couldn't help but tighten Kisame's arm and said proudly with her little head raised. HMPH. My brother Kisame is of course the most powerful, and you have to say so. Chapter 66 He is taking action too. Okay, I know your brother Kisame is the most powerful. The red fishman on the side, Fisher Tiger, spread his hands and shook his head helplessly. Seeing everyone sitting around the bonfire, laughing and playing, Tiger grinned with joy. The scene in his dream is like this, where all the fish and mermaids can be carefree and happy under the sun. Immediately, he looked to the side, where Kurla was curled up alone, hugging her legs. Kurla, come over and celebrate with everyone. Relax, you will be able to return to your hometown in a few days. Yes, Kella, come together. After hearing the invitation from Tiger and others, Kurla walked over silently. Although it was not the same pitiful scene as before, it could still be seen that she was a little reserved. After all, she was the only child and the only human being here. Nervousness is inevitable. Unfortunately, Kurla's matter couldn't be rushed, so Tiger could only sigh helplessly and put the matter aside for now. By the way, brothers Kisame, where are you going next? The ship's doctor on the side, a bearded weasel mermaid with big braids, Aladdin raised his glass to the dried persimmon Kisame and asked. As for me, I am probably going to visit Fishman Island. After all, I have never been to this hometown I have never seen before since I was a child. Inagaki Kisame, who had been silent until now, opened his mouth after hearing someone asking him. Finally, he remembered that he still didn't know the way and added another sentence. However, there is no rush. I can send this child back with you first. Okay, after sending this child off, you can ask Jinbei to accompany you back. Tiger drank the wine in his hand in one gulp. Since the riot in the Holy Land Marihoa, he had no choice but to wander outside in order not to get involved in Fishman Island. Fortunately, he had a group of brothers to accompany him. Kisame-sama, when I get back, I must take you to see Sister Charlie's coffee shop. The coffee there is particularly delicious. East Daxia Sea, Kingdom of List. CP3 branch in the Eastern Kingdom of Lister, Office of the Branch Minister. I'm the Deputy Minister. Advertisement. The Deputy Director of the CP3 branch, a bald man in a black suit, covered the knife wound on his body with his hand in shock, with anger and confusion on his face. He didn't understand that this person's information clearly stated that he was an excellent spy trained at CP headquarters since childhood. Because of his outstanding ability, he was sent to the Eastern Sealist Kingdom branch for some training. He obviously had a great future, but he suddenly attacked him in front of the branch director. What are you talking about? You are the evil revolutionary army that endangers the world's government, and you are an undercover agent in the East Daxia Sea. Aizen smiled, pushed up the frame of his glasses, and said something in an incredible tone that shocked others. I didn't expect that within CP3, there would be a revolutionary army member who reached the position of branch chief. What a dereliction of duty. Mr. Minister, why don't you come and take down this traitor yourself? This can be regarded as atonement for your sins. Impossible, what are you talking about? How could I be an undercover agent of the revolutionary army? I think you are the real traitor. Minister, you must not let him fool you. PFF'd. Just when the deputy minister looked excited and looked at Aizen with anger in his eyes, he defended himself sternly. There was a sound of a sharp weapon penetrating flesh. His dear minister, he raised the knife and pierced his heart. Why? His eyes were full of unwillingness and incomprehension, and finally he fell into a long sleep with doubts that would never be known. Well done, Mr. Minister. I will trouble you next to write a report saying that under Aizen's identification, the Revolutionary Army's spy planted in CP3, Deputy Minister Usman, was in the process of absconding in fear of crime, killed by you yourself. Looking at the fallen Usman, Aizen continued to maintain his harmless smile and issued new instructions to the minister with dull eyes. Understood. Aizen, when will I have the chance to take action? My sword is already thirsty. Watching Aizen's operations, Zaraki Kenpachi was confused. He didn't understand why such credit should be given to the minister. But he doesn't care, what he really wants is a hearty battle. Instead, huddled in a dark corner, watching helplessly a scene he couldn't understand. As the CP organization is the intelligence department directly under the world government, it is not that simple to confirm our identity. Kenpachi Zaraki looked puzzled, but looked like he was fighting. In order to prevent mistakes in the plan, he rarely explained more. Also, don't worry, it will be your time to appear soon. Advertisement. Kenpachi comforted Zaraki. Aizen sat on the minister's seat, looking into the distance with a confident smile on his lips. What? It's really troublesome. Kenpachi Zaraki, who was short of brains, kicked Usman's body in frustration. East Daxia Sea, Skater Kingdom, the royal capital. Dawn, Chamber of Commerce headquarters. Kakuzu-sama, do you have anything to tell me? Winter, who was originally chubby, has become more rounded since he got on Kakuzu's thigh. The overall impression is like a big walking rubber ball. Hearing Winter's voice, Kakuzu put down the bill in his hand. He raised his head and glanced at Winter slightly with his glowing green eyes. Then, Kakuzu picked up a stack of Baileys and asked casually while counting. Have you gained a lot of weight? It seems that you have been living a pretty good life recently. Upon hearing Kakuzu's inquiry, Winter used a silk handkerchief to wipe the sweat on his forehead from jogging just now, while bowing his head and saying flatteringly. Thank you, Kakuzu-sama, for taking care of me. Otherwise, we are still worried about the oppression from those nobles. How can we live the life we have today? All of us are really grateful to you for bringing us a new life. After defeating Kakuzu, integrating them all into the Dawn of Dawn Chamber of Commerce. They all have backers. Many nobles from small cities and small countries not only dare not exploit them, but will even take the initiative to cooperate with them. All of this depends on the seemingly terrifying but actually generous Kakuzu-sama in front of him. So, Winter and others are really grateful to Kakuzu. Is it? Listening to Winter's flattery, Kakuzu looked unmoved. He reached out and took out a stack of paper and threw it on the table in front of him. This is. Winter picked up the paper in front of him. When he saw the writing on the paper clearly, he lost control of his expression and collapsed to the ground. Sir, Chapter 67 Another wave of extra money and fat. Sir, I was really just confused for a moment. Sir, please give me another chance. Winter, who was kneeling on the ground, was frightened to death by the words on the paper. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he crawled to Kakuzu's side, hugged his thigh and began to beg for mercy. Winter, you are the first person to follow me. I thought you were a smart person, but unfortunately, you have thoughts that you shouldn't have. You should know the consequences of seeking personal gain with power. With that said, Kakuzu directly kicked Winter, who was holding his thigh, out. Looking at Winter who rolled to the wall with runny nose and tears, Kakuzu looked at him expressionlessly. Sir, I'm really just obsessed with it. Don't worry, there will never be a next time. I promise, it's true. Just because I followed you so early, just spare me this time. Please. I will give all my property to the Chamber of Commerce. Ignoring the severe pain radiating from his body, Winter kept shaking his head up and down, begging for mercy. It looked like he wanted to kowtow and beg for mercy. Unfortunately, his belly may be too fat because he has eaten too much recently. Even if he bends down very hard, his head still cannot reach the ground. Like a funny roly-poly. Ignoring Winter who kept confessing. After all, rules are rules. If you make a mistake, you have to admit it, and if you get beaten, you have to stand upright. Fan-oka, you go and deal with the people on the list. By the way, there is also this fat pig, let's deal with it together. Kakuzu slowly spoke to the man standing in the shadows. At this time, Winter realized in hindsight that there was actually another person in the room. This is a man wearing a strange hat, an eye patch on his right eye, a black cloak, and holding a long gun. He looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, just coming of age. Although he is obviously at a vigorous age, he gives people a sense of depression and world weariness. But at this moment, Winter couldn't care about others, let alone someone seeing her embarrassing appearance. However, just when Winter was about to open his mouth and say something. Boom. Advertisement. Then I'll go down first, Kakuzu-sama. Van-oka blew the smoke from the spear in his hand. Kakuzu leaned back slightly, holding his beloved gun, Shinlu, in one hand, and holding Winter's dead body in the other hand, and slowly retreated. Van-oka, in the original work, is the captain and sniper of the Blackbeard Pirates, the third ship, nicknamed Otatsu, and a Paramesha teleportation fruit user. But now, he is just a young man who has not yet obtained the magical teleportation fruit. Of course Kakuzu didn't know this. It was just that one time, when Kakuzu went to inspect the local market, he took a fancy to Van Oka's superb spear skills. It happened that he didn't have any powerful combatants on his hands. In addition, Van Oka was not old, and he was not very capable. There are opportunities for development. Simply, Kakuzu recruited him as his subordinate. Go and clean up Winter's assets. Remember to deal with them cleanly. After hearing Van Oka walk away, Kakuzu said suddenly without raising his head. However, looking around, it was clear that he was the only one. Tokai, Shimotsuki Village. Ding. Hatake Sakumo sacrifices 1.3 billion belly. The Black Shadow Core is really easy to use. It sorted out the assets of so many businessmen so quickly. Muxue couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the large number of Baileys that had arrived. It was those shadow ninjas who were assigned to Kakuzu who brought all the assets of the dirty merchants in the Chamber of Commerce to Hatake Sakumo, and then directly confiscated them. If you don't do a good business, if you insist on reaching out to me, the whole money will be enough to spend a lifetime. Oh, the human heart is so greedy. Muxue shook her head, looking at the slightly turbulent sea, she couldn't help but sigh. Muxue formed the Chamber of Commerce in the first place just to maintain stability and have Bailey in the account. He didn't care at all if these businessmen could make money, because it was their luck and ability. What's more, if everyone joins a team to make money together, they can also share risks equally and avoid attracting attention. However, they dared to modify prices in private with other nobles, forged private accounts, and put crooked ideas on themselves. Then there's nothing more to say. In business, Kakuzu, who has a very keen sense of smell, immediately discovered something was wrong, but due to lack of evidence, he could not take action directly. To avoid causing unnecessary turmoil within the Chamber of Commerce. After all, the Chamber of Commerce's fortune relies on force to force other small merchants together. Once Kakuzu has no evidence, he will deal with all these old people. Advertisement. The Chamber of Commerce that was finally established may very well collapse. Therefore, after getting the news from Kakuzu, Makyuki immediately asked Hatake Sakumo to send a part of the Black Shadow Ninja to Kakuzu. Let him collect the evidence as quickly as possible. And these shadow ninjas did not disappoint Muxue. In just a few days, they found out the whole story clearly. As expected of a ninja who was capable of stealth, intelligence, and housework. If it weren't for preventing unintended people, thinking about the connection between Kakuzu and Hatake Sakumo, he would have wanted the Black Shadow Ninja to be with Kakuzu all year round. It's a pity that Kakuzu and Hatake Sakumo are destined to not be able to unite in an honest way. Otherwise, a future president of the East Daxia Sea Super Large Chamber of Commerce will openly join forces with the future king of the underground forces of West Blue, or even the king of the underground forces of the New World. This can easily attract the attention of the world government. Once a large number of CP organizations intervene, the mysterious disappearance of a large number of Baileys in the Chamber of Commerce can easily cause variables. Therefore, in order to prevent any possible accidents, Muxue only allowed Kakuzu to borrow part of the Black Shadow Ninja under such circumstances, where there was huge benefit and minimal impact. Otherwise, he would rather not have the money and definitely not want to take too many risks. After all, he has plenty of time and is not in a hurry. Moreover, this time Kakuzu was completely too careless. He didn't expect that those businessmen who usually nodded and bowed and obeyed would still dare to take risks after seeing his methods. It can only be said that Kakuzu underestimated the greed of people. However, after learning this lesson and relying on his keen sense of smell in business, there will never be any accidents again. The first half of the Grand Line, the waters near Forchard Island. A ship with the Sun Pirates flag printed on it. Brother Tiger, ahead is Kurla's hometown, Forchard Island. Fat Blue Jinbei shouted to Fisher Tiger. Oh, so fast. Little Kella, you will be home soon. Hearing Jinbei's words, Fisher Tiger called Kur over and pointed to the small island in front of him. Thank you, Captain Tiger. Perhaps, I felt the wind blowing from my hometown. Let her tense nerves relax. Kurla's expression showed a bit of anticipation as she sincerely thanked Fisher Tiger. Chapter 68 My Damn Mouth. New World, All Nations. Where's that idiot Snag? Why hasn't he come back yet? The eldest son of the Charlotte family, Perospero, who was leaning on a candy cane, looked at the dwindling cakes in front of his mother. He couldn't help but turn around and ask the people around him angrily. Well, brother Perospero, Snag didn't tell us either. Under Perospero's glare, everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Finally, the one who looked most similar to Charlotte Linlin, the eldest daughter of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Compert, stood up, feeling aggrieved like a child weighing several hundred pounds, and explained to Perospero. Obviously it was Snag who whispered in your ear and finally ran out. Single quote. In other words, you are my eldest brother and I am embarrassed to talk to you. Now you're still asking us questions. The children secretly cursed in their hearts. Forehead. Perospero, who was too anxious just now, completely forgot that there was such a thing. He had no choice but to turn his head away in embarrassment, lowering the brim of his hat with one hand and raising the candy cane with the other. Lick, lick. The whole scene immediately fell silent. Brother Perospero, I know where Brother Snag is. Why don't I go to see to find him? Just when Perospero was embarrassed. The super long-legged Charlotte Smoothie, the 14th daughter of the Charlotte family, one of the 4 dessert generals, and a user with the ability to squeeze fruits, seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and spoke to Perospero. She vaguely remembered that Snag had left the port in a hurry that day, and after being stopped by her, he seemed to have mentioned the word, Drad Kingdom. Because she didn't pay attention at the time, she didn't take it to heart. As a result, Perospero suddenly mentioned it today, and she recalled such an experience. It seems that Snag encountered something unexpected on the way to the Kingdom of Drade. She didn't have the idea that Snag would have an accident in the Drad Kingdom and be wiped out. It's not that Smoothie looks down on them, but she is confident that one person can destroy a small and inconspicuous country like the Drade Kingdom. After all, she is also a great pirate with a bounty of more than 600 million, and a dignified star of the 4 deserts of all nations. Okay. Okay, then please pay attention to your safety. I will find a way to get Snag back first regarding the dessert. Perospero listened to Smoothie's words, pondered for a moment, and then said. Advertisement. As the eldest son of the family, my mother is a weirdo who, apart from eating, is also good at giving birth. Therefore, he has been taking care of his younger brothers and sisters since he was a child. It can be said that Snage and others were brought up by him. It would be a lie to say that he is not worried. In fact, Perospero was 15 years older than Smoothie, and 20 years older than Snag. It is no exaggeration to say that an eldest brother is a father. However, because he is the eldest son, in addition to taking care of his family, he also has to learn to manage a team and various diplomatic matters, so his own strength is not very outstanding. In addition, as the manager of the family, it is difficult for him to leave Wangguo. And as the most powerful person in the Charlotte family, second only to Charlotte Linlin, and a user with the Nuo fruit ability, Katakuri cannot leave the 10,000 kingdoms. Otherwise, once the mother loses control, other people will not be able to restrain the violent mother. Therefore, I can only rely on this younger sister who has been strong since she was a child. However, just in case, Perospero still told him to put safety first. After all, you can find desserts and everything else. Anyway, after so many years, this is not the first time that my mother has gone berserk. At worst, I will rebuild Cake Island again. Well, I know, I will pay attention. New world, a certain sea area. Natsu-sama, I really want to trouble you this time. It's all that damn crazy woman's fault, otherwise I wouldn't have been tortured for so long. It was so uncomfortable. When I was in prison, they really didn't give me any food, not even a sip of water. They are not as humane as our quarry in Tuin. People who don't know better think they are pirates. Sasaki, who was escaping from the sea of suffering, began to pour out his bitterness to Natsu, feeling like, I almost couldn't come back. Natsu-sama, this crazy woman is the same. She has been looking for you all over the world, and even used me as bait. Is she attracted too? Sasaki looked at Natsu lying lazily on the chair next to him, eating and drinking while analyzing. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Sasaki quickly stopped talking. Cold sweat broke out all over his body, as if he had been choked. He covered his chest and coughed crazily. Why are you in a hurry? Eat slowly. By the way, what did you say about that crazy woman just now? Natsu listened to Sasaki's sudden stop, comforted him casually, and then asked casually. This kid won't find anything, will he? Natsu muttered to himself. Advertisement. If this kid really discovers something, then we have to find an opportunity to kill him. But just in case, he decided to test it out. After all, the risk of harming Fei Liubao is still quite high. He doesn't want to give up on living a good life and must seek excitement. Unless Muxue personally gives him the order, otherwise, he doesn't really want to run away to the end of the world. It's nothing, Natsu-sama, I just choked and didn't say anything. Ignoring the burning feeling in his lungs, Sasaki quickly wiped the sweat from his head, trembling Kaido. The food is bad. I just felt so comfortable eating that I almost spoke out what was on my mind. If this spreads out, I won't be beaten by 2 people. If you have anything to say, can I still eat you? Natsu looked at Sasaki, who was obviously guilty, reached for a glass of wine, heated it slightly with a flame, and handed it to Sasaki with a smile. Natsu-sama, I just can't speak my mind. If there is anything wrong, please don't take it to heart. Looking at the scene in front of him, Sasaki also knew that if he couldn't tell one thing, the next one to be warmed might not be wine. We can only give Natsu a vaccination first to prevent Natsu from going berserk. After all, it no longer depends on you whether you can break up your boss's underground love affair, or whether you can leave the relationship intact if the 2 camps are in conflict with each other. Well, that's just my guess. If it's wrong, don't be angry. Although he was mentally prepared, Sasaki was still a little scared. After all, a person's name is like the shadow of a tree. What's more, he had witnessed with his own eyes the terrifying scene where Natsu unleashed Kamui. Psychological construction is not enough to make him fearless in the face of danger. Don't worry, I have nothing to be angry about. Seeing Sasaki hesitate, even if he didn't say anything, Natsu was not in a hurry. Anyway, on this ship, including Doppen, there were all his close followers. At worst, just feed this Sasaki directly to the fish. Sasaki's current feeling is that he is riding a tiger with difficulty. Obviously Natsu's smile was so sunny and warm. However, In Sasaki's eyes, he is like a devil urging death. Unable to withstand the psychological pressure, Sasaki fell to his knees on the ground, hugging Natsu's thigh and crying. Natsu-sama, I really didn't know about it intentionally. I won't tell anyone about your relationship with Urza. Please, I will really keep it secret. Quote. Quote question mark quote. Chapter 69. Pull the boat over. The scene before my eyes directly burned the brains of everyone around me. WC, can we hear this? It's over, damn Sasaki, what the hell are you barking at? Ooh, I haven't kissed Xiaolu from the Flower City yet. It's okay, brother, I tried it for you, Xiaolu's skills are very good. What, you really deserve to die. Quote. For a moment, the whole ship exploded. Natsu-sama, what should we do now? The hippopotamus Dopung on the side was also a little dazed, but he quickly came to his senses and quickly asked Natsu. But as Natsu's number one younger brother, he felt that Natsu would definitely, maybe, probably, not do anything to him. Huh, no, you are howling like a big-headed ghost. Natsu also has one head and two heads. He yelled at the men who were yelling at the side. Then, he rubbed his swollen head and felt that his whole brain was about to burst. The moment Sasaki spoke his words, his thinking stopped, and all his previous assumptions were completely disrupted. Where did you get the news? I didn't even know that that crazy woman became my woman. He originally thought that Sasaki had discovered the secret agreement between the two. We have already made preparations to take action directly if he says anything wrong. Unexpectedly, he actually said such a shocking 8 trigrams. He was directly confused as the person involved. Woo, Natsu-sama, I really didn't mean to. Sasaki still doesn't have the majesty of being a flying 6. It looked like an internet-addicted teenager who sneaked out to surf the internet in the middle of the night and was caught by his parents, begging for help. That's enough, please be quiet. Seeing Sasaki who had clearly lost his mind, and the younger brothers who were crying and shouting, they were about to make a will. Natsu yelled angrily, and then slapped Sasaki, who was holding his thigh, away. Then he unfolded his dragon wings and unleashed the power of the 9 Dragons Thunder Gang fire without any reservation. In an instant, everyone was pressed to the ground, feeling that their souls had been hit hard, with a slight burning and stinging sensation. Advertisement. Looking at the gradually quiet scene, Natsu's vertical pupils with golden flames stared at Sasaki. Tell me what's going on. Sasaki came to his senses and realized what he had said. Ignoring the pain, he quickly explained. Natsu-sama, I just made a wild guess on my own. The main reason is that this crazy woman keeps looking for you. If I'm not careful, my brain will twitch, and I will. Sasaki didn't have the nerve to say the rest, and lowered his head in shame, showing that he was resigned to being dealt with. After hearing this, the boy on the side calmed down. It was a false alarm. It turned out to be just a wild guess. Let me tell you, how could Lord Natsu fall in love with that crazy BCH? That's right, I believe in Natsu-sama from beginning to end. Come on, who was thinking about Xiaolu just now? Damn it, you dare to attack my little green, I will fight with you. At worst, I'll take you with me next time, I'll be the honored guest there. Is it true? You will be my brother from now on. Quote. The misunderstanding was resolved, and the atmosphere on the ship became active again. Natsu was left with black lines all over his head. Very good, Sasaki, it looks like your skin is tight. Natsuki said to Sasaki with a smile. No. Don't do it, Natsu-sama. New world, a certain sea area. Where are we ahead? Uchiha Madara, standing at the bow of the boat, holding his arms, coldly asked the jailer next to him. I'm reporting to you, sir, not far ahead is the Totland Sea area of 10,000 kingdoms. The jailer stood aside and answered respectfully. Suddenly, a harsh warning sounded from the observation deck. Madara-sama, there is a pirate ship in front of us. It looks like it should be the Big Mom Pirates, one of the 4 desert generals, the Juice Minister, Charlotte Smoothie. After a while, the jailer on the observation deck trotted over and reported to Uchiha Madara the information he had just seen through the telescope. 4 generals. Smoothie. Advertisement. Listening to the subordinates spitting out a series of names, there was a feeling that, the other party is very awesome, it is best to avoid the limelight first. As the reward high, Uchiha Madara, who is not very clear about the strength of this desert star, can only use the simplest method to judge, and that is the bounty. Theoretically speaking, the amount of a pirate's bounty is closely related to the strength of his strength. Unless he is a terrorist who has done many evil things, otherwise, the bounty can be used as a measure of strength. Hearing Uchiha Madara's eager tone, the jailer answered nervously. Sir, my lord, her bounty has reached 632 million belly. With more than 600 million baileys, she should be about the same strength as Whitebeard too, so she is the one. After hearing his subordinate's words, Uchiha Madara pondered for a while. I found out that Whitebeard II's bounty didn't seem to reach 500 million berry. Then this pirate with more than 600 million berry would be enough for his name to stabilize Senju Hashirama. Then, well, sir, I think this pirate is too weak and not worthy of your personal action. How about we replace him with another one? Listening to Uchiha Madara muttering to himself, saying words that made others gasp, the jailer on the side almost scared his heart out. That is a monster with a bounty of over 600 million and inhuman strength. The jailer, who doesn't know Uchiha Madara's true strength, just wants to find an excuse to quickly change his target. It's best to walk around a few more times. When he gets tired of shopping, it's best to go back to Impel Down. Oh, didn't you see that you are very discerning? Uchiha Madara, who did not hear any other meaning, glanced at the jailer next to him with admiring eyes, and rarely said a few more words to praise him. It's okay, I don't even care about a little pirate with 600 million, just pull the ship over. The confident Uchiha Madara did not notice the jailer's expression as if he had eaten a bitter melon, and gave the order to dock the boat. Yes, sir. The jailer, knowing that there was no way out, could only accept Uchiha Madara's praise with tears in his heart and shouted loudly. Thinking on the bright side, at least, he is the only one who has been praised by this cold-faced killing god, so it is worth it. Far away, the cabin is made of juice cups, and the ship is decorated with various fruits. Lord Smoky, there is a warship in the distance. It looks like the escort warship of Impel Down City. Although the lookout was a little confused, he still truthfully reported what he saw to Smoothie. Impel City. Smooth frowned slightly when he heard the report from his subordinates, and he couldn't help but feel doubt in his heart. But she didn't dwell too much. After all, her main task now was to find Snag. As for the ship from Impel Down, she didn't care why it came into New World. Chapter 70. Sorry, I can't protect you anymore. A pirate ship with a fire dragon pattern on it. On the bow of the boat, a figure with a dark body and a smooth head was squirming. Natsu-sama, please spare me. I really know that I was wrong. I will never dare to talk nonsense again. This charcoal-like figure that kept shaking was none other than Sasaki, who was hung on the bow of the boat by Natsu and used as fishing bait. As for why his whole body was black and his head was hairless, it might be because Natsu wasn't very good at controlling heat. Be honest with me. As long as you can attract a Poseidon, I will let you go. Natsu, who was sitting cross-legged on the bow of the boat, glared fiercely. Sasaki, who still had the strength to beg for mercy, casually adjusted the length of the fishing line. Ah, Sasaki, who felt his back suddenly relax, couldn't help but exclaimed as he looked at the sea getting closer and closer. Just when he thought he might have an intimate embrace with the Poseidon species in the sea, the power on his back reappeared. Sasaki's face was only a few inches away from the sea. If he were any slower, he would be baptized by the sea water. Natsu-sama, I was really wrong. Please don't scare me. I have a weak heart. If you play like this, it's easy to cause problems. Sasaki, who escaped the disaster, started complaining endlessly again. If you say one more nonsense to me, I will throw you into the sea and feed it to the fishes. Looking at the energetic Sasaki, Natsu slowly opened his mouth and threatened. This time, Sasaki felt a hint of coolness coming from behind him and shut his mouth honestly. Although he is a one-horned fish man, he is not afraid of drowning. But if you fall into the sea, your muscles will become weak due to the devil fruit. That feeling of losing all power, Sasaki said he didn't want to try it again. Seeing Sasaki finally calm down, Natsu could finally take a good rest. However, with his super hearing, he always heard the whispers of the boys on the boat. The general idea is it true that Boss Natsu is not in love? Boss Natsu has never been to drink flower wine, so he doesn't like men, right? Boss Natsu won't attack his brothers, will he? Do you want to resist when the time comes? Boss Natsu really took action, then I can only feel sorry for Xiaolu. Natsu was confused after hearing this, but it was hard to explain. After all, this thing gets darker and darker as it gets painted. Advertisement. We can only hope that this matter will dissipate quickly without too much interference from him. In other words, are you really looking for a shield? Thinking of this, Natsu's head started to hurt again. He would rather fight Urza for 300 rounds than suffer this injustice. No, it can't be Urza, otherwise it will be even harder to clean up. Ah, I'm so annoyed. Sasaki, you really deserve to die. Natsu, who became more and more angry as he thought about it, couldn't help but walk to the bow of the ship, ready to give the chubby Sasaki a good pamper. Sudden, a violent hurricane roared along the sea. The people on the boat were blown around. Then, waves of waves surged up again, hitting Natsu and the others. No, Master Natsu, look over there, there is a blue giant. Just when Natsu was about to give the order to furl the sails, Sasaki, who was hanging upside down below, shouted loudly. Big Blue. Listening to Sasaki's words, Natsu looked up in the direction of the waves. Sure enough, it was a blue giant figure, constantly undulating on the sea surface. Looking at the giant that was stirring up the sea for no apparent reason, Natsu, who was full of anger and had no place to vent his anger, seemed to have found a target. He turned to his men and ordered, "You guys hold the ship steady, I'm going to teach this giant a lesson. He dares to mess with me, Natsu, at this time. I must show him some humiliation." As he spoke, Natsu unfolded the dragon wings surrounded by flames, flapped them vigorously, and flew towards the giant against the wind. The other side. Is this the so-called desert star? It's so boring. Uchiha Madara, who stood in the tall blue Susanoo, folded his hands on his chest, frowned, and said coldly to Smoothie, who was struggling to support him below, with a slightly disappointed look on his face. To be honest, Uchiha Madara was very disappointed. He thought it would be a hearty battle, but it turned out to be a one-sided crushing. Although, his own purpose is to step on a big pirate to get to the top. However, a strong opponent can also provide him with a large amount of experience points, which can be regarded as killing two birds with one stone. Advertisement. The result is this. Uchiha Madara, who had no desire to continue fighting, with a thought in his mind, the huge Susanoo directly drew out the Juken sword, preparing to give Smokey the final blow. Where did this monster come from? Why would Impel Down send such a powerful person to come all the way to New World to arrest me? It's no longer possible, I have to use that move to fight. Sorry. Feeling the strong sense of oppression brought by Uchiha Madara, Smoothie had no choice but to apologize to the men he brought. Immediately, he reached out and pulled out all the water in their bodies and gathered it into himself. Juice Giant. I saw Smoothie's body and the weapons in his hands gradually expanding in equal proportions, from a height of nearly 5 meters at the beginning to a giant figure of nearly 15 meters. You know, the average adult giant is only about 12 meters tall. It can be said that Smoothie's current size is not considered short even among the giants. However, compared to Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, there is still a big gap. Moisture Sword. Looking at the huge blue figure controlled by Uchiha Madara, he waved the huge sword like flames towards him. Smoothie could only resist the terrifying pressure from the top of his head, and struggled to swing the long knife wrapped with a water ring in his hand at the flame-shaped giant sword that was coming. Boom. The result was as expected. Whether it was the huge size difference or the difference in the quality of the weapons between the two, it was foreseeable that the scene would happen after the two collided. PFF'd. As a mouthful of blood spurted out, Smoothie's figure seemed to be deflated and returned to its original size. Not only that, she also couldn't feel her ability as a juicer. Hateful. Smoothie, who was in a state of utter disarray all over and whose clothes were almost torn, growled unwillingly. However, with his ability being sealed and his body unable to exert any strength after the tough confrontation with Uchiha Madara just now, Smoothie now feels a hint of despair. Looking at the blue giant, he raised his hand again. Smoothie leaned helplessly on the already broken splint and closed his eyes as if resigned to his fate. In my mind, I flashed back to these years in the Charlotte family. Although my aunt was an incompetent mother, there were many brothers and sisters who supported each other, experienced ups and downs together, and grew up together. Sorry, I can't protect you anymore. Hello. Chapter 71. He is angry because of me. Hey, big guy, it's still too late to leave now. Just when Smoothie was recalling his past life, a somewhat familiar voice came out. Exactly, Natsu, who just saw the waves rising here, rushed over. Why is that? Fire Dragon, here. Smoothie opened his eyes and looked at Natsu, who had arrived in time. His tone was full of disbelief and a hint of happiness for the rest of his life. His beautiful eyes turned as he looked at Natsu's figure, which was less than half of his own. For the first time, he felt, he is so tall. In fact, as one of the main combat forces of the Big Mom Pirates. Because Katakuri and Perospero are stationed on Cake Island all year round. Therefore, basically all external battles and diplomatic transactions are handed over to Smoothie and Cracker. However, Cracker doesn't like to communicate with others, so in fact, in terms of foreign transactions, Smoothie has full command. And Natsu, as the powerful new star of the Beast Pirates, is a promising candidate in the future. In addition, the leaders of both parties, Kaido and Big Mom, had a relationship when they were young. Therefore, the pirate groups under the two are relatively harmonious. There are even some transactions between the two. Because the other two boards are all Otakus, Natsu is personally responsible for most of the transactions with other large pirate groups. This is also one of the reasons why Doflamingo, Shangzi and Natsu became friends. So Smoothie and Naz also had the opportunity to meet several times. However, due to camp reasons, the two did not actually fight against each other. I just heard about the strength of both sides. Smooth never expected that in today's critical moment of life and death, it would be Natsu, whom he had met several times, who would save him from danger like a god. This has a different impact on Smoothie, who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside, and has dedicated his life to protecting his family. Huh, Fire Dragon, Natsu, do you want to dance too? Uchiha Madara looked at the tiny figure flying towards him and took a closer look. It turned out to be one of his own. But he didn't care, since the two were not in the same camp anyway, so he just wanted to test whether Natsu was worthy of having the same identity as him. Don't think that being tall is a big deal. Who can't transform? Thunder Flame Dragon Mode, Dragon Transformation. Advertisement. Seeing that Uchiha Madara obviously had no intention of stopping, and with a fire in his heart, Natsu also directly turned on the strongest mode angrily. Originally seeing that he was one of his own, he was planning to play a role with Uchiha Madara to defraud Bosmuji of his favor. As the actual person in charge of the transaction, Natsu was aware of the huge transaction volume of the two major pirate groups every year. As long as it is done, Smuji, a practical foreign trade person, will definitely gain a lot if he swallows it a little. As a result, Uchiha Madara looked down on him and wanted to dance for him. It's really intolerable, but what can't be tolerated? The same goes for Urza, and so does Uchiha Madara. They all bully him as a junior because they are seniors, right? Today, Natsu is going to show Uchiha Madara that is the incarnation of fire and thunder, the controller of the two most violent forces, not just anyone can control him. Seeing the furious Natsu, Smoothie, who didn't know why, couldn't help but feel a little moved in his heart. Ever since she was sensible, she has been very talented and wanted to be strong since she was young. She has rarely been protected by others. Even in turn, she has to take care of her brothers and sisters who are much older than her. Because of this, she can become the dessert star that surpasses everyone as the 35th child of the Charlotte family. Unexpectedly, one day, she would be protected by an outsider whom she had never met a few times. Moreover, this person was just a person who met him because of several transactions. When he saw that he was seriously injured, he went into a state of rage. For a moment, Smoothie, who always treated people with the image of a cold lady, couldn't help but blush slightly on her cheeks, and her earlobes hidden under the white waves were also slightly hot, and her blue eyes reflected the red figure in the sky. Natsu, who was unaware of Smoothie's situation below, transformed into a dragon figure nearly 10 meters tall. The left hand condensed a blazing hot flame, and the right hand condensed a terrifying thunder flashing with white light, both hands raised high. Convert all the power in the body into flames and thunder. With the continuous stretching and deformation, the flames and thunder intertwined and twisted, gradually forming a medieval knight's spear that was tens of meters tall. The flames and thunder turned into small snakes swimming at the tip of the spear. Their power was so terrifying that the space at the tip of the spear was rippled, as if it was trying to penetrate the space. Looking at it, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but look solemnly, and frantically mobilized his pupil power to send it to Susanoo with all his strength. Extreme Control Thunder Flame Dragon Spear. Complete Susanoo 10-Fist Sword. In an instant, the two collided, causing the somewhat dark sky to shine like daylight. A terrifying wave of air, centered at the intersection of the two skills, began to spurt out in all directions. Tokai, Shimotsuki Village. Advertisement. Ding, Uchiha Madara defeated Charlotte Smoothie. Ding, Uchiha Madara fights Natsu. Ding, Uchiha Madara will hit Natsu hard. Quote. Looking at the newly refreshed panel information, a huge question mark appeared above Muxue's mind. What's the situation? Why are they so cruel? Muxue read the information on the front panel and found a very strange prompt. Ding, clone Natsu, enter the angry state. Ding, clone Natsu is in a state of rage. This is very strange. Doesn't the clone have no emotions? Muxue was a little confused. He didn't have to do it. All the clones were very rigid, otherwise they wouldn't be able to set their personalities. However, according to the system prompts, the characters of these settings are only simulated. Ding, the avatar itself does not have emotions, but because the host has set a character template for each avatar, which means it has opened the emotion simulation section, as the avatar's level increases, its own calculation capabilities continue to increase, and its emotional simulation analysis capabilities gradually strengthen. The clone will continue to get closer to the character designed by the host. Then, what's the difference between this and having emotions? Listening to the system's beep, Muxue thought for a moment and asked in confusion. Since there is an emotion simulation section, why do we say that the clone has no emotions? Ding, host, please remember that there is an essential difference between emotional simulation and having emotions. As a host, you can modify the clone's simulated personality at any time. In other words, in fact, their performance is based on the host's own assumptions. Yes, if the host is not satisfied, you can recast your character at any time. After hearing this explanation, Muxue understood. In other words, a person with super artificial intelligence calculation capabilities, coupled with an extremely delicate emotional simulation system, can be regarded as a person. But this person is not essentially a person. It is only simulated with the help of super intelligent brain and can be modified at any time. But if you don't know the essence, what's the difference between it and a real person? After getting the answer, Muxue suddenly felt that this was not bad. Regardless of whether it's true or not, at least if you are full of emotions, you won't have to work with a bunch of cold guys in the future. No, since emotions can be simulated so well, then there shouldn't be other functions. System, what's going on when you said before that there are no sexual characteristics? Chapter 72 WC, is there such a good thing? Ding. The avatar has no human emotions, but can simulate personality through powerful intelligence. The host can set it up by itself. The avatar has no gender. Muxue remembered that the above sentence was the exact words the system said when Urza was first fabricated. Ding. Host, please pay attention to the distinction. It's not that there are no sexual characteristics, it's that there is no gender distinction. Listening to such words, Muxue was a little confused and asked. Elaborate. Ding. When the avatar is not summoned, it can be understood as an embryo, or a doll without a face or any characteristics. However, after the host sets its appearance, body, etc., the avatar will determine the specific gender characteristics. Despite this, the avatar does not have the corresponding abilities, which means that the avatar cannot give birth, but it can perform the necessary behaviors. After listening to the system's narration, Muxue remembered one thing. You can't have children, but you can have behaviors. WC, is there such a good thing? Muxue, who was directly exposed to Shisui, was shocked. She didn't expect that the clone would have another use. Wouldn't it be possible to fabricate it on your own? Shaking her head, Muxue drove away all the thoughts she shouldn't have. Relying on the strong perseverance of not drinking, smoking, gambling or drugs for more than 30 years in his past life and this life, Muxue finally calmed down. Moreover, in a nice little village, there is suddenly an eye-catching beauty, which is somewhat inconsistent with Muxue's ethics as a person behind the scenes. Hey, we haven't even started a business yet, so how can we talk about her? West Blue, Kimura Island. One of the 5 major mafias, the headquarters of the Kimura family. Kimura Lawson, the current godfather of the Kimura family, has his hair meticulously combed all year round and has 2 delicate mustaches. He looks like an elegant noble gentleman without any gangster temperament at all. How's it going lately, Binro? Lawson, who was supposed to remain elegant at all times, was now looking at the report in his hand with a frown on his face, and then looked at the woman standing aside and asked. Sir Lawson, the killer known as the White Fang, has destroyed nearly 20 of our strongholds. According to the route, I'm afraid we may reach Kimura Island today. Furthermore, judging from the target of his attack, I am afraid that someone has taken action against the 5 major mafia families. There have been casualties among the cadres of the 5 major families. Advertisement. Bin Luo, who had long blue-black hair and wheat-colored skin, replied respectfully. What is strange is that even though he knew that a disaster was imminent, Lawson's secretary did not show any panic. You know, even Kimura Lawson, the godfather of the Kimura family, is now upset by this, White Fang. After listening to Bin Luo's analysis, Lawson closed his eyes and pondered for a while, and then looked at Bin Luo meaningfully. Go and gather all the surviving cadres in the family for me. We will gather in the council hall in 3 hours. After lighting a cigar and puffing away the smoke, Lawson gave instructions to Binro with a gloomy face. Yes, Lord Lawson. Looking at Bin Luo's retreating figure, Lawson's eyes flashed with a trace of cruelty. Bala. Hey, I'm Lawson, and I want to make a deal with you. 3 hours later. Kimura family meeting room. Nuoda's conference room was now less than half full due to the assassination of the White Fang. After being notified, everyone came to the conference room early. After all, they also know that someone paid money to buy their lives, and now is the time of life and death. All the cadres who were still alive ran back to the base camp early, prepared to see their boss's arrangements. Cough. Lawson leaned on a black gentleman's cane and coughed lightly. The conference room that was noisy just now suddenly became silent. It can be seen that Lawson's majesty in the family is terrifying. Looking around at the people in the conference room, Lawson smiled slightly. It was obvious that he was very satisfied with the actions of his men. Now that everyone is here, the family meeting has officially begun. The wheat-colored female secretary Bin Luo on the side quickly distributed the information in her hand under Lawson's eyes. The above records the recent impressive achievements of White Fang. Advertisement. Including the current leader of the 5 major families, the Capone family, more than 50 cadres died in total. That's right, more than 50 people. Although Capone was on the list that Becky gave Hatake Sakumo, there weren't actually that many people on it. That's just because what Capone Becky wants to get rid of the most is the most prestigious and powerful group in the family. But Hatake Sakumo didn't care, he just harvested the cadres he encountered. It's not a hassle anyway, and you can make some extra money, so why not do it? As for the reason for the death of the leaders of the Capone family, it was because Capone Becky planned to use the help of Hatake Sakumo to get rid of some disobedient, old men, in the family who relied on their seniority. In addition, many cadres of the 4 major families have died, so no one will doubt him. At least, there is no evidence to doubt him. Although Hatake Sakumo saw through Capone Becky's little thoughts, for him, not only did he not lose, but he also made a lot of money. As for whether Capone Becky will become more powerful after clearing all obstacles, which will affect his subsequent rule of the West Blue underground world, Hatake Sakumo can only say that only strength is the most important. What do you think? After everyone finished reading the information in their hands, Lawson looked at everyone's slightly changed expressions and asked in a timely manner. This person is a Shinigami. To be honest, if there weren't rumors, we wouldn't even know it was the White Fang who did it. Yes, except for the time in the Kingdom of Flowers when he deliberately showed his head, traces of his presence can only be detected from the dead bodies. We cannot prevent this method at all. As Lawson raised his question, the faces of every cadre present were filled with fear and shock. At first, they just thought that the so-called White Fang was just a clown. After all, which killer would be informed of the news in advance before taking action? As a result, people died one after another, and they just thought it was because of insufficient intelligence that they were defeated one by one. This made them feel a little scared and hurried back to the base camp. Although they were a little panicked, there was no sense of urgency that death would come at any time. Now, after reading the information Lawson provided, only then did they know that Shinigami would really come at any time. This person's strength is terrifying and cannot be matched by any of us, so. Chapter 73. Your name is White Fang, right? So, I'm going to look for foreign aid. Lawson paused slightly after speaking, preparing to see the reaction of everyone present. Perhaps they were shocked by the horrifying information Lawson provided, but no one opposed Lawson's approach. One is because Lawson looks like an elegant gentleman on the surface, but in fact, after being in charge of the family for so many years, he has a lot of blood on his hands. Another thing is that it is already a critical moment of life and death. Let alone Lawson personally asking for foreign aid, even if they ask them to pay for their own lives, they don't dare to say, no. Very good. Nodding with satisfaction, Lawson turned around, bowed slightly to a figure in the corner, and said respectfully. Sir, this is the transaction partner I'm talking about, the son of the devil, with a bounty of 79 million Baileys, Nico Robin. This woman is very cunning. She has been working under my pseudonym Bin Luo for many years. If I hadn't discovered her strangeness today, I might still have been kept in the dark. In the eyes of Robin, that is, Nicole Robin, in disbelief, Lawson betrayed her completely. Since Buster Call destroyed O'Hara 10 years ago. When she was only 8 years old, she began her miserable life of escape. In order to survive, Robin looked for work everywhere for food and clothing. However, because of her identity and the astonishing amount of bounties, she was betrayed and abandoned by others several times. In the following years, Robin hid in the underground world to avoid Marine's pursuit, and experienced countless darkness and betrayal. At a young age, she has seen so many dark sides of the world that she no longer trusts anyone. Until 5 years ago, while on the run, she met Kimura Lawson, a man who claimed to be the godfather of the mafia. She thought she was doomed, but she didn't expect that this man, instead of reporting her, kindly took her in, even gave her a new identity, Bin Luo, and kept her by his side to train her into a qualified secretary. Although she cannot live freely in the sunshine with the name of Nicole Robin, for her, whose life is full of darkness, she is lucky to be alive. She thought that the days would pass by like this day by day, and she had even become accustomed to the life here. Advertisement. Unexpectedly, she was betrayed again today. In fact, she should have guessed that one day she would be abandoned. After all, no one would be nice to someone without any reason. Unless, he has an ulterior motive. However, since she was a child, she had no parents and could only stay in other people's homes. She received cold looks and malice from others every day because of her devil fruit ability, and her heart was already riddled with holes. Really longing for the feeling of being valued and cared for. For the sake of this hard-won warmth, whether real or fake, she subconsciously avoided Lawson's ulterior motives. In fact, when Lawson recognized Nicole Robin, he originally wanted to report her directly. After all, 79 million Baileys is not a small amount. Although he didn't know why a teenage girl would be offered such a huge reward, there must be a value that he didn't know about in Nicole Robin. Therefore, he had a long-term view and did not kill the goose to lay the eggs. He planned to keep her by his side. Anyway, she would not be short of food for one person. Since the world government takes it seriously, one day this trump card will be useful. Coupled with Nicole Robin's intelligence, the family's business has grown to a higher level in recent years. In terms of size, it has successfully reached a level second only to the Capone family. If he hadn't been forced to do anything this time, he wouldn't have wanted to let go of this cash cow at all. Nico Robin, whose heart felt like being stabbed by sharp thorns, closed her eyes in despair, and a line of clear tears flowed down her cheeks. She didn't explain anything, and she didn't blame Lawson for betraying her. Over the years, although Lawson was using her, he did resist a lot of disasters for her, and he also carefully trained her, allowing her to learn a lot of management and business knowledge. If it hadn't been for this accident, perhaps her whole life would have been spent wearing the mask of Bin Luo as the secretary of the mafia godfather. Therefore, she does not blame anyone, because she has been lonely and bullied since she was a child. She even suspected that it was because of her that she brought disaster to everyone in O'Hara. Am I really a devil? Advertisement. Robin, heartbroken, leaned against the wall weakly and sat down slowly without any resistance. Very well, Lawson, your report is meritorious, tell me your request. Seeing Nicole Robin showing no resistance, the CP5 agents on the side felt very good. Imagining a wonderful life with great achievements and about to be promoted and make a fortune, he generously asked Lawson to make a request. Sir, I wonder if you have ever heard of a killer named White Fang. Lawson looked at the agent with a satisfied expression and immediately felt relieved. What he was most afraid of was that the other party would just pick up the person and leave. That would really mean losing his wife and losing his troops. White Fang. I've heard a little bit about him. He's just a killer who doesn't show off. Why did you provoke him? He maintains his identity as a professional agent directly under the world government, and he looks down on those so-called killers who come from wild backgrounds. They're just a bunch of reckless men who don't even know how to sneak around or spy on information, just in the name of killers. Yes, that's the person. I know that compared to you, sir, it's like a firefly competing with the bright moon, but for us ordinary people who just make a living, it's a big trouble. Although he didn't know how strong this CP agent was, his disdainful tone and indifferent attitude made him feel relieved. After all, professionals must know the information he can get. Now that he doesn't care about White Fang at all, he must be pinching it with his hands. However, although it is a little bug, it will be troublesome to find him if he doesn't show his head. Do you have any information about him? Although he was very confident that he could easily take down that White Fang, but if White Fang couldn't hide, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't go looking for it in a big way, right? Sir, don't worry. According to his route, he will arrive at this island almost today. Moreover, this man acts very arrogantly, as if he did it on purpose. He is really an arrogant fool. In order to retain this powerful foreign aid, Lawson quickly bowed down and told the information he had investigated before. At the end, he also cursed White Fang a few times. Okay, today is the day, then I'll wait for him here. Puff. Chapter 74. Well, Lord Hashirama, can you? Just when CP5 agent confidently agreed. The sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh and blood suddenly came. Cough. A mouthful of blood spit directly from the agent's mouth onto the face of Lawson, who was just about to get up and was defenseless. Since he became the Godfather, he has not done anything for many years, and he has already developed a misophobia that a gangster should not have. From his meticulous hairstyle, it can be seen that he is a very refined person. As a result, a mouthful of blood mixed with broken internal organs was spat directly into his mouth. He even swallowed it subconsciously, which made Lawson feel sick. But then he realized that the injured person in front of him was his own powerful foreign aid. If something happens to him, even if White Fang doesn't take action, the agents under the world government won't make it easy for him. Who is it? The sneaky, despicable villain. Ignoring Lawson's frightened eyes and bluffing tone. I saw that in the shadow of each of the cadres present, there appeared one after another, covered in black ninjas with only a pair of red eyes, holding a short sword and slashing at them. Puff, puff. As the voices rang out, many cadres who didn't know what was going on immediately fell to the ground. Only a few cadres who were agile and reacted quickly managed to avoid the first blow in time. But under the siege of many shadow ninjas, they all fell into a rage in a few moments. You are the White Fang. Looking at the white-haired man in front of him, Lawson ignored the fear in his heart and quickly pulled out a fire gun from his waist. Laugh. Before he could raise his hand to take aim, Sakumo beheaded him neatly. Nico Robin, who was absent-minded on the side, did not react much when seeing the sudden reversal of the scene. It's nothing more than stepping out of the wolf's den and entering the tiger's den. After all, in this world, no one would fight against the world government for her. Nicole Robin, are you interested in finding the historical text? Hatake Sakumo put away his short sword and extended an invitation to Robin, who was staring blankly at the side. According to Muxue's previous speculation, Robin left West Blue and entered the Grand Line 3 years later. Therefore, Hatake Sakumo was given a mission, which was to find Nico Robin and take her under his command. After all, there are not many people in this world who can translate historical texts, and Robin is the best person to do it. Advertisement. Of course, Muxue is not very curious about the so-called historical text that hides 100 years of blank history. In the future, he is the man who wants to create history. As for the past, he doesn't really care. Therefore, looking for Nico Robin is just a matter of course. It's probably an attitude of, I'm lucky if I get it, but I'm lucky if I lose it. Marine Headquarters, Marineland, Fleet Admiral Office. What do you think? How about bringing Senju Hashirama back in advance? Warring States stroked his braided beard and faced Zephyr, who was drinking tea on the sofa. Different from the original work, there is no news of Whitebeard 2 joining Shichabukai. Zephyr was not completely disappointed with Marine, so he betrayed Marine and established a new Marine. But when Senju Hashirama arrested Whitebeard 2 and sent him to prison, he lamented that he was getting old and it was time to officially retire and take care of himself. I came today to talk to the Warring States period and catch up on old times. You are Fleet Admiral. Just look at the arrangements. I am just a retired old man now. Suck. Since he had the idea of retiring, Zephyr feels that his overall condition has improved a lot. Not only has he relaxed a lot, but he has also begun to have more expectations for life. For example, watching your disciples gradually climb up the ranks, or watching your old friends on the side constantly busy, while you can leisurely enjoy tea and some delicious senbei. Crack. No wonder that Guy Garp always comes to your office to eat. Your senbei is really good. Ignoring the bulging veins on Sengoku's forehead, Zephyr ate the senbei he found from his office and commented on it. Oh, you old guy, one day I will be PD off by you and that be ******** D Garp. Seeing Zephyr looking more and more like Garp now, with this hob meat getting closer, Warring States also cursed in a dumbfounded way. But at least he was relieved that his old friend was starting to embrace a new life. Since you have no objection, I will apply to transfer Senju Hashirama back. But this Uchiha Madara still has to hone his skills. He took a leave of absence to return to Donghai some time ago, but ended up going to North Blue again. He was just like Garp, and he got me into trouble. Although he was complaining, Sengguo was still very proud when he saw that the new generation of Marine, which was somewhat inactive, had 3 newcomers with high strength and potential. Even Sengoku admired Urza, the strongest new Eagle brand. Because, although Urza's acting style is a bit ruthless, it is only for pirates. Urza is still very measured when it comes to civilians and her own people. It's not like that guy Akainu, who just started to use his hands and didn't care about anything. Thinking of this, Warring States had a headache again. The current Marines with the highest combat power are all problem children. The cold-blooded Akainu, the lazy and boring Aokiji, Kizaru who fishes at work, Garp who takes time off every day, and Zephyr who enjoys retirement, none of them make him worry. Advertisement. We can only hope that Urza, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara will grow up quickly. Coupled with Gion and Cake, the 2 lieutenant generals barely had the combat power of an emperor or deputy. Maybe, When he is the fleet admiral, he will be able to usher in the pinnacle of marine strength in its 800-year history. At that time, 10 general-level combat forces will be able to directly defeat marine. Come to New World. Impelda. 6 floors underground. Ah, a piercing scream echoed in the empty basement. UB******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* didn't have a good piece of cloth on his body, looked at the smiling man in front of him fiercely. He is obviously an honest guy, but he didn't expect that he turned out to be a pervert even more perverted than himself. He is a man who is extremely bloodthirsty and murderous, and at worst, takes other people's lives. Senju Hashirama is so good, he doesn't kill people, he only kills people's hearts. He actually used wood style and used mystical physical skills on him, 1,000 years of killing. Shiryu of Rain swore that he had never hated someone so much in his life, or that it was the first time in his life that he was full of murderous intent towards someone. He swore that if he was released one day, he would look good to him. Sir Hashirama, the director wants to see you for something. Just when Senju Hashirama was immersed in it, the happy experience was harvested. Sexy and hot little Sadie walked over slowly. Seeing the scene in front of her, she, who was already blushing normally, did not react at all. She just said in a low voice to Senju Hashirama. Oh, what's the matter? Senju asked curiously when he saw that the person coming was his good partner and torture expert, little Sati. So good, why is the director looking for him? Could it be that the torture of Shiryu aim was exposed? It seems that you are going to be transferred back to Marine headquarters. She heard the question from Lord Hashirama, whom she admired most. Little Sati's beautiful eyes dimmed, and even the excitement of watching Shiryu tortured in the rain faded a lot, and she said with some lack of interest. Immediately, as if he had made a decision, little Sati looked at Senju Hashirama with her eyes under her bangs. Lord Hashirama, can you? Chapter 75. What did you say? Well, Lord Hashirama, can you take me away too? Little Sati bit her lower lip lightly, mustered up the courage, and told Senju Hashirama the request that she had hidden in her heart for a long time. In fact, little Sadie has been coming to Impel Down for several years. Initially, she joined Marine because of her family's arrangement. But because she was a child, her personality was different and her hobbies were too unusual, which made her very unsociable. Ever since she was sensible, she has had few friends with whom she shares common interests. In other words, he has no friends at all. Everyone who knew about her hobby of torturing people would treat her like a pervert and stay away from her. So, even though she has a hot figure and acts very outgoing, in fact she has always had low self-esteem. The reason why I keep my bangs so long is that I don't even want to expose my eyes. It's because she doesn't want to show her ugly appearance when she's excited, and she's also afraid that others will look at her with disgust and contempt. This was also the reason why she later took the initiative to apply to be on duty in Push City. She thought that in this prison full of pirates, she would find like-minded friends. As a result, she was greatly disappointed. She discovered that not everyone chose to come here because of love. More people do it out of helplessness and for the sake of living, otherwise who would want to stay in this cold, damp, isolated and helpless city in the middle of the sea? As ordinary jailers, they have difficulty traveling, cannot ask for leave, and have no recreational activities at all. You can only work hard all day long in harsh conditions, just to wait for the deadline to be transferred. As a result, she once again became a different person and could only live alone and tolerate her unique preferences. Until one day, that man appeared. He has long black hair that looks like handcuffs, and wears a red armor that looks like a whip. He is not handsome, and is as ordinary as prison wall tiles, but his smile is like a candle dripping on his body. Warmth. That day, the branches danced wildly, binding all the criminals in the air, and the way they were whipped was deeply imprinted in little Sadie's heart. She swore that she had never seen such a charming man in her life. Like dew coming out of a long drought, she opened her heart regardless of anything and enthusiastically exchanged her thoughts with this man. Although this man's methods are still a bit immature, it doesn't matter, she can grow up with him. Advertisement. I thought I could live like this forever. Unexpectedly, today, the director told her that Senju Hashirama was about to be transferred and asked her to inform her. This news was like a bolt from the blue, hitting her heart and waking her up from her dream. If she has never experienced sunshine, she can endure loneliness and move forward alone. Now, when she thinks about not having Mr. Hashirama by her side, she feels like a drowning person, finding it hard to breathe. Therefore, she decided that she would follow Senju Hashirama's footsteps and return to Marine. This time, she no longer cares about other people's eyes. Because in her eyes, Hashirama is the scorching sun that illuminates everything. It is different from little Sati who has been thinking about it for a long time, struggling with his thoughts, and undergoing psychological construction for a long time. Senju Hashirama heard that little Sadie was going to leave with him, and his first reaction was, after the torture methods are used up in the future, no one will update it. Ever since he discovered the path to sustainable development, he doesn't like to fish for nothing. For example, Whitebeard too. If it weren't for Miss Ba Jin, whose life was burned out after swallowing the medicine, he would have wanted to capture her and raise her. Anyway, there is no need for him to pay. I was originally thinking about what I would do if I encountered a strong-willed thorn in the future without such a useful helper as little Sadie. Unexpectedly, little Sadie actually wanted to follow him. All I can say is, an unexpected surprise. Ha 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 ha. Okay, I'll tell the director later. If he doesn't agree, I'll steal all the toilet paper from him. Senju Hashirama, who was in a good mood, laughed and joked with little Sadie. Seeing how Senju Hashirama readily agreed and was even willing to go and threaten the director for himself, it was really. Master Hashirama, I like you. Behind Hashirama, little Sadie secretly wiped away her tears and murmured quietly. What did you say? A woman's secret. Advertisement. Seeing little Sadie who was suddenly in high spirits, Senju Hashirama scratched his head in confusion. Forget it. Never mind her. New world, Totland Sea. The pirate ship with the mark of the fire dragon. Because Natsu chose to fly there alone at that time. Therefore, there was no major damage to his ship. At most, there was only a small damage, which was quickly repaired. Unexpectedly, Smoothie's juice number has been successfully disintegrated and declared to be over. Natsu-sama, are you okay? Dappen, who was on the side, was bandaging Natsu's bruised body and expressed concern with a little worry. Dappen, who had followed Natsu for the longest time, had an extremely utilitarian purpose in the beginning, so he went to great lengths to get close to Natsu. But now, after a long period of contact, he has been conquered by Natsu, whether in terms of strength or personality charm. Since boarding Natsu's ship, basically in every battle, Natsu has taken the lead and fought against thousands of troops alone. He rarely lets his subordinates take action, but this group of young men was so moved that they burst into tears. You know, as those at the bottom, to put it nicely, they are the elite pirates of the Emperor Pirates, but to put it bluntly, they are nothing more than cannon fodder for the Beast's pirates. I thought that after getting on the ship of such a belligerent Lord Natsu, they would basically step into the grave with 2 feet. As for the first foot, it was already stepped out when I chose to be a pirate. As a result, I never expected that Lord Natsu's bellicose and reckless character would contain a tender heart. Although he is very militant personally, he never forces his men to fight, and even takes charge of them all by himself, resisting them all. This is also the reason why they were still trying to play tricks after the incident of Sasaki's gossip. They believed that Lord Natsu would not be the kind of person who would just silence someone if they disagreed. In other words, to put it another way, even if it is true, they will fully support it. In their eyes, Natsu-sama's status is already equal to that of Kaido, the governor of the Beast Pirates. Therefore, she is just a marine, and it is an honor for her to be attracted by Lord Natsu. Natsu, are you okay? Smoothie, who had his wound bandaged on his side, limped out of a cabin. Chapter 76. What should I do if I break my boss's good deeds? Waiting online, urgent. Although Natsu was angry at the time, he still brought Smoothie back after the battle with Uchiha Madara. After all, we are good partners in future business, so we cannot miss this opportunity to build a good relationship. I'm thick-skinned and have no problems at all. Natsu replied with a smile and patted his chest, indicating that she didn't need to worry. After all, with the blessing of dual dragon slaying magic, coupled with the effect of a strong appetite, both physical strength and injury recovery speed are far beyond the reach of others. For now, it is not an exaggeration to call him the person with the best physique under Kaido. After all, not everyone in the One Piece world is called Kaido and Big Mom, even if they are good at physical fitness. To at least reach this level, in addition to talent, the blessing of the fantasy beast species cannot be ignored. However, in Smooth's eyes, this action seemed like a show of pretentiousness in order to prevent her from worrying and feeling guilty. Smoothie gained a new understanding of the little man in front of him. It was like when she was in the cabin before, she secretly overheard the other members of the ship showing concern and greetings to Natsu that didn't seem to be fake. It is enough to prove that this man is a kind-hearted and gentle person. Looking at his pale pink hair that was as charming as cherry blossoms swaying in the breeze, Smoothie's cheeks suddenly felt hot, and he lowered his head slightly, his long eyelashes trembling slightly, and a flash of light flashed in his eyes. With a touch of shame, he didn't dare to look at Natsu again. Natsu looked at Smoothie, who had difficulty with his legs and feet, and suddenly lowered his head in silence. After signaling Dappen, who had bandaged the wound, to get out of the way, he stood up and walked towards Smoothie. Natsu, who was about 1.75 meters, less than 2 meters tall, stood next to Smoothie, who was about 4.64 meters tall, less than 5 meters tall. Natsu isn't even as long as Smoothie's legs. Smoothie, who is a half-blood of the Futcho clan, has more than 2/3 of his body's height just by the length of his legs. In other words, Smoothie's legs alone are more than 3 meters long, which is taller than Natsu, and his feet can't even touch the height of his mouth. Fortunately, Natsu, who is very nervous, doesn't care about this. He's not in love, and he doesn't care about height when talking about business. Advertisement. As for Smoothie, he has lived in a country with a wide variety of species since he was a child, so he doesn't care anymore. She has seen people with height differences of 5 or 6 meters, not to mention just 2 meters, even with her mother. Besides, Natsu can transform, right? Thinking of Natsu's figure that was taller than him after his transformation, he didn't know if something suddenly occurred to him. His face that drooped down became even more rosy, as if he was warming himself by the fire. Even the top of her head began to release the sweet smell of juice.
What's wrong? Are you still feeling unwell? Looking at Smoothie, who was silent and his whole face was on fire, Natsu stepped forward and asked with concern. He didn't want the money bag he finally rescued to die in the hands of Uchiha Madara, but ended up on his own ship. It is true that jumping from the Red Earth continent into the Grand Line cannot be washed away. In order to determine whether Smoothie was sick, Natsu was ready to reach out and test the temperature of Smoothie's forehead. But after comparing his height, Natsu frowned slightly, and then directly changed into the dragon mode, which was just a head taller than Smoothie. After cancelling the dragon's claw, Natsu stretched out his big hand and attached it to the distracted Smoothie's head. It's okay. It's not hot at all. It's probably not a fever. After feeling the temperature on Smoothie's head, which was enough to fry an egg, Natsu came to a conclusion. Hey, Smoothie, who was brought back to his senses by Natsu's intimate behavior, screamed and instinctively wanted to step back. But when she raised her head and saw the man who cared about her seriously, she stopped in her tracks. Unfortunately, because of her previous leg injury, she couldn't control her body properly while limping, and threw herself into Natsu's arms. His little head rested tightly against Natsu's warm chest. Plop, plop, the powerful heartbeat echoed in Smoothie's mind. Are you okay? Seeing Smoothie falling in his arms for no apparent reason, Natsu didn't think much and subconsciously wrapped his arms around him. Advertisement, along with Smoothie, a subtle sound of unknown meaning is made. A soft touch like water made Natsu subconsciously tighten his embrace. It also made Smoothie, who was still distracted in her arms, subconsciously make a strange sound that was not in line with her personality. Just when the atmosphere between the two was somewhat ambiguous. W.C. Doppin, who was quietly packing the medical kit after Natsu stood up, raised his head and saw the shocking scene in front of him and subconsciously shouted out. Then, realizing that something was wrong, he quickly covered his big mouth, looked at his nose and mouth, and lowered his head carefully. If this were in Blue Star, Duopeng would definitely turn on his phone immediately and initiate a request for help. What should I do to break the old Yamato girlfriend's romantic atmosphere? Waiting online, urgent. Hearing Doppin's sudden voice, Natsu and Smoothie came back to their senses. Not caring about explaining anything, Smoothie broke away from Natsu's arms, limped and hurried back to the cabin. All that was left on the entire deck was Doppin with his head lowered, a confused Natsu, and the sweet fragrance left by Smoothie. That, Natsu-sama, Just when Doppin was about to explain, he saw Naz walking into Smoothie's room. Duopeng was stunned on the spot. WC, boss, has he found true love? Don't you want to betray anyone? Ignoring Doppin's distracted thoughts, Naz just remembered that the business hadn't been discussed in detail yet. He planned to go see Smoothie's abnormal state first, and then discuss the details of the transaction. At least that's what Natsu thought before he walked in. Well, Chapter 77 Uchiha Madara becomes famous all over the world. The happy atmosphere was different from Natsu's side. Uchiha Madara, on the other hand, looked at the sea with a serious face under the admiring eyes of all the jailers. Unlike Natsu, who was physically injured, he has the shell of the complete Susanoo, coupled with the hypnosis ability of Mangekyo Sharingan. Judging from Natsu's mental strength, even if he cannot complete hypnosis, he can still influence his short-term direction judgment. In other words, in Smoothie's eyes, the two had a life or death battle. But in fact, Natsu's injuries were not serious, and Uchiha Madara was not injured at all. It can be said that for Uchiha Madara, who relies on spiritual abilities, except for Big Mom, a person who specializes in souls. The remaining strong men may be severely injured if they are distracted even a little bit when fighting Uchiha Madara. The difference is that those with stronger bodies, such as Kaido, may suffer less damage. After this battle, all the jailers understood. It turns out that this cold-faced and extremely arrogant warden Uchiha Madara is really a powerful person. Not only did he easily defeat the royal group's general, Smoothie, but he also had the upper hand in the battle with the recently famous Fire Dragon, Natsu. At least, in their eyes, Uchiha Madara, who has no wounds on his body, already has a status comparable to that of a director. Marine Headquarters, Marineland, Fleet Admiral Office. Ha 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 ha, hey, look at this. The two lil guys brought back by that B************ D Garp are really extraordinary. Some time ago, I told Zephyr that this kid, just like Garp, would only cause trouble. Unexpectedly, he gave me a big surprise today. Seeing Sengoku laughing happily after receiving the information, a smile appeared on Crane's face involuntarily. The Marine Iron Triangle back then are now in their old age, so after seeing the new Marine Star rising, both of them couldn't help but beam with joy. Especially, this is the closest comrade in arms, the one who was personally brought in. Advertisement South Blue, in a small town. Outside, under the command of World ZF, there is another general from Impel Down City who surpasses Senju Hashirama. Early in the morning, Artoria was preparing to go out and taste local specialties. When she heard the name Senju Hashirama, she subconsciously glanced at the kid selling newspapers. It's okay, teacher, I will become very strong in the future and make those world leaders look good. Looking at Arturia, who suddenly paused and looked at the newspaper, she thought she was worried about Sabo, who was worried about the strength of the world government increasing again. He waved his clenched fists and cheered her up with confidence.
Okay, teacher believes in you. Although Sabo might have misunderstood, the kind-hearted Arturia did not explain anything. She just stretched out her hand on his head, rubbed it gently, and encouraged him with a smile. Looking at that angelic smile that was the same as in his memory, Sabo secretly swore in his heart that he would always protect this warm smile. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that he was not the only one who wanted to protect Artoria. North Blue, Germa 66. After looking at the latest newspaper from the messenger bird in the morning, Vinsmoke Judge remained silent for a long time. Finally, he sighed helplessly. Reiju said to Reiju on the side as if he was resigned to his fate, cancel all the countermeasures. Give Uchiha Madara an extra 1 billion in arms this month. Alas. As if he had aged more than 10 years, Judge was sitting on the newly repaired deck, his eyes filled with confusion. He looked up at the clouds in the sky, wondering what he was thinking. Yes, father. Reiju, who was on the side giving orders, turned around and conveyed his instructions without saying anything. As one of the few reformers in the Vinsmoke family who retained her emotions, she was very resistant to attacking the terrifying Uchiha Madara. That day, that blue giant, like a god descending from heaven, was deeply engraved in her heart and could not be erased. However, due to her transformation, she was unable to disobey orders, so she could only act according to the plan. Fortunately, Judge finally woke up today. Advertisement. New world, all nations. Boom. Step aside. Charlotte Katakuri, who was tall, with short amaranth hair, strong muscles, and slender legs, covered her mouth with a scarf, said coldly to Perospero, who was stopping her in front of her. Calm down, Katakuri, Smoothie is safe. Natsu, the rising star from the beast side, happened to pass by and rescued Smoothie. Seeing the murderous Katakuri in front of him, who was only 2 years younger than him, Perospero, as the eldest son, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. You know, in all the nations, except for his mother, no one is Katakuri's opponent, not even Cracker and Smoothie, who are both generals, are his opponents. Once Katakuri was determined to go to sea, Perospero asked himself that there was no way he could stop his brother who had his own way of doing things. When it comes to his family, Katakuri is a gentle big brother, but when it comes to his family's safety, he becomes extremely cold. Therefore, when he got the news that Katakuri was going to sea, Perospero rushed over immediately. To be honest, Perospero was also a little confused. Smoothie, who should have given him news very early, took so long to call. But he didn't think about it and just thought it was Smoothie recovering from his injuries. Fire Dragon. Natsu, I know. New World, Kingdom of Drade. A medium-sized warship with a seagull flag and 3 cannons on its bow sailed towards the port of the Kingdom of Drade. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, ahead is the Kingdom of Drade protected by Gildarts the Destroyer. One has a mohawk on his head, long dark purple hair tied back into a bun, a dark purple mustache, a white marine, justice, coat, and a handful of strands hanging around his waist. The man with the katana stood on the deck with a serious face, listening to the report from his men. Anchor where you are, no need to move forward. Suddenly, the flying squirrel narrowed his eyes slightly, stared ahead, and put his hand on the handle of the knife, looking ready. Marine, you are not welcome here. In midair, the dark green cloak was blown by the wind. Gildarts, with his hands in his pockets, looked down at Marine with an expressionless face. Chapter 78 Shichabukai is established. To celebrate the reward breaking 100, add another chapter. Gildarts, we are here to extend an invitation to 7 warlords of the sea to you. The adjutant looked up at the person coming, but unfortunately in the dazzling sunlight, he could only see a black figure approaching quickly. Although his eyes could not see clearly, his body felt the huge pressure coming from above, which made his body start to shake a little and his spirit began to lose focus. Only Flying Squirrel, the Lieutenant General of the Marine Headquarters, frowned, stared at Gildarts, who was above him, and told the purpose of his arrival word by word. I thought it was just a simple job of spreading the word, but I didn't expect this man to have such a powerful oppression. Shichabukai. Gildas heard the Flying Squirrel's words and landed on the deck, secretly thinking about the pros and cons. Shichabukai is a special power and identity given by the world government to a great pirate who is famous in the sea and has extraordinary strength. If you become a member of the Shichabukai, your wanted order will be revoked, you will be exempted from all previous crimes, and you will gain legal rights to plunder the sea. Looking at the silent Gildas, Flying Squirrel, thinking that he didn't understand the specific system of Shichabukai, spoke up to explain. What's the price? After thinking for a moment, Gildarts felt that it was natural to join Shichabukai, but just in case, he still had to ask everything clearly. When the world government needs to contribute, it will issue a compulsory call-up order. At that time, all 7 warlords of the sea members need to obey the arrangements, otherwise they will be deprived of the title of 7 warlords of the sea. But you can move freely in normal times, and the world government will not interfere at all. The Flying Squirrel, holding the hilt of the samurai sword tightly, faced Gildarts' terrifying momentum and calmly stated all the responsibilities that Shichabukai would bear. After listening, Gildas did not respond, but secretly thought about the pros and cons. After thinking about it carefully, he found that there were no other disadvantages except one, the so-called forced recruitment. Moreover, it is said to be a compulsory recruitment. If you really don't go, the most you can do is to be deprived of the title of Shichabukai and return to the ranks of pirates again. There doesn't seem to be anything bad about it. Since it's Shichabukai, who are the other 6 people? Now that he has decided to join, Gildas is ready to find out who the other 6 people are. If it's just some crooked melons and jujubes used to make up the numbers, then don't blame him for going out to relax and slapping the world government in the face. Anyway, it didn't say that Shichabukai shouldn't attack each other. In addition to your excellency, there are also the world's greatest swordsmen, Hawkeye, Jorakal Mahawk, Heavenly Yaksha, Don Quixote Doflamingo, Moonlight, Moria, and Tyrant, Basso Romu Bear, Sand Crocodile, and Empress, Boya Hancock, each of them are famous pirates. In addition, next month, all Shichabukai will be summoned to Marine headquarters for the first Shichabukai meeting. As the flying squirrel finished speaking, the whole scene fell into silence again. Advertisement. After a while, Gildas turned around, took a moonwalk toward the sky, and left the warship. Just when the flying squirrel thought that this operation was going to fail. Gildarts' voice came over. Okay, I'll go, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, this. The sweating adjutant on the side looked at Gildarts leaving, and looked at the flying squirrel with some confusion. It doesn't matter, such a person doesn't bother to lie. Get all the soldiers up and go back and train twice as much. Quote exclamation mark quote. November 1st 1510 in the Haiyuan calendar. The paper proposal that was only presented at the Five Elders meeting was officially announced. A force that can compete with pirates and marines, 7 warlords of the sea, is announced. The whole world was shocked by this act of the world government. Unexpectedly, one day, pirates can also be recruited and become the force of the world government to maintain law and order. At the same time, newspapers around the world began to publicize the great achievements of all Shichabukai, portraying them as guardians of justice who protect the country. This information can only fool ordinary people who don't know what to do. What really makes the world believe that this newly formed force has strength comparable to marine and pirates is because the Eagle Eye, Jorakal Mahawk, known as the world's greatest swordsman, and the destruction of the world at the hands of Kizaru Gildarts, the destroyer of a country. Marine headquarters, Marineland, Marine conference room. Shichibukai matters have been fully implemented. The next step is to prepare for the official convening of the first Shichibukai meeting. Sengoku sat in the first place, looked at the marine generals below, and gave instructions. Yes, you must know that for the establishment of Shichibukai, the world government paid a considerable price. The senior government officials sent by the world government to observe the meeting also said in agreement. A pirate is a pirate. A country is easy to change, but its nature is hard to change. Advertisement. Wearing a marine hat, a dark red suit, and a cigar in his mouth, Sakazuki, one of the 3 generals of the marine headquarters, known as Akainu, said in a deep voice. The lava traces faintly revealed on his body showed that he was not in a peaceful mood. The senior official of the world government who was choked by Akainu just stood up before he could retort. Akainu stared at him speechlessly with a sharp look that seemed to be ready to hurt anyone at any time. Snort. Unable to withstand the pressure, the senior official of the world government snorted coldly, sat down, and ignored Akainu's behavior. It's still unclear whether pirates can be a help, but don't lead the wolf into the house. Akainu saw that the senior government officials in the world were subdued and said nothing more. It is rare for Kizaru to arrive, he said with a hint. Seeing him trimming his nails and saying inappropriate and depressing words at the same time, Sengoku became extremely angry. That's enough. You have to remember that we are Marines, and Shichibukai are also under the command of the world government and are directly under the influence. No matter what grievances we had before, they are now wiped out. The meeting is dismissed. New World, Moby DK. Dad, the world's government is getting worse and worse, and they actually came up with a stupid trick of using pirates to fight pirates. The pineapple head on the side, Marco, the captain of the first team, the ship's doctor, and the newspaper intelligence officer, looked at the latest newspaper, twitched the corner of his mouth, and said sarcastically. La. Don't underestimate the world, my silly sons, but don't worry, I'm not old enough to walk on the road yet. After reading the newspaper, the white-bearded man picked up a bottle of wine and said something nonchalantly to Marco. As an experienced pirate who has gone through many eras, Whitebeard is well aware of the horror of the world's government. Even the old captain, Rox, who is as powerful as a monster, was eventually plotted and hated on the spot. However, he doesn't care much about the so-called Shichibukai. They are just 7 little devils. As long as Whitebeard is around for a day, the Whitebeard pirates will have nothing to fear. After all, in this era without Golden Lion Shiki and One Piece Roger, it can be called the era of Whitebeard. Advertisement Chapter 79. It's November, it's time to reward someone. Unlike the shocked world, Makyuki, who already knew the Shichibukai list from Gildarts, is most concerned about the new month. The capabilities of the system mall have been updated again. 1. Hyantongtianju. A magical fairy grass from a certain world. The energy it eats can move the limbs and the blood can connect the 8 meridians. It can give the clone an indestructible body and greatly improve the body attributes of the clone. Selling price. 500 million Bailey. 2. Blood Succession Limit Macabre Bone Pulse. From the world of Hokage ninjas, a special ability from the Teru Yoruichi clan, which can be given to clones to freely manipulate bone bud cells and osteoclasts, and even control calcium concentration to form bones. The bone is harder than steel, and the wound has the ability to heal quickly. There are no side effects after the system is modified. Price. 300 million Baileys. 3. Macabre Bone Pulse Taijutsu Inheritance. From the Hokage ninja world, a taijutsu inheritance from the Wei Yoruichi clan, with mature macabre bone pulse fluid techniques, as well as usage precautions and experience. Price. 200 million Baileys. 4. Pseudo Sage Mode. From the world of Hokage ninjas, a special ability from the Libra family. It has an unstable Sage Mode. There is a risk of going berserk when using it. As the number of uses increases, the time of going berserk can be reduced. Or, use the upper level ability, Sage Mode or Immortal Body to neutralize the risk of runaway. Price. 200 million Baileys. 5. 3 Yuan Sword. A special weapon from the world of Nuenshui. It can switch freely between fire, ice, and thunder and lightning, and can also use the 3 abilities at the same time. Price. 200 million Baileys. 6. Ghostface Training Pill. From the world of Seeking Immortality, a pill that cultivates the state of mind and can increase the will and spiritual attributes of the clone. Price. 200 million Baileys. 7. Conqueror's Haki Seed. From the world of pirates, a magical power that can give the clone the potential to possess Conqueror's Haki. The power of the initial awakening is determined based on the strength of the clone's will attribute. If the clone holding the seed has too much will, if it is low, it will be in a seed state temporarily. Price. 100 million Baileys. 8. Armed Haki Advanced, a magical power from the world of pirates. Advanced Armed Haki can give the clone the ability to harden, entangle and release. Price. 200 million Baileys. 9. Master of Forgery. Coming from a certain world, he has an extremely powerful forgery ability. His forged texts, books and other evidence perfectly match the historical traces. Even those who know the truth can't help but doubt themselves. Sales price. 500 million Baileys. 10. B-level water style gift pack. From the world of Hokage, 5 water style ninjutsu are given to clones of B-level and below: water shockwave, water prison jutsu, rain 4 sharks, 5 food sharks. Sale price. 100 million Baileys. 11. The magical stupid hair. From a certain world, an ability that can give the clone a certain amount of luck. Price. 500 million Baileys. 12. Historical Haki Top. The magical power from the world of pirates, the top hierarchical Haki, can give the clone the short-term ability to predict the future. Price. 400 million Baileys. Advertisement. 13. Combat Intuition. Gives the avatar strong combat judgment and reaction. It will not be confused in the battle and can carefully recognize the most suitable actions for itself. Price. 100 million Baileys. Looking at the luxurious abilities all over the screen, Muxue also felt bad when she thought about how Natsu had been working diligently to make money recently, but was still being used as a stepping stone by several seniors. Prepare to give Natsu a wave of version enhancements. The first is the Conqueror's Domineering Seed. Looking at the introduction, there is still a slight difference between the effect of this seed and the seed assembled by Gildarts. For example, Gildarts 1 increases the strength of Conqueror's Haki after awakening based on the strength of the opponent in battle. This time, this seed is determined based on the will of the clone. The strength of the awakened Conqueror's domineering force, or even a too low will temporarily fail to awaken successfully. Muxue took a closer look at the attribute panels of all the clones and found that except for Gildarts who had awakened Conqueror's Haki, only Natsu had the highest will attribute. Thanks to the double Dragon Slayer magic, all attributes were enhanced as the level increased, and after experiencing the calcination of the 9 dragons' thunder fire fragments, his spirit and will have reached A-. Although it is not particularly amazing, it has reached a pretty good level. In fact, in the world of pirates, no one with a low willpower attribute can become a general level warrior. But awakening Conqueror's Haki doesn't mean you have to have a high willpower to awaken it. What it requires is ambition, courage, and a special power originating from the heart and soul. It's not just about relying on will. Otherwise, among the 3 marine generals, who wouldn't be a determined person? Without a strong will, can Kizaru persist in fishing for decades? Advertisement. However, although A-S will is good, it is difficult to affect the strong men of lieutenant general and above. It is estimated that when he awakens, he will clean up the level below the school officer. Fortunately, this time there is a pill that can increase spirit and will, which can be arranged for Natsu. In fact, after the battle between Uchiha Madara and Natsu, Muxue discovered that the mental and will attributes of the clones were generally not high. This is also very consistent with the trend of tanks being rampant in the pirate world. However, this is an absolute disadvantage when facing the 4 emperors who have powerful conquerors domineering entanglement. Fortunately for Natsu, after all, captains are rarely dispatched among the Imperial Regiment, and there are basically no people with Conqueror's Haki in Marine. As for Sengoku, as the Fleet Admiral of Marine, as long as Natsu didn't go crazy and cause trouble in Marine headquarters like the Golden Lion, the two would never touch each other. In this regard, Urza and Senju Hashirama, who are Marines, have a slight disadvantage. Although as a clone, he will not be directly stunned by Conqueror's domineering force, but his body's operational flexibility will still be inevitably affected. That is to say, thinking and thinking ability are delayed. In terms of fighting Conqueror's Haki, Uchiha Madara has the most advantage. He has extremely high mental attributes. He will not be affected by anyone's Haki. Even the red-haired Conqueror's Haki will not affect Uchiha. Madara's combat power can be regarded as the most stable one. Among the many clones, Gildarts is the one with the most balanced 5 dimensions and the highest strength limit. He was temporarily recruited into Shichabukai. He is also the only clone without any shortcomings. He can be said to be the best in the team. Strong pillar. As for others, Aizen and Zaraki Kenpachi are still undercover and will not encounter such a high-end battle. The revolutionary army that Artoria belongs to is still in the development stage in South Blue. Chapter 80 in the long history, the truth about Shen Mian. As the president of the Chamber of Commerce in the calmest East Daxia Sea, Kakuzu would not mind the owner of the conqueror's domineering spirit who came to the East Daxia Sea to cause trouble. Hatake Sakumo, as an assassin who comes and goes without a trace and masters shadow stealth, will not be in any big danger. Only the clone of Inigaki Kisame, who is preparing to take control of Fishman Island, may be a little troublesome. After all, Fishman Island is the first and second half of the Grand Line, the only way for pirates to pass through, and countless powerful pirates pass by every year. Among them are many conquerors domineering owners. Fortunately, most people don't have the ability to dominate, so it's not too bad for Inigaki Kisame. After giving Natsu the Ghost Face training pill and Conqueror's Hockey Seed. Clone. Atria's Natsu Dragneel. Level. 19. Experience. 4,850 18,800. Strength. A++, a to S requires 2 points, so click twice. Physique. S the physique of a general, as well as white beard and red hair. Agility. A+. Spirit. A. Will. A. Attribute points. 0. Abilities. Dragon Slaying Magic Fire, top level, Great Appetite cannot be upgraded, Dragon Slaying Magic Thunder, top level, 9 Dragons Thunder Fire, Fragment Ghost Face Training Pill, Assembled Conqueror's Hockey, Advanced. Looking at the S-level physical attributes, 2 top-level Dragon Slaying Magics, and the Advanced Conqueror's Hockey, it can be regarded as a true general-level combat power. Even in the face of Big Mom and Kaido, whose damage is not high among general-level combat power, without using the strongest moves, relying on the powerful dragon-shaped body, it is not a problem to draw a tie. The most important thing is just in terms of physical fitness, it may not be up to Kaido's level. After Natsu learns the necessary skill of 4 Emperors, Conqueror's Entanglement, he can become Muxue's subordinate, the most powerful one in normal life. If he waits for him to upgrade the dual dragon slaying magic to the full level, coupled with the top-level Conqueror's Hockey, even Gildarts, who has opened 8 gates now, will only be able to drink in hatred on the spot. However, that is also because Gildarts' current average attributes are not high. If given the same attributes, Gildarts' explosion would definitely be the best in the world. After arranging for Natsu, who had not been strengthened for a long time, Muxue gave Erza the special weapon, the 3-element sword. After all, she had elemental affinity and strengthened the weapon, so she was the most suitable for this strange instrument. Perhaps, we can find an opportunity to let her look for Thunder Fruit and Burning Fruit to strengthen the sword. By the way, she can also look for abilities similar to Aokiji's Frozen Fruit. The high-level armed hockey is given to Kisame Kazaki, who has no means to threaten Logia Devil Fruit users. Advertisement. Also given to him was a water-style gift package. If there is no dam, who will build it? The dried persimmon Kisame has no soul. Clone. Dried persimmon Kisame. Level. 12. Experience. 2,100, 7,800. Strength. B. Physique. A. Agile. C+. Spirit. C. Will. D. Attribute points. 0. Abilities. Murloc Bloodline Tiger Shark cannot be upgraded, Alien Nemesis cannot be upgraded, Murloc Karate, beginner level, Broadsword Samekin, already equipped, Heartfelt Communication, cannot be upgraded, B-level Water Style Gift Pack, Water Shockwave, number of Water Shark Bullets, Water Prison Technique, Rain 4 Sharks, 5 Food Sharks Armed Color Hockey, Advanced. In order to prevent some people with Conqueror's domineering power from passing by Fishman Island, Muxue specially added some mental attributes to Kisame Kazaki. Anyway, with the blood of fishmen, he is born with strong attributes, and his physical attributes are not bad either. Some attributes. With this luxurious configuration, he can barely defeat a lieutenant general on land, but if he goes into the water, even a candidate for general will be useless. Even for shogun-level players, except for the red-haired and white-bearded ones, Kisame Inokasaki is not afraid of anyone. After all, in the sea, other fruit ability users are basically unable to cause effective harm to him. Further down, the ability of the Master of Counterfeiting will undoubtedly be assigned to Aizen. The reason why Aizen doesn't dare to take any action at the moment is because he has not been able to do a good job in disguising the intelligence of CP0 under the world government. Once the flaws are revealed, all the previous efforts will be in vain. Now, with this ability, the identities of Aizen and Zaraki Kenpachi will soon be confirmed, and it will be easier to call out other personnel from the CP organization for layout. You can even redesign the 3 kings of this world, such as the real Poseidon, the god of the sea, Kyogre, the real Pluton, the god of the earth, Groudon, and the real Uranus, the god of the sky, Rayquaza. When the time comes, we will directly design the Red Earth continent as a sleeping place built by Groudon. Coupled with the Master of Forgery, the trait that makes even those who know about it self-doubt, there is no need for Luffy to go to sea. When the time comes, I am sure to be blinded immediately. After thinking for a moment, Muxue put away this slightly distant thought. Let's look at the arrangements for other abilities first. Magical silly hair. Advertisement. Seeing this ability, Muxue was stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Sure enough, this ability still has to be given to the lovely King Arthur. Arturia has no soul without the silly hair that can move freely. Moreover, this idiot is blessed with luck, and any ability related to fate is extremely powerful. Although this is a pirate world, it is not certain whether there will be a highway, but it should be useful. Without thinking about this profound problem, Muxue also gave Arturia his combat intuition. As a member of the Revolutionary Army, she would always encounter opponents with mental confusion skills. Combat intuition can effectively avoid this. The powerlessness when facing such players. As for the Haki who has the ability to predict the future for a short period of time, Makyuki decided to arrange for Hatake Sakumo. As a killer, he must have the plan to escape thousands of miles without hitting a single hit, and predicting the future can allow him to face the next. The action of assassinating the underground king was more calm. As for West Blue, after Nicole Robin was exposed to the CP organization's site, they could only let it go for the time being. Just in time, Hatake Sakumo has almost killed the other 4 major families. When Capone Becky unifies the West Blue underground forces with great joy, Makyuki can send another clone to take over and directly steal the fruits of his labor. By then, I hope Capone Becky can still laugh. After arranging all the clones, Muxue put all the remaining 4 abilities into the latest clone. A cold and arrogant young man with white hair, green eyes, and 2 red dots between his eyebrows appeared in front of Muxue. Macabre Bone Pulse. Clone. Kagaya Kimimaro. Grade 1. Experience. 0/100. Strength. C. Physique. B. Agility. C. Spirit. D+. Will. D+. Attribute points. 0. Abilities. Blood succession limit. Macabre Bone Pulse cannot be upgraded. Macabre Bone Pulse body skill inheritance receiving Kirong Tianju loaded pseudo sage mode first stage. Kagaya Kimimaro, a tragic character that Muyuki liked very much, died young because of his inherited blood disease. Fortunately, the products produced by the system must be high quality. It can also be seen from the attribute panel that Kimimaro is only at the first level, but because of the bonuses of Strange Velvet Babble and Macabre Bone Pulse, his attributes are not inferior to those of the dried persimmon Kisame that just went to sea. Muxue believes that in this world, Kimimaro will no longer be troubled by illness and will show his majesty. Chapter 82. No, this. Master, come in, the good stuff is inside. The old beggar man smiled at Kimimaro and said, everyone has arrived at the door, so don't let anything happen. Glancing at the bent beggar man, Kimimaro walked straight in without saying anything. There are various iron cages of different sizes placed in the courtyard. There is nothing inside, but they all have one thing in common, that is, they all have reddish-brown traces. Without much explanation, Brother Scar just silently led Kimimaro, turning left and right, and finally came to a lobby. In the entire hall, there was only a short old man sitting on the main seat, with veins on his head, wrinkles on his face, and a white mustache. Master Hey, people are here. After Brother Scar brought Kimimaro in, he walked quickly to the short old man, Hey, and said respectfully. You go down first. Master Hey raised his eyes slightly, then waved his hand, indicating that he should go down first. Boy, you are not a local, and you let that slick guy, Xiao Bazi, trick you in. That is to say, you met me today, otherwise, all your bones will be used to make soup. Remember, the first thing you need to do when traveling abroad is not to trust others easily. Heiji looked at Kimimaro, who was still calm in the face of danger in this unknown situation, nodded with satisfaction, and then spoke to admonish. Are you done? Where is my goods? Seeing Haya talking to himself, Kimimaro just watched quietly. He felt a strong sense of threat from this short old man. But strangely, there was no hostility. However, as the inheritor of the most powerful physical technique, the bloodline, he will not feel the slightest fear even if the person in front of him has murderous intentions towards him. You kid, you are such a DK. Forget it, who told me that you and I are destined to have a close relationship? Bring the stuff up. Advertisement. Haya looked at the unmoved Kimimaro and couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Then he clapped his hands and motioned to his men to bring up an unknown devil fruit with blue lines. In his early years, Haya also worked as a pirate on the Grand Line, and he also had a good reputation. Unfortunately, the years when he went to sea were when Garp, Zephyr and others were in their youth, and it was also the time when Roger, Rox and others were in their prime. When it shakes the sea. Therefore, with his strength, he did not make a particularly big name. Even when Garp was chasing Roger, a fist-bone meteor accidentally strayed and hit his ship. If he hadn't been gifted with perception since he was a child, and after practicing the hockey of seeing and hearing, he would have a different ability to perceive danger than ordinary people, which made him jump into the sea in advance to survive, and he was lucky enough to save his life. I'm afraid he would have been reincarnated long ago. Therefore, after Roger was executed, which was when the era of great pirates began, he chose to retreat bravely and return to North Blue. When a large number of powerful people flocked to the Grand Line, relying on their excellent physical skills and dual-color domineering, they started an underground business in North Blue. And this devil fruit was obtained by chance, but he knew that he was getting older and had lost his motivation. Coupled with the fact that after eating the devil fruit, he will lose his power when touching the seawater, so he did not choose to take this fruit with unknown abilities. Because being unable to swim will prevent him from jumping into the sea quickly to survive after triggering his danger perception ability. In fact, the reason why the above scene happened was entirely because he felt a little uneasy not long ago. Heiyi, who has escaped death many times, knows very well that this feeling means disaster is coming. So, after asking the scarred man, he asked all the people to put down what they were doing and hide. It is precisely because of this caution that he has survived to this day. As a result, when they were counting the number of people, they found that Xiaoba, the B*************** D who only knew how to cheat and deceive, had not come back yet. At this time, Master He knew that it must be this B********** D who accidentally deceived the big shot. Therefore, Master He asked Scar Man to bring the person directly to him, no matter who it was, when he saw the person Lao Ba brought back, to prevent anything going wrong. Sure enough, as soon as they met, Heiyi felt a vague sense of fatal crisis in this seemingly young boy. You know, from that turbulent era, no one who survived was simple. Even though Heiyi is now nearly 60 years old, he is still confident and not afraid of anyone, the so-called rising pirate star with 1 or 2 billion. As a result, a teenage doll felt a threat to his life. To be honest, Heiyi doubted his sixth sense for the first time, but Heiyi, who was cautious, decided to give him a try. Take a devil fruit with unknown power and see what this kid is like. Advertisement. Maybe we can even get a good hand to take the next action. Reaching out to take the devil fruit, Kimimaro weighed it, turned around and left without saying anything. Wait, Mr. He can't hold himself any longer. Why did he just leave after taking it? Isn't this kid curious about why he did this? Besides, Kimimaro rarely softened the indifferent expression on his face. After Muxue added some common sense, he knew that the devil fruit in front of him was worth at least hundreds of millions. Therefore, he was still a little patient with the old man who gave him such a valuable item for no reason. That's not the case. I don't know why, but Haya, whose train of thought was interrupted when he saw Kimimaro confidently asking for something from him, didn't know what to say for a moment. Then I'll go first. Thank you for your gift. Kimimaro, who was a little disappointed, thanked Mr. Kuro as if he had remembered something, then turned and left. No. You're welcome, no, this. Master He subconsciously replied, and then his mouth froze. He always felt that something was not right. He clearly wanted to use an unknown devil fruit to recruit the other party, but why did it end up being a gift? Master He, are you just going to let him go? Brother Scar on the side had an expression full of disbelief, and asked carefully to Master He, who fell into silence. Oh, forget it, let's just make a good relationship. After a long time, Master He stroked his beard and sighed. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes and he said something that made people shudder. Go and change Xiaobazi's eye, and let him make his eyes brighter in the future. At this moment, the murderous Lord He is the underground king of the North Blue world who emerged from the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. By the way, have you found out the information about that batch of arms? It's all clear. It's a batch of goods worth 3 billion Baileys. It's definitely qualified. Chapter 83. After leaving hell, there is no paradise. The Grand Line, the first half. On the way to the Sabayati Islands. Next to a small deserted island, there is a pirate ship with the mark of the sun. Boss Tiger, do you think that little guy Kurla can adapt to the new life? The chubby Jinbei looked at Tiger, who was also on the deck, looking at the endless sea, thinking deeply. Leaving hell, there is no paradise. Hearing Jinbei's words, Tiger didn't say anything directly, but frowned, and then said something confusing in relief. Several days have passed since Kella was sent back to Forchard Island. Fisher Tiger and his team, who had no goals for the time being, decided to follow the previous plan and first send Kisame and others to the vicinity of the Sabayati Islands, and finally Jinbei would take them to Fishman Island. By the way, where is that boy Aaron? Looking around, he didn't see that one. Aaron, who was usually the most troublesome, Tiger asked with some confusion. Boss, you also know that Aaron is very energetic every day. He probably went out to have fun again. Jinbei raised his hand and scratched the back of his head and said helplessly to Tiger. Oh, forget it, there's nothing urgent anyway. Tiger didn't delve into it. He knew the experiences of everyone around him and understood some of Aaron's actions. There is no denying that Aaron does have many shortcomings, such as he is arrogant, and looks down on other races. But Aaron also has something worthy of praise. That is his righteousness. When Tiger was wanted by the world's government, Jinbei and Aaron were the first people to stand up and support him and choose to follow him. This really moved Tiger. Moreover, when facing fishmen and mermaids of the same race, Aaron also tried his best to help as much as possible. When he was in the Sabayati archipelago, he was willing to lend a helping hand even to Kisame Inigaki, whom he had never met before. Just because Kisame Akasaki is a fish man. It's a pity that Aaron's parents died at the hands of humans when he was a child. From then on, Aaron hated humans and hated everyone who dared to hurt his family and friends. Advertisement. The radical Aaron even chose to break up with Jinbei and go their separate ways because of Jinbei's involvement in the world government that killed Tiger's boss. Maybe, he knew that Jinbei was doing it for himself and Fishman Island, so he had no choice but to lower his head. However, Eren, who hated himself for being weak and incompetent, did not have the courage to face all this. He could only take the remaining murlocs and escape from the sad place of the Grand Line, venting all his anger and dissatisfaction on the weak and weak people. On the people of the East Daxia Sea. From then on, he was in a state of intoxication and indulgence, until his final struggle was shattered by Luffy and others. Perhaps, he regrets that he did not choose to join hands with Jinbei and others to advance and retreat together. On a medium-sized warship with a seagull logo. Oh, your shark mouth is really hard. A man wearing a brown cowboy hat and a tan suit, with a slightly wretched appearance and a cigarette in his mouth, stretched out his hand and patted the face of the blue-skinned fishman in front of him, and said with a smile. Ha ha ha, despicable human being, don't even think of getting any news from me. The shark man, also known as Eren, let out his signature laugh with a bruised nose and swollen face, and looked at the marine in front of him fiercely. Lord Jaji, we have found the location of that group of murlocs, on the small desert island to the west. Just as Jaji was playing tricks on Eren, the adjutant on the side ran over and said to the wretched-looking marine wearing a coat. Impossible, absolutely impossible, how did you find it? Eren shouted in disbelief after hearing the marine in front of him tell him the location of his boss. He obviously didn't say anything, and even told Xiaoba and others to scatter and not run back. Ha 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 ha, a panicked fish has no time to think. The only instinct left is to find a way to survive. What do you think, little shark? Jaji looked at the dumbfounded fish man in front of him, his eyes full of astonishment. He gently wiped the palm that had just touched Eren with a handkerchief and explained in a pretentious manner. They are just a bunch of beasts with human figures. How smart do you really think you are? Ridiculous. Inform Major General Stolobird to close the net. When Tiger and others approached Forchard Island, residents on the island recognized their identities. Therefore, the news of the appearance of the Sun Pirates has been reported to Marine a long time ago. After receiving the news, the Warring States period immediately dispatched Stolobird, then Major General, and Lieutenant General Jaji, who was patrolling nearby, the alternate general known as the T-Dolphin in the original work. Advertisement. Of course, he is also a lieutenant general now, but he is not the kind of lieutenant general with the title of alternate general. Even so, his strength is not comparable to that of ordinary lieutenant generals. Yes, lieutenant general. Boss Tiger, help brother Eren. The octopus man Xiaoba, as soon as Eren was captured by Marine, hurriedly swam towards their temporary foothold. I didn't remember Eren's instructions at all in my mind. All I could think of was, help, what? Calm down first and speak clearly. What happened to Eren? Looking at Xiaoba, who was sweating profusely and talking incoherently, Tiger held his shoulders tightly with both hands, trying to calm him down. Boss Tiger, brother Eren just took us out to hunt and found several warships in the distance. Brother Eren said he was going to destroy them, but as a result, he was caught by the people on the warship. After taking a deep breath and adjusting his mentality, Xiaoba narrated the whole process. At the end of his speech, his volume became slightly lower. Obviously, this was an accident where they hit an iron plate. Alas. After listening to Xiaoba's narration, Tiger couldn't get angry at all. He clearly told him 1,000 times not to attack humans at will, especially the powerful marine, but he just didn't listen. Okay, Tiger, we'll talk about it when we get back to teach you a lesson. The top priority is to rescue Eren and the others. Kisame Mikigaki, who heard the argument outside, moved his numb arms and persuaded Tiger, who was still angry. Made Kisame brothers laugh. But brother Kisame is right, the most important thing now is to rescue that boy Eren. Although Tiger blames Eren, if someone really dares to take action against his brother, he will never sit still and wait for death. Oh no, Boss Tiger, there is a marine warship coming towards us. Chapter 84. Stupid Mr. Guinea Pig, dignity only lies on the blade. Murloc pirates, let's capture them without mercy. Standing on the deck of the warship, a man with a super tall skull and a beard no less than the length of his skull, squinting his eyes and holding a pair of knives expressionlessly, threatened Tiger and others. Marine, how did you find this place? The ship's doctor, Aladdin, looked at the incoming marine with a serious face. Before Stolobird could speak, a voice came from above. What nonsense are you talking to these pirates? End it now, I have to go back and have a date with my little Guion. Everyone looked up at the sky and saw a wretched man in a brown suit, holding the already unconscious Eren in his hands, flying towards Stolobird's warship on the moonwalk. It was just a bonus to arrive first. He was also afraid that Stolobird would let Tiger and others go if he took action alone. I specially brought Eren over here just to show off these pirates and prevent them from running away when they see the situation is not going well. Brother Eren, let go of brother Eren. Xiaoba looked at the unconscious Eren, with tears in his eyes, and shouted angrily at Jaji. Hey, little octopus, I'm so scared. Are you going to strangle me to death with your little tentacles? Ha 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 ha. He casually threw Eren to marine on Stolobird's ship. Jaji looked at Xiao Hachi with an angry face and burst into laughter. Okay, Xiaoba, leave the rest to me. Reaching out to stop Xiaoba, who was obviously losing his mind, Tiger looked at Jaji and others with a serious face. Marine, let Eren go, I can forget about it and leave directly. Tiger, who had already offended the world's government, obviously didn't want to offend Marine to death as well. As the most violent organization on the sea, Marine is not something that ordinary people can afford to offend. Especially when he has a big family and a big business, and he has a group of tigers who follow him wholeheartedly, and he doesn't want his men to die in vain. Therefore, he is willing to bow his head. To trust his brothers. Bo, are you kidding me? You are a pirate and first a Marine. Are you negotiating terms with me? Advertisement. However, I am a kind-hearted person. Let's do this. Kneel down and kowtow to me. Maybe I will return this little shark to you when I am in a good mood. Jaji put his feet on Aaron's head, looked at the red murloc in front of him jokingly who dared to negotiate terms with him, and joked about his terms. He wanted to see what this fish man was going to do. Stoloberg raised his eyelids slightly, glanced at the dancing colleague with no words in his mouth, and sighed slightly in his heart. To be honest, Stoloberg didn't want to deal with this hero who single-handedly saved thousands of Draco slaves. Unfortunately, as a Marine, obeying orders is what he should do, but the leader of this operation seems to be a very playful guy. No wonder Lieutenant General Suru's sister, Major General Guillaume, looked down on this guy. I thought it was just rumors and a biased evaluation. When I saw it today, some things were indeed not groundless. Hey, Mr. Guinea Pig, I advise you to keep your mouth clean, otherwise my broadsword won't have eyes. Just when Tiger really made a move to bend his knees, Kisame Inokasaki stepped forward with his sword on his shoulders. Under the grateful eyes of all the fishmen, they supported Tiger's body and stabilized his slightly sinking figure. As the captain of the Sun pirate ship and the boss of many Murlocs, any decision Tiger makes is supported unconditionally by all Murlocs. Even the Tiger boss really put down his dignity and prayed to the enemy to be kind and exchange Aaron back. No one stepped forward to stop him, because they knew that Boss Tiger bore more pressure and made greater sacrifices on his shoulders. They have no reason and no right to stop it. However, Kisame Kazaki is different. He is not Tiger's little fanboy. He only takes action on things he doesn't like. Now this guy, who looks like a rat and is full of bad words, is the one he wants to teach him a lesson. Brother Kisame, it's okay. Before Tiger could finish his words, Kisame Kazaki stretched out his hand to interrupt him. Mr. Tiger, don't think too much. Now, I just don't like him. The dried persimmon Kisame bared his jagged teeth and gave Tiger a reassuring look. He looked at Kisame Kazaki who was supporting him next to him, and then looked back at his brother whose eyes were full of worry and anger. Tiger took a deep breath, raised his clenched fist, and shouted. Brothers, raise your weapons. Dignity only lies on the blade. Advertisement. Let these Marines see the power of our Murlocs. Yes, Boss Tiger. Yes, Boss Tiger. In an instant, the morale of everyone in the Sun Pirates soared, and their eyes were full of anger and fighting spirit. Damn fishman, it's really troublesome, and I have to do it myself. Jaji looked at the sudden cohesion of the fishman, curled his lips, put out the cigarette in his hand, and said impatiently. Tiger, leave this Mr. Guinea Pig to me. I just want to see if he is strong enough to be so arrogant. But, well, be safe. When Tiger was still about to say something, Inigaki Kisame gave him a reassuring look, which made him swallow what he was about to say. In the end, he just told Inigaki Kisame to pay attention to safety. Mr. Guinea Pig, are you ready? I'm coming. In an instant, the entire arm of Inigaki Kisame and the sword Sahada in his hand were dyed with an ink-like arm domineering aura, and then he exerted force on his calf and ejected towards Cake. Armed, iron, and royal. Looking at the speeding Kisame, Cake quickly raised his arm that was also equipped with armed haki, and used Marine's strongest taijutsu, one of the 6 Marine forms of iron, to quickly strike at the waving Samahada. Fist. Clang. A crisp sound, like the sound of iron knocking, came from the place where the two met. You have some strength, so what about this? Armed, finger grab, flying stab. Shaking his slightly numb hand, Cake put away his careless expression and solemnly praised Inokasaki Kisame. Then, he put his index and middle fingers together and quickly pointed towards the dried persimmon Kisame. A burst of air bullets, like a machine gun, quickly flew out of Jaji's hand. Mr. Guinea Pig, your strength seems to be inferior to that of your mouth. Shisaki Kisame calmly blocked the flying air bullets and replied slowly. Unlike the evenly matched battle here, Stoloberg on the other side could only struggle to support himself in the hands of Jinbei and Tiger. The current Tiger is different from the original work. He did not give up resistance because he swore not to harm humans. Instead, he regained his bloody nature under the intervention of Kisame Inokasaki. Coupled with the assistance of the powerful Jinbei, even Stoloberg, who was about to be promoted to lieutenant general, was temporarily helpless. What a bunch of trash, they can't even take down a little fishman. Chapter 85 Who will build the dam? Just when the balance of victory was gradually tilting towards the Sun Pirates. A sound of ridicule suddenly came over. On the railing of the marine warship, stood a mysterious man wearing an eagle beak mask. He was wearing a white robe and a dark tie. His slightly mocking voice spread across the battlefield. I didn't expect that Marine can't even do this well. It's such a waste to give you so much financial support every year. Ignoring all Marines' angry looks, the mysterious man kept to himself, trampling all the Marines, faces under his feet, and taunted him coldly. CP0B*********D. Kaji, who was fighting against Inigaki Kisame, looked at the masked man who suddenly appeared and spat out bitterly. The expression of anger was mixed with a bit of helplessness. Originally he thought he could easily deal with the pirates, but unexpectedly they reached a stalemate and even showed signs of imminent collapse. The most important thing is that the CP0 people hiding in the warship saw a joke. That's right, the man in the white mask is Cypher Pole, Aegis Zero, the most powerful force in charge of the world's ZF, also commonly known as CPO. After receiving the news about the Sun Pirates, the five elders ordered that Fisher Tiger must be brought to justice as a warning to others. In this operation, Marine dispatched a lieutenant general and a rear admiral, as well as several warships. If it weren't for the recent changes in the Big Mom pirates and Beasts pirates from all nations, Sengoku sent Kizaru, the most mobile man, to lead the team to capture Fisher Tiger and his party. The human one is General Kizaru himself. Although Kizaru was not available, there was another lieutenant general who had time, and his strength was still good. This was why the Warring States period sent him as the team leader. But just in case, the world government sent a CP0 member who acted as a facade, euphemistically called, to accompany him as an assistant. In fact, it is to monitor Marine to prevent anyone from secretly letting Tiger go. Just like when Aokiji let Nico Robin go. The world government will never allow this guy who offended the majesty of the world government to escape alive again. It seems that Mr. Guinea Pig is just a little follower. Kisame Mikigaki looked at the sudden appearance and said sarcastically to Kaki, who had an ugly expression on his side. Damn fish man. Kaji, who was already a little dissatisfied, became even more angry under Inigaki Kisame's ridicule. Advertisement. He didn't refute anything, he just cursed. Afterwards, Cake quickly stepped on the splint with the sole of his foot, used one of the 6 marine styles of shaving, and quickly approached Kisame Kazaki, ready to teach this foul-mouthed fishman a profound lesson. Boss Tiger, leave this masked guy to me. Jinbei looked at Tiger standing aside with a serious expression, preparing to take the first step to accept this guy who looked untouchable. No, Jinbei, leave this person to me, you take the big guy and retreat first. What? But, Jinbei, now is not the time to be impulsive. Listen to me, this person is very powerful. I'm afraid the world's government is determined to kill me. Tiger did not agree to Jinbei's request, but instead asked Jinbei to take the brothers away first. He felt a strong sense of threat from this mysterious man who suddenly appeared. Feeling that the chance of winning was slim, he decided to end the fight alone, just to give these brothers who believed in him a chance to survive. Boss Tiger, we can't live without you. Jinbei, you and I both know that as long as I am alive, the world's government will never give up on hunting me down, and will even implicate Fishman Island. Only when I die can I bring true happiness to Fishman Island and you all. Hope. Tiger clenched his big, thick hands into fists and touched the sun mark on Jinbei's chest hard. From now on, you will inherit my will. Protect everyone. Protect our home. After speaking, Tiger turned and looked at the mysterious man on the mast. Then, he looked at Stoloberg, who was standing expressionlessly aside, and cast a grateful look at him. Obviously this tall-skulled marine could interrupt him, but he just watched quietly. This made Tiger very grateful, and once again strengthened the idea that humans and fishmen can live in peace. I only hope that Jinbei can successfully lead everyone on Fishman Island to live the life they want in the future. Brothers, listen to me, from now on, Jinbei will be the new captain of the Sun Pirates. What? Boss Tiger, what are you going to do? Hearing Tiger's words, Aladdin shouted out in shock. He didn't understand why How Duanrui announced a new captain's succession. Advertisement. Although he is also convinced by Jinbei, there is no need to be so sudden. As the captain of the Sun Pirates, first generation, I issue the last order. Everyone has it. Retreat. Jinbei, with tears in his eyes, listened to Tiger's roar of relief, which spread throughout the battlefield. All the fishmen and marines who were still fighting were stunned for a moment. Don't let Boss Tiger's efforts go in vain, leave quickly. Jinbei looked at the bewildered crowd of Murlocs and shouted too. Didn't you hear it? Just obey the captain's orders. Looking at Jinbei and Tiger's words one after another, Aladdin, although full of doubts in his heart, still chose to trust them unconditionally, and immediately shouted. Looking at the 3 most prestigious people on the ship, they all issued orders. Every fishman quickly pulled away and jumped into the sea. As fishmen, the sea is their home. Without the constraints of ships, Marine has nothing to hold on to. Don't worry about them, capture Fisher Tiger first. Looking at the Murlocs fleeing in all directions, the masked man ignored them. To him, ordinary Murlocs were just ants, as long as the mission target was still there. Marine heard the masked man's order, looked at Stoloberg who didn't object, and finally all came to Tiger. Damn world government stooge, give me your life. With one palm, he knocked back the surrounding Marine soldiers. Tiger called out to the mysterious man, but with a dexterous flash of his body, he came to the vicinity of Inigaki Kisame. Brother Kisame, if you find a chance to retreat first, I will come later. Tiger couldn't bear that this fellow fishman he met halfway had to die in vain because of him. After all, he didn't want to be complained about by 2 little girls on his grave every day after his death. Mr. Tiger, take care. Kisame Kazaki looked at Tiger's determined expression and didn't know how to persuade him. Although he was powerful, he was not enough to completely protect Fishman Island. Moreover, Tiger is obviously determined to die and is ready to use his own life in exchange for a glimmer of hope for everyone. Kisame Inigaki looked at the marine and the masked man who were surrounding him, and couldn't help but take a deep breath, his mouth and abdomen bulging slightly. The secret of the fishman. Who will repair the dam?
3 Ma Chapter 86 You can call me Aizen in the eyes of everyone in the audience who were in disbelief. A rapid stream of water comparable to a waterfall spat out from the mouth of Kisame Kazaki. It directly knocked the marines around, and even the nearest marine warships were knocked over and rushed out an unknown distance. What is this? We still have this kind of move on Fishman Island. Fisher Tiger looked at Kisame Kazaki, who was shouting the secret of Fishman, and he was stunned. Although Fishman Karate has the ability to control water flow, it is only a shallow and small amount of control. This was the first time he had seen such a water control secret with such a huge water flow and strong impact. Could it be that this is the power inherited from Poseidon by the wandering tribesmen? Fisher Tiger made a bold guess in his mind. Damn, what kind of move is this? Stepping on Moonwalk's plan, seeing the great situation being reversed, he lost his voice in fear. Damn it, you two go and stop that blue fishman, Fisher Tiger, I will do it myself. The masked man who was caught off guard and had water sprayed on his face looked at Kisame Kazaki angrily. He originally wanted to teach this damn guy a lesson in person, but considering the punishment for failing the mission, he shuddered and decided to punish him first. Let's get rid of Fisher Tiger. Ignoring the reactions of Jiaji and Stoloberg, the masked man rushed straight towards Fisher Tiger. In the distance, everyone in the Sun Pirates who had escaped safely looked downcast. It's all your fault, Eren. If you hadn't insisted on destroying some warship, how could Boss Tiger have? A fish man suddenly stretched out his hand and pulled Eren up from the ground. He pinched Eren's collar tightly, widened his eyes, and roared at him. Ahem. Eren, who was rescued from the marine warship by Zauba while taking advantage of the chaos, coughed weakly, and then avoided looking at the fishman who was tugging on his clothes. He felt a little guilty and didn't know what to say. That's enough. It's over now, don't say whose responsibility it is. Jinbei interrupted the argument between several people. Wow, a sound of breaking water came from the sea. Who? It's me, Mr. Jinbei, I'm sorry, I only brought this back. Advertisement Kisame Kazaki stretched out his hand and handed a green scarf to Jinbei and others. Boss Tiger. The fishman who was dragging Eren just now saw the scarf in Kisame's hand, ran over quickly, and carefully picked it up with both hands. I don't blame you, brother Kisame. On the contrary, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid we would all. Cheer up, Mr. Jinbei, you are the heir to Mr. Tiger's will and the current captain of the Sun Pirates. Kisame Kazaki reached out and patted Jinbei on the shoulder, encouraging him. You were right, brothers, set sail. Send Tiger Boss home. Where is this? Who are you? I remember that my heart was obviously penetrated. This is the East Daxia Sea, you can call me Aizen, and you will know the rest later. Pushing up his glasses, Aizen looked at the resurrected guy in front of him, the smiling Kaido. Tokai, Shimotsuki Village. I didn't expect that this thing is quite easy to use and it works very quickly. Weighing the crystal-clear crystal bottle in his hand, Muxue murmured to himself. Brother, what are you mumbling about alone? Come with me to see the newly opened hot spring shop. Seeing Muxue talking to herself, Kuina walked over quickly, her face flushed and she said coquettishly to him. Okay, let's go. A bright smile appeared on Muxue's face, not sure if it was because of the powerful effect of the water of life or some other happy thing. Zoro, who saw the two leaving together, sneaked into the gym and started training alone. I'm going to secretly train while you are relaxing, and then defeat all of you. Then, as if thinking of some pleasant scene, Zoro started to giggle. Marine Headquarters, Marineland, advertisement. Fleet Admiral Office. So, because of an unidentified shark fishman, when CP0 finally took action, not only did the Sun Pirates fail to be taken down, but Fisher Tiger's body was also missing, right? Warring States sighed and helplessly repeated what they said in their report. I'm sorry, Sengoku Fleet Admiral, Stoloberg, whose skull was bandaged, spoke apologetically. After all, it was because of a moment of weakness that he didn't take action with all his strength. He didn't expect that the blue fishman who came later was so powerful. It doesn't matter. If the heart is completely pierced, he will definitely not survive. It can be regarded as completing the mission. Okay, you go down to recuperate first. The awarding ceremony will be in 2 days. Don't look so gloomy then. Warring States patted Stoloberg on the shoulder and told him. Obviously, although Warring States was a little surprised by the result of this mission, he didn't care. He originally sent people to deal with the world's government, so he didn't care whether the result was good or bad. Marine General's Ward. Z. Teacher Zephyr, why are you here? Looking at Zephyr, whose expression has become softer due to his retirement, and Jiaji, who is lying on the hospital bed, he is like a mouse meeting a cat, saying hello to Zephyr honestly, even with a very respectful title. If I hadn't come to see you, I wouldn't have known you had become such a virtuous person. How many times have I told you to train well and don't just be idle and harass other girls all day long? Do you know that General Hujon would have given you a good makeover if it wasn't for my sake? Zephyr looked like he hated iron, and he was scolded immediately. In the early years, when ZFA's strength was still at its peak, Jiaji was a member of the Marine training camp and trained under Zephyr. Because of his personality and his talent, he was never able to get a formal appearance. In the end, he struggled hard for 3 years under ZFA's fist before he could graduate safely. As a result, out of his responsibility for the students and the fact that the Marine training camp had just started a few years ago, the conscientious Zephyr always went to the students who had graduated to see their recent progress in strength and lifestyle. Jia, who was caught harassing female colleagues many times, was repeatedly educated by Zephyr. As a result, Jia subconsciously became afraid when he saw Zephyr. Well, am I infatuated? Under ZFA's scolding, Jia could only mutter in a low voice. Fortunately, Zephyr didn't pay attention, otherwise he would have been beaten again. Teacher Zephyr, are you looking for me? Just when Zephyr was having fun talking, a voice sounded. Chapter 87. Are you worthy of competing with Hashirama? I'm used to 3 shifts, please give me a free gift. Hashirama, you came just in time. Zephyr looked at Senju Hashirama, who pushed in the door and quickly stepped forward to pull him over. Look at Hashirama. At such a young age, he has strength that is not inferior to that of a general. Moreover, he is not as arrogant as you. He doesn't think about exercising himself all day long, he only thinks about romance. With a positive teaching material, Zephyr became even more enthusiastic about Jia. Seeing Zephyr receiving extra education, Hashirama felt helpless for a moment. Originally, he wanted to ask what Zephyr wanted to do with him, but in the end, he got involved in an education conference. Although I'm not talking about myself, it's boring anyway. It's not as interesting as educating pirates or discussing new methods with little Sati. Master Hashirama, I have thought of a new move. Come and try it with me. You will definitely be satisfied. In the ward, while Hashirama was helplessly listening to ZFA's chatter, a female voice filled with excitement sounded. I saw a sexy lady with long blonde wavy hair, wearing a large men's marine shirt outside and a pink tights underneath, suddenly pushed open the door and entered, took Hashirama's arm in her arms, and pulled her excitedly. He is about to leave. Teacher Zephyr, if you continue, I will leave first. I will chat with you later. Hashirama scratched his head with his free right hand and said apologetically to Zephyr. Ha, it's okay, you go and do your work first, don't keep your little girlfriend waiting. Seeing the two people's intimate movements, Zephyr suddenly showed an expression of, I understand, and nodded happily. Female. Girlfriend? Lord Hashirama's girlfriend. Hearing ZFA's words, little Sadie was stunned for a moment, and the lower half of her exposed face turned as red as a candle. Lord Zephyr, actually, I am not Hashirama-sama's girlfriend anymore, but if Hashirama-sama doesn't mind. It was as if little Sadie was shining under the candlelight, with her red face, she said softly. It's okay, I know this kid Hashirama, I can't do anything wrong. Seeing the shy look of little Sadie, Zephyr, who has been here for a long time, could tell at a glance that this little girl was interested in Hashirama, but since he didn't know Hashirama's thoughts, he didn't mess with it. Anyway, just praise him and that's it. Advertisement, okay, since this little girl has something to do with you, I won't keep you any longer. Come and have tea with me when you have time. Before Hashirama could open his mouth to say anything, Zephyr directly issued an order to expel the guests. Finally, Hashirama opened his mouth, said nothing more, said goodbye to Zephyr, and left with the still shy little Sadie. Teacher Zephyr, Junior Hashirama fell in love so early, why don't you talk about him? Looking at Senju Hashirama being chased from behind, and thinking about the hundreds of times he had failed to get what he asked for, Cake complained sourly. You be ************************************** D, how can you compare with Hashirama? Not only is Hashirama young and powerful, he is as strong as a general. He wakes up early and works hard at Impel City every day. He doesn't even leave the last 3 floors, just to guard the pirates in the prison and hone his will. After my accident, I asked Hashirama, who had never asked for leave, to go to the windless zone as soon as possible to arrest Whitebeard too. Even in such an angry situation, he was still able to abide by my no policy. Kill the idea. Think about it carefully, how can such an outstanding person not be pursued by anyone? Look at you again. You don't know how to make progress, and you only think about these crooked ways. How can you still have the nerve to ask me? Zephyr, who was originally in a good mood because of Hashirama and was not ready to continue talking, was mentioned by Jia, and anger suddenly surged into his heart, and he hated the lesson that iron cannot be transformed into steel. Reflect on it in the ward. Finally, before Jia could react, Zephyr left a word and pushed out the door. Boom. Lying on the bed, Jia, who was already injured, became even more exhausted physically and mentally under the double stimulation of Zephyr and Hashirama. In the end, he could only lie on the bed, his eyes dull and mired in self-doubt. 2 days later. The square of Malinvondo. This is the place where the war broke out in the original work. On the high platform, Sengoku held a phone with a serious face and looked at the marine soldiers lined up in the crowded square. Advertisement. Soldiers, it's the annual award ceremony again. This year, there have been many pirates on the sea who rely on their own strength to act recklessly. They burn, kill, and loot, and do all kinds of evil. It makes the lives of many people miserable. In order to protect unarmed civilians, to protect our country, for our relatives and friends, our colleagues, and our comrades in arms, we will fight bravely on the front line to kill the enemy all the time. As soldiers, as a glorious marine, we can fight for the ideals in our hearts, we can fight with passion, and we can ask for nothing in return, but the organization will not let you bleed and shed tears. It hurts the body and chills the heart. For this reason, since I took office, every year, we will hold a medal ceremony. It is also a day to remember our fallen comrades and mourn their heroic souls. Let us always remember those heroes who are not afraid of sacrifice for the sake of justice in their hearts. Everyone present, please stand up and observe a moment of silence for these brave warriors. Before he finished speaking, Sang Guo took off the marine hat on his head, placed it on his chest, lowered his head slightly, and closed his eyes. The square was completely silent. Tens of thousands of people thought of the deeds of those heroic martyrs at this sacred and solemn moment, and paid their highest respects. The past of the martyrs is recalled in my mind. The time is short but long. Soon, 3 minutes passed. We should not only remember the fallen martyrs, but also praise and respect everyone who is still fighting today. Next, we will give the Marines who have fought bravely in the past year the glory they deserve. The impassioned voice reached everyone's ears. First of all, this year's Major General Award Ceremony. Brigadier General Senju Hashirama, please come to the stage. Today, Senju Hashirama did not wear the red armor. Instead, he did as the Romans did and wore a green suit. His long dark hair was meticulously combed. With his serious and solemn expression, he looked very elegant. Senju Hashirama, our neighbor Impel Down City, was in urgent need of manpower, so he volunteered to leave the Marine Headquarters training camp, known as the Cradle of Marine Offices, and resolutely went to Impel Down City to contribute his share. Strength. During his tenure in Impel Down City, he spent a long time in extremely cold, extremely hot and other harsh environments, just to better monitor every move of the vicious criminals in the prison and prevent them from rioting. His determination is so strong, worth learning from all of us. In addition, he once studied under the former general instructor Zephyr in the Marine Headquarters training camp. After learning about Weibull, he knew how to repay his kindness and respect his teachers. He immediately asked for leave and left the advancement city, just to avenge the teacher who was kind to him. Senju Hashirama is a responsible, missionary, and grateful person who is a role model for all of us to learn from. Chapter 88 Fight for those who cannot fight. Here, at this solemn moment, I, Sengoku, declare as the Fleet Admiral of Marine Headquarters. Officially appoint Senju Hashirama as Major General of Marine Headquarters. May you live up to your glory and move forward bravely. Under the watchful eyes of everyone on the field, Sengoku put the Major General's medal, which symbolized glory, on Senju Hashirama's chest, and personally put the cloak symbolizing justice on his body. I, Senju Hashirama, hereby swear that one day I will bring all pirates in this world to justice. At Sengoku's signal, Senju Hashirama took the phone bug he handed over and solemnly promised everyone present. To the left of the high platform in the square, there are seats for a group of Marine senior generals. Zephyr, you really made a good apprentice, the middle-aged lieutenant general he said with a smile to Zephyr, whose face was full of pride. Ha 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 ha, no, actually I didn't teach him anything, this kid just made progress on his own. Although he said this, Zephy's face was obviously happy. He also knew that he had only taught Hashirama for a total of more than 10 days, but he couldn't stand it. Everyone who had entered the training camp had the status of master and disciple with him, so he was naturally very happy. TCH, I brought this person back, shall he, why don't you praise me, praise this old guy Zephyr. Garp, who rarely participated in large-scale ceremonies, curled his lips and said something unconvinced. Yes, 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 look at me, I have forgotten our great hero. Thanks to Garp's discerning eye, I was able to bring back such a creative talent from the East Daxia Sea. Lieutenant General, he looked at Garp playing tricks on the side and quickly praised his old comrade. No, I picked it up by chance. After receiving the compliment, Garp scratched his head with satisfaction and spoke truthfully. You old guy, I compliment you and you were so humble. Did you pick up such a good seed just by picking it up? Looking at Garp, who was pretending to be humble, Zephyr also smiled and said something. Advertisement. In a short time, several new major generals were awarded their honors. The next step is the Lieutenant General's award ceremony. Every Lieutenant General is a hero who has made great achievements for Marine. It is because of the existence of these mainstays that the peaceful scene of civilians on the sea is now possible. Then the first one is our Marine Major General, Stoloberg. He was in. The last one is the youngest Marine Lieutenant General in Marine history, the 19-year-old Urza Shukareto. Urza, wearing a crimson suit, walked to the high platform step by step with firm steps. Everyone's eyes were attracted to this woman with a determined look on her face. Urza, who gathered everyone's attention, was like the gorgeous flower that finally came into full bloom. She was born in the East Daxia Sea since she was a child. She lost her family, friends, and even her hometown due to the ravages of pirates since she was a child. In order to let more people no longer experience this kind of pain and have a beautiful childhood, living a life accompanied by her family, Urza resolutely joined the 7th branch of the East Daxia Sea after she became an adult. During her tenure in the East Daxia Sea Marine branch, Urza cared about her comrades. Every time she wiped out pirates, she took the lead and moved forward bravely. Every Marine who worked with Urza was deeply impressed by her character and quality. During her career as a Marine, she was able to catch thousands of pirates, big and small. Among them, there were more than a dozen pirates with bounties of over 100 million. This is even more so than the now huge number of pirates. The fire dragon Natsu is running away with his head in his arms, huddled in a new world, not daring to set foot on the Grand Route. It's unimaginable how hard a weak woman under 20, a young Marine, has worked to realize her ideal. With what kind of strong will and unyielding spirit, we have reached this point, all the excellent qualities of Urza are worth learning from all of us here. Here, at this solemn moment, I, Sengoku, declare as the Fleet Admiral of Marine Headquarters. Urza is officially given the position of Lieutenant General of Marine Headquarters. May you ride the wind and waves and have smooth journeys wherever you go. Under the attention of tens of thousands of people, Urza took over the medal that symbolized the position of Lieutenant General from Sengoku and wore it on her chest. Then, Urza put the cloak of justice on her body, took the phone, and swore a sonorous oath. I, Urza, hereby swear to fight until the end for all those who have suffered due to pirates. Advertisement, Urza. Urza. For a time, the entire square erupted in unprecedented shouts, which was a treatment that no one else had experienced before. Obviously, her strong strength, beautiful appearance, kind heart, and strong will make everyone deeply impressed by her. So everyone looked at her with admiration, as if at that moment, Urza was like the scorching sun, attracting everyone's cheers. I didn't expect that this girl has come to this point. She already has the same position as me, an old woman. She is really old. From now on, the world will be dominated by young people. Looking at Urza, who seemed to be shining with dazzling light on the high platform, General, he couldn't help but look nostalgic and sighed. No way, Xiaohei, you are still very young. That guy Zepha is really old. He is raising fish and watering flowers every day. Garp looked at he who was sad for spring and autumn, and didn't know how to comfort him, so he could only carry Zepha out. After the investiture ceremony, in the office. Urza, what do you think of Shichabukai? Sengoku called Urza, who had just been promoted to Lieutenant General, into the office and then asked. On this point, I have the same opinion as General Akainu. Pirates cannot be trusted. Even if they are covered with a layer of so-called regular army, they still cannot erase the crimes on their hands. Before Sengoku could speak to persuade, Urza continued. Of course, if they really change their minds and throw themselves into the arms of justice, I can let go of the blame, as long as I don't get caught. Urza's eyes flashed, and she could tell that if Shichabukai appeared in front of her and there was evidence, she would definitely take action without hesitation. Very good. In fact, sometimes we can't help it. If Marine's current power is not enough to frighten the sea, how can we rely on tactics to split the strength of the pirates? Sengoku praised Urza, and then began to talk earnestly about the current difficulties. However, things are different now. As long as you, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara who are still in Impel Down City grow up, we, Marine, will definitely be able to eliminate all evils by then. Chapter 89. We have to wait until night. Seeing Sengoku getting more and more excited as he talked, Urza could only nod in agreement. So, Fleet Admiral, you came to me? In order to prevent Sengoku from continuing to lament, Urza directly interrupted his complaints with the gate of opening. Sorry, I'm a little rude. I plan to tell you that you and General Akainu will preside over the Shichabukai meeting in a few days. At that time, you two have the greatest rights in the meeting. Without harming your life, you can let go and do it. Obviously, although Sengoku does not allow them to kill Shichabukai, if there is a blind guy who dares to stir up trouble in Marine Headquarters, Sengoku will never tolerate him. As you command. Urza's eyes lit up when she heard that she could take action, and she happily agreed. New World, Totland Sea, on a large warship with a seagull logo. It's so scary, I don't know why this fire dragon came into contact with the Big Mom pirates. Kizaru, who was lying on the sun lounger on the deck of the warship, basking in the sun leisurely and drinking juice, complained rather helplessly. The originally peaceful office life was suddenly sent to this new world by the Warring States period, where there were scary monsters everywhere. As a result, except for the fire dragon Natsu who saw the beast pirates, no other senior cadres appeared. Kizaru was very confused as to why the undercover agent lurking in the Big Mom pirates would say that there has been something strange happening on Cake Island recently, and that it was related to the beast's pirates. Forget it, never mind it, it's best if there's no problem, the breeze on the sea is so comfortable. Kizaru, who didn't want to be too entangled, chose to give up thinking and start fishing happily. General Kizaru, there's a situation. Just when Kizaru thought this was an accident, the adjutant on the side suddenly ran over in a hurry, breaking Kizaru's leisurely atmosphere. What's wrong? Although the fishing time is short, it is precisely because of the leisure time that I feel happy. Suddenly, there were many ships carrying the flag of the Big Mom pirates and scattered in all directions. Because there are so many of them, we don't know where they're going yet. Advertisement. The adjutant quickly recounted what had just happened. Is that so? Just report the news back to headquarters and follow the instructions? After listening to it once, the summary is that there is something strange, but it is not clear. To be honest, after listening to it, it means that I have not listened. Kizaru, who didn't want to waste his time, asked the adjutant to report the news directly to the headquarters and let the headquarters think tank think about it. After all, he was just an ordinary migrant worker. The time was stretched to 1 day ago. 10,000 kingdoms, Cake Island. Is this Guo? This island looks like a cake. At Smoothie's suggestion, Natsu brought a group of younger brothers to the 10,000 kingdoms in the Totland Sea. Because the previous transactions were all on islands and other sea areas, I have never seen the true appearance of Guo Island. I thought it was just a rumor, but I didn't expect that there really is an island that looks like the food. It's not just like it, it's actually edible. Seeing Natsu's surprised look, Smoothie covered her pink lips and explained to him. The entire world is centered on Cake Island, with other islands scattered around. There are a total of 34 islands. Each island can be regarded as a unique ingredient. Each island is guarded by my brothers and sisters. When he heard that the islands were all made of food, Natsu's eyes gleamed. If he ate all 34 islands, he would be able to improve his physique by many levels with his strong appetite. If you are interested, I can take you to visit every island. By the way, I am stationed in 100% Island Fruit Tree Town. There are basically no people there. I can secretly squeeze juice for you. Seeing the interested Natsu, Smoothie felt happy. After all, not everyone can accept an island full of desserts. If Natsu showed disgust, she wouldn't know what to do next. After all, this is her home where she has lived for more than 20 years, and she will never allow anyone to slander or even destroy it. Fortunately, Natsu is not that kind of person. On the contrary, he really likes it here. This made Smoothie, who was agitated at the time and a little uneasy afterwards, feel relieved. Juicing. Not sure what he was thinking of, Natsu touched his waist, and then said with a solemn expression. Advertisement, ahem. Let's not rush the juicing thing. Why don't we get down to business first? What do you think? Looking at Natsu, who suddenly entered a serious state, Smoothie was slightly startled, then a blush rose on his cheeks, and he looked at Natsu with watery eyes. I'm talking about squeezing juice for you, but if you want to drink it, you have to wait until night. Smoothie put her pink lips gently against Natsu's ear and said something naughty. Natsu trembled all over and then licked the corner of his mouth, as if he was savoring something. It should be said that the Minister of Fruit Juice does have one of the best techniques in formulating fruit juices. Even a strong-willed person like Natsu couldn't help but remember its taste. Let's go. I have already told Parasparrow, the eldest son of our Charlotte family, about our return today. Although the episode just now made Smoothie a little shy, the sweet feeling made this single girl even more intoxicated. If he hadn't already told Parasparrow and was afraid that his mother would be angry after waiting for a long time, Smoothie would have really wanted to show Natsu his strength as a user with the ability to squeeze fruit. She was confident that her majestic juice titan form would not lose to Natsu's Dragonite form. Back, Smoothie. Katakuri, who had been waiting at Cake Island for a long time, couldn't help but frown slightly when he saw Smoothie, who was just leaning next to Natsu, talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was harmonious. It can be seen that the relationship between Smoothie and Naz is very good, which can even be described as close. Occasionally, the two people will have some natural forehead-to-body touching. It is obvious that the two of them have become accustomed to it. After thinking about Natsu's various experiences, at least in terms of strength, he is definitely qualified. I just don't know how far the relationship between these two people has reached. Second brother, I'm worrying you. By the way, this is Natsu, the strongest pirate this year and the future poster boy of the Beast Pirates. Natsu is also known as the Red Dragon. Let me tell you, he is super strong. Even better than you. In order to prevent his most powerful second brother from looking down on or despising his future man. After Smoothie said hello, he mentioned a series of names, and even directly mentioned his identity as the sixth cell on the big sign, and even bullied him mercilessly in front of his brother Katakuri. Katakuri, who was already frowning, felt his veins bulge when he heard his sister's obvious elbow turned out. But looking at his sister who was smiling like never before, for some reason, Katakuri just sighed, and then said something relieved. Chapter 90 We are getting married. Oh, in the blink of an eye, that little girl has already found where she belongs. Second brother, I really don't mean to exaggerate. Natsu is really, really powerful. Smoothie looked at Katakuri who was teasing him in his expression of obvious disbelief, and could only emphasize it again stubbornly. Okay, we'll talk about it later, but let's go visit your mother first. Seeing Smoothie insisting on arguing, Natsu quickly stood up to stop him. Although Natsu was very touched by Smoothie's caring performance, words alone are useless in terms of strength. It can only be shown by fighting with a real gun and a real sword. Okay, listen to you. Hearing Natsu's words, Smoothie stopped obediently and gave Katakuri Cop's words, then took Natsu's hand and gave instructions. When you see Mom, don't make her angry, she is just a kid. If she gets wild, we can't control her. And Shin, didn't you also say that I am very strong? Looking at Smoothie with a worried face, Natsu held her hand, then gestured to his biceps and put on a big smile to reassure her. Really, I know you are strong, but Mom is on the same level as your governor, so don't be careless. Seeing the confident Natsu, Smoothie didn't know what to say. After all, he was his own man, so he must just go along with it. But just in case, she still brought Kaido out so that Natsu could have an intuitive understanding. Watching the two people flirting, the atmosphere was intense. Katakuri suddenly felt like he was a bit redundant. Oh, in the blink of an eye, the younger sisters following me already have partners. As the most powerful person in the Charlotte family, he is obsessed with becoming stronger and has no time or thought for romance. However, he didn't care about it himself. Seeing his younger brothers and sisters living better and better, Katakuri himself was very pleased. There is an inexplicable feeling like an old father watching his daughter find her home. Okay, let's go, don't keep Mom waiting. Oh, by the way, Snag is back on his own, it's nothing serious. Finally, Katakuri mentioned Snag's matter. However, he did not know the specific relationship between Gildarts and Natsu, so he did not tell the story of Gildarts breaking Snag's arm.
Advertisement. One is because Snag went to someone else's territory and had his arm broken, so he couldn't say anything. Secondly, After hearing that it was Natsu who saved his sister, he did not intend to involve Natsu in this grudge. After all, they might become a family from now on. As for Gildarts' matter, he planned to take a look at it himself when he had time. After all, he was also his brother, and he still had to find the place that should be recovered. But for Natsu's sake, the best I can do is stop there. After all, Gildarts is also a well-known and strong man. It is better to resolve enemies than to make enemies. Maybe we will not get to know each other without fighting, and maybe we will have one more friend. ... Cake Island, Banquet Hall. Ah mom, ah mom. With a fruit cake in one hand, the aunt enjoying the delicious food made a drooling sound. Mom, Sister Smoothie is back and brought a guest. Perospero said cautiously from the side, for fear of disturbing his mother's enjoyment of eating sweets. Mom, my lovely daughter is back. Bring her here quickly and let me see, Mom. After hearing what Perospero said, the aunt ignored the so-called guest. Obviously, when she reaches her status, no one is worthy of her to greet her, only others who come to meet her respectfully. Yes, Mom. Seeing that his mother was not interested in the guests, Perospero was too sensible to say anything, but bowed and retreated. Brother Perospero, how is Mom now? Seeing Perospero coming out, Smoothie, who happened to catch up, asked. Mom is in a good mood. After you and Natsu go in, you should be able to return to Fruit Tree Island soon. Seeing Smoothie, Katakuri and Natsu, Perospero didn't hesitate to tell her about her mother's neglect of Natsu. After all, they are one of our own. With Kaido and Big Mom's friendship, the two pirate groups have a good relationship, and Natsu is Smoothie's savior, so Perospero can't kiss him in front of other people's face. Anyway, it's better if your mother doesn't care. It's better to do less than to do more. Great, Natsu, maybe my mother will agree to my proposal after a while. Advertisement. Smoothie heard Perospero's words and happily held Natsu in his arms. Seeing the intimate movements between the two, Katakuri, who had already guessed, just smiled slightly, but the unprepared Perospero was different. His eyes widened in an instant, looking at this scene in disbelief. What's going on? What are you going to tell Mom? Perospero asked quickly. It could be seen that he was startled by the sight in front of him. I was afraid that my sister would say something shocking later. Didn't I tell you? Smoothie looked at the confused Perospero and said sheepishly. I'm already with Natsu, and I want to marry him. Quote. Perospero watched Smoothie look at Natsu with burning eyes. The two people's eyes were glued together as if Katakuri had used the Nuo fruit ability. No, what's going on? Katakuri, you already knew. Perospero looked at the calm Katakuri and asked angrily. I just found out, but I didn't expect that we would be talking about marriage so soon. Katakuri looked at Perospero's shocked expression, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, and then pretended to be very calm and said. The look on his face that said, you're behind on news made Perospero's teeth itch. Forget it, just make your decision. If you get married, your mother will probably be very happy. It won't be a big deal. Looking at the two people who were basically stuck together, Perospero also knew that what they were saying was useless. Fortunately, the two pirate groups already have a good relationship, and with this incident, they are even closer. In this way, after you say hello to your mother, you can go back first and I will take care of the rest. In order to prevent Natsu, who has no temper, and Smoothie, who is obviously superior, from making his mother angry, Perospero decided to step forward and tell the story himself. In this way, accidents can also be prevented. Okay, thank you, brother. Seeing that Perospero stopped this matter, Smoothie was also relieved. She was also afraid that her man would really fight with her mother. At that time, regardless of victory or defeat, at least it will be ugly in terms of face. Maybe, this matter will be blown away. Chapter 91 The Power of the Fire Dragon. Mom, are you the new guy under Kaido? Looking at Natsu who followed Perospero and others in, Big Mom looked down at him while chewing the cake in her mouth. Big Mom originally looked very casual, but suddenly, a terrifying coercion spread throughout the hall. Yes, I am Natsu from the Beast Pirates. Feeling the terrifying pressure coming from his body, Natsu acted like a normal person, still smiling with sunshine, and responded to Big Mom in a comfortable manner. If not, the children of the Charlotte family around them all felt the depressing intimidation from their mother, and they couldn't tell what kind of pressure Natsu was under. Looks like Smoothie wasn't exaggerating. Looking at Natsu's unfazed expression, Katakuri recalled what Smoothie had just said about Natsu's strength, and thought to himself. You must know that in terms of his own invisible deterrence, even Kaido, the governor of the Beast Pirates, cannot compare with Big Mom, who is the user of the Paramesha Soul Fruit. After all, he has the innate ability to use the soul, coupled with his own conqueror's domineering power, and its terrifying suppressive power. Even the red-haired man who has just become the Four Emperors may not be able to overwhelm the Big Mom in conqueror's domineering power. After all, the current red-haired man is not the king who will be so powerful in the sea 10 years ago that everyone will sell him a face. Without the use of Conqueror's Haki to fight against, Natsu is now able to remain calm under Big Mom's Conqueror's Haki without specifically using the Soul Fruit ability. This already shows that Natsu's own will is as amazing as steel. Boom. Looking at Natsu who looked calm on the surface, Big Mom became very playful, put down the dessert in her hand, and stared at Natsu with her eyes. She directly activated the Conqueror's Haki mixed with soul fruit and exerted it with all her strength. She wanted to see what kind of confidence this little guy had who dared to walk in front of her alone. Call. An equally powerful Conqueror's Haki came out from Natsu's body. The two surprisingly powerful Conqueror's Haki collided, causing a sudden gust of wind to rise in the surrounding area, causing the people's clothes to whistle, making the surrounding people roar. Many people involuntarily stepped back, and some even fainted on the spot. Advertisement. You know, those who can be in this conference hall are basically the elite cadres of the Big Mom Pirates, as well as their children. All of them are people with great strength and amazing talents. Unexpectedly, even the two people couldn't withstand the aftermath of the collision of momentum. In fact, just the level of Conqueror's Haki, Natsu's high-level Conqueror's Haki is completely inferior to the Conqueror's Haki that Big Mom has honed for a long time and has reached the top level of Conqueror's Haki. However, don't forget that Natsu's spiritual achievements are not just Conqueror's Haki. Whether it's the dual dragon slaying magic rooted deep in the soul, or the 9 silver fire dragons that are attached to the soul and have the power to frighten the soul, they all add a different kind of domination to Natsu's Conqueror's aura. Power. Long way. Ho. Feeling the increasingly powerful momentum coming from Big Mom, and knowing that if he didn't release this power, Natsu might capsize in the gutter, he immediately chose to summon the 9 silver fire dragons that resided in his soul. Unheard roars resounded deep in everyone's soul. Even those who had fainted had their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Feeling the burning sensation coming from the depths of the soul, even the Big Mom who possessed the soul fruit couldn't help but be stunned. Even the Conqueror's domineering output was somewhat stagnant for a while. In the end, it was Natsu who took the initiative to regain his momentum, and it ended in a draw. After all, he didn't come here to fight. He was going to marry someone else's daughter, and he had to make someone look bad in front of him. Wouldn't that make him uncomfortable? Well. Just when Katakuri, Perospero and others were still immersed in the astonishing confrontation just now, a unique burst of laughter came out. Listening to Big Mom's iconic laughter, Katakuri and the others subconsciously clenched their weapons, fearing that their mother would go berserk. Fortunately, the worst case did not occur. Natsu, right, you were much more powerful than that kid Kaido when you were young. How about it, do you want to join my family? My children can be your choice. Looking at this little guy with an immature face but amazing potential, Big Mom's desire for marriage started to rise again. Advertisement. However, because of Natsu's strength, she did not let him marry her. Instead, she chose the many children under her command. I'm sorry, dear Big Mom, my boss treats me very well, and I have no idea of changing my employer yet. Just when Big Mom's face darkened because of being rejected, Natsu's words rang out again. However, I do like one of your daughters. In fact, I came here today to propose to her. Seeing the expression on Smoothie's affectionate look at Natsu, Big Mom immediately understood who the daughter Natsu was talking about. Well, okay, I agree to your marriage. Perospero, go and inform mother that I am going to hold a grand tea party to announce their wedding. Big Mom actually knows in her heart that poaching, especially poaching her old friend Kaido, is a bit unethical and difficult. However, people always have a sense of luck. If Natsu is really charmed by his daughter, maybe. All in all, Naz is willing to marry his daughter, which is a good start. Big Mom was in a great mood and asked her eldest son to tell the world the news and let everyone witness this moment. With the addition of Natsu, Big Mom's strength will reach a higher level. As for Natsu, who is obviously a member of the Beast Pirates, why does Big Mom think Natsu is one of his own? Obviously, although Natsu is nominally a member of the Beast's Pirates, as we all know, the Big Mom Pirates are a special pirate group connected by blood and marriage. Therefore, whether Natsu admits it or not, as long as he openly marries Smoothie, it will be marked as the Big Mom Pirates. However, Natsu didn't care. Anyway, whether it was the Beast's Pirates or the Big Mom Pirates, it was just his superficial identity used to make money. Anyway, with his current strength, even if he goes out to work alone, he is no less intimidating than the Imperial group. After all, a strong person alone is unpredictable and hard to detect. Chapter 92 General Candidate. Marine Headquarters, Marineland. Fleet Admiral Office. Ahe, what do you think? General Sengoku handed the information about the latest trends of the Big Mom Pirates to Lieutenant General He. Except for the large number of ships leaving Wangguo, is there no other news? After reading the information, Lieutenant General He frowned and asked. This kind of unclear intelligence makes it difficult to analyze accurate and useful information. That's all we have for the time being. We can't contact our informants in Wangguo for the time being. We have to wait a little longer. Sengoku also knew that it would be difficult for Lieutenant General He, the General Chief of Marine Staff, to draw any conclusion based on this little information. However, he was also helpless. After all, the informant could not be contacted, which was really worrying. In fact, it was entirely because Big Mom's Conqueror's domineering collision with Natsu caused the undercover in Cake Island to faint, which was why the news did not spread quickly. Otherwise, the Warring States period must begin to consider the impact of the alliance of the two imperial regiments on the situation. Although it is just a marriage between the subordinates of both parties, the identities of both parties are a big sign of the future, and the current Desert Star is an incredible identity. By the way, Urza, what do you think about Shichabukai? Seeing warring states frowning, Lieutenant General he spoke. Urza, this little girl is a very subjective person. I believe she will do a good job. Advertisement. Listening to Lieutenant General He's question, warring states put aside the affairs of Guo. After all, thinking without intelligence is like a headless fly, and there is no point in rushing. Really, have you ever thought about applying for Urza to be a general candidate? Listening to Sengoku's evaluation of Urza, Lieutenant General he felt that it was very pertinent, so he expressed his thoughts. Why do you mention this suddenly? Warring States was a little surprised. You must know that Urza had just been promoted to Lieutenant General in the headquarters. Although the alternate general was also a Lieutenant General in name, he had the same treatment as the general. At the same time, when the general was missing, he had a direct replacement. Qualifications for general position. It cannot be given casually. It must be approved by the 5 elders and more than half of the marine generals. In this turbulent era, although you and I don't say it with our mouths, we know in our hearts that marine strength has been completely unstoppable, and the pirate craze has exploded. As for the current 3 generals, Porosalino, Sakazuki, and Kuzan, you also know the personalities and acting styles of these 3 people. Although some of Sakazuki's actions are too extreme, it is undeniable. He is the most devoted to pirates. Kuzan gradually became depressed because of the O'Hara incident. Although he was still able to complete the task, he no longer had the energy he had at the beginning. As for that cunning guy Porosalino, although he likes to be lazy, as a user with the ability to shine fruit, he often has to act as a firefighter. The most important thing is that he also works part-time as a guard in the scientific force. Many times, when we need someone with weight to come forward, we are completely unable to come up with suitable people. In addition, Urza is now well known among the younger generation of Marine, and she is strong enough to serve as a replacement for a general position. Maybe we can arrange her in advance. Although the little girl Urza was brought in by the Hawks, no matter whether they are hawks or doves, in the final analysis, they are all Marines fighting for justice. Besides, you also said that Urza's temperament is not as harsh as Sakazuki's. It can give her a greater say in the Hawks and make her qualified to stop Sakazuki. Some inappropriate behavior. Hearing that warring states did not refuse, Lieutenant General He, who knew this old comrade very well, knew that in fact, all he needed was a reason to convince him. Therefore, Lieutenant General He pointed out that Marine's biggest problem now is that there are too few people who have weight and are willing to stand up. Urza happened to meet these conditions. In addition, the Hawks are indeed the best faction in Marine in terms of combat effectiveness. Although most of them are very iron-blooded, not all of them believe in absolute justice like Akainu. However, unlike the doves, they mainly focus on arrest. Advertisement. If this continues, Akainu's succession as the next Marine Fleet Admiral is basically a certainty. It is true that for Marine, Akainu is a better choice than Aokiji and Kizaru. However, the incompatibility of ideas made Sengoku more inclined to Aokiji, brought out by his old friend. So Lieutenant General he couldn't say it clearly. Before Urza appeared, she was more optimistic about Aokiji. As mentioned before, the situation on the sea is uncertain, coupled with Marine's lack of strength, maintaining stability is the best. And Aokiji, who ate the frozen fruit, has a heart as strong as ice and can definitely do this. However, Akainu is different. He pursues absolute justice, and will never allow Marine's majesty to be challenged in the slightest. It is very likely that most of the Marines will be radically stationed in the New World in order to suppress the pirates. Once Akainu becomes Fleet Admiral, Aokiji, who has different ideas from him, is likely to disobey orders and take actions that are detrimental to the Marine headquarters as a whole. Kizaru is obviously the oldest among the 3, not to mention the strongest among the 3, at least he is in an invincible position against anyone. However, he is lazy and thinks about fishing all day long. Otherwise, it can be regarded as the best Fleet Admiral candidate among the 3. But this was all before. After Urza entered the Marine headquarters, many people in the Hawks showed a very friendly attitude towards Urza because of the veteran Lieutenant General Doberman. Moreover, as her strength and reputation continue to increase, they are also willing to stand on the same front as Urza. However, due to the face of their seniors and the same level of position, they are not able to compete with Urza. His subordinates do things. Therefore, Lieutenant General Suru was prepared to find an opportunity to raise Urza's identity and status, which could be regarded as a small check and balance for Akainu. If it weren't for Senju Hashirama's ability being defeated by Sakazuki, she would actually be more inclined to bring back this old friend and train him to be Aokiji's right-hand man. What you said makes sense, but this will have to wait. If the time is right, you can apply with the world government next year. After pondering for a moment, warring states nodded and agreed to Lieutenant General He's proposal. Today is different from the past. There are more and more capable people under my command, and they are not just a disobedient old stubborn like Garp. Maybe we need to change our thinking on many things. Chapter 93 Domineering. Thanks to Liu Cheng of 5-Star Hotel for the extravagance. Marine headquarters is really brave. On a standard warship with a seagull logo, Doflamingo, wearing a flamingo coat and sunglasses, stood on the bow, looking at the majestic marine gate, and made a joke mixed with his trademark laughter. Really, do you want to try my courage? Suddenly a cold voice reached Doflamingo's ears. The familiar accent and cold voice suddenly made Doflamingo break into a cold sweat. Hey, isn't this our heroic Lieutenant General Urza? It's been a long time since we last met. Now we are in the same camp and are friendly forces. Doflamingo, who originally wanted to use laughter to cover up his nervousness, quickly interrupted his laughter when he saw Urza with her hand on the hilt of the sword, and went directly to the friendly greeting session, and also specially emphasized the word, friendly army. Character. He was afraid that this crazy red-haired woman would stab him desperately. In the Marine headquarters, no one can stand up for him, and even the Marines behind him might follow suit. Doflamingo, who had already seen through everything, immediately chose to keep a low profile. He has not yet taken back his country, so he cannot die here. Don't let me catch you, or else. Before he finished speaking, a flying slash entangled with ice blue air flow directly froze the sea surface in front of the Marine headquarters gate into ice. Then, Urza motioned to the deputy next to her to take away Doflamingo, who was shocked and speechless by the scene in front of him. This crazy woman's strength has changed too much. I can't afford to offend her. I absolutely can't afford to offend her. Doflamingo, who secretly vowed to stay away from Urza, followed her adjutant away without saying a word. With the arrival of Doflamingo, soon, one after another Shichabukai gathered at the Marine headquarters. They are known as the most beautiful woman in the world. Both men and women will be obsessed with her beauty, the person with Paramesha's sweet fruit ability, Boya Hancock. His left hand is a golden hook, his hair is slicked back, and he has a cigar in his mouth. He is the one with the Logia fruit ability, Shah Crocodile, who fought with Douglas, the descendant of the devil. The former king of the kingdom of Sorbet, a tall man with a Bible in his hand and a user of the Paramesha meatball fruit, Bartholomew Bear. Advertisement. After fighting the current emperor, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, the one who succeeded in the first half of Kaido's Great Root, the Paramesha Shadow Fruit user, Moonlight Moria. The former celestial dragon, now the underground emperor of the world, known as Heavenly Yaksha, the user with Paramesha Thread Fruit ability, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Holding one of the 12 supreme swords in his hand, the supreme swordsman who has become the world's greatest swordsman, Jorakol Mahawk, is known as the Eagle Eye. As well as destroying an entire country with one strike, he defeated Kizaru, one of the 3 current generals with the Logia Shining Fruit ability, and Gildarts Clevy, known as the Destroyer. In the Marine headquarters conference room, Akainu, wearing a dark red suit, a marine hat, and a cigar in his mouth, sat at the head of the conference table with a serious look on his face, while Urza sat on Akainu's left side. After all, the Shichibukai took their seats one after another. The Marine officer who was in charge of the minutes of the meeting looked at the Shichibukai and explained. Everyone, today's Shichibukai meeting is under the sole responsibility of our Marine Headquarters General, General Sakazuki, and Marine Headquarters Lieutenant General, Lieutenant General Urza. If you have any questions, you can ask these two at any time. Seeing Shichibukai remaining silent, Akainu nodded with satisfaction. The reason why I have called you all together today must be very clear to you all. From now on, everyone here is a colleague. I hope you can unite as one, cooperate with each other, and contribute to the security of this sea. As Akainu slowly opened his mouth, the temperature of the whole room seemed to rise a lot. Fortunately, even the weakest Marine officer in charge of recording had the rank of colonel and would not be overheated by this temperature. Soon, Akainu finished everything that Sengoku had told him. Any more questions? Slowly exhaling a puff of smoke, Akainu glanced at everyone. Except for the sleepy Gildarts, everyone else was sitting there without making any sound. Snort. Because the Warring States period has stated that you must not take the initiative to attack Shichibukai without any reason, especially in the Marine headquarters, it will directly reduce Shichibukai's credibility and affect subsequent plans. Advertisement. Akainu, who was dissatisfied with Gildarts' attitude, could only snort and then left the meeting room. Everyone, if you have no questions, you can retreat. Watching Akainu leave, Urza stood up as the deputy host of the meeting. Jai. Forget about others, this guy who can fall asleep in meetings, why should he become a Shichibukai like us? Does he know how to sleep? After Akainu left, Mariah, who clearly felt that the oppressive atmosphere was gone, let out his strange laugh and taunted Gildarts. Huh, a junior who has just gone to sea is worthy of the same position as me. Crocodile, who lit a cigar, also stared at Gildarts with a gloomy face. It was obvious that he did not like this newcomer who had a higher bounty than himself. They didn't believe the news in the newspaper that Gildarts was powerful enough to defeat the general. If he really could fight against the general, why would he join Shichibukai? Wouldn't it be uncomfortable to be a sea emperor? As for the others, they did not interrupt. Hancock was simply not interested. Big Bear didn't dare to be too public because he was an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army, and Doflamingo was afraid that Urza would find an opportunity to attack him, so he could only keep a low profile and say nothing. As for Hawkeye Mahawk, he was more interested in Lieutenant General Urza in front of him than Gildarts, a pure physical master. He felt a very strong sword intent from Urza. It was obvious that she was a swordsman like him who had reached the realm of a great swordsman. He was a little itchy, thinking about how to invite Urza to fight. Oh, Gildarts, who was a little bored at first, raised his head and looked over after hearing that someone was provoking him without opening his eyes. Boom. The terrifying Conqueror's domineering energy, like a substantial air current, instantly covered the entire conference room. Under this sudden impact, Doflamingo and Hancock, who also had Conqueror's domineering power, subconsciously released their Conqueror's domineering power. Unfortunately, due to the domineering gap between them, their conqueror's domineering power could only stick to their bodies and could not be used at all. Release it. Crocodile and Mariah, who were Gildarts' main targets, were even more frightened by this momentum. They broke out in cold sweat and did not dare to act rashly. They were afraid that Gildarts would ignore Marine's face and let them die on the spot. This power. Feeling Gildarts' conqueror's domineering power, Hawkeye narrowed his eyes subconsciously. The intensity of this domineering power was even close to the power of the redhead. Chapter 94 I Have a Dream. Gildarts was a little bored when he saw Mariah and Crocodile, whose expression suddenly changed under Conqueror's domineering power. Is that the only extent? Gildarts looked at Mariah and Crocodile with an expression of, "You have disappointed me so much," and curled his lips. UB*************** D. Desert Diamond Sword. Seeing Gildarts' eyes as if he were looking at trash, Crocodile, who was arrogant, was instantly filled with anger, and rushed towards Gildarts with the majestic Conqueror's domineering aura. Boom. In an instant, Crocodile flew out faster than when he came in. Ice Wheel Dance. Seeing that Crocodile was about to hit the wall of the conference room, Urza took action. Snowflakes were flying, and an icy blue sword energy was seen, directly freezing Crocodile on the spot. Whether it was Gildarts' simple and crude domineering body-enhancing technique or Urza's exquisite and powerful sword skills, the other Shichabukai present fell into silence. Obviously, they all realized that even if they were both Shichabukai, their strengths were different. Only Mihawk, when he saw Urza take action, the fighting intent in his eyes became even hotter. However, he did not choose to take action directly. After all, it was the first meeting, and the others had just had a fight. He came out to challenge Marine, who was presiding over the meeting. You know, he was happy to see it, but you didn't know, everyone thought he was going to challenge Marine Majesty. Anyway, it's enough to know that there is such an opponent worthy of taking action. The days are long, and one day they will meet on the sea. Big Bad over there, let me see, why do you sit in Shichibukai's position? The exact same question was thrown to Mariah again by Gildas. This time, seeing Crocodile still in the ice, Moria lowered his head in fear. At that moment, he seemed to see in Gildarts the image of Kaido beating him violently. He has long lost his courage as a strong man, and now he just wants to live well, so how can he dare to talk back to Gildarts? Seeing Mariah's head lowered like an ostrich, Hildeston sat back in his chair out of boredom. Advertisement. Now that the conflict has been resolved, you can leave. Seeing Gildarts, who did not continue to attack, Urza stood up at the right time. I thought there was something good to watch, but I didn't expect Mariah to be so cowardly that she didn't even have a chance to take action. After Urza finished speaking, she walked straight out, paying attention to the movements behind her as she walked. If someone was really doing something, she would have reason to teach other Shichibukai a lesson. As for why Gildarts is not beaten, defeating Shichibukai, who is currently in the same camp, will not only not increase his reputation, but will also reduce Shichibukai's credibility, and the gain will outweigh the loss. In addition, because they are both clones, the experience value will not be increased, and after experiencing the battle on Beehive Island, Urza thought that she could not defeat the explosive Gildarts, so she did not want to take action against him. Seeing Urza leaving, Gildarts, Mihawk and others also got up and left. Only Mariah, who was still immersed in painful memories, did not move in his seat for a long time. North Blue. Several strange ships without pirate flags, which did not look like merchant ships on the surface, were floating on the sea. These are special fleets formed by Haya after transforming some pirate ships and merchant ships. How's it going? Heiyi, who was hunched over and wearing round sunglasses, looked at the scar-faced man beside him and asked. Master Hei, according to the spies, reports, we should be arriving soon, no more than an hour at most. The scar-faced man returned respectfully from the side. That's good. This time, the master personally gave the order, and he must do it beautifully for me. Heiyi took off his sunglasses and looked at the seagulls flying freely under the blue sky. A flash of determination and desire flashed in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, more than 40 years have passed. Just as Heiyi was remembering the past, a man wearing a one-eyed mask ran over. It was Lao Ba who took Kimimaro to find Mr. Hei. Master Hei, Brother Scar, the Germa 66 Arms Transport Fleet is here. The person responsible for escorting the shipment this time is the eldest son of the Vinsmoke family, Vinsmoke IG. Lao Ba, who was wearing a loose robe, lowered his head, with a trace of hatred in his eyes. Advertisement. He doesn't understand that he has worked hard for Master Hei for so many years, but there is no merit but hard work. Just because he brought the wrong person, he has to gouge out his eye. Because of the hollow feeling in his eyes and the anger in his heart, black hair similar to animal hair appeared faintly on Lao Ba's body hidden under his robe, but it was quickly suppressed by Lao Ba, who calmed down. They didn't notice Lao Ba's strange vision. After all, Heiyi and Scar Brother didn't have clairvoyance eyes. Notice, all personnel, all dispatched. Pay attention and try to protect the goods. Master Hei withdrew his gaze, looked at the scar-faced man, and gave serious instructions. He knows that whether his lifelong dream can be realized depends on this time. Yes, Master Hei. Brothers, come to work. After finishing this job, each person will receive 500,000 belly. This is the rule Heiyi has set since his debut. Every time, 20% of the loot is taken out and distributed unconditionally to everyone who participates in the battle. The rest, after excluding the necessary expenses for the development of the gang, will be distributed based on merit. And for every brother who died in the war, he would pay a pension in order to let every brother who hangs out with him have enough to eat. The generous treatment made Master Hei's subordinates a mixed bag at first, but Master Hei is not a philanthropist either. The corresponding generous benefits are harsh punishments. If anyone dares to embezzle the money that his brothers earned with their lives, he will show no mercy and will behead him directly as a warning to others. The combination of kindness and power is also the reason why Heiyi has been in his current position for more than 10 years. This time, the same is true. Although he was planning to hand over all the goods to the big shots above and not keep a penny for himself, the rules were the rules. The brothers trust him with their lives, and he will never let the brothers bleed in vain. Therefore, this time, Heiyi paid for it out of his own pocket, and all participants in the war will receive 500,000 baileys. You know, the several large ships dispatched this time have nearly 1,000 people in total. Just the most basic cost has reached nearly 500 million belly. If you include pensions and other things, it is estimated that Heiyi and others can be saved. All the money I spent for years was wiped out. However, Heiyi doesn't care. He can make money again, but he only has one chance. He worked hard and did so much work for the big shot above. Seeking for it is the last dream. Chapter 95 Silver kills Bones. Bones kills. North Blue, a pirate ship. Yin Boneslayer. Wait a minute, I know a piece of information, and piece of information worth billions of baileys. With an expressionless face, he held a bone blade and chopped off all the people on the boat like he was chopping melons and vegetables. The only remaining pirate, wearing a whitewashed and completely ill-fitting scarf, cried out in horror. Silver Killer, a man who has recently frightened countless pirates and underground forces in North Blue. According to legend, Silver is because he has long silver-white hair. Kill is because there are two blood-red dots between his eyebrows, symbolizing Shinigami's gaze, which is accompanied by killing every time it appears. Bone is because the weapon of this god of death is the skeleton extracted from itself every time. Just hearing how to obtain this weapon makes people shudder. It is precisely because of his remarkable and unique fighting style that his name quickly became famous in the North Blue, which advocates fighting and has high strength. Speak. Hearing the words, billions, silver killing Bones, that is Kimimaro, he raised his hand. It seems that he heard this once when he first arrived in North Blue, and he harvested a devil fruit because of it. Therefore, he chose to keep this guy alive for the time being, just in case it was true. Even if this pirate is talking nonsense out of fear before his death, it will be too late to kill him when the time comes. Yin. Lord Yin Bone Killer, it's like this. I was drinking in a tavern and heard the news from Mr. Hei's subordinate, a guy named Lao Ba, while he was drunk. The surviving pirate looked tremblingly at the bone knife protruding from Kimimaro's hand. After hearing Kimimaro's words, he didn't hesitate at all and immediately spoke out the source of the information. Master Hei, Laoba. Kimimaro heard these slightly familiar names and thought about it for a moment. Wasn't this the generous old man who gave him the devil fruit? Continue. Kimimaro, whose expression didn't change at all, just held up the bone knife and looked at the pirate quietly. At that time, the old man was mumbling drunkenly, what kind of hatred, eyes, etc., and also said that he would do a big deal in 2 weeks. Although he said it intermittently, the young man could still hear it, 3 billion belly, words like arms. Perhaps he spoke too hastily, or was frightened by the bone knife in front of him. The pirate swallowed hard and continued. In the entire North Blue, the only one who can produce 3 billion belly arms in one go is the kingdom of Germa 66, which is known as the Evil Army. Advertisement. No one force in North Blue can absorb such a large arms deal alone, and the leader of Germa 66 will never let such a large amount of arms fall into the kingdoms of North Blue. Only the great pirate forces of the Grand Line or other underground forces can possibly eat it. It may even be a deal between officials from the Germa 66 kingdom and the world government. Finally, in order to prevent Kimimaro from not believing his guess, the scarf pirate gave many reasons, and even the world government brought them out. What about the time and place? After hearing the truthful pirate in front of him, Kimimaro had already believed most of it, and he looked at this agile-minded guy in a different light. The only place where North Blue can complete cross-ocean transactions is North Blue's largest trading market, known as the Sin City, Las Vegas. And Shonda's cross-sea business only happens once a month, that is, 2 days later, so as long as we arrive near Dallas Vega Island in advance, we will definitely be able to intercept this batch of goods, but it's just that the military strength of Germa 66 is indeed North Blue's well-deserved number 1. At the end of the sentence, the voice of the scarf pirate became smaller and smaller. Even he felt that these 3 billion belly were not something they were qualified to touch. Helpless, he had no choice but to take off the scarf, closed his eyes, hugged it tightly to his chest with both hands, and waited for the arrival of Shinigami. A long time. Your name. Ah. Instead of waiting for death to come, Kimimaro's cold voice came over. For a moment, the pirate holding the scarf was a little confused. Then, when he reacted, he showed the joy of surviving the disaster and said loudly. Lorraine Ivory, Captain, that's my name. After narrowly escaping from death, he was ready to try to take refuge with the Silver Killer, who was very powerful and famous. Well, do you know how to get to Las Vegas? Kimimaro glanced at Lorraine, who was climbing up the pole, but did not refute. He just asked about the route to the underground trading market I just mentioned. To be honest, Kimimaro has always been a loner since he was born. Although he was relaxed and comfortable, he did have some inconveniences as he didn't know much about the world of pirates. Therefore, it is necessary to have a flexible local agent, which can save a lot of things. Advertisement. In addition, this guy has a very flexible mind and can deduce a lot of useful information from just a few words. With him, he will have a dog-headed strategist in the future. I know, sir. Lorraine clenched her fists vigorously and promised. Then, as if he thought of something, he quickly looked at the scarf in his hand. Fortunately, except for some blood stains, there was no damage. After hesitating for a long time, Lorraine suddenly realized that he still didn't know the name of the adult in front of him, he only knew that he was called Silver Killer. Kimimaro. As if seeing Lorraine's doubts, Kimimaro said calmly. Kimimaro-sama, can you give me 2 minutes? I want to clean this scarf. Don't worry, it will never delay your trip to Las Vegas. Hearing this, Kimimaro looked at the scarf in Lorraine's hand with some confusion. From the beginning to the present, this Lorraine has been protecting her scarf behind her back intentionally or unintentionally. Even when she is waiting to die, she must hold it tightly in her hand. Lord Kimimaro, this is my mother's relic, so. Shu had just experienced life and death of great joy and tragedy, and thinking of his deceased mother, Lorraine's voice gradually became choked. Hurry up. Although Kimimaro didn't understand Lorraine's feelings, he was still willing to give his men some tolerance. Many thanks. Lorraine bowed deeply to Kimimaro and ran into the cabin. In fact, Lorraine's flexible mind is also related to his origin. Unlike those mindless thieves who only know how to burn, kill and loot, he was born in a declining noble family. Under the guidance of his mother, he studied hard since he was a child, in order to restore the family to glory. Unfortunately, my father died during a voyage, and my mother, who was overly sad, also suffered from the disease. Not long after, my mother, who was in poor health, passed away after leaving behind a scarf knitted by herself. Later, the town was attacked and he was kidnapped on the ship and became a pirate. After many twists and turns, relying on a few books he had read and a fairly flexible mind, he became a dog-headed military advisor on a pirate ship. So lucky to have one life left. Chapter 96 The Blessing of All People. Hiss. Be gentle, this is Lousy's arm, you want to hurt Lousy to death. The scar-faced man, also known as Brother Scar, who had just finished a fierce battle, took a breath of pain and then cursed the accompanying ship doctor. He also knew that the ship's doctor didn't mean it, but he was holding a breath in his heart and could only vent it out in this way. I thought that a mere teenage brat would be easy to catch in a fight. Unexpectedly, every member of the Vinsmoke family is a monster. An 11-year-old boy has an invulnerable body, extraordinary strength, and the ability to control fire. If Mr. Hay hadn't taken action in time, he might have directly cremated himself instead of healing the arm. Similarly, because he underestimated the strength of his opponent this time, Haya's men suffered heavy casualties. There were nearly 1,000 people when they came, but now, there are only a few hundred left, and all of them are injured. One of his arms drooped naturally, as if he had no bones. Heiyi lit a cigar with his right hand and sat expressionlessly on the side of the boat, looking at the wounded brothers who suffered heavy casualties. Master Hay, let me bandage it for you. After all the wounded were bandaged, an old ship doctor walked up to Heiyi. As the first ship doctor to follow Heiyi, he knew that Heiyi was very good to his men. As long as they did not violate the rules and bottom lines he set, he would take care of his brothers as family members. Seeing that Heiyi was fine on the surface, but must be very sad in his heart, the ship's doctor had no choice but to do his job silently. What are the casualties like this time? Heiyi took a deep drag on the cigar, feeling the breath flowing through his lungs, and then exhaled a puff of smoke, and asked. Alas, this time, there are only 473 brothers left out of a total of 996, and all of them are injured. The old ship's doctor sighed helplessly. He did not expect that an action that should have been a sure thing would cost the lives of so many brothers. After hearing what the old ship's doctor said, Mr. Hay took out the sunglasses he had taken off before, put them on tremblingly, and then put out the cigar in his mouth. Remember to pay out pensions well. Yes, don't worry, I will follow up the whole process. Advertisement. The old ship's doctor assured him while putting a plaster on Heiyi's disabled left hand. Master Hay, what should we do next? After finishing bandaging, the scar-faced man walked to Master Hay and asked. Let's set out immediately, Las Vegas, and get the goods out quickly. As long as the goods are handed over to the adults, they will be safe. In a corner of the ship, seeing the miserable situation of Master Hay and Brother Scar, a trace of joy flashed in Laoba's remaining eye. Just wait, I will send you, old guy, to hell soon. ... North Blue, Germa 66 Kingdom. What, all the arms worth 3 billion have been robbed. Looking at Vinsmoke IG with a gray face and an incredibly twisted arm. Vinsmoke Judge, filled with rage, kicked him out mercilessly. Useless trash, why don't you die with me? After venting his anger, Judge forced himself to calm down. He knows that in North Blue, there are not many courageous and capable forces, and they definitely cannot be those kingdoms with conspicuous territory, so they can only be people from underground forces. No matter who it is, such a large amount of arms can only be sold in Las Vegas. After figuring out the key, Judge gave instructions to Vinsmoke Reiju on the side. Get ready, go to Las Vegas Island, I want to see who dares to touch the things of our Germa 66 kingdom. Grand Line, Fishman Island. An underwater world 100,000 meters away from the sea level. As this Fishman Island. What an incredible place. Advertisement. Looking at the underwater miracle in front of him, surrounded by a huge, double-layered circular bubble shield, Inigaki Kisame couldn't help but marvel. Brother Kisame, this is your first time coming to our Fishman Island. You can let Talina and Briano take you around. Jinbei looked at the surprised expression on Kisame's face and said proudly. Yes, Lord Kisame, when you get to the island, I will take you to take a good look at our Fishman Island. Even though the depth of Fishman Island is 100,000 meters under the sea, under the blessing of the sacred tree Eve, there is also sunshine and clouds. Briano agreed with the purple-haired mermaid who was rescued from the slave auction in the Sabayati Islands by Kisame Kazaki. That's right, brother Kisame, I will take you to see the Mermaid Bay and the Mermaid Cafe when the time comes. My good sisters are all there. There is also Sister Shiarli. She is very good at divination. Let her give you some advice when the time comes. Please do some divination. Seeing that Briano rushed ahead of her to answer the question, Talina also quickly hugged Inakasaki Kisame's arm and said coquettishly. After talking about Shiarli's divination, I don't know what she thought of. Talina's originally fair skin turned the same pink as her hair. Okay, when the time comes, you two will give me a good introduction to the customs of Fishman Island. Kisame Kazaki, whose arms were tightly clamped and unable to move at all, looked at the two mermaid girls on the left and right and couldn't help but make a helpless sound. Ha 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 ha, brothers Kisame, go with them to experience the customs of our Fishman Island first. After I take care of Boss Tiger's affairs, I will take you to Ryugu City to meet the king of our Fishman Island, Nip. Your Majesty. Looking at the harmonious atmosphere around Kisame, Jinbei couldn't help but sigh. If Boss Tiger was still around, he would definitely smile with relief when he saw this scene. Shaking his head, Jinbei stopped thinking about what was and was not. Now that Boss Tiger is gone, the future brothers of the Sun Pirates and the safety of Fishman Island will all rest on his shoulders. For a moment, Jinbei, who felt tremendous pressure, thought about whether he could leave Kisame the dried persimmon on Fishman Island. First, because Kisame Kazaki is powerful and his presence will greatly increase the safety factor of Fishman Island. The second reason is that compatriots who are also members of the Fishmen tribe can easily gain the favor of the Fishman Island by nature. Even if they are foreign fishmen, they are still fishmen. This is also the reason why Jinbei proposed to take Kisame Kazaki to meet Neptune. As for dried persimmon Kisame, it is definitely natural. Originally, his goal was to use his identity as a fishman to break into the Fishman Island and control this transportation artery. Not to mention anything else, just collecting tolls is a huge amount of money. What's more, there is a 3-year-old, Poseidon, who is still in the ignorant future. These are all tasks given by Muxue to Inakasaki Kisame. As for the process and other things, it all depends on his subjective initiative. Chapter 97 Water Road. Brother Kisame, let's separate here first. I will come to you later. After leaving a message, Jinbei took Tiger's turban with him and a group of members of the Sun Pirates and left the port, heading to Fishman Street where a large number of orphans lived. Brother Jinbei, you are back. Seeing Jinbei and others returning to Fishman Street, all the fishmen greeted Jinbei and others excitedly. However, after a while, there was no enthusiastic response like before. I saw the gloomy faces of Jinbei and others, looking very sad. Brother Aaron, what's going on? Where is Boss Tiger? Looking at the depressed Sun Pirates, the great white shark man wearing a flat hat with a trident on his head and a wolf fur scarf around his neck, Hody Jones asked Aaron, whom he admired most. What is different from the original work is that Fisher Tiger was surrounded by many Marines because of Aaron's impulsiveness. For the sake of his brothers in the Sun Pirates, Tiger chose to cut off the queen himself, and ultimately died unfortunately. Therefore, Aaron, who felt deeply guilty and self-blame, did not break up with Jinbei like in the original work. In the end, he was angry and chased Marine alone, and was finally captured by Kizaru and taken into Impel Down City. Boss Tiger. Xiao Ba on the side saw Aaron's gloomy face, which was almost dripping with water. He stepped forward helplessly and spoke to Hody Jones. But before he could finish speaking, Aaron took over. Boss Tiger, he died. After saying that, regardless of the shock and grief of the fishmen around him, Aaron strode past the crowd and disappeared into the crowd. No. It's not true, is it? Brother Jinbei, please speak. How is it possible that that gentle tiger boss actually, woo. He killed Boss Tiger after all, and we must avenge him. Hearing Aaron's words, the surrounding fishmen exploded. In the excitement of the crowd, all the fishmen want to take revenge for the tiger boss who takes care of them and tells them about the wonderful world outside. Enough. Jinbei shouted loudly. Then, his deep voice entered the ears of every fishman. Advertisement. Boss Tiger, he died to protect us. Our enemy is beyond imagination. If you want to take revenge, it is useless to rely on your blood. Become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can we truly protect everything, protect Fishman Island, and protect everyone. Jinbei, whose eyes were full of determination, looked around and said loudly. Now, let's send Boss Tiger home. Jinbei raised the wooden box containing the tiger headscarf in his hand, and shouted to everyone with tears in his eyes. Boss Tiger. Human being. Hody Jones's eyes were filled with anger and hatred, and an uncontrollable evil thought grew in his heart. Fishman Island, Water Road. As the name suggests, it is a channel filled with sea water. It's probably like an exciting pipe drilling project in Water World. It's a special mode of transportation that only exists on Fishman Island. In fact, most of the entire Fishman Island is under the sea. If you cannot swim, or you are a person with abilities who have eaten a devil fruit, you will need to take a ride on a large fish with a medium-sized seat and air bubbles on its back to travel on Fishman Island. This kind of fish is a special taxi or bus on Fishman Island, and it has the characteristics of the underwater world. The water channel is also one of the special modes of transportation, but this channel is designed for fishmen and people without abilities. Of course, people with abilities can also use it, but it will be a little uncomfortable. Looking at the circular passage in front of him, even though Inigaki Kisame had been mentally prepared, he was still a little surprised. Compared with the human world, the world under the sea is more colorful. Let's go, brother Kisame, I'll show you the unique waterway of our Fishman Island. You must hold me tight for a while, or you will get lost. Talina, with a pink face, hugged Kisame Kazaki tightly, fearing that Briano on the side would get there first. It's okay, Kisame-sama, even if you get lost, Briano will follow your scent and find you. Seeing that Talina had learned to answer quickly this time, Briano did not dare to show weakness. Unlike the reserved and shy Talina, who was nurtured by her mother and taught that, you must be brave to get what you want, Briano has been daring to think and do since he was a child, otherwise he would not go to sea alone. In the end caught by slave traders. Advertisement. From the moment she identified Kisame Kazaki, she began a fierce attack. Unfortunately, it was her first time chasing a man and she was still a little unskilled, so she could only clumsily say some ambiguous words with Talina. As for what happens next, I'm sorry, they haven't learned it from other mermaid sisters yet. Otherwise, it will not be guaranteed. Don't worry, my nose is very sensitive. Don't forget, I can find you even from a long distance away. Moreover, the smell of you two has already been memorized here by me. Kisame Kazaki rubbed Talina's head, and then pointed to his chest, telling them to rest assured that he had already engraved their scent in his heart and would never get lost. Ah, Kisame-sama. Hearing Inigaki Kisame's bold words, the shy Talina immediately let go of her hands, covered her red cheeks that were about to bleed, and screamed. Brino, on the other hand, looked at Kisame with watery eyes, her fair skin showing a faint blush, and her lower lip biting lightly, showing the joy and shyness in her heart. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, or if it wasn't for the mermaid elder sister not teaching the follow-up knowledge. Probably, there will be a fierce battle. What's wrong? Seeing the sudden change in expressions of the two people, Inigaki Kisame scratched his head in confusion. Did he say something strange? It was all right, but why did the atmosphere suddenly become anxious? It's a pity that Sanji is not around, otherwise he would have to ask Kisame Inigaki how he can do it one-on-one and still be so calm and effortless. No. It's nothing, brother Kisame, I will always remember you in my heart. The first person to react was not Briano, but Talina, who was still shy. In fact, at the beginning, when she first met Kisame Kazaki, it was just because Kisame was a fish man and wandered alone, so she was kind-hearted and decided to accompany Kisame. Later, in the process of getting along with him, she discovered that Kisame Inagaki was not only kind-hearted and gentle, but also powerful. At least, he was definitely the strongest among the fish men she had ever seen. As a result, when she was about to go out to pick corals, she was kidnapped by slave traders. At that moment, her world turned dark. More than once, she heard from the mermaid sister about the beauty of the human world and the evil in the human heart. Chapter 98 Clay Fruit. Among them, the most common one is that a certain fish was captured by human slave traders and sold to human nobles. Not only from now on, the living space is only the size of a fish tank, and everyone can peek into it. They may even be tortured, unable to survive or die. When she heard the wild laughter of the slave trader who captured her, and her final destination. Feeling desperate, the first figure that came to her mind was the blue figure who was powerful but clumsy in cooking and always grinning at her. Obviously I had emphasized to him many times not to smile with the jagged teeth in my mouth, it was so scary. But he always shook his head helplessly and explained. Only by exposing the saw teeth can the enemy be deterred. Moreover, when a person lives outside, he has become accustomed to this. Talina didn't understand, but she could feel the loneliness and tenderness of this man. This is also the reason why she is willing to continue to accompany this strange fish man. Recalling all the past, she thought that her whole life could only be used as someone else's plaything. That familiar jagged smile appeared in front of me again. At that moment, that apparently scary smiling face was like sunshine, warming her entire gloomy heart. She didn't know if this was love. She only knew that maybe in this life, she would never forget this smile, or rather, the person with this smile. Because of her inner shyness, Talina did not express her feelings directly. Perhaps it was the life of the two of them before that gave her a sense of being accustomed to it. She felt that Kisame Inagaki would always be with her. As a result, another mermaid, Briano, broke into their lives. Unlike the cute and petite Talina, Briano has a charming and innocent appearance. Not only does she have a proud figure, but her personality is even more courageous than her own. The courageous Briano has had close physical contact with Kisame and Nakasaki many times, which makes Talina very envious. When she thought about her brother Kisame being paired up with another mermaid, she would feel tight in her chest and feel a twinge in her heart. She felt that maybe this was the love those mermaid sisters were talking about. Also because of Brenner's relationship, Talina gradually let go of herself and began to take the initiative. Advertisement. She would never allow anyone to separate her from brother Kisame. At least, she would always be on one of brother Kisame's arms. This was her last stubbornness. Yes, Kisame-sama, I will remember you in my heart. Forever. Seeing Talina's emotional and shy look, Brenner also spoke. Looking at the state of the two girls, Inigaki Kisame always felt that something was wrong, but nothing seemed to be wrong. Not knowing what to say, he could only open his big mouth, revealing his white jagged teeth, and put on a signature smile that matched his mood. Boom. Help. A sudden explosion interrupted the three of them. No, there are human pirates in the direction of Mermaid Bay, and they have captured our sisters. Briano looked in the direction of the sound, and then said worriedly. It's okay. You two find a safe place to hide. I'll come as soon as I can. Hearing the shouts of death and cries for help, a glint flashed in Mikigaki Kisame's eyes and he said to the two girls. Brother Kisame, you must pay attention to safety. Talina asked with some worry. She wanted to confess her love in one go, but she was a little discouraged by this sudden accident. However, she was worried about Gonkaki Kisame's safety, so she still warned her. Kisame-sama, don't worry, we will protect ourselves, and you must also pay attention to your safety. Briano held Talina's hand, and then assured Kisame Inakasaki. Kisame Kazaki nodded and disappeared from the sight of the two girls in a few jumps. Don't worry, the Poseidon army will be here soon. In the sea, no one is a fisherman's opponent. Brenner comforted Talina, who was still a little worried. Ha 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 ha, I'm so prosperous this time, I caught 3 young mermaids. As long as the attack is successful, we can change to a bigger ship. By then, all Shichabukai and 4 emperors will be stepped on by you, boss. That's right, only the captain can become the real One Piece. Advertisement. A group of pirates carried sacks containing mermaids and shouted excitedly. There is a feeling of defeating an invincible opponent in the world, and everyone else will be happy. Okay, if you have any questions, let's talk about it when we get out. The most important thing now is to leave Fishman Island. A man wearing a drab robe and with naturally curly brown hair shouted. Damn human pirates, put our compatriots down quickly, or I want you to look good. A shark-shaped mermaid with long blue wavy hair, a strong appearance, and holding a trident led a group of Poseidon troops to stop the pirates. It is none other than the great prince of Fishman Island, Shark Star. He happened to be patrolling nearby and heard the strange noise here, and quickly rushed over with his patrol team. Ha 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 ha, a little mermaid has such a loud voice. The brown-haired pirate laughed wildly. Do you know who our boss is? He has a bounty of 130 million Baileys, Paramesha clay fruit user, black giant, Alvarado. The younger brother on the side very wisely told the information about his boss. As for Alvarado, not only was he not angry, but he looked at the slightly discolored face opposite him with a complacent expression. Uncle, while I'm in a good mood now, get out of here. Alvarado, who didn't want to get entangled too much, just wanted Shark to get out of the way. After all, this is the Fishman Island, 100,000 meters deep under the sea. Once the fishmen destroy their ship, they will be trapped here and die. Impossible. As the eldest prince of Fishman Island, I, Shark Star, will never allow anyone to act recklessly on Fishman Island. Although Shark Shing was a little panicked, his identity would never allow him to retreat. Protecting Fishman Island is his duty and responsibility. You do not know how to live or die, clay soldier. Alvarado looked at Shark Star who refused to retreat and could only curse. Then he waved his hands and threw out more than a dozen clay figures over 1 meter in length from his hands. The overall feeling is a bit like a shrunken human soldier, but I don't know whether it is due to strength or other reasons. The face of the clay soldier is not clear, and the armor on the body is still somewhat fluid and not completely solidified. Young men, let these despicable fishmen see how powerful we are. Alvarado shouted, then clapped his hands on himself, and saw a set of clay armor quickly appearing on him. Compared with the clay soldiers, the armor on his body was obviously higher in hardness and completeness, at least there is no trace of flow. Chapter 99. Don't worry. Clay hammer. Alvarado raised his hand, a giant round-handled hammer made of clay, and slammed it towards Shark Star. Time flies. Looking at the giant hammer coming at him, Shark Star remained calm in the face of danger. He raised the golden trident in his hand and used the inherited mermaid weapon technique. Boom. The trident entwined with the blue water collided with the earth-brown giant hammer. I didn't expect that a mere mermaid could still have some strength. Looking at the giant hammer in his hand, due to the bombardment of the water flow, the place where it touched turned back into flowing mud, Alvarado grinned. But I don't have time to play with you anymore. Clay giant, Alvarado shouted, and as clay continued to appear on his body, the giant hammer in his hand gradually softened, dissolved, and flowed on his body. Soon, in the shocked eyes of Shark Shing and others, a 12-meter-tall clay giant appeared in front of everyone. The 5-meter-large Shark Star was as weak as a child in front of the clay giant. Boom! The clay giant inserted his arm straight into the ground, and then pulled it up suddenly. A giant hammer with the same shape as before, but a completely different size, appeared in Alvarado's hand. Little Mermaid, die for me. Amidst bursts of roaring sounds, the swinging giant hammer hit Shark Star. Due to the huge difference in size, Shark Star was beaten to the ground like a rag bag. Damn it. Shark Star, who felt like he didn't know how many ribs were broken, glared at the clay giant. Unfortunately, the severe pain all over his body made him helpless. Even the golden trident he kept in his hand was beaten and disappeared. The secret of the fishman. Who will repair the dam? Just when all the fishmen guards were in despair, a waterfall-like water flow fell from the sky. Advertisement. It hit the clay giant directly. Under the irrigation of this huge amount of seawater, the hard clay giant became smaller and smaller like dirt being washed away. In the end, Alvarado, covered in mud, collapsed to the ground weakly. Obviously, a pirate with a bounty of just over 100 million couldn't resist the attack of the water shockwave, which was composed of the Esper Nemesis and seawater containing the Sea Tower Stone factor. Shark Star looked at the clay giant that he had just defeated with one blow, but could not withstand even one blow in the hands of another unknown fishman. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, and his heart was full of shock. You must know that the power of the current in front of him, even if his father, the king of Fishman Island, Neptune, known as the Great Knight of the Sea, personally performed the mermaid jujutsu super ocean current, is only as powerful as this. Neptune is currently the strongest mermaid on Mermaid Island. Even Fisher Tiger and now Jinbei are weaker than Neptune. Now, this fish man who suddenly appeared has such great strength, which makes Shark Star a little worried. Over the years, he also knew some rumors about Fishman Street, but because of the royal family's strategy of whitewashing the piece, he didn't have much to do. I just hope that this strange fish man is a kind-hearted person who cares about the Fishman Island just like Jinbei. Mr. Pirate, don't you know that clay will melt when it meets water? Seeing Alvarado who had no strength to fight anymore, Kisame Inigaki walked forward slowly. Damn fishman, I am Lord Little's subordinate. I advise you to put me. Laugh. Before Alvarado could finish his harsh words, Kisame Kazaki raised his knife and killed him directly. Little, he's just a loser who doesn't even dare to go to the new world. Hearing the familiar name mentioned by Alvarado, Inigaki Kisame didn't even bother to reply to him. You know, the people who caught Blino at that time were the people from the slave auction house under Little. It was also the first time that Inigaki Kisame heard this person's name. Later, through the popular science of Fisher Tiger and others, we learned that he was a great pirate in his early years. Later, he was defeated by Roger, who had not yet become the king, in the New World. He was disheartened and returned to the Great World. In the first half of the route, underground businesses such as slave trading were started. In an accident, he got on the path of a high-ranking government official from around the world and became a major evil force in the Sabayati Islands. At the same time, in order to please the senior officials above and the Tianlong people, he would send people to capture mermaids every year. In fact, if it weren't for Brenner's windfall before the auction, and the fact that the donation had been completed this year, there might not have been any chance that Kisame Inigaki would have saved Brenner. Hey, Mr. Mermaid, how are you? Advertisement. After Alvarado was eliminated, the surrounding pirates were quickly captured by the Murloc guards whose morale had greatly increased. Kisame Kazaki walked in front of the huge Shark Star, patted his shoulder and asked. Hi, no serious problem, thank you for your help. Holding back the severe pain in his body, Sharksei thanked Inakasaki Kisame. Kisame-sama, are you okay? Brother Kisame, are you okay? Before Kisame Kazaki could say anything, Brenor and Talina, who came with a group of Poseidon troops, threw themselves into his arms. Just a pirate, don't worry. Looking at the two girls with worried expressions in his arms, Inakaki Kisame no longer paid attention to Sharksei beside him. Sister Briano, why are you here? Looking at the purple-haired mermaid who suddenly ran out, Shark Star rubbed his blood-stained eyes and asked in surprise. Hey, brother Shark Star, why are you lying here? Hearing someone calling her, Briano realized that Shark Shing, who was covered in injuries, was also nearby. However, compared to her closeness with Kisame Ingakaki, she was relatively indifferent to Shark Star, and she didn't even ask, are you okay? Well, it's not important. Do you know how worried Minister Zuo is about you? Shark Star looked at Brino and said helplessly. Because under the guidance of her mother, Brenor has always been full of curiosity about the outside world, and has been clamoring to find her destined son. After several failed attempts to sneak out of Fishman Island, she finally managed to escape last month, successfully ran away from home. The old Minister Zuo was so angry that he almost lost his temper. I don't want that stubborn old man to worry about me. Now I have found the person I am destined for. She was strictly educated by Minister Zuo since she was a child. She could only experience true happiness with her mother. Therefore, after her mother passed away, Brino wanted to leave Fishman Island several times in order to see with her own eyes what her mother said. World. After meeting Kisame and Akasaki, she became even more sure that her mother was right, and that Minister Zuo was just the same one and didn't understand her stubbornness at all. Forget it, you should go see Minister Zuo. Now he only has you as his only relative. He has been really worried about you this month. Seeing that Briano looked like he was in a state of indifference, Sharkstar didn't know what to say and could only leave it to them to solve the problem themselves. Please take a leave of absence. Gum inflammation plus low fever. I can't post less than 1,000 words, so I will post the next chapter. Sorry guys, my gums started to hurt when I woke up yesterday morning. It's the kind that makes you roll in pain when your upper teeth touch your lower teeth. I thought it was because I didn't get enough rest, but it turned out that I was still in pain today. I went to the dentist for a checkup and found that the gums inside were inflamed. I didn't let him do a god-level cut, because I was originally going to have a crown on my tooth, so if I had to do surgery. Basically, say goodbye to this tooth. So I chose to take medicine conservatively and wait and see. I also went to the pharmacy and was prescribed acetylspiromycin tablets and artificial metronidazole capsules to reduce inflammation. However, the effect was not good for the time being. I took some painkillers, but the pain was still there. It's a pain that goes deep into the nerves. The entire temple is affected. The most uncomfortable thing is the nerve pain in the gums on the right side, which causes pain on the right half of my face. Even if you want to say that the pain is unbearable, that's not the case. But it's just like a drop of water torture, continuous and extremely tortuous. It just makes you so painful that you can't sleep at all. As a result, I can't think at all now, so I can only take a leave. I'll try to go to bed as early as possible and wait until I feel better tomorrow to write the code. At least publish 2 chapters before the 10th. One final word. Toothache is not a disease, it hurts terribly. Advertisement. I hope all readers will take good care of themselves and don't get sick. Because the word count is less than 1,000 and I can't post it, I'll post half of the chapters I coded before. Brino, are you the super naughty granddaughter of Minister Zuo? Listening to the conversation between Sharkstar and Brenor, Talina, who has lived on Fishman Island since she was a child, immediately guessed Brenor's identity. It is said that Minister Zuo's daughter fell in love with a fishman who grew up in Fishman Street during a trip, and she made a private decision to have a daughter. After being discovered by Minister Zuo, he beat the Mandarin duck with a stick. In order to make himself worthy of the fish man, Briano's mother decided to follow Fisher Tiger, who had not yet made a big fuss in the Holy Land Mary Joa, to go to sea. Since then, there has been no news. Blino's mother, who didn't know the situation, took care of Blino on her own. Later, Minister Zuo wanted to take his daughter and granddaughter back to take care of him. Unfortunately, the stubborn daughter insisted on staying at the two people's previous residence and refused to leave. In anger, Minister Zuo took Blino away, but because he was too busy, he could not teach Blino in person for a long time. Young Briano, because he missed his mother, could only follow the direction in his memory and secretly return to his previous residence. Although the accompanying guards were ordered not to allow Brenor to leave, after all, Brenor was the granddaughter of Minister Zuo, so they did not dare to block her too much and could only accompany her quietly to ensure safety. In fact, Minister Zuo also knew that it was not good to forcefully separate the mother and daughter, but the stubborn father and daughter refused to speak first. In this way, as time went by, Blino's mother became lovesick and eventually passed away. The grieving Blino blamed everything on Minister Zuo. Brianna, who lost her mother, put all her thoughts on the relics left by her mother, those storybooks. In addition, what my mother often talked about during her lifetime was the beauty of the human world and the scene when she met her father. This made Brenor yearn for it very much, and she began to constantly try to leave the Fishman Island. It's a pity that Minister Zuo allows Brenor to run around on Fishman Island, but he will never allow her to leave Fishman Island. Finally, by another coincidence, she left the Fishman Island and entered the world on the sea. Advertisement. Despite the twists and turns, fortunately, the ending of the story is just like the original story. A hero descended from the sky to save her from danger. Okay, Talina, let's talk about these things later. Looking at Briano, whose expression was obviously wrong, Inigaki Kisame stopped Talina's question. Sorry, Briano, I didn't mean to do it. The moment she spoke, Talina realized that she had said the wrong thing, and after being reminded by Inigaki Kisame, she quickly apologized. Fine. Perhaps thinking of his deceased mother, Briano, who was depressed, buried his smiling face tightly in Inigaki Kisame's chest. Kisame Inigaki didn't know how to comfort him, so he could only hug Briano tightly, hoping to give her some comfort. North Blue, Las Vegas. Master Spangdom, do you really not want to tell Chief Spangdom? The man wearing a black jazz hat and a gray suit on the side asked the man in front of him, who looked carefree with long lavender hair. Why, are you afraid that an underground rat would dare to attack me as a CP5 officer, or do you think I have no ability other than relying on my father? Upon hearing the inquiry from his subordinates, the sensitive Spandam took out the elephant sword in his hand and asked. I don't dare. Young Master Spandam is young and promising. There is no need for Spandam to be inferior to his superior. Seeing Spandam's reaction, the CP9 agent under Spandam said helplessly. At this time, Spangdean was preparing to hand over the position of chief of CP9 to his son. In other words, Spandam, who was born well, will soon become his boss. Naturally, he did not dare to offend Spandam. This time, the reason why Spangdam wanted to bring his father's men down was because, under the guise of his father's name, he asked Haya, the dominant underground force in North Blue, to plunder the arms of Germa 66. Chapter 100. Do you still need to tell me? The port of Las Vegas. On a ship without any flag. Kimimaro-sama, Las Vegas is ahead. Lorraine, the scarf man, reported to Kimimaro, who was closing his eyes and concentrating. Go to the island. Hearing Lorraine's voice, Kimimaro said calmly. Seeing that Kimimaro didn't look worried at all, Lorraine opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't know whether he should speak or not. If you have something to say, just say it. Seeing Lorraine hesitating, Kimimaro directly signaled him to say what he wanted to say. After all, Kimimaro felt that he was not a man-eating monster, so he could feel free to say anything he wanted. Lord Kimimaro, if we grab this batch of arms, how will we get rid of them? To be honest, I don't know any arms dealers. If there is no specific channel for this batch of arms worth 3 billion. Lorraine did not continue talking about the rest. In fact, he realized the problem on the first day. However, based on his unhesitating trust in Kimimaro, he did not ask any more questions. I originally thought that Kimimaro would have some help near the waters approaching Las Vegas Island, or near the port. As a result, they were about to go ashore and there was no one around. You must know that this batch of arms is not only amazing, but also its huge number cannot be transported by 1 or 2 people. Even if it were to directly drive a ship transporting arms, 2 people would not be enough. So, before getting off the boat, Lorraine finally asked the questions in her heart. Quote. Different from the usual situation of asking questions and answering questions quickly, Kimimaro frowned and remained silent this time. Looking at Kimimaro's thoughtful expression, Lorraine did not dare to interrupt. For a time, the entire scene was filled with only the sound of the sea breeze. Get it first and then talk about it. After a while, Kimimaro, who had no good countermeasures, decided to grab the goods first. At worst, contact the Heiyi with whom we have a close relationship, and there will always be a way out. It's Mr. Kimimaro. Looking at Kimimaro with a serious expression, Lorraine couldn't say anything for a moment and could only respond loudly. Off Las Vegas. Advertisement. A fleet of ships under Lord Hay sailed towards the port of Las Vegas Island. Master Hay, we are arriving at the port soon. Do we need to contact the gentleman in advance? The scarred man looked at the nearby Las Vegas Island and asked Heiyi, who was thinking deeply. As Heiyi's most capable right-hand man, he also knows a thing or two about Heiyi's relationship with senior government officials in the world. After all, every year the real money is passed through by the scarred man himself. Scar man, who understood the importance of this matter to Master Hay, was naturally very cautious. Ask and see how we can deliver the goods. Breathing out a puff of thick smoke, Heiyi spoke. Yes, Master Hay. After hearing Master Hay's instructions, Scarface quickly handed the phone bug in his hand to Master Hay. Obviously, for senior government officials in the world, Scarface is not qualified to make phone calls in person. Bala. After a while, the phone was picked up. Where have you been? After picking up the phone, before Master Hay could speak, the voice of the CP9 agent wearing a black jazz hat rang out. We'll be there soon, just outside the port. There's a lot of cargo this time. Where is the docking point? Hearing this familiar voice that had to be contacted once a year, Master Hay said simply and neatly. After Haya's inquiry ended, the CP9 agent did not answer immediately, but remained silent for a while. Apparently he went to ask Spandam, the leader. Master Hay didn't care either. After all, this was not something a CP9 agent could decide. After a while, the voice of CP9 agent sounded again on the phone. You don't have to go to the island. Just wait at the port. We will be there soon. Bada. As soon as he finished speaking, before Master Hay could reply, the caller had already hung up. These bastards, do they really think that they are no longer beasts if they become the dogs of the world's government? Looking at the phone that was hung up directly, the scarred man also cursed angrily. Although they were asking for help, after so many years of filial piety, the other party still didn't treat them as human beings, which made the scarred man very angry. It doesn't matter, as long as the goal can be achieved. Taking a deep breath of his cigar, Heiyi said calmly that at his age, he has already looked away from matters of face. As long as the transaction can be completed, it doesn't matter to him what the other party's attitude is. However, he did not reprimand the scarred man. After all, his behavior was indeed disturbing. Advertisement. Tell brothers, stop at the port and don't need to go to the island. After a long time, seeing that the scarred man's mood had stabilized, Master Hay ordered. Yes, Master Hay. Las Vegas. Master Spandam, the old guy has arrived with the goods. According to your instructions, he has stopped them at the port. The CP9 agent wearing a black jazz hat came near Spangdam, who was throwing darts, lowered his head and said. So fast. It seems like this old guy has some ability. It's a pity that he has no ability to control people. Even his subordinates who have followed him for many years wish he died. As he spoke, Spandam flicked his wrist, and the dart directly reached 9 rings.
Looking at the dart that was just shy of the 10th ring, Spandam frowned. Seeing Spangdam with a strange expression, the CP5 agent on the side quickly spoke. Congratulations, Lord Spandam, these 9 rings indicate that you will take up the position of commander of CP9. Spangdam, who was still a little dissatisfied with his results, suddenly curled up his lips and felt refreshed after hearing the flattery from his subordinates. You kid, you know how to talk. Spandam smiled and patted the subordinate's shoulder. However, I still need you to talk about this kind of thing. The next moment, Spandam's expression changed. He held the hand on CP5 agent's shoulder and slapped the agent in the face. Seeing the miserable appearance of this agent, the other agents lowered their heads and did not dare to speak out. Only the CP9 agent had a hint of sarcasm flashing across his lips. Do you really think this Spandam is easy to fool? Can you get what you want with just a few words of flattery? Come on, let's see if this old guy still has some of the spirit he had back then. Shaking his hand, Spangdam ordered, on the way to Las Vegas. On a warship with the logo of the Kingdom of Germa 66 printed on it. Reiju, how long does it take to get to Las Vegas? Judge, who was sitting on the throne, looked up at Reiju and asked. Probably less than half a day, father, I want to see who has the courage to touch the things of our Germa 66 kingdom. Listening to Reiju's words, a trace of cruelty flashed in Judge's eyes. He wants to show this ignorant person the power of his Vinsmoke family. Chapter 101 Who do you think I am, Port of Las Vegas? Master Hey, people are here. Looking at a group of mysterious people uniformly wearing black jazz hats and gray and white suits, they walked over. The scarred man quickly ran to Master Hey and said. Before Master Hey could speak, a voice came over. Hey, Mr. Hey is really old and strong. He can easily take down such a large amount of goods. Spandam, who had long lavender hair, looked at Mr. Hey, who had a plaster on his left hand, and the other injured brothers, and said with a frivolous smile. You. Just when the scarred man was about to speak, Master Hey stretched out his hand to stop him. Master Spangdam, I wonder where Lord Spangdam is. Hei glanced around and found that there was only one familiar CP9 agent, and the rest looked strange, and Spangdine, who he had taken refuge in, was nowhere to be seen. Somehow, Master Hey had an ominous premonition in his heart. Why, I am a CP5 commander, and you are not happy to come to see you in person. Hearing Master Hei's question, Spandam's smile instantly faded and he asked. I don't dare, it's just that this batch of goods is the goods requested by Lord Spangdine. If he is not here, I will definitely not deliver it. Seeing that Spandam looked like he had come with bad intentions, Master Hey was not stupid enough to hand over the goods directly. Usually it was Spangdam who brought people here, but this time, it was Spandam alone, which made Hei very uneasy. Could it be that Spangdine had gone back on his word? It shouldn't be. Compared with the arms worth 3 billion belly, my own needs are simply not worth mentioning. For Spangdine, who controls the CP9 organization, it is just a matter of words. Besides, Hei thinks that he has been very filial in these years and will not be punished. You shameless old guy, you are just a rat in a stinking ditch. Do you really think that by getting close to my father, you can get rid of your status as a mud-legged person? Seeing Spandam's arrogant behavior as if he was a villain, Master Hei's face also darkened. After decades of traveling across the world, he was actually ridiculed by a grandson. Even Master Hei, who was good at cultivating chi, also had a dark face. Spangdam, if you dare to embezzle Mr. Spangdam's things, aren't you afraid of being punished? Hei, who didn't dare to fall out easily, decided to use Spangdam to test Spandam, hoping that he would repent. Ha 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 ha, do you really don't understand, or are you just pretending to be confused? To tell you the truth, I asked someone to tell you this news. My father doesn't know about it at all. Advertisement, besides, you are a scumbag who is about to become a Kuchiki. It's an honor for you to work for me. How dare you make any conditions with me? Seeing Master Hei's increasingly gloomy face, Spandam laughed even louder. You little b********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Heiyi, the scarred man beside him couldn't bear it anymore, and directly pulled out the long knife in his hand and slashed at him. Iron. Finger grab. In Spandam's mocking eyes, the scar-faced man was blocked by the CP9 agent with an iron block, and then his head was pierced with a finger. Looking at the scarred man whose body fell limply, Master Hei's eyes looked like he was about to burst out with anger. Spandam, even if your father comes in person today, I will kill you. Watching the scarred man who had been with him for many years fall. Haya, who had no children and regarded him as his own, could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and roared at Spandam. Go ahead and take them all down, puff, just when Master Hei's order was issued. A sound that penetrated his body came from his abdomen. Heiyi lowered his head and looked at the palm with black claws that came out of his body. He turned around in disbelief and looked at Lao Ba who had transformed. Why? Heiyi thinks he treats his brothers well, so how could someone betray him? Back then, when Lao Ba was still fighting for food with wild dogs, Master Hei looked at his pitiful look and felt pity for him, and that's why Lao Ba became what he is today. Unexpectedly, I was betrayed by this B************ D today. Old guy, one hole for another. Lao Ba, who transformed into an orc, pointed at his empty eye sockets and said harshly. Tisk, 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 what a good show. Spandam clapped his hands, looked at Master Hei's unbelievable expression, and said sarcastically. Lord Spandam. Lao Ba walked up to Spandam, half knelt on the ground, and said respectfully. Yes, it seems that this artificial fruit is quite effective. That's right, the devil fruit that Lao Ba is eating now is the artificial devil fruit developed by Vegapunk back then, the animal type, the rat fruit. Advertisement, thank you for your gift, sir, okay, deal with this old guy, and you will take his place from now on. Spandam looked at the seriously injured Heiyi, curled his lips and said to Lao Ba. As you command, my lord. Lao Ba, who was in the form of a rat man, opened his mouth and looked proudly at the now embarrassed Master Hei. Have a nice trip, old guy, clang. Just when Lao Ba's sharp claws were about to pierce Heiyi's heart, a bone bullet hit Lao Ba's claws. Who? Seeing that his revenge was being avenged, but was blocked by others, Lao Ba roared in anger. Spandam and others also turned their heads to look in the direction from which the bone projectiles came. I saw a man with silver hair and green eyes walking slowly. It was Kimimaro who had just landed ashore. After Lorraine raised the question, Kimimaro suddenly thought of the kind person he met when he first came to North Blue, Mr. Kuro. After asking Lorraine again, he learned that Heiyi, one of the kings of the North Blue underground forces, had enough energy to sell these arms. Just as he was thinking about how to contact Heiyi, he suddenly saw a warship with the Germa 66 logo and a fleet of ships heading towards the port. With the idea of getting the arms first and thinking about solutions, Kimimaro asked Lorraine to hide and then came alone. When he saw that Haya was about to die, Kimimaro took action. Then, a scene appeared in front of me. You're the kid that day. Looking at Kimimaro's familiar attire, Lao Ba recognized this person at a glance, the culprit who caused him to lose his eyes. Lord Spandam, this is North Blue's recently famous bounty hunter, known as the Silver Bone Slayer. After seeing Kimimaro's figure clearly, the CP5 agent on the side whispered into Spandam's ear. Bounty hunter. Sir, do you want me? Agent CP5, who was watching Spandam brooding, asked him. It's okay, let's take a look first and then talk. Although he didn't know the reason for Kimimaro's sudden arrival, Spandam, who maintained his own identity, didn't care at all. After all, he is a high-ranking official in the world government. Chapter 102 Selling you, boy, take your life. When Lao Ba saw Kimimaro, he flew towards him with rage. Rat Paw. Macabre Bone Pulse Tsubaki's dance. I saw Kimimaro pull out a bone knife from his left arm as a weapon, and combined with the inherited taijutsu skills, he easily blocked Lao Ba's attack. Then, from the palm of Kimimaro's free left hand, another bone spur stretched out and inserted straight into Lao Ba's head. Puff. No. Impossible. Until his death, he never imagined that the boy he had unintentionally coaxed would turn out to be a strong man with extremely strange fighting methods. Lao Ba, whose eyes were full of disbelief and unwillingness, fell heavily to the ground. Ignoring Lao Ba's last words before his death, Kimimaro shook the unknown liquid from the bone spurs in his palm, and then looked at Spandam and his group. Even the well-informed Spangdam and the other agents were stunned by Kimimaro's terrifying fighting method. Although, they probably guessed that this was Kimimaro's devil fruit ability. However, he can pull out the bones from his body without changing his expression and kill the person with the animal fruit ability cleanly. This requires not only strong willpower, but also constantly honed fighting skills. Pa pa pa, Spandam came back to his senses and clapped his hands excitedly. He now admires the young man in front of him who is not very young but has amazing potential. Boy, are you interested in following me? I am the commander of CP5 under the world government, and the future heir to the commander of CP9. Spandam couldn't wait to extend an olive branch to Kimimaro. Hearing Spandam's words, the CP5 agents on the side couldn't help but look envious. Being attracted by Spandam, the official second generation, from now on in the CP organization, everything will be basically unimpeded. Only the CP9 agent always maintained a vigilant look in his eyes. In Kimimaro, he felt a fatal sense of threat similar to that of the mysterious CP0 agent. Fortunately, at present, it seems that Spandam has no intention of becoming an enemy, otherwise the CP9 agent would have to consider the issue of the suicide note now. What can you give me? After hearing Spandam's words, Kimimaro pondered for a moment and asked. Although Mushue's arrangement for him was to become famous as a bounty hunter first, and then become a famous pirate in order to balance the power of the sea. Advertisement however, if the man in front of him can give him huge benefits, it's not that he can't stay for a while and earn some Baileys. What do you want, money, women, or status? I can give it to you. After hearing Kimimaro's words, Spandam's smile became a little brighter, and he revealed his chips with great confidence. Only those who have good desires and desires can use it with confidence. Money. After hearing Spandam's confident words, Kimimaluyan stated his goal in a concise manner. As for women and status, Kimimaro said that he was not interested at all. No problem, I will give you 100 million Belly for this arms deal. Upon seeing this, Spandam waved his hand and gave 1/30th of Bailey to Kimimaro. Although Spangdam felt a little bit hurt, in order to attract Kimimaro, he didn't care about his heartache and just bought the horsebones like 1,000 pieces of gold. Just when Spandam thought Kimimaro would readily agree, Kimimaro shook his head coldly. All. Not only Spandam, but also all the CP agents and Heiyi, who was covering the stab wound, were stunned for a moment. Ahem, this kid is still so arrogant. Even when facing the world's top government officials, he can keep his face straight. I can't compare with him. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Heiyi controlled the bleeding wound and couldn't help but sigh. Although the bleeding stopped, Master Hei's life breath was shaky like a candle in the wind. Boy, don't hit your face with your nose. As soon as Kimamaro's upper lip touched his lower lip, he wanted to take away all the arms worth 3 billion belly that he had finally obtained. Even though Spandam thought highly of Kimimaro, he couldn't help but frown. After all, obedient subordinates are the best weapons. No matter how strong a disobedient person is, what is the difference between that and a gun that can explode at any time? I'll give you one last chance, 200 million Baileys. Spandam was still a little reluctant to part with this powerful man with special fruit abilities, so he finally gritted his teeth and offered what he thought was a sky-high price, 200 million Baileys. All. Kimimaro, who had no expression on his face, still repeated what he just said. All of a sudden, the whole scene fell into an atmosphere of silence. Advertisement, Master, he is very strong, if... Before the CP9 agent could finish speaking, Spandam reached out and interrupted him. Very good, it's shameless, right? Get him for me.
Spandam, who was rejected when he recruited his subordinates for the first time, immediately became angry. Regardless of what the CP9 agent had to say, he directly ordered that this stupid young man who dared not give him face be taken back and slowly trained.
Ahem. Silver-haired boy, leave quickly. The CP organization is not something you can compete with. Haya coughed blood and stood up with difficulty, signaling Kimimaro to go first. In any case, this little guy who only met once did save his life. A life for a life, Heiyi is not a person who is greedy for life and afraid of death. Want to leave? It's too late, why don't you do it quickly? Spandam stared at Haya and Kimimaro, and laughed angrily. A group of agents who received orders from Spandam bravely attacked Kimimaro. Just when Heiyi was about to squeeze out the last of his life force, the scene in front of him shocked him deeply. Macabre bone pulse Karamatsu no dance. I saw dozens of bones suddenly growing out of Kimimaro's body, making him look like a hedgehog, making it difficult for people to start. While the CP agents were stunned, Kimimaro exerted force on his calves and quickly flashed into the crowd. Laugh. Puff. The sound of the sharp blade being inserted into the flesh and being pulled out is endless. Kimimaro was stained with the blood of a CP agent, and his dark green pupils were like an evil ghost from hell, making the remaining Spandam shudder. As for the CP9 agent following him, he has long since disappeared. After all, Spangdam used his father's name to come out privately, which Spandam didn't know about. In order to survive, CP9 agents did not dare to stay too long. The worst they could do was enter the new world and become a thief. Let me tell you, I am the commander of CP5 under the world government. Puff. Kimimaro, who has made up his mind, never listens to nonsense from dead people. After neatly killing the chattering Spandam, Kimimaro walked to Kuroe's side. Selling arms to you. Chapter 103. Show me the scenery I have never seen before. Ahem, silver-haired boy, I'm afraid I can't make this deal. Seeing Spandam's head rolling to the ground, Haya, who had his great revenge, barely held Kaido up. However, I have a legacy, which can be regarded as a thank you gift to you. Haya tremblingly took out a piece of paper from his coat pocket, which recorded some locations and patterns, looking like a treasure map. This is all my inheritance, as well as the training secrets of dual-color domineering. I put everything there. I hope that one day, you can see the scenery for me that I have never seen before. Looking at Kimimaro, who took the treasure map from his hand with an expressionless face, Haya smiled freely. He put his right hand into his pocket again, slowly took out the last cigar on his body, lit it tremblingly, and took a deep breath. Then, with the cigar frozen in his hand, Heiyi took his last breath. His life was not great, it could even be said that he did all kinds of evil things. Born as an orphan, he has always been hungry and full since he was sensible. Whenever he was hungry, he fantasized about the life after becoming a noble lord. However, the reality is that in order to have enough to eat, he has been stealing everywhere since he was a child. Sometimes, he would also resent his parents, whom he had never met, for why they abandoned him so cruelly. Therefore, he envied people who were born in carefree aristocratic families who did not worry about food. Fortunately, God is fair. Although his family situation is poor, he has special abilities that ordinary people don't have, which makes him succeed every time he steals. In an accident, he relied on his agility to be spotted by the captain of a pirate group. From then on, his pirate journey began. However, there are unforeseen circumstances. With the help of Garp, Haya, who accidentally lost his companions, chose to return to North Blue where he was born. In pursuit of his childhood dream of becoming a noble, he found Spangdine, a high-ranking official in the world government who had not yet served as CP9 commander. Under Spangdine's care, Haya gradually established a huge underground kingdom. However, even so, Master Hei still can't forget the life of hiding under the windowsill when he was a child, watching the noblemen eating in the luxurious living room. Although he repeatedly asked Spangdine to become a noble, he received a negative answer every time. As time passed, Master Hei no longer cared. However, by accident, Spangdam overheard the conversation between the two. And when he learned that the kingdom of Germa 66 had a batch of arms worth 3 billion belly, which was about to be shipped out, Spandam had a wrong idea. In the name of his father, he promised Lord Hei that after the event was completed, he would give him the promise to return to his hometown and become a noble. The ecstatic Hei Yi did not go into details. In other words, for this dream, Hei Yi, who was about to Kuchiki, doesn't care whether it is true or not. With time running out, he decided to take a gamble. Advertisement obviously, he failed. With his crisis sense, he can prevent the coming crisis, but he cannot be allowed to control his own destiny. Perhaps what Hei Yi envied was not the luxurious life of the noble lord. What he really envied was the leisurely days when the family was having fun and not worrying about life. Seeing Hei Yi disappearing, Kimimaro didn't have any mood swings. He was just born not long ago, and he did not have the same rich emotional system as his predecessors. Therefore, in his opinion, it was just the death of a somewhat generous old man whom he had met twice. Kimimaro, who saw the deal go through, put away the treasure map in his hand. Ignoring the surrounding mountains of corpses and seas of blood, as well as the grieving survivors. Just as quickly as it came, it disappeared. As for the arms worth 3 billion belly, Kimimaro did not take them. One is because the only person he knew, Mr. Hei, who was capable of selling arms, died due to accidents. The second reason is that, without the ability to store goods, and with many younger brothers, he cannot take away so many arms. In addition, Master Hei gave him a seemingly huge inheritance, so Kimimaro didn't care about the arms. Soon, not long after Kimimaro left, several ships bearing the Germa 66 logo, which were no different from the warships they fought on just now, appeared. Father, the stolen arms were found. Under the powerful offensive of Germa 66, the remaining personnel were quickly eliminated. Looking at the weapons, Judge felt as if he had been tricked. Angrily destroying all ships except the Germa 66 fleet. After venting, Judge reluctantly contacted the contact information left by Uchiha Madara. The first half of the Grand Line, Judiciary Island. Current CP9 Commander's Office. Hey, what is this kid Spangdam doing lately? Spangdine, who had curly black hair and was wearing a striped coat, looked at the CP9 agent next to him and asked. Sir, Master Spandam in Black 16 went to North Blue a few days ago. Upon hearing the boss's inquiry, the agent in a black suit, Kaido, spoke respectfully. North Blue? What a joke. Tell him to come back quickly. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Spangdane shouted angrily and asked his subordinates to notify him to come back immediately. Advertisement, Bulu Bulu. For a long time, the phone bug in Black 13's hand did not answer. What happened? Spangdane looked at the phone bug in Black 13's hand and failed to ring it, and couldn't help but feel a sudden change in his heart. No. Not sure. Looking at Spangdane, who looked a little annoyed, Black 13 felt a little guilty. Kaido. Boom. In Black 13's frightened eyes, Spangdane pulled out the musket from his waist and shot Black 13 in the right leg. The sudden sound caused the patrolling Judiciary Island personnel around to tremble. But no one rushed over. Obviously, this was not the first time Spangdane had done such a thing. You dare to join forces and hide it from me before I leave? Spanda stared at Black 13 with a sinister gaze, and his faint words were like Shinigami's soul lock, making Black 13 so nervous that he could not breathe. Sir, please forgive me, it was Master Spangdam who told us not to tell you. Little one too. Boom. Before Black 13 could finish explaining, Spangdane shot Black 13 in the left leg again. Tell the important point. Spangdane, who had a bad feeling in his heart, didn't want to hear any nonsense from Black 13. In your name, the young master asked North Blue's Hazel to rob the Germa 66 kingdom of a batch of arms worth 3 billion belly, and took Black 16 with him. Although blood was pouring out from the wounds on his legs, Black 13, who was extremely frightened, did not dare to deal with the wounds at all, but just told everything he knew. Sir, please spare my life. Looking at Spangdane, whose expression became increasingly gloomy, Black 13 ignored the pain. He quickly knelt down and begged Spangdane for forgiveness. Everyone knows that Spangdane loves Spandam. No matter how incompetent or useless Spangdam is, it is still his Spandam seed. For the sake of Spangdam, Spangdane even did not hesitate to put down his face, just to move Spandam to the position of CP9. One can imagine how much impact the news of Spandam's life and death had on Spandam. Sir. Boom. Someone is coming. Chapter 104. I'm so annoyed. I'll post 2 updates first, and I'll type the rest when I get up. East Daxia Sea, Kingdom of List. CP3 Branch in East Halist Kingdom, Office of the Deputy Minister of the Branch. Captain, can you find me some challenging opponents? Bored Zaraki Kenpachi, holding the white and red blood drinking sword in his arms, complained to Aizen in boredom. Wait a minute, it's coming soon. Looking at this, Zaraki Kenpachi, who complained to him almost every day, Aizen didn't have any impatience. He pushed up his glasses with a smile every time, and then comforted him with a gentle tone. Right away, you say that every time, it's so annoying. Zaraki Kenpachi, who was becoming increasingly irritable, could only scratch his spiked hair helplessly due to his boss's behavior of assigning him to Aizen. Seeing Zaraki Kenpachi grumbling, Aizen said nothing more, just smiled and looked at the information in his hand. Bang bang bang, a rapid knock on the door interrupted Zaraki Kenpachi's constant complaints. Enter, Minister Aizen, urgent task. A female intelligence officer wearing a black suit quickly walked to the table and handed the information in her hand to Aizen. That's right, after getting rid of the deputy minister of the List Kingdom branch, Aizen was promoted to deputy minister because of meritorious service in the report. As for why, his subordinates call him minister. When the mayor is here, the mayor's secretary is the secretary. When the mayor is away, the mayor's secretary is no longer necessarily the secretary. In the same way, it is reasonable to call Minister Aizen when the minister is away. Moreover, Aizen not only has strong intelligence processing ability and is highly valued by the minister, but he is also gentle and treats his subordinates very well. Even the most irritable newcomers, Zaraki Kenpachi, who is known as the battle madman, Captain Aizen never blushes and smiles every time. This also gave Aizen an excellent reputation, high prestige, and deep love among the intelligence officers in the List Kingdom branch. You go down first and remember to take a rest. Aizen, who received the information, used his signature smile and spoke words of concern for his subordinates' health. It has to be said that Aizen, who wears black-rimmed glasses and is gentle and elegant, compared to the unique Zaraki Kenpachi next to him, in terms of appearance alone, is enough to win the favor of others. Advertisement. In addition, as a gold-plated personnel decentralized from the CP Intelligence Headquarters, he not only has outstanding personal abilities, but also does not have an overbearing style. He can be said to be a real warm man. This is an existence that fascinates all the female intelligence agents in the entire branch. Yes, Minister Aizen, you should also pay attention to rest. Hearing Aizen's concerned words, the female agent blushed with embarrassment and quickly ran out with her head lowered. Following the direction in which the female agent left, you can still vaguely hear words like, Aizen-sama cares about me, maybe. Because he ran a certain distance away and Aizen didn't put his mind on it, he didn't hear the next words clearly, or he had become accustomed to it. Opening the information just sent, Aizen looked at it carefully. The fighting opportunity you wanted has come. Get ready and let's go. Soon, Aizen, after reading the information, put it on the table, pushed the frame gently, and said to Zaraki Kenpachi. No problem, the sword in my hand is already thirsty. Hearing the words that he had thought about day and night, and dreamed of, came from Aizen's mouth, Zaraki Kenpachi's expression that was depressed just now immediately became fierce. The exposed eyes flashed with a trace of bloodthirsty red light. South Blue, a kingdom of Xigu. One of the kingdoms that was overthrown by the Revolutionary Army was not mentioned in the original work. Teacher, we have saved another country. The gap-toothed golden retriever Sabo looked at the country he had saved with his own hands and proudly said to Artoria. Artoria looked at Sabo, who was immersed in excitement, and said nothing, just rubbing his head gently. Teacher, what's wrong? Looking at Artoria, who was obviously worried, Sabo raised his head and asked with concern. Nothing. Where is Mr. Long? Without explaining anything, Artoria just asked about the dragon's traces. I'm here. What's wrong, Artoria? The dragon not far away heard Artoria looking for him, turned into a gust of wind, and appeared in front of Sabo and Artoria. It's nothing, it's just that I always feel that our approach is a bit inappropriate. Advertisement. Artoria looked worriedly at the refugees in front of her who were obviously disgraced but with bright smiles. Give your opinion. Hearing Artoria's words, Long didn't say anything, but frowned in thought for a moment and then asked. I can't tell clearly, but after we leave, will they be able to live like this with a smile on their faces? Artoria, who didn't know how to describe it, just asked Long back. You are right, our approach is a bit too radical. Listening to Artoria's rhetorical question, Long sighed in admiration as if he suddenly realized something. In fact, starting from the Kingdom of Grass on Shinduolai Island, the Revolutionary Army has successfully overthrown 4 kingdoms, and the Kingdom of Zigai at their feet is the 5th. At first, Long felt a sense of accomplishment when he saw the common people who were relaxed without the oppression of the nobles even though their life was very hard, and believed that he was on the right path. Therefore, he worked hard to overthrow many countries one after another. However, he vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put it in words. I had no choice but to continue. Today, Artoria's words suddenly made him realize. He forgot the most critical point, that is, the overthrown kingdom lost the oppression of the nobles and also lost the guarantee of force. Now, those countries that have just been overthrown are too poor and no pirates will go there. But what about the future? Life without the protection of force will always be frightening. As for the Revolutionary Army, because it was just established not long ago, there are not many internal personnel. It is impossible to reasonably allocate personnel to various overthrown kingdoms to protect and educate the civilians. In addition, because the world government is wanted, all the revolutionary troops are living in hiding. After all, Artoria, who is a god killer, is still in the Revolutionary Army. Once she is exposed, she will be hunted down even more fiercely. Listening to the conversation between his teacher and the leader, Sabo felt that one was as big as 2 and couldn't speak at all, so he could only scratch his head helplessly. However, he didn't care either. For him, after losing his memory, the most precious thing is Artoria as his teacher, and the second is saving all people from fire and water. After all, if you can't even protect the people you want to protect, how can you protect others? Chapter 105. Do you have a choice? Catch up in time for the 3rd update. North Blue, Las Vegas. In a basement. Damn Spandam, do you really think you can do whatever you want if you have a good father? What a stupid young man who doesn't know how to live or die. Heilu took a hard bite of the dry bread in his hand, changed his clothes, and said angrily.
I thought that the CP agent, who was directly under the intelligence department of the government in his dignified world, and had a good reputation, would one day be reduced to hiding in a dark basement, chewing hard dry bread, and hiding everywhere in fear. According to Spangdine's character, they must have issued a pursuit order for me internally in the name of a traitor. However, as long as I escape the initial search, they will definitely think that I have left North Blue. By then, with all the savings I have accumulated over the years, it is a good result to directly return to the mountains and forests. As an agent who grew up in a CP special training camp and experienced the disappearance and death of too many partners, Black 16 had long been prepared to die in the line of duty. He said this, but when death really came, he was still afraid. He wants to live, he wants to be a free man, living under the sun.
In order to save assets, he has helped Spangdine and his son do a lot of private work over the years, including the business with Mr. Hay, for which he was responsible for liaison. Because of this, he quietly transferred part of his property, although not all of it, it was enough to live on for the rest of his life. Boom. A sudden knock on the door interrupted Heilu's thoughts about his future life. Who? Black 16 subconsciously pulled out the pistol from his arms and fired directly at the figure at the door before he could see it clearly.
It was obvious that Heilu, who had no martial ethics, did not intend to see clearly the identity of the visitor. After all, people who show up uninvited are probably not good people. It's boring to use a gun, why don't you try to chop me twice? After a burst of gunfire, an arrogant voice came over. It can be heard that rather than shooting, he hopes that Black 16 can use a knife to carry out the most primitive fight. Although Black 16 didn't expect to be able to kill the attacker with a firearm, he was still unscathed by the sudden attack while using his voice to distract himself, and even provoked him with full force. He was still the first. See you next time. Advertisement. Helpless, Heilu, with a solemn expression, pulled out the saber from his waist and stared at the door where the smoke had dissipated. He wanted to see which of his colleagues dared to attack a senior like him. After all, nobles and pirates would not patronize such a dilapidated and dirty basement. Black 16, a former CP9 intelligence agent, had a conflict with the CP5 commander, killed him and then fled. Am I right? Kenpachi Zaraki, who carried a bloody sword on his shoulder, and Aizen, who had a gentle smile on his face, walked in. Because Spangdine is a pursuit order issued to all CP departments except CP0.
Therefore, the reason used is that Black 16, a dignified agent of CP9, attacked and killed the boss of CP5 out of hatred. This is a very untenable reason. However, because Spangdine has the strength, status, and connections, this obviously unreasonable thing happened in such a reasonable way. Of course, I think the real situation is that North Blue's famous pirate hunter, Silver Bones, took advantage of the chaos and took CP5 when there was a conflict between the CP organization and Hazel, one of the leaders of North Blue's underground forces.
Commander Spandam was killed, and you deserted. Afterwards, the army from the kingdom of Germa 66 arrived and destroyed all traces of the battle on the battlefield. You thought you could escape, so you hid on the island where the incident occurred, which seemed to be the most dangerous, but was actually the safest, and prepared to hide. It's been the most severe period of organized raids, right? Aizen pushed the frame and looked at the nervous Black 16 with a smile. Seeing Aizen's smiling face, Black 16 felt the hairs on his body stand on end. You know, after Spandam died, in order to eliminate the traces later, he deliberately stayed in the dark for a while. It was not until the fleet of Germa 66 eliminated all traces that he dared to leave with peace of mind. How could the man in front of him know what happened and even find his hiding place?
Even if he left in a hurry, there may be some traces that have not been removed, but after undergoing strict tracking and anti-tracking training, he is definitely not something that an ordinary person can find. After all, in the pirate world, except for CP agents who came from the world's government, no one can systematically learn this relatively small skill. What is your purpose? In the CP organization, a person with such talent and ability is definitely not that weak. Not to mention the incomprehensible squinting eyes, the bloodthirsty gaze of the spiky-headed man in front of him was not easy to offend at a glance. Come with me, I can help you. After all, we have a common enemy. After hearing Heilu's question, Aizen knew that he was very smart and understood that he was not the one who came to kill him. Therefore, Aizen didn't talk too much and directly stated his purpose at gate of opening. How can I trust you? Advertisement, do you have a choice? Aizen's words directly made Black 16 give up his final struggle. Yes, does he have a choice? Believe and it is possible to live. If you don't believe it, you will die directly. What do you want me to do? Go to South Blue, seduce Spangdine out, and leave the rest to me. Grand Line, Kingdom of Alabasta, Rainy Ground. In the original work, it is the only city not affected by drought and civil strife. Alabasta Kingdom, the largest casino, etc., a gathering place of underground facilities.
It was also the base camp of Sand Crocodile and Crocodile later. Boss, the funeral parlor magnate, the big-handed undertaker, Picro sent people to invite us to join them. The woman with healthy wheat-colored skin said to the white-haired man wearing a mask on the boss's chair. The two people who left West Blue before were Nico Robin and Hatake Sakumo. After killing the CP agent who came to capture Nico Robin, Hatake Sakumo came to the Grand Line with Nico Robin with his promise. After all, there is no historical text anywhere in the world. In addition, Muxue gave him the task of eroding the underground forces of New World. After Hatake Sakumo completed the initial accumulation of funds and levels in West Blue, he brought Nicole Robin, who had been a full-time secretary for many years, to Alabasta, the kingdom with the largest land area. Using the chaotic place of Rainland as a temporary base, we constantly accept missions such as assassinations and intelligence spying. Then there is Nicole Robin, who is responsible for sorting out and buying and selling information. For a time, White Fang's name was somewhat famous in the first half of the Grand Line.
Even one of the 6 giants of the underground forces of the Grand Line, known as the King of the Killer Field, the big-handed Undertaker, Pycro, sent out an invitation. Chapter 106 Who, Part 1 of the 3rd update. Pyro. What did he say? After hearing Nico Robin's report, Hatake Sakumo frowned slightly and asked. He invited us to the tea party held in Wangguo next month. Tea party? This left Hatake Sakumo a little confused.
It is said that Big Mom's daughter is getting married, so many people from various forces were invited there, including the 6 giants of the underground forces. They all received invitations. They probably want to use this to directly win over us. After hearing Hatake Sakumo's question, Nicole Robin expressed her guess. It has to be said that in terms of intelligence compilation and analysis, Nicole Robin, who has obtained a doctorate since childhood, is simply at her fingertips. Since having her plan, Hatake Sakumo's operational efficiency has more than doubled. After all, Hatake Sakumo is just a killer who doesn't have many abilities other than assassination. Professional people still need to do professional things. Just like this tea party. Hatake Sakumo, who was just born, had no idea what this was. Just hearing the name sounds like a noble party. It's not like a banquet held by a pirate. Boss, do we want to refuse? Looking at the thoughtful Hatake Sakumo, Nico Robin asked in a timely manner. To be honest, she didn't really think about places with too many people, especially places with many strong people. Promise him that I will go there myself when the time comes. Hatake Sakumo said after glancing at Nico Robin with a calm expression.
Don't worry, I will go alone when the time comes. With my ability, no one can stop me. Nicole Robin had no choice but to nod. Although she was a little worried that something might happen to the protective umbrella she finally found, she was just a wage earner who depended on others, so it was not easy to refute. Anyway, as long as she was not allowed to go. Grand Line, Fishman Island. After finishing Tiger's funeral, Jinbei took the dried persimmon Kisame to Ryugu Castle, the base of the Fishman royal family. Advertisement, ho 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 ho, brother Jinbei, you are back.
Wearing a crown, a strong build, with thick and fluffy orange-red hair and beard, and flame-like tattoos on both arms, the 12-meter-tall coelacanth mermaid, the king of Fishman Island, Neptune, brings with his unique laughter. He welcomed the visit of Jinbei and others at the gate of Dragon Palace. As the leader of a country, Neptune does not have the arrogant face of those government-joined countries on the sea. On the contrary, if it weren't for the golden crown symbolizing the throne on his head, others would only think of him as an old man with a kind personality. Standing next to Neptune is a goldfish mermaid with wavy golden hair, blue eyes, and an orange crown-shaped hairpin on her head, the queen of Fishman Island, Otahime. Unlike Neptune, when a female mermaid reaches the age of 30, the fishtail of her lower body will magically separate into 2 legs. She looks basically the same as a human and has the ability to walk. Jinbei, you are here. The gentle voice, like Otahime's broad mind, soothes people's hearts. Your Majesty the King, Princess Otahime. It's so rude that I bothered you two to wait for so long. Looking at Neptune and Otahime waiting at the gate of Ryugu, Jinbei quickly stepped forward and apologized. Ho 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 ho, brother Jinbei, don't be formal. Looking at Jinbei, who was a little embarrassed, Neptune patted Jinbei on the shoulder with his broad hand. It was obviously a very friendly picture, but the corners of Kisame's mouth couldn't help but rise when he saw it. The 12-meter-tall Neptune beat the 3-meter-tall but round Jinbei. The whole scene was as funny as shooting a basketball.
This must be Mr. Kisame Kazaki, who punishes evil thieves in Fishman Bay. Watching the interaction between her husband and Jinbei, Otahime, who was a little helpless next to her, said to Inigaki Kisame, who was also watching the fun. Yes, he is Inigaki Kisame. Brother Kisame was alone at the slave auction house in Sabaody Islands and rescued the captured mermaid. He is a capable, responsible and loyal man, brother. Upon hearing Otahime's inquiry, Jinbei broke free from Neptune's big hand and quickly introduced him to the two of them.
This is also an important reason why he came here with dried persimmon Kisame. Hello, Mr. Neptune, and Mrs. Otahime. Hearing Jinbei mention him, Inigaki Kisame walked up to him, grinned his big mouth and said hello. Thank you for saving our compatriots on Fishman Island. And thank you, Brother Kisame, for taking care of Shark Star. Looking at the dried persimmon Kisame, who was only 2 meters tall, Neptune lowered his head slightly and thanked him sincerely. Advertisement. After all, in the battle at the Fishman Bay, if Kisame Kazaki hadn't taken action in time, even if Shark Star survived, he would have been captured together and auctioned off as a slave. This is something Neptune and Otahime will never accept. No, it's just a coincidence. Kisame Kazaki scratched his head and said nothing. Okay, if you have anything to say, let's talk about it after we go in. Otahime, who looked a little embarrassed at the scene, spoke up. Ho 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 ho, you're right, let the chef bring all the prepared food. I want to have a good meal today. The old Neptune felt very happy when he saw his good brother Jinbei, whom he had not seen for a long time, and his son's savior.
Before Jinbei joined the Sun Pirates, he worked in the army under Neptune. The powerful Jinbei was quickly appreciated by Neptune. It's a pity that Jinbei wanted to follow Tiger at that time, which made Neptune feel very regretful. Fortunately, even if he joins the Sun Pirates, Jinbei will occasionally take time to come back and catch up with Neptune.
Every time, Neptune would treat him with good wine and good food, just like a good friend who had forgotten the year. Soon, a group of people walked into the banquet hall of Dragon Palace City. Because there was a banquet, the entire hall was covered with bubbles. Fortunately, except for Neptune, the other three people all have legs. He, the only one without legs, also has floating bubbles as a means of movement. Brother Jinbei, how long will it take you to come back this time? After the guards brought the dishes and wine, Neptune raised his glass to Jinbei and asked. This is also what Neptune is most concerned about. As the king of Fishman Island, Neptune's most important thing is the security of the island. Due to the special geographical location, communication between Fishman Island and the Sea World is very difficult. It also makes the species on Fishman Island very precious and rare to people in the Sea World. Even among the celestial dragons, they are proud to collect female mermaids, believing that this kind of collection is extremely suitable for the status of world noble.
This is why, no matter how difficult it is to get to Fishman Island, there will always be a steady stream of slave traders going there. Chapter 107 Brother, you're here, stay. This is not the scariest thing. In fact, most slave traders are not strong. After all, the main theme of this world is the pirates who go out to sea in search of secret treasures on the sea.
What really worries Neptune is that there are many powerful pirates in the past who would easily grab a few female mermaids and strong fishmen as their initial capital to enter the new world. After all, everyone who has arrived in the Sabayati Islands knows that a female mermaid under the age of 30 can be worth hundreds of millions of belly. And the most common animal type devil fruit is only worth this. It can be said that for pirates, Fishman Island is full of gold. As long as you are willing to take action and steal a few mermaids without much effort, and then buy them again, you can easily get hundreds of millions of belly. After all, a pirate can escape the pursuit of marine, be attacked by his companions, reach the Sabayati Islands alive, and then be successfully coated, and then be lucky enough to reach Fishman Island. No matter whether it is strength or luck, it will not be bad. This is also what gives Neptune the most headache. Once the selected elite pirates have evil intentions, even he is powerless. Even if it was later discovered that someone had kidnapped the fishman, once the pirates left the Fishman Island and returned to the sea.
There is nothing they can do. After all, the sea is the world of mankind.
The strength of a fishman who leaves the sea water is greatly reduced. Therefore, Neptune especially hopes that Jinbei can stay longer, which can reduce some of his pressure.
Boss Tiger died. After hearing Neptune's words, Jinbei poured the liquor in his hand down his throat and said with a choked voice.
What, Brother Tiger? I thought that Jinbei was bringing the homesick brothers back to see them, just like in the past, while Tiger was left alone at sea. After all, Tiger, who is wanted by the world's government, is not suitable to appear on Fishman Island, one of the world's franchise countries. So Neptune didn't think much about it, but now, bad news came. Advertisement. You know, besides Jinbei, Tiger is the only fish man who is as powerful as Neptune. Although Tiger's identity is sensitive, if something happens to Fishman Island, at least he will have someone to help him outside. According to Mr. Tiger's will, Mr. Jinbei took over the position of captain of the Sun Pirates. Looking at the gloomy atmosphere, Inigaki Kisame took a sip of Ryugu Castle's unique wine and spoke at the right time. Yes, before Boss Tiger died, he gave me the position of captain, but I don't know what to do now. Jinbei said a little confused. Since then, he has inherited the position of captain in a daze. Because of the intervention of Inigaki Kisame, Jinbei did not part ways with Eren and sacrificed himself to protect Fishman Island and Eren and others. Jinbei also did not make a deal with the world government and join Shichabukai. I am in the most confused moment of my life. Brother Tiger, who has lost his faith in life, has a group of fishmen who have nothing to do in Fishman Street. Jinbei feels that he is under a lot of pressure. This is one of the reasons why he came to Neptune, to drink away his sorrows.
By the way, listen to the advice of the elder Neptune. Then what are your plans? Will you continue to go to sea? Hearing Jinbei's difficulties, Neptune didn't know what to do. To be fair, he really wanted Jinbei to stay on Fishman Island, but Jinbei was not only responsible for his own destiny, but also for those brothers who were willing to believe in him and follow him. I plan to stay in Fishman Street for a while, and wait for the brothers to calm down before discussing specific actions. Without Fisher Tiger, the Sun Pirates are no longer the original Sun Pirates. The current Sun Pirates are like the Walking Dead that have lost their souls, just taking one step at a time. Okay, you are welcome to come to Dragon Palace City as a guest at any time. When Neptune saw this, he couldn't say much. He could only raise his glass to show that he would always support him. I wonder what Brother Kisame has planned. Jinbei has finished speaking here. He knows that Jinbei is in a depressed mood and is in a period of loss. Neptune turned his attention to Kisame, who was drinking and eating alone. According to Shark Star, Kisame Kazaki's water control skills are not inferior to his own, and may even surpass his own. Advertisement. Therefore,
Neptune also had some thoughts on recruiting dried persimmon Kisame. Although there are some fishmen with slightly extreme personalities in Fishman Street, Neptune believes that both fishmen and mermaids are one family. This is also the reason why he originally recruited Jinbei, Hody Jones and others to join the Kingdom Guard. Me, I don't have any plans at the moment. I just want to travel and see the scenery.
Kisame Kazaki, who was drinking quietly, saw that the topic was leading him, so he said casually. Although, Kisame Kazaki entered Fishman Island with a strong purpose. However, since others don't know, they can't just come up and tell Neptune, Lousy is here to kidnap your daughter.
In this case, Kisame, why don't you stay in our Ryugu castle for a while and enjoy the beautiful scenery of our Ryugu castle? Hearing that Kisame Kazaki was doing nothing, Neptune's eyes lit up and he was invited. Okay, then I'll bother Mr. Neptune and Mrs. Otahime. Hearing that Neptune invited him to live in the Dragon Palace, Inigaki Kisame smiled, knowing that he had achieved half of his goal by retreating in order to advance, and the rest was to establish a good relationship with the little, lowly, Shirahoshi, and build your own reputation on Fishman Island. Ho 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 ho, I need Brother Kisame to help take care of Shark Star and the others. That day, Brother Kisame's water control technique made that boy Shark Star come back and complain for several days. He kept saying that he wanted to thank you personally. Hearing Kisame agree happily, Neptune also smiled with a red face. That's right, with the strength of Brother Kisame, if your highnesses can give some advice, they will definitely benefit a lot. Jinbei on the side saw this and also helped. If nothing else, just think of the waterfall-like water flow as something that ordinary people cannot do. At least, at his current level, he needs to work hard to do it in front of him. And Kisame Kazaki not only used it easily, he even had the energy to bring back the turban of Boss Tiger. If you peek through the tube, you can see a Madara. It is also an honor for me to be able to teach your highnesses.
Hearing that he still had a chance to win favor openly, Kisame Kazaki almost smiled crookedly. It really takes no effort at all. For a time, the satisfied people began to drink more enthusiastically, and the atmosphere of the entire banquet was pushed to a climax. Chapter 108 Son, Hiccup, Brother Kisame, what do you think of the relationship between Fishman Island and humans? Just when everyone was drinking happily, a loud-tongued female voice came.
I saw that Princess Otahime, who was dignified and elegant just now, with excellent temperament, was now like a drunkard. Her fair and pretty face was dyed red, holding a cup with spilled wine, and shouted to Kisame from a distance. Perhaps because she was drunk, Otahime also started to follow Neptune, calling her Brother Kisame. I'm sorry, Brother Kisame, I was a little happy after drinking today. I forgot that Otahime is a bit drunk. She starts talking nonsense when she drinks. You drink first, and I will take her back first. Hearing that his wife was drunk and started to talk about the peaceful coexistence of humans and fish people, the drunken Neptune realized that Otahime was still at the banquet. Ni Zuokai, I'm not drunk, I just want to ask Brother Kisame what he thinks. Princess Otahime tried hard to push away Neptune who was hugging her, but Otahime, who was only 2 meters tall, was no match for Neptune. He could only mind his own business, shouting in Neptune's arms, and was taken back to the palace.
Brother Kisame, I don't know how drunk your two are, but you must keep an eye on them. Jinbei looked at this scene and was already used to it. Sitting next to Gansaki Kisame, Jinbei hugged him and joked. Hearing Jinbei's words, Inigaki Kisame's hand holding the wine glass trembled, and he almost spit a mouthful of wine on Jinbei. What does this have to do with him? Brother Kisame, you are laughing, come on, keep drinking. Before Kisame could speak, Neptune, who had settled his wife, rushed back again and clinked glasses with Kisame and others. Kisame Kazaki didn't know how to explain it. Looking at Jinbei who was obviously drunk, he didn't want to care anymore and continued drinking. Grand Line, Isle of Justice, CP9 Commander's Office. Bala, hello? The meticulous curly hair on the back that should have been combed became a bit messy and split because of the mysterious disappearance of her son, who was not in the mood to take care of it. Spangdine, who was feeling irritable and had not had a good rest for several days, heard the phone bug ringing and said feebly. Advertisement, Lord Spandine, this is Black 7. According to the news from the CP7 branch of South Blue Sindel Kingdom, traces of Black 16 were found in the capital of Sindel Kingdom. Soon, good news came out from the phone bug that shocked Spangdine. Sindel, very good, transfer all the people from CP9 to me. Remember, you must be alive. Pry out all the information for me. Spangdane's eyes were widened, his eyes were red and bloodshot because he had not rested well. He clenched his right hand tightly, his knuckles turned white due to too much force, and he roared angrily. Wait a minute, let me ask you personally after you were caught. Finally, as if he remembered something, Spangdane unclenched his fists, gently touched the photos on the table, and ordered to Heichi. As you command, Ba. Putting the phone down, Spangdane put the photo in his hand. Son, don't worry, Dad will avenge you with his own hands. No matter who, Spangdane caressed a photo of Spangdam with him when he was 7 years old. At that time, Spangdam was not as willful as he is now. He often stayed by his side, praying that he would spend more time with him because of his busy schedule. In fact, after Spandam's accident, Spandam realized that there was only one photo of himself and his son. Even when his career was on the rise at the time, he couldn't remember why he took this photo.
He regretted that he did not spend more time with his son, but just gave him what he thought was the best arrangement.
Perhaps, this is also the reason why my son went to North Blue privately. However, it is too late to realize everything now. The fact that Spangdien has reached this point proves that his brain is definitely not bad. From the moment Spangdam disappeared, he had given up the idea that his son was still alive. It's not that he looked down on Spandam, it was just an elephant knife that ate the elephant fruit, which was not enough to protect Spandam. Therefore, what Spangdien has to do now is to catch Black 16 and find out who is behind the scenes.
He wanted to see which sworn enemy dared to attack his son. Even if he is the steward of the Tianlong people, he will never be soft on opponents. Advertisement. As for the Celestial Dragons, I'm sorry, but if the Tianlong people want to kill people from the CP organization, it's as easy as killing ants. After all, they are raised by their own family, so don't they just kill them if they want? The first half of the Grand Line. A pirate ship whose main color is red, with snake characters printed on the sails, and is pulled by two giant green snakes. Sister, don't we go back? A strange woman with long turquoise hair and a head that was twice as big as her body, wearing a green bikini, green stockings and high-heeled boots on her left leg, asked. I don't want to see that old woman. If you want to ask why, it's because I'm so beautiful. Everything I've done will be forgiven. One has long black hair, a smooth and white forehead, dark blue eyes with a slight glimmer of light, a high nose bridge, a small nose, rosy lips, soft, smooth and shiny, and a pair of glasses under her ears. She wears snake-shaped golden earrings, wears a slit cheongsam, is tall, rich and generous. He gently placed his slender, green-white fingertips against his plump red lips, raised his head and lowered his waist at an extremely exaggerated angle, and shouted sweetly. Ah, Lady Snake, you are so beautiful. Lord Snake Lady, look at me, we're almost close. Lord Snake Lady looks at me. Lord Snake Lady looks at me. AWSL.
Such a strange and peculiar action, not only did no one question it, but it actually caused the all-female pirate group to burst into enthusiastic cheers. It was like a pickup scene for frontline young meat, attracting countless people to revel in cheers. Sister, it's starting again. Hey, where are you going now? On the side, Boya Marigold, who had fat orange hair and a huge head, covered her face helplessly and said.
Just drive on. By the way, that's the one in front. After hearing what her sister said, the green-haired Boya Sandasonia also said helplessly. Further ahead is the Windless Zone. After passing the Windless Zone, you will enter South Blue. I heard that the Revolutionary Army was having a lot of fun there. Revolutionary Army? What does it have to do with us? Let's go. After hearing Marigold's answer, Sandasonia shrugged. Chapter 109 I have a bad feeling. South Blue, the capital of the Kingdom of Sindel. It's not enough. It's not enough. If you try harder, won't you eat? What a bunch of waste. Among the broken limbs and broken arms, Hei Liushi, who was hiding behind a broken wall and shivering, watched in horror at the man in front of him who fought like a bloodthirsty beast. Madman, this is definitely not a normal person. Black 16 was very lucky that he didn't have the courage to refuse Aizen's proposal at that time, otherwise he would definitely be tortured to death by this lunatic.
After a while, the sound of fighting gradually dissipated. Captain, are there any prey we can take action with? These people are too weak and I feel a bit unsatisfied. Blood stains on the body. Madara's Zaraki Kenpachi, carrying a blood-drinking sword that shone with a strange blood-colored light on his shoulder, complained somewhat unhappily. Hearing Zaraki Kenpachi's complaint, Black 16 on the side didn't know what to say for a moment. Weak? Come on, those are elites trained by the same CP9 as him. This makes him, a former CP9 agent, extremely embarrassed. Don't worry, these are just appetizers. Ignoring Zaraki Kenpachi's bloody aura, Aizen smiled without changing his face, pushed up his glasses, and comforted him with a smile. Oh, with the words of the captain, I feel relieved. I hope the guys behind me can let me enjoy it to the fullest. Zaraki grinned, and one of his exposed eyes flashed the same red light as the sword. Two lunatics. Hearing the conversation between Zaraki Kenpachi and Aizen, Black 16's face twitched slightly and he cursed crazily in his heart. He also knew that he was now seeking the skin of a tiger. It's a pity that the arrow is on the string, and he has to cooperate, otherwise, he will die immediately. Let's go, the bait is ready, all that's left is to wait for the fish to take the bait. Aizen ignored the change of expression in Black 16 beside him. After all, how can fishermen care about the demands of earthworms? South Blue, a kingdom of Xigu. Mr. Long, are there any problems with Xigu Yi's recent aftermath? Advertisement. Arturia looked at Long who was busy at his desk and asked. It's Arturia, work has been going very well recently, if nothing else happens, we can leave here in a while. Hearing the familiar name, Long suddenly raised his head. Sure enough, it was Arturia, but under normal circumstances, Arturia would not come to him unless something happened. What's the matter? If it's urgent, you can go and get busy first. Our revolutionary army is not a bunch of blood-sucking nobles, and we won't ask you to work 24 hours a day. Looking at Arturia, who rarely took the initiative to look for him, Long joked with a smile. Just like what he said, the revolutionary army's original purpose is to liberate the suffering civilians, so naturally it will not ruthlessly squeeze members of the revolutionary army.
If something happens, you can definitely get busy. Just talk to him. No, I'm fine, I just have a bad feeling in my heart. Seeing that Long had misunderstood her, Artoria waved her hand and explained. I don't know when, but the dull hair on her head seemed to have a soul, giving her some inexplicable feelings. For example, in the battle to liberate the kingdom of Xigu, if it hadn't been for the feeling of happiness brought by Daimao, she might have been successfully attacked by the enemy. It can be seen that this stupid move is definitely not untargeted. Starting some time ago, the dull hair on her head began to sound like an alarm bell, conveying a signal that danger was coming. This made Artoria very nervous, but nothing happened for several days. In addition, except for the first few days, Daimao stood quietly as usual. Arturia didn't take it seriously either. Until just now, another sense of warning emerged in his heart.
Arturia, who didn't know what was going on, could only ask Long to see if something happened to the revolutionary army. Bad feeling. After hearing Arturia's words, Ryuya frowned and murmured. If someone else came to him and said these words, Long would probably take them as a joke and pass by. However, the woman in front of me, without even frowning, made the descendants of the gods known as the World Noble, the celestial dragons, vanish into thin air. She would never make such a nonsensical joke, therefore, Long also thought seriously about whether there had been any flaws in what he had done recently.
Silence. After a long while, he carefully recalled every action taken by the revolutionary army to overthrow the kingdom since its establishment. It seemed that everything went smoothly and there were no major problems. The somewhat confused Long let out a deep breath. Advertisement. What do you think? Finally, Long decided to ask what the girl in front of him thought of the question. I have no idea. Unlike the chirping dragon, Artoria is an extremely bachelor Kaido. Forehead. Such a decisive answer suddenly stunned Long Zheng. Co-authored, it's really just a baseless hunch. Not knowing what to say, Long opened his mouth, but he didn't know where to start. He finally closed his mouth and pondered. Squeak. What are you talking about? Suddenly intruding, Purple Wave like Ivankov, with his special laugh, winked at the two, and jumped in. Isn't this Shaolia? Why is your skin so pale? Are you too tired recently? Do you want to try my latest beauty injection, which will ensure you stay glowing forever? Okay, stop making trouble, but you came just in time. We are in urgent need of a batch of medicines recently. I'll leave it to you to purchase them. Interrupted by the sudden appearance of Ivankov, Long simply stopped thinking. After all, this is just a hunch, you can't just stop what you are doing and run away because of it.
Simply, Long decided to put this matter aside and finish the most important work first. Seeing this, Artoria didn't say anything. She was actually not sure about the accuracy of this premonition. Apart from that unexpected sneak attack, there were no other things that came true. Just like the crazy warning some time ago, nothing happened in the end. Maybe it was just because she was too nervous. Then you guys get busy first, I'll go check on Sabo and the others.
Well, take a good rest recently and don't strain your nerves too much. The future is still long. After comforting Artoria, Long began to explain the precautions to Ivankov again. After sending Ivankov away, Long did not immediately devote himself to work as usual, but stood by the window and looked at the sea quietly. Artoria is by no means an innocent target, what exactly is the problem? Obviously, because of the weight of Arturia in his heart, Long still began to reflect unconsciously. According to informed night watchman, the leader of our revolutionary army, Mr. Long, kept the entire office brightly lit and stayed up all night for the revolutionary cause. Chapter 110. What are you looking at? Why don't you let me chase you? Grand Line, Isle of Justice. CP9 Commander's office. Bala Bala, caught. When he heard the phone ringing, Spangdine answered it immediately, with a hint of expectation in his tone. Lord Spangdine, I'm sorry. Unidentified helpers appeared around the traitor Black 16. All the agents who went to the kingdom of Sindel died. The voice on the other side of the phone was trembling with a hint of fear.
Huh? That B********** D actually has a helper. Is there any other news? After hearing the unexpected information, Spangdine was a little confused. I thought it was a ridiculous action taken by the superiors at the last minute because of the money. Now it seems that it was clearly planned. Not yet. According to the latest information, intelligence personnel near the Xigu kingdom saw Liu appearing alone in the base area that was overthrown by the revolutionary army. The intelligence officer who had no news suddenly received the information from his subordinates and quickly said to Spangdine. Zigui. Revolutionary army. Okay, you did a good job. Remember, keep an eye on him. Bada. Hearing the word, revolutionary army, Spangdine realized something was wrong. You know, in recent months, the revolutionary army has made great moves, overthrowing several non-joined kingdoms one after another, and has become a major concern for the world government. However, the strange thing is that the order of the five elders is only to strictly guard it, and does not require direct action. Therefore, Spangdine did not pay too much attention. Now, an espionage officer of a dignified CP organization is actually entangled with the revolutionary army determined to overthrow the world's government. This has to make Spangdine think too much. Could it be that the revolutionary army lost its mind after experiencing several great victories? Even if the inside of the revolutionary army is unclear, how can Black 16, who has been working for more than 10 years, still be unclear?
For a time, Spangdine's already somewhat groggy mind became like paste, and he couldn't think of an answer at all. However, no matter what, since the Revolutionary Army is involved, Spangdine cannot make any claims.
Bala bala. Advertisement. Spangdine took out a small phone bug and dialed a series of special numbers. I am the commander of CP9, Spangdine. I discovered that the traitor of CP9, Black 16, had contact with the Revolutionary Army in the Kingdom of South Blue. The first half of the Grand Line. The waters of the Sabaody Islands. Drive faster, Master, don't let Master's favorite fishman slave escape. On a large white warship, a strange man wearing a round glass hood and a starfish hairstyle shouted angrily with his hands on his hips.
The guards in black suits around him were so frightened that they trembled. They don't have warships, so even if they want to drive fast, they can't do it. However, they did not dare to refute the fact that the strange-looking man in front of them had a distinguished status. Sir Don Quixote Muscard, I have informed the Marine on the Sabaody Islands that he will definitely bring your fishman slave back. The butler with a mustache on the side said calmly. Huh, it's best this way. Hearing the words of the steward on the side, Saint Muscard snorted coldly. Because in the past few years, Fisher Tiger made a big fuss in the Holy Land Mary Joa and liberated the Draco slaves, which resulted in many Dracos losing a large number of slaves. Among them, Saint Muscard lost almost all of his fishman slaves. Because what he likes most is the process of collecting fishman slaves, and the fun of taking a look at his collection when he occasionally thinks about it. As a result, he was not in the palace, leaving too many fishmen slaves. For this reason, he likes to travel and often takes people to buy and catch fishermen himself.
Some time ago, he heard that a large number of Murlocs appeared in the Sabaody Islands, including the Red Murloc who had freed a large number of slaves. This made Musgard Saint very excited. He was very interested in this strong fishman with many rumors, and planned to catch him back and keep him as the best collection. Unfortunately, before he arrived at the Sabaody Islands, news of the fishman's death came. Having failed to achieve his goal, Saint Muscarad chose to wander around the Sabaody Islands to see if any wild fishmen would take the bait.
No, he saw a sneaky fish man with a backpack and black and white stripes all over his body. It's a pity that this fishman has special invisibility and can only reveal his body when he is affected by the cannonballs on the ship. This makes the capture of Muscarad Saint very difficult. Advertisement. Lord Muscard, according to the Marine capture personnel, this fishman has returned to Fishman Island. You see. Just as Saint Muscarad was imagining that he would bring that fish man with a special talent to show off in the Holy Land, the voice of the butler beside him came over. What are you looking at? Why don't you let me chase you? Saint Muscard was a little angry when his fantasy was interrupted by the butler. After hearing his words to persuade him to give up, he turned around and slapped the butler to the ground, shouting angrily. Yes, yes, Lord Muscard. Facing the slap marks on his face, the housekeeper didn't dare to move his hands, for fear of angering the Tianlong people in front of him and risking his own life, so he could only say yes again and again. ... Fishman Island, Fishman Street. In a dark, dilapidated cabin. Boss, Gio is back, Tika. A red cigar Dharma shark man wearing the helmet of an ancient oriental warrior jumped in and ran in. Muhehe. Bodhidharma, be quiet, you are too noisy. Looking at Bodhidharma who whined every time, Icarus Mushi complained a little.
Okay, since Gio is back, let him send all the medicine over. Seeing the two people about to quarrel, Hody Jones, who was wearing a flat hat with a trident on his head and a wolfskin scarf around his neck, stood up and stopped them.
Yes, boss, okay. Head. Looking at the two obedient people, Hody Jones nodded with satisfaction. Boss, it's not good. Hody Jones, who was about to sit back and drink, looked up after hearing these words and saw a tall, thin fish man with black and white stripes running in a panic. Take a breath and speak slowly. Hody Jones frowned slightly as he looked at Gio, who was constantly crouching and having trouble speaking. After a while, Gio calmed down his breathing and spoke in a panic. It's not good, boss, I am being chased by the Tianlong people. What? Celestial Dragon? Are you sure? How could you provoke Celestial Dragon? Chapter 111 Boss Kisame is so awesome. Hearing Gio's words, even Hody Jones, who hated humans very much in his heart, couldn't help but tighten his pupils. Even though he was in Fishman Street, he knew the position of the Celestial Dragons in the human world. It can be said that with the power of the Celestial Dragons, no one on Fishman Island can stop them. After all, they are a group backed by General Marine. However, under normal circumstances, the Celestial Dragons would not be foolish enough to come to Fishman Island.
After all, with a distance of 100,000 meters, even the world's ZF and Marine have no way to get here 100% safely. Who knows if any super-large Poseidon species will suddenly pass by. When the time comes, it's not certain whether the three generals, who are fruit power users, will be able to escape from the bottom of the sea. Therefore, after hearing Gio's words, Hody Jones, who quickly calmed down, opened his mouth to calm the emotions of the surrounding fishmen. Don't worry, tell me slowly, even the Tianlong people don't dare to go to Fishman Island easily. Hody Jones said confidently. That's right, even the Celestial Dragons don't dare to act recklessly when they come to Fishman Island. Harmon. Hammond, a moray eel man with reddish-brown curly hair on the side, chimed in.
After I finished purchasing the materials, when I was rushing back, I saw the man wearing a transparent hood on the boat. He ordered me to be captured and taken back to be a slave. If I hadn't had the ability to be invisible, I'd be afraid. Speaking of this, Gio felt scared for a while. I thought I could make a fortune easily, but I didn't expect that I would end up on the receiving end of the celestial dragon. If it weren't for his own racial abilities, any fish man who comes out would be immediately filled with hatred. What? Damn the celestial dragons, if it weren't for them, how could there be humans coming to catch the fishermen? The fishman on the side heard what Gio said and said angrily in sympathy. That's enough. The top priority is to develop the medicine. As for the Tianlong people, don't be afraid. I'm sorry they don't dare to come to Fishman Island. Just be careful when you go out to buy materials in the future. After stopping the meaningless quarrel among his men, Hody Jones soon made a decision.
In his eyes, the Tianlong people who cherish their lives would never come to Fishman Island with arrogance. After all, traveling under the sea is not that easy. Advertisement therefore, the only thing to pay attention to in this matter is to be more careful when traveling in the future. It's a pity that Hody Jones, who has never actually met the Draco, can never imagine what a proud and arrogant race the Draco are. Fishman Island, Dragon Palace City. The secret of the Fishman, 5 eating shark.
5 4-meter large water sharks, under the control of Kisame and Akasaki, knocked Shark Star, Emperor Star, and Flip Star into a staggering state, making them dizzy. He was quickly defeated. Then, 5 water sharks that were several times smaller circled around the 3-year-old little loli. Shirahoshi kept circling, nuzzling from time to time. Make the little one giggle with joy. Yeah, Boss Kisame is so powerful, even more powerful than Boss Jinbei. He knocked down several brothers. Shirahoshi, who was only 3 years old and already 6 meters tall, clapped his hands and shouted with a smile. Shirahoshi, who has never experienced the loss of her mother in childhood or the harassment by monsters after losing her mother, is still a lively and cheerful little girl. After just a few days of getting along with each other, Shirahoshi placed Kisame in a higher position than Jinbei. In particular, Kisame Kakasaki can also summon small sharks, and after performing with his brothers, he will also play with him. This makes her very happy because she lacks friends because of her huge body. Kisame-sensei is indeed a master of water control jutsu. He can control such a huge amount of water just by tapping the ground. I am still far behind. Sha Xing, who was rubbing the bruises, couldn't help but sigh when he looked at his 2 brothers who were also knocked to the ground with bruises and swollen noses and faces. That's right, Boss Kisame is the most powerful. Brother Shark Star is an idiot and can't even summon a baby shark to accompany me.
Shirahoshi, who was confused after hearing Sharksei's words, only understood that Kisame was very powerful. While following the praise, he also did not forget to take a dig at his elder brother. Forehead. Seeing his sister's complaints, Sha Xing touched the back of his head and laughed twice. After all, she is her own little princess. If she refutes a few words, she will drop the little pearl and she will be beaten. Ha 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 ha, His Highness Shark Star is also very powerful, but he is still young. It will be better when the 3 highnesses reach my age.
Advertisement. Kisame touched the dried persimmon with a smile. Shirahoshi came over and comforted Sharksei. Really, Kisame-sensei, can we do that too? Emperor Hoshi and Carrie Hoshi, who were still a little discouraged at first, looked over with gleaming eyes when they heard Kisame Inakasaki mentioning themselves. Yes, maybe 10 years from now, you will be a strong man on your own. Seeing the 2 fools taking his polite words seriously, Inagaki Kisame could only say helplessly. I will work hard, Kisame-sensei. One day, I will reach the level of my father and protect the entire Fishman Island. After all, it was the oldest Shark Star who stood up and looked at Inakasaki Kisame with burning eyes, as if to cheer himself up. Kisame Kazaki just smiled and didn't say anything else. In fact, he was really curious as to why there were 6 members of the Royal Mermaid family, each of whom was of a different species, and the height gap was so huge. However, Kisame Kazaki looked at Neptune's naive look and didn't dare to ask any more questions. I can only take the time to go back to Talina and Brenor to study it. Kisame-sama, it's not good. You go to the port quickly, Princess Odahime.
Just when Kisame Kazaki was still wandering around the world, a panting Ryugu guard rushed in. What happened? What happened to Queen Mother? Hearing that something was wrong with his mother, Sharkstar quickly grabbed the guard, put his vicious face on the guard's head, and roared. Calm down, Sharkstar, and let Mr. Guard finish his sentence. Seeing Sharkstar's sudden rage, Kisame Kazaki could only step forward and pull Sharkstar away, signaling the guard to take a breath and finish speaking. Sorry,
Kisame-sensei, I lost my temper. Sharkstar came to his senses amidst the loud shouts of Kisame Kazaki and put the guard down. Thank you, Kisame-sama. It's like this. A shipwrecked ship came to the port in the morning. This thing was normal, but when someone found out that the shipwrecked person was a celestial dragon, the excited Murlocs wanted to kill him. Fortunately, Princess Odahime came forward in time, so the unconscious Tianlong survived, and now everyone is surrounding the port. Quote. According to the description of the guards, Inakasaki Kisame and others quickly figured out the situation. Walk. Without explaining to the confused Shirahoshi, Kisame Inagasaki led everyone directly to the port. Neptune is not in the palace now. In the morning, Neptune went to Jinbei Uemi no Mori. Now only Kisame Kazaki has the strength to calm down the situation. This is why the guards dared to come to him at the first time. Chapter 112. Go from point to point, not generalize. Fishman Island Port. Damn Tianlong people, if it weren't for them, my father would never have been captured by the pirates. That's right, if it weren't for Mr. Fisher Tiger, I would still be a slave in the hands of the Celestial Dragons, and the Celestial Dragons would all deserve to die. Princess Otahime, please get out of the way, we are going to kill this Celestial Dragon.
The entire port was not as crowded as usual. Countless murlocs and mermaids came upon hearing the news and surrounded the place. In the fury of the crowd, they wanted to execute the culprits who caused their harm, the Celestial Dragons. No profit leads to no extinction. If the Tianlong people had not raised the price of mermaids, there would not have been so many people risking their lives to come to the Fishman Island deep under the sea to catch slaves. Everyone, please calm down and listen to me. Seeing the crowd gradually losing control of their emotions, Princess Otahime shouted with all her strength, trying to calm down everyone's emotions.
Unfortunately, Otahime's voice alone could not cover up the shouts and curses from the entire Fishman Island port. Looking at the shaky defense line of the palace guards blocking the fish people, Otahime, who was fragile, could not help but sweating on her forehead, not knowing what to do. Move, please, Kisame-sama is here. Just when Otahime was at a loss, more palace guards arrived in time with Kisame Kazaki, Sharksei and others. It's Kisame-sama. Thanks to Kisame-sama's intervention last time, my sister was rescued. That's right, Kisame-sama not only saved those abducted mermaids, but also killed all the human pirates who dared to attack us. Everyone, get out of the way. Kisame-sama will give us justice. Everyone, get out of the way and let Kisame-sama do justice to us. I don't know who shouted in the crowd, and the crowd who had just clamored to kill Tianlong began to shout, asking Inokasaki Kisame to administer justice. After all, the fishmen and mermaids who have lived on Fishman Island for many years still respect the royal family, King Neptune and Princess Otahime from the bottom of their hearts. Otherwise, just a dozen palace guards would not be able to stop so many people. Advertisement. They were all afraid of accidentally injuring Princess Otahime in the collision, so they just used force in an attempt to make Otahime leave. Now, there is another fish man hero who has become famous in recent days, Kisame Inagasaki.
They very much hoped that Kisame Kazaki would kill all future offenders without mercy as usual. Everyone, calm down and listen to me. Seeing the increasingly emotional crowd, Inokasaki Kisame could only muster up his strength and shout loudly. It can only be said that he is indeed a ruthless person who can spit out waterfalls. This voice shocked everyone present and became a little distracted. Even the unconscious celestial dragon, Saint Muscarad, could not help but tremble with his fingers and frown, as if he was having a nightmare. The whole scene calmed down when he heard Mikigaki Kisame yell angrily. Looking at the quiet fish and mermaids, Kisame Kazaki jumped to Otahime's side. He first looked at Otahime and found that she was not injured, then turned to look at the source of the farce, a celestial dragon with a bruised nose and swollen face, and blood all over his body. It can be seen that the injury was very serious. It was most likely that he was attacked by a sea beast after entering the sea, causing the ship to be scrapped and finally drifted into the Fishman Island. Needless to say, Saint Muscarad was lucky that he did not encounter a large Poseidon, otherwise he would have been reincarnated without even a chance of being injured. In addition, just because Neptune and Jinbei left the palace, and because Kisame Mikigaki took care of the children, Princess Otahime had the opportunity to come out and preach her ideas everywhere. Otherwise, if another person stood here, he would not be able to save the life of this Tianlong. Seeing Kisame Kazaki getting closer and closer to herself and the celestial dragon, Otahime couldn't help but become a little nervous. If Kisame Kazaki was really determined to kill this celestial dragon to vent his anger, Princess Otahime's small body and a dozen crooked palace guards would not be able to resist him. However, Otahime did not dare to stop him rashly. Once there is a dispute with Kisame Kazaki, there will be a gap between them. The strong man Neptune finally left behind may leave Fishman Island. Therefore, Otahime is very torn as to whether to stop Kisame Inagaki from saving the Tenryudo, or to win over Kisame Inagaki and let him kill the Tenryudo. Immediately, Princess Otahime made up her mind to stop Inokasaki Kisame. Once the heavenly dragons die on Fishman Island, let alone the peaceful coexistence between fish people and humans, even leaving Fishman Island and going to the ground will become a luxury. Advertisement at worst, I would solemnly apologize to Inokasaki Kisame and ask for his forgiveness. Just when Otahime was making up her mind, a gentle voice sounded. Mrs. Otahime, it's good that you are not injured, otherwise His Highness Shirahoshi and the others will be sad. Can you please look at me? Hey, Otahime, who had already made preparations to stop Inigaki Kisame, followed the voice and was about to speak to stop him, but suddenly froze. Otahime's blue eyes widened and she looked at Kisame with some surprise. She didn't expect this outcome at all. After all, during the days when Kisame Kazaki was on Fishman Island, he spared no one, and all the pirates who dared to capture mermaids had their heads chopped off. This is also the reason why Kisame was so popular when he came over just now. It is said that in the Mermaid Cafe, there is also a specially formed Kisame-sama support club. As a result, the first words they said when they met were that they cared about Shirahoshi and the others, which really caught Otahime off guard. While everyone is calm now, Mrs. Otahime can say whatever you want to say. Looking at the stunned Otahime, Kisame Kazaki skillfully showed his teeth and said with a smile. "Ah, okay. Thank you very much, Kisame." At the reminder of Inigaki Kisame, Odahime bowed to him, then walked in front of the stage and looked at the quiet people in the audience. "Compatriots, I know that you hate humans, hate the harm humans have done to us, and even more hate the nobles among humans. However, we must believe that no one person, or any type of person, can replace all human beings. Do you know, the pirate flag with the white beard hanging in our Ryugu city now is the protection given to us by a human being. Without him as a human being, we might have suffered more unimaginable suffering. So, we must recognize the people we really hate, instead of completely denying them and denying them at all. This is disrespectful to others and irresponsible to ourselves." Chapter 113. The prologue begins. Under the impassioned mood, all the fishmen and mermaids lowered their heads in guilt. Yes, no one person can represent a certain group. Let's not talk about the distance, let's talk about Fishman Island, the most hated Fishman Street. It is true that the savior of slaves, the great explorer Fisher Tiger, appeared there. Jinbei, the sea hero, who protected the safety of Fishman Island, has also appeared several times. But, so what? Does this prove that the entire Fishman Street is a hero? Aren't there some murlocs who do nothing but smash and loot? A small Fishman Street is already a mixed bag of fish and dragons, let alone a human world that is 10,000 times larger than Fishman Island. Looking at the silent and slightly ashamed crowd, Odahime knew that her words had worked. In fact, as a member of the royal family, she knew in her heart what kind of bunch of people the Tianlong people were. However, she was also helpless. If you want to realize your ideals and allow the people of Fishman Island to truly and freely live on the sea, then the world government is a threshold that can never be bypassed. As a world noble Tianlong person, he is undoubtedly the best candidate to lead the way. They have the ability and status to protect the fishmen. Therefore, Odahime is willing to bet on the probability of finding a piece of gold in the garbage heap. Hiss, it hurts. Where is this? While everyone was still immersed in Princess Odahime's speech, Saint Muscarad groaned softly. Then, he barely raised his body up with his hands and looked at the scene surrounded by fishmen. Advertisement, hey, what are you fishmen doing? Why don't you help me up quickly? Even though we were outnumbered, Saint Muscarad still maintained an extremely arrogant attitude and said viciously. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Saint Muscarad took out a pistol with a gold pattern from his waist and aimed it at the fishmen present. Upon seeing this, the atmosphere that had been somewhat silent just now suddenly became tense. What are you doing? You want to create. In order to prevent this celestial dragon who looked down on form from continuing to have convulsions, affecting the people's hearts, the Odahime had finally calmed down. As expected, Kisame Kazaki dodged and knocked him unconscious with one blow. After giving Odahime a reassuring look, he threw him to the guard on the side. Please rest assured, in the name of Princess Longdongcheng, I guarantee that this Tianlong will never cause any harm to Fishman Island. After seeing Saint Muscarad fainted, Odahime breathed a sigh of relief, and then assured her loudly. It's all gone. Don't worry, I'm here. Kisame Kazaki also stepped forward and vouched for Odahime. Everyone looked at the princess of Fishman Island and the recently famous Kisame Kazaki, but they didn't say anything. South Blue, a kingdom of Zigu. Near the sea near the island where the kingdom is located. On a warship printed with a cross made of 5 circles. Lord Spangdine, the place ahead of you is the seat of the Yenjigu kingdom. According to the informant's information, the traitor He Liu is still on this island. How is Marine doing? Spangdine looked at the small island in front of him, which had just experienced the war, and said in a deep voice. According to your instructions, orders have been issued to all 3 surrounding marine bases. A total of 5 warships have been dispatched. We can definitely complete a comprehensive bombardment of this island. After hearing the report from his subordinates, Spangdine nodded with satisfaction. Ever since that day, when he reported the speculation that Black 16's betrayal was related to the Revolutionary Army to CP0, the strongest intelligence organization under the command of the world government, he got this order. Advertisement in view of the strength shown by the Revolutionary Army, CP0 will personally lead it, with a group of CP9 combatants, as well as all nearby Marine branch soldiers, to complete this strangulation of the Revolutionary Army. Sir, I wonder when we will take action. In the Kaido cabin, one of the CP0s wearing a white coat, a white suit, and a pure white mask asked. In 1 hour, with firepower covering a quarter of an hour, land on the island. The man in the pure white mask, who was sitting on a chair and playing with 2 crystal clear ice hockey pucks in his hands, said in a cold tone. It was cold in the true sense. The cold air he exhaled caused a thin layer of frost to form on Spangdine's head. Yes, sir. After receiving the order, Spangdine quickly exited the cold cabin and stood in the sun, shaking his body unconsciously to relieve the cold. After a while, he warmed up and then conveyed the order just now. He is indeed a monster that stands out from CP0. This attack on the Revolutionary Army was personally led by the deputy captain of the CP0 organization, and 4 teams participated in the encirclement and suppression. You know, the entire CP0 team number is only a dozen or so. These are still some people who are out all the year round and must guard the Holy Land Marie Joa. Basically, all the combatants who could spare time gathered here, which shows that the 5 elders are really angry this time. At the beginning, the 5 elders planned to use the emergence of the Revolutionary Army to force various kingdoms to actively join the world government. After all, the current strength of the Revolutionary Army is not enough to fight against the world government. Naturally, they have not taken action against those countries that have joined the world government. However, since they learned that CP9 intelligence officers had contact with the Revolutionary Army, this idea changed. They can allow an organization with ambition and strength to exist, but they will never allow anyone to put their hands into the intelligence organization that belongs to the world government. Although they have no definite evidence to prove that Heilu's betrayal is related to the Revolutionary Army, once suspicion takes root, all explanations will be in vain. As for Germa 66, a small country that didn't even have general-level combat power, they still didn't take it seriously. Or perhaps, the Five Elders' big move this time is just to give the world a warning, letting them know that the emergence of Shichabukai is not a compromise by the world's government, but a charity for pirates. This war of annihilation is the best proof. All in all, except for the ships used for fire coverage, which are warships from Marine, the rest of the high-end combat power comes from the world government itself. This also declares that even if Marine is unable to escape because of being a pirate, no rotten fish can be qualified to challenge the world's government. Chapter 114 Everyone, let our voices ring through the sea. Kid, remember, there are only 3 kinds of power in this world, one is in the sky, one is on the earth, and the other is in the sea. Finding one of them will be our foundation. The comatose Saint Muscarad seemed to have returned to his childhood, and he couldn't help but recall what his father said. As a child, Saint Muscarad found it difficult to understand. In fact, when he grew up, he still didn't understand. He didn't know that he was in heaven, but he had a lot of slaves around him on earth, and only the ones in the sea were left. In his understanding, the so-called sea consists of 2 species, fish and mermaid. Although he didn't understand why he was looking for these powers, after all, he had been a high-ranking celestial dragon since he was born, and he didn't need to worry about anything at all. Gourmet food, beauty, wealth, right? He has all of these, and even he is a little tired of them? Therefore, in order to have fun, and to find the foundation of his father's words, he would always go to various places to collect various creatures. This trip to the bottom of the sea was both unfortunate and lucky for him. Unfortunately, he encountered an unimaginably large Poseidon. Just by passing by, it knocked the entire ship into pieces. Fortunately, this super large Poseidon didn't take this little bug seriously and just passed by. This allowed him to survive and come to Fishman Island. Where is this? The groggy Saint Muscarad rubbed the pain in his neck and looked at the shell buildings around him in confusion. You're awake, this is Fishman Island, Dragon Palace City. The gentle female voice, just like a gentle mother's lulling her to sleep, made Saint Muscarad, who had just woken up, feel a little warm. Who are you? Perhaps it was because of the dream he had just had, or the extreme affinity of the woman in front of him, that allowed the domineering Saint Muscarad to communicate like a normal person. My name is Odahime, and I am the princess of Ryugu Castle. Welcome to Fishman Island. South Blue, a kingdom of Xigu, the temporary headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Advertisement, Chief, something happened. According to the intelligence, the surrounding marine branches have dispatched a large number of marines and warships, heading towards us. The intelligence minister wearing a bear-shaped helmet, Terry Gildeo, pushed the door directly in and said to Monkey D. Dragon. Something really happened. After hearing Terry's report, Long's first reaction was that Artoria's premonition had actually come true. It seemed that Marine's actions had been premeditated. If he had known it earlier, he would not be so passive now. What? Leader, stop being stunned and think of a countermeasure quickly. Looking at Long, who was full of regret and kept mumbling, Terry also interrupted anxiously. You are so anxious, how can you still find time to lose focus? How long does it take for Marine to arrive? Almost half an hour. Terry, notify all departments to drop all unnecessary supplies and evacuate as quickly as possible. Lightning, please inform all captains to be ready for battle at any time. Yes, leader. After receiving the order, Terry and Lightning immediately left the office and passed orders to various departments non-stop. To be honest, this is the first time that the Revolutionary Army has been encircled and suppressed on a large scale since its birth. In the past, it was all a petty chase, and Long always let his captain take charge of the situation. Moreover, Artoria did not give any warning, but this time it was different. Artoria had given a warning a few days ago, and Marines suddenly gathered many warships. This feeling of impending storm made Long Yi feel a beat in his heart. Just in case, he decided to evacuate first. Only by staying alive can he liberate more people. Mr. Long, what happened? After a while, with the chaotic sounds outside, Arturia opened the door and walked in. Marine is sending out large-scale troops and is suspected of encircling us. Just in case, I am going to have people withdraw first. But time is running out. If nothing else happens, I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle. Half an hour is too urgent after all. Once Marine goes crazy, the entire Zubu Kingdom's refugees will basically be unable to escape. After all, in the territory occupied by the Revolutionary Army, this refugee is no longer a civilian of the world government. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if it were, the world's ZF would definitely be able to kill it. After all, O'Hara is a lesson learned from the past, and the tragic situation of the destroyed Island of Wisdom is still in Long's mind. I will fight until the end, and I swear in the name of this sword. Advertisement Arturia, who understood the current situation, solemnly spoke to the dragon. Looking at the shining girl in front of him, Long couldn't help but sigh. He really made a right decision back then. I will fight side by side with you and let the voice of the Revolutionary Army ring throughout the world. As if infected by the girl's courage, Long Yi was filled with heroic spirit. Chief, except for Ivankov who is out, all combat teams have been assembled. Looking at Monkey D. Dragon and Artoria walking out, Lightning shouted loudly. Comrades, today, we will face the most difficult battle since the establishment of the Revolutionary Army. Maybe someone will die because of it. That person may be you, or it may be me. Are you afraid? Looking at the faces that were either young or old, Long stood on the stage and said in a deep voice. For our ideals and for those who are in suffering, we are fearless. Fearless. I don't know who shouted, and it caused an explosion like water dripping into a pan. Good. Everyone, today, right here, let our voices ring through the sea. Looking at the revolutionary soldiers with high morale, Long's blood boiled for a moment. This battle is inevitable. Likewise, this battle is also a testimony to the results of his hard work over the years. He believes that as long as it survives this difficulty, the Revolutionary Army can be regarded as a force truly qualified to challenge the world's government. Although he didn't know who his enemies were, he had so many like-minded comrades with their support and encouragement. He is also fearless. Tokai, Shimotsuki village. On a small fishing boat, is this the power of faith? Muxue, who was sitting cross-legged and fishing with her eyes closed, looked at the Revolutionary Army with high morale through Artoria's perspective and sighed. Is this your plan? Borrowing the hands of the Revolutionary Army to test the bottom line and strength of the world government is really cruel. This battle was another devastation, with countless casualties. Different from the one on Beehive Island, this battle was completely guided by Muxue's clone, and eventually became a big battle. Now that the matter is over, let me see what the most vicious criminal in the world is like. Chapter 115. Landing and taking them all. Boom. The dark cannonballs pierced the sky like meteors and fell to the ground, causing bursts of roar. Woo, Mom, where are you? Under the bombardment of artillery shells, the first people to be affected were the people who had no time to evacuate or take refuge due to the rush of time. Although the Revolutionary Army also wanted to rescue these poor people, they were unable to do anything due to limited ships. In addition, the terrain of this island is relatively flat and there are not so many natural bunkers. Many people fell asleep in the world the first moment the world government ordered the bombardment. Don't be afraid, everything will be fine. Picking up the crying girl with her left hand, Artoria waved her sword with her right hand, knocking the incoming shells back into the sky to prevent accidental damage to the little girl in her arms. Teacher, give her to me. Sabo, who was following Artoria, shouted and looked at her firmly. Sabo, who knows his own strength, understands that he cannot participate in this battle at all, so he can only help his teacher and let her try her best to face the fierce battle that follows. Sob, take her back to the ship and pay attention to safety. Without much hesitation, Artoria decisively handed the little girl to Sabo. She knows that there are more people out there who need her. Teacher, you must protect yourself. Seeing Artoria running away, Sabo yelled with tears in his eyes. He didn't know how many people would be sacrificed in this battle, but no matter what, he didn't want that person to be his teacher, that angelic woman. Chief, what should I do? Terry, the intelligence minister with a gray face, looked along with some despair as he looked at less than half of the soldiers who had just evacuated. Don't panic, Terry, take the people to evacuate first. Lightning, take the people to protect the refugees. Crow, Bello Betty, Lindbergh, the three of you take the people, and go to the port with me to buy time for them. Yes, leader. After receiving the order, everyone quickly dispersed. Seeing the cannonballs coming at high speed, Long didn't waste any effort to clean them up. He doesn't know how difficult the battle he will face next will be, so he must be mentally alert to face any unexpected situation. Advertisement. Sir, we've almost used up the cannonballs. Seeing that the shells had been almost consumed, Spangdine trotted to the CP0 members and said respectfully. Then go ashore and don't let anyone go. Gripping a pair of ice balls in his palm with force, the man in the pure white mask stood up. Cheer up, everyone, there is no room for failure in this mission. Yes, Captain, as the deputy captain of the CP0 organization, Hockeyman will never allow his mission to be stained, let alone fail. Anyone who dares to block it will be turned into ice sculptures and crushed. Damn it, Aizen deserves to die, Zaraki Kenpachi deserves to die, I really believed him. Black 16, who was hiding in a ruined wall, kept cursing loudly at Aizen who had tricked him into being here. Although he may know in his heart that he is being used, when countless cannonballs explode in his face, his heart is inevitably filled with anger and fear, and he wants to find a way to vent it out. If you want me to die so much, you might as well chop me twice. Zaraki Kenpachi used his exposed eye to look at Liu fiercely and said jokingly. I. Seeing the sudden appearance of Zaraki Kenpachi, Black 16 was startled and hesitated to say a word. Okay, stop playing around, you will have a chance to fight later. Aizen on the side interrupted Zaraki Kenpachi's intention to continue playing tricks on Black 16. After all, the real battle has just begun. It's up to you. Who made you the captain? There is no suspense. Black 16, who has lost his faith and courage, is no enemy of Zaraki Kenpachi. His head was chopped off with just a few moves. Let's go, I'll take you to a place where you can fight to your heart's content. Aizen pushed the frame of the mirror, without even looking at it, Liu said in a calm tone. Advertisement. Coast Port. CP0. Long, who had been waiting for a long time, looked at the mysterious people wearing white suits and masks and murmured. Is it the one that claims to be the strongest spy organization under the world's government? A gorgeous woman with short purple hair, wearing a red long-sleeved waistcoat, an open top, red boots, a cigarette hanging from her mouth, and holding a big flag, chatted. This person is none other than Bello Betty, the commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army and the one with the Paramecia Inspiration Fruit ability who has a bounty of 457 million belly in the original work. A woman with outstanding strength. Unfortunately, this is the time when the Revolutionary Army was just established. She is only in her 20s and does not have such a high bounty. She is only the captain of the 2nd Combat Team of the Revolutionary Army. After all, the current Revolutionary Army business does not touch the whole world, let alone the Great Sea Route. It's not a big problem. Lindbergh will take action. Lindbergh, the former commander of the Confederate Army, was born into the fur tribe and had a bounty of 316 million belly. He had outstanding strength and was a war maniac who carried a large number of weapons with him. Similarly, due to his age, he is in his 20s and is only the captain of the 3rd Combat Team, with not many people under his command. He is the weaker one among the 3 battle captains currently in the Zubu Kingdom. As for the other one, the captain of the 1st Combat Team, he is the oldest among them, the former captain of the Northern Army, and he has a bounty of 400 million belly for a whole crow. A very gloomy-looking guy with a beak all year round. Unlike Bello Betty and Lindbergh, Crow, who is nearly 40 years old, has reached a level of strength that is almost the same as that of the original. In addition, the fruit he eats is an animal-based fruit, the crow fruit. With its rare flying ability, skilled 2-color domineering, and the physical blessing of animal species, it can be said that besides dragons, it is the first combat power of the Revolutionary Army. Even Ivankov was unable to carry out an effective attack after the crow flew into the air. He even has a crow that uses its feathers as sharp swords to shoot out. With his abundant physical strength, he can beat Ivankov with his head full of rats. Of course, that's all. If they really had to fight head-on, the two of them would be considered a draw at most. In addition, Ivankov's right and left hand, Paramecia, the user with the ability to scissor the fruit, lightning. This is all the current high-end combat power of Long. As for the captain of the Western Army, the giant named Mori, because he was huge and difficult to hide, he was left by the dragon on a base island in the Grand Route. It can be regarded as leaving a fighting force for the family. Chapter 116 Fierce Battle, Stalemate, Debut. The world's most vicious criminal, leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, a cancer that has caused so much trouble to the world. Do you have any last words? The man in the hockey mask crossed his chest with his hands and said coldly to Long. As for other people, he didn't pay attention at all. Where does the world's troubles come from? As a subordinate of the world's government, you must know better than me. Instead of following those changeable, cruel and ruthless Tianlong people, it is better to join our Revolutionary Army. When the time comes, there will definitely be no trouble in this world. Ignoring the provocation of the hockey mask man, Long instead took the opportunity to spread his ideas in an attempt to distract him even a little bit. It's a pity that the masked man, who is a user of the cold fruit ability, has a heart that is as cold as ice, unshakable. Stubborn. FK me. Seeing Long's self-proclaimed savior, Hockey Man directly ordered a fight. Shave. Finger grab ice burst. The trousers on the hockey man's calves bulged slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Long. Then he raised his cold right hand and stabbed the dragon's eyes fiercely. Blast. Looking at the fingers that were close at hand, Long calmly turned his body into a wisp of breeze and stepped aside. Armed Dragon Claw. The dragon that dodged the attack directly connected its fingers with claws, and instantly wrapped itself with a strong-armed domineering force, grabbing at the oncoming hockey man. Armed, iron, and ice, armed, finger gun, and ice spike. Facing the dragon's jet-black claws, the ice hockey man was not afraid. He confidently covered his body with jet-black ice to protect himself, and then thrust his cold fingers into the dragon again. Boom. The dragon and the hockey man, who had taken a blow from each other, quickly dispersed. The dragon gently caressed the arm that had just received the blow, and it was covered with frost. After a trial move, I roughly understood the ability and strength of the man in front of me. Given sufficient time, Long was confident in taking down the man in front of him in a one-on-one duel, but it was a pity that time waited for no one. Glancing at the captains who were locked in a bitter battle, Long couldn't help but feel a little anxious in his heart. This time, each captain of the elite team sent by CP0 has the strength to rival the lieutenant general. Advertisement looking back at the Revolutionary Army, except for Crow, who has a stable strength as lieutenant general, the rest of Bello Betty, Lindbergh and Lightning, can only barely draw with Bello Betty's inspiration fruit ability. The most terrible thing is that the members of the CP0 team are all brigadier generals and above. Their strength is not comparable to that of the newly born Revolutionary Army. After all, it is a big force that has been entrenched in the sea for 800 years. As long as it is a little serious, no single force can compete with it. In a battle where there is no chance of winning, I will create the chance of winning. Just when everyone's hearts were covered with a shadow, a determined voice spread across the battlefield. A figure wearing blood-red armor and holding a golden holy sword stands in front of everyone. Artoria. Looking at the girl who suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield, the whole scene was quiet for a moment. With the appearance of Arturia, the people of the Revolutionary Army seemed to have been given a shot of blood. The effect of the inspiration fruit was even more amazing than Bello Betty's. Even the dragons and crows felt a surge in their hearts. Strange power is supporting himself. God Killer. Ignoring the sudden explosion of revolutionary troops, a masked CP0 roared in shock. It was as if he was frightened by the sudden appearance of this girl. What? She killed the celestial dragon. Even the hockey man who was fighting the dragon looked over after hearing this. After all, that freak who appeared briefly in the East Daxia Sea just killed a Tianlong and then disappeared without a trace. Unexpectedly, he actually joined the revolutionary army. The mission goal has been changed. Priority is given to capturing the God Killer. Taking advantage of the opportunity to force the dragon back, the hockey man issued the latest order to CP0. Compared with the revolutionary army that had just sprouted and overthrew several weak countries, this guy who had killed the Tianlong people was obviously more worthy of action. After all, those who dared to kill the celestial dragons must be eradicated. Yes, Captain. After receiving the order, the CP0 members quickly pulled out several members to kill Artoria. With the blessing of Artoria's inspirational halo, and the fact that CP0 focused most of its attention on Artoria, all the revolutionary army soldiers couldn't help but feel the pressure drop, and the situation gradually changed. The sea area of Xigu Kingdom. A revolutionary military ship that has just evacuated and is preparing to set sail. Damn it, I wish I had known earlier, Minister of Intelligence. Terry slammed his fist on the rudder of the ship and blamed himself. It doesn't matter, it's not too late now, it's better to say it's just right. Advertisement. A gentle voice sounded in Terry's ears, which made Terry feel warm inside. How could it be just right? If not for me, who are you? Terry, who was about to raise his head to explain, looked at two unknown people dressed incompatible with the revolutionary army and shouted. That's very abrupt, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Aizen Sosuke, and I am the current deputy director of the CP3 branch. Perhaps it was Aizen's gentle smile, or maybe his words were too shocking. For a moment, Terry didn't react. CP? You? What are you doing? Stop being such a jerk, old man. Do you want to have a fight with me? Looking at Terry, who was hesitant to speak, Zaraki Kenpachi on the side said wildly. Damn it, you're just a CP3, but you're so arrogant. The revolutionary soldier next to him who had just recovered his senses shouted loudly and charged towards Zaraki Kenpachi. Laugh. Too weak. In the blink of an eye, the soldier of the revolutionary army was killed by Kenpachi Zaraki. Damn it, do it. Seeing his companions die tragically, Terry didn't bother to think about their purpose and shouted directly to his companions around him. You're so irritable. I wanted to have a good chat. It seems that I can only let you calm down for a while first. Break it apart, Kyoka Suigetsu. Kill them all except the one wearing the bear hat. That indifferent tone was as casual as killing a chicken. He was obviously smiling, but it made people shudder. Copy that, Captain. After receiving the instruction, Zaraki licked the corner of his mouth and pulled away the eye patch, revealing an inhuman blood-colored pupil. Are you ready, boys? It is. Time to hunt. Chapter 117 Reappearance? Tokai, Shimotsuki Village. Now, I'm afraid the revolutionary army will have to start over again. Even the person in charge of the intelligence has been caught. It's really uncomfortable. Muxue touched Xiaobai in her arms and kept sighing. I don't know if Artoria can survive this time. Between the clones, their abilities and personalities are quite different. However, the matter has come to this, we can only see the results Aizen has brought. I hope you won't disappoint me. Brother, you've started to be lazy again. Didn't you tell me that you should exercise consistently and not relax? Seeing Muxue fishing again, Kuina quickly ran over. Grab Muxue and head to the dojo. Hash plus hash equals. Yes, my lovely sister is right. But, it's not cute or anything like that. I'm a woman who wants to become the world's greatest swordsman. How can I describe it as cute? Kuina, who was still aggressive at first, blushed and lowered her head when she heard Muxue complimenting herself on how cute she was, and explained in a somewhat unclear manner. Well, I believe you can become the woman of the world's greatest swordsman. Muxue smiled and touched Kuina's head and echoed. A kingdom of Xigu. The kingdom of Xigu, which was originally occupied by the revolutionary army, is still intact. Now, to say it is in ruins is a compliment. Under the strong wind, ice, and other strange abilities, no piece of ground was left intact. Ahem, I didn't expect you to have some strength. The pure white mask was broken in half, revealing half of his face. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he praised. How about each other? Do you want to join our revolutionary army? Seeing the situation gradually improving with the support of Artoria, Long also joked leisurely. Humph. What a slap in the face. Lan Zhao ice flow.
Gustful wind blade strike. Boom. The ice blue slash collided with the turquoise wind blade, and there was a violent explosion, accompanied by ice shards flying out.
The evacuation ship should be far away, it's time to retreat. After roughly estimating the time, the retreating ship led by Tai Li had almost gone some distance. Long felt that if it dragged on any longer, it might really be impossible to escape. Guys, get ready and retreat. Advertisement. Long struggled to combine the two small tornadoes in his hands, and then shouted loudly. Hurricane tornado. I saw a huge tornado that I had never seen before, covering everyone. Hateful. The hockey man who was thrown into a row also roared angrily. Ha 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 ha, See you next time, sorry for disturbing you. Just as Long's proud laughter came over, a gentle voice spread to everyone's ears. Looking at the sudden appearance of the man with black hair and black frames, Long couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis in his heart, as if this man was a great threat. If you don't want this kid to get hurt, I'm afraid you need to stay a little longer. Signaling Zaraki Kenpachi to throw out the blonde boy in his hand, Aizen said with a smile. Aizen, who looked harmless to humans and animals, could not help but feel a chill in the hearts of Ryu and others. If Sabo is here, then. Long didn't dare to say the rest, for fear that the terrible idea would become a reality. Old teacher, leave me alone and leave quickly. Sabo, who was thrown to the ground, cried loudly with tears in his eyes. Damn it, damn the world's government for threatening a child, how despicable. Looking at the miserable Sabo, Bello Betty also made a voice of reluctance. Even the usually taciturn Crow had a rare look in his eyes filled with anger as he stared at Zaraki Kenpachi, who threw Sabo to the ground. Hey, bald-headed weirdo with a beak, if you're so angry, do you want to chop me twice? I'd welcome it. Seeing the Crow's angry eyes, Zaraki Kenpachi stared back unceremoniously and issued an invitation to fight. It's a pity that the taciturn Crow didn't answer any questions at all. He also knew that at this time, the best choice was to protect oneself wisely. Artoria, you. Seeing Artoria turning around and leaving the storm without hesitation, even Shilong was speechless. Just like before, he didn't hesitate to take action against the Tianlong people. This time, Artoria also stepped forward without hesitation. Teacher. Seeing the angel-like figure running towards him indomitably, Sabo blamed himself and was moved at the same time. He blamed himself for once again becoming a hindrance. I was touched that even though I was such a waste, I was still valued by the teacher. Do you still remember that sentence? Advertisement? Sob, your journey has just begun. With a smile on her face, Artoria threw Sabo into the tornado. Not bad, at least there is a god killer to deal with. Do it and take her down. The hockey man, who thought that this mission had been a complete failure, did not expect that this unseen colleague in front of him could actually have such a skill. Directly seduce the most important target. Looking at the people surrounding her, Arturia remained calm, holding swords in both hands, the tip of the sword pointed at the hockey man. If you dare to attack my disciples, even if they are gods, I will kill them for you. Excalibur. A brilliant and dazzling golden light was released from the sword, as if it was going to penetrate the sky. All members of CP0, as well as the warship carrying Spangdine behind them, were all covered. Only Aizen, who had a backup plan in advance, and Zaraki Kenpachi, who was trying to charge hard, were able to survive. So strong. What a passionate opponent. Even in the face of such a powerful Kagome, Zaraki Kenpachi remained calm and even more fanatical. What a terrible girl. Even Aizen, who always kept a smile on his face, couldn't help but sigh with a serious expression. It can be seen that Artoria's blow had an impact on him. It's a pity that it was just a miss. That's right, under Aizen's intervention, Artoria was originally aiming for Aizen and the others, but they were perfectly caught by the hockey man and the others. All I can say is that everyone is happy. Artoria gained experience points, while Aizen gained reputation. Fame in front of the five elders. The smoke dissipated, leaving only a deep ravine, foreshadowing the tragedy here. Cough. The hockey man who lost his right arm stood up unsteadily. Damn it. Where are the people? Looking at the empty ground in front of him, the hockey man could no longer control his paralyzed expression and yelled with a distorted face. I'm sorry, she was too strong and we couldn't catch up. Aizen, who put on a sad expression, came to the side of the hockey man and said in a low tone. As for Artoria, according to Aizen's judgment, it would be inappropriate to capture Artoria, so he simply asked Zaraki Kenpachi to throw her into the sea. As for whether Artoria lives or dies in the future, Aizen doesn't care. Anyway, the income has arrived. Chapter 118 I just want to. South Blue. It's so boring, I don't know when my sister will go back. The emerald green big-headed doll, Sandasonia leaned on the fence in boredom and complained feebly. Under the tug of two sea snakes, they quickly left the windless zone and reached the border of South Blue. Sandasonia felt bored because of the uneventful journey. After all, except for the Amazon Lily Kingdom, there are very few pirates who have the ability to cross the windless zone. Okay, don't complain, eldest sister has her own plans. Marigold, the fat man next to him, spoke out to comfort him. I know, I just said it casually. Look, just when Sandasonia was about to explain, her pupils suddenly shrank and she pointed at the sea and shouted. I saw a girl with long blonde hair and red armor floating on the sea. Judging from her pale expression, she must be in poor condition. This person is none other than the unconscious Artoria. In fact, in order to hold down the CP agent, she gathered all her physical strength and released that dazzling beam of light. Due to various considerations, Aizen did not capture Artoria in the end. Instead, after disturbing the other people's senses, he asked Zaraki Kenpachi to throw her into the sea. Fortunately, Artoria, who is not cursed by the devil, will not be shackled by this. In addition, she wears the dragon's blood armor and is completely immune to damage B+ and below. This allows her to float safely to the Nine Snakes pirate ship. Forward. You go pick her up, and I'll go find my sister. With her strong eyesight, Sandasonia could tell at a glance that this girl was the god killer who killed the celestial dragons in the news. For this reason, other crew members must not notice it so as not to leak the news. Therefore, Sandasonia quickly went to find her sister, Hancock, hoping that she would come up with an idea. Boom! In a foggy cabin, Hancock was taking a bath when he heard a strange noise behind him. He immediately stood up from the warm water and subconsciously put his hands on his smooth, white back to cover the humiliating heavenly dragon hoof prints. The other hand is placed between the lips, ready to release the lip gun at any time. What's going on? Didn't I tell you not to come in while taking a bath? The nervous Hancock breathed a sigh of relief when he saw it was his sister and then said sharply. Gouda, yes. I'm sorry, sister, but come quickly, we can catch a big shot. Looking at Hancock with an attractive figure, Sandasonia swallowed subconsciously and then apologized. Advertisement. Even Sandasonia, who had lived together all year round, couldn't help but feel a little moved when she suddenly saw such a scene. After all, my sister is the most perfect masterpiece in the world, but it's a pity. As if thinking of something, Sandasonia subconsciously touched her back, and then her whole heart sank. Let's go. What kind of big shot makes you so rash? If you're not big enough, huh? Hancock, who quickly put on his clothes, looked at his sister who suddenly felt depressed. He didn't say anything, just frowned slightly, and finally snorted coldly. Soon, Hancock followed Sandasonia to the cabin's infirmary. Sister, you are here, look. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed, Marigold turned around and said. In the whole room, apart from the three sisters, there was only Arturia lying on the bed. As for the other medical staff, they have all been sent away by Marigold. This is Lord Godkiller. Looking at the beautiful girl lying quietly on the white sheets with a charming sleeping face, Hancock said in a somewhat voiceless voice. That's right, it's the God Slayer who killed the celestial dragon. As he spoke, Marigold also took out the newspaper containing Arturia's wanted order that he had collected with him. I never thought that I would see the God Slayer with my own eyes one day. She is so beautiful, like my angel. Looking at Arturia lying quietly on the bed, Hancock stretched out his slightly trembling hands and gently touched Arturia's pale face, as if he was touching a piece of sacred art. The quality is average, for fear of being a little disturbing. What happened? After a while, Hancock realized that he was not dreaming, so he turned around and asked with a gloomy face. She would never allow this hero who dared to attack the Tianlong people to be wronged in the slightest. We don't know either, we just caught it suddenly on the sea. Marigold and Sandasonia looked at each other innocently and spread their hands helplessly. Forget it, you go out first, as long as I'm here. Looking at the two sisters who were confused, Hancock did not embarrass them, but just waved his hand to signal them to go out. Sister, if you call us for something, I've already sent the others away. After a few words, the two of them retreated obediently, leaving them alone in the room. Lord Godslayer. Hancock, who was sitting alone on the bedside, looked at Arturia with charming eyes. Advertisement. From time to time, he stretched out his white fingertips and lightly touched Arturia's white cheeks. Hancock seemed to have thought of something, his face turned red, and he quietly took off Arturia's armor.
I just want to see if Lord Godkiller is injured. Maybe he felt that his behavior was a bit abrupt, or maybe it was the first time he helped a girl take off her armor. In short, Hancock does not have the aura of the Amazon Lily Queen now, but looks like a little girl who has just started to have a love affair. Wow, as if he was shocked, Hancock subconsciously compared himself, and then an unstoppable smile appeared on his lips. Let me help you wipe your body. It's a pity that no one can see such a beautiful scene. After all, now that Arturia is in a coma, even Muxue can only see darkness. Otherwise, what a huge psychological impact this scene would have on the young Muxue. South Blue, a small island. Master Chief, where are Minister Terry and Miss Arturia? Looking at the tired and exhausted Long and others, Haku and the others who evacuated first expressed nervous concern. When they first evacuated, all the ships dispersed for safety reasons, and as the Minister of Intelligence, Terry took the lead and was the last one to evacuate. In the end, he was unfortunately captured by Aizen. Terry has been captured, and Arturia is left alone as a queen. I'm afraid. Looking at the silent dragon, Bello Betty finally spoke in a low voice. Boom. Long, who could not see his emotions, suddenly hammered the wall with a gloomy expression. Following the fist marks, cracks spread like spider webs. It can be seen that Long's current mood is definitely filled with anger. Phew, give up all arrangements of South Blue, let everyone hide, and withdraw to the Grand Line. Taking a deep breath, Long quickly suppressed the anger in his heart, and then spoke in a low voice. Silence. After hearing Long's arrangement, no one objected. They just silently recorded the account in their hearts. Arrogance without strength is just seeking death. This battle also made them deeply aware of their own shortcomings. If Arturia had not appeared in time, even if there was a tornado, only a few would have been able to leave alive in the end. Chapter 119 CP9 Feed S New Commander. Holy Land, Marie Joya. Boom. The damn revolutionary army actually walked together with the God Killer. It's so lawless. The blonde five elders slammed the table hard. It was as if he was venting his dissatisfaction. Okay, don't blame Zahn. This time we underestimated the power of the revolutionary army. However, after this battle, they will not be able to cause any trouble in the future. It's just that the guy named Arturia's strength is so amazing. Quote. The white curly-haired celestial dragon who was leaning on a cane comforted him. Then, he pointed out that the most threatening enemy at present is the woman who can severely injure CP0 Deputy Captain Zahn, who is as good as the general, God Killer, Artoria. I thought he was just a daring madman. After all, it is no exaggeration to say that anyone can kill a celestial dragon. However, courage is what prevents many people from taking action. Even with the personal protection of the CP department, anyone with the strength to offer a bounty of over 100 million belly can kill those garbage agents. Not every CP agent is called CPO. But this time, Arturia hit Zahn hard with one blow, even though Zahn had already fought a battle, and he underestimated the enemy. But it is undeniable that its lethality is great. Even Spangdine, who was standing on the edge of the battlefield, was affected and died in the line of duty. Increase the reward to 2 billion Baileys. Seconded. The next thing is about the commander of CP9. Spangdam died in the line of duty. The original successor to the commander, Spangdam, is confirmed to have died in the line of duty. Do you have any candidates? 5 elders, a bald man with a mustache, then asked a question. Although it is an inquiry, in fact, this mainly focuses on the blonde 5 elders who are in charge of intelligence. However, to save face, everyone still needs to agree. How is this person? The blonde 5 elders also handed a piece of information to everyone without ceremony. Open black lens bracket name, Aizen Sosuke close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket SX, male close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Identity. Current Deputy Minister of East Daxia Sealist Kingdom CP3 branch.
Introduction. He grew up in an agent training camp. When he graduated, his combat performance was average, but his intelligence analysis ability was particularly outstanding, and his overall performance was excellent. In September 1510 of the Hyuan calendar, he was transferred to the East Sealist Kingdom for training. During his tenure, he uncovered the undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army in CP3. In November, he analyzed the clues of the CP9 traitor, Black 16, based on the intelligence, and used this to lock him in the Kingdom of Sindel, and captured him alive in a battle in the Kingdom of Xigu. Revolutionary Army Intelligence Minister. It can be said that he is a good young man with a clean life experience and a complete background from the government of the world. Everyone, what do you think? After reading the information, the 5 elders with white hair and white beard who rarely spoke all the time were a little envious and wanted to take him under their command. After all, this kind of intelligence talent is also a rare talent for him who manages many high-ranking government officials in the world. No problem. He has a clean background and outstanding abilities. Although his skills are a bit inferior, it doesn't hurt. According to Aizen's fake information, Aizen is a talent with high IQ but not outstanding combat ability. For the 5 elders, he is a person who values but does not need to pay too much attention to him. After all, in the final analysis, this world still respects force. This was also done intentionally by Aizen, in order to leave the 5 elders with the illusion that Aizen was of average strength and easy to control. Conspiracies without strength are just playing house for the 5 elders. Maybe, because Aizen's brain is easy to use but his strength is average, he will be allowed to join CP0 and learn some unknown secrets. After all, CP0 is not all monsters. The strength of Brigadier General and above has reached the entry standard. However, there are other requirements. In addition to the absolute rigid requirements of the captain, not all of the 3 current deputy captains have general-level strength. Then appoint Aizen Sosuke as the new commander of CP9. Seconded, soon, Aizen's discussion on appointing CP9 commander was completed. As for Zaraki Kenpachi, he can't get into the eyes of the 5 elders at all. He just defeated an intelligence minister who was not good at fighting. If he hadn't been following Aizen, they wouldn't have even looked at him. If Aizen wants to take it with him, he can just mobilize it himself. After all, CP9 is also the first department under CP0. It still has the right to transfer manpower from other CP departments at will. Next item. Advertisement East Daxia C, Kingdom of Coal. Extra name, extra number, God Killer, Artoria. She is so cruel and inhumane that she destroyed a country. Hey, he's really a devil. I thought he was a hero, but I didn't expect him to be. Shush, don't talk nonsense. If those nobles hear it, it's up to you to look good. What? It's impossible. What are you talking about? Seeing the newspaper seller insulting his teacher, Ace rushed up and punched him, then snatched a newspaper and ran back to Colbur Mountain. Back at the secret base, Ace eagerly opened the newspaper. What catches the eye, shockingly, is the God Killer, a hero, or a devil. An article that took up most of the page caught Ace's eye. It is accompanied by pictures specially taken by CP agents. This is a comparison picture of the entire Xigu kingdom before and after it was destroyed. What is even more clumsy is that the World ZF agent deliberately used photos of the prosperity of the Xigu kingdom before it was overthrown by the Revolutionary Army, and photos of it after the battle, when it was razed to the ground and full of potholes. In addition, the miserable condition of the civilians who had not had time to evacuate, with their heads and faces missing, and missing arms and legs, can be said to make people who don't know the reason hate the initiator. After all, not everyone has seen the celestial dragons with their own eyes, and the celestial dragons will not go to ordinary remote areas. But the country is different. Everyone has experienced more or less pirate attacks. It means that everyone feels deep pain and disgust for those who destroy the country. This shows how dirty the world's governments are. It was clear that they bombarded the island, causing heavy casualties among civilians, but they did not mention it at all. Just a few photos that arouse people's sympathy are enough to ruin the reputation of the Revolutionary Army in Artoria. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It must be a bunch of lies fabricated by those damn government lackeys. Veins popped up on the back of Ace's hand, and he didn't react even when the newspaper was torn into pieces, which showed the anger in his heart for these actions that deliberately smeared his teacher. Teacher, I hope you are okay. After the anger, Ace calmed down. He was still too young to go out to sea to find Sabo and his teacher. He could only hope that everything went well for the two people whose situation was unknown. Chapter 120 Now, You Are Mine, East Daxia Sea, Shimotsuki Island. Codename. God Killer, Name. Artoria, Bounty, 2 billion Baileys. Requirement. No matter life or death. Looking at the latest newspaper she got from Newsbird this morning, Muxue couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. You know, this bounty, even if it were placed 12 years later, when the Shichabukai returned to the sea after the war, it would still be a super high bounty that would rank in the top 10. Everyone else who exceeds this bounty is a monster on the sea. Only the kings who are at the top of the New World, such as Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, Beasts, Kaido, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, have bounties exceeding 2 billion belly, symbolizing their strength, and the terror of power. As for the red hair, the current reward is only over 2 billion, and Blackbeard is an unknown person. Not to mention Hawkeye and Buggy, one joined the Shichabukai, and the other is still hiding in the East Daxia Sea, becoming a happy red nose. Excluding these top-notch powerful men, the second-level royal lieutenants, generals, and reward amounts range from 1 billion to 2 billion belly. Although the bounty does not completely represent the strength, it at least represents the degree of threat it poses to the world's government. Now that Artoria's bounty has increased again, I'm afraid there will be many high-ranking pirate hunters who will take action against her. Do you want to be a bait? Muxue thought about the possibility of cashing in the 2 billion Baileys. After thinking for a moment, Muxue still pressed this tempting idea. He still couldn't bring himself to do such a thing with his own family members. He still couldn't do it and treated his clone as a human being for the sake of money. As for the mutual conquests and plots between the clones, Muxue didn't care. After all, what does the clone's actions have to do with Muxue? He is just a humble skill porter, North Blue, a marine branch. After just finishing a deal and handing the target's head to Marine in exchange for a reward, Lorraine walked into a small alley with a bag of Baileys and a calm expression. Boy, I advise you to hand over the money quickly, otherwise. A group of villains surrounded the thin Lorraine in a dead end, looking greedily at his backpack. Boss, this guy has tender skin and tender flesh, why not? The boy on the side licked his lips and threatened Lorraine. Ordinary people would be frightened out of their wits when they see that we are outnumbered and have a group of people staring at them fiercely. But Lorraine didn't panic at all, except that the younger brother's eyes made him uncomfortable. Advertisement, I advise you to look at people with wide open eyes in your next life. Yo, boy, are you very arrogant? Let me see if both of your mouths are very arrogant. Hearing the provocation of the thin man in front of him, the leading man smiled instead of getting angry. Ah. Just when the big man was about to step forward to harvest the double spoils, the screams of the younger brothers came from behind. No, it's not good, it's... Puff! Before the younger brother who ran over could finish his words, there was a sound of a bullet entering the bone, and the younger brother fell limply to the ground. Someone come and tell me your name. After wiping a handful of the blood that had sprayed on his face, the leading man held a big knife and shouted at the figure outside the alley. At the door of the alley, a man wearing lavender clothes, shirtless, and 2 white bone blades on his arms walked slowly in. Brother, it's... the legendary Silver Bone Killer. Looking at the man with 2 red dots between his eyebrows, the boy beside him who often read the newspaper suddenly recognized that the man in front of him was the bounty hunter known as North Blue, the nightmare of all pirates, known as Silver, the bone-killing Kimimaro. Because Kimimaro's facial features are too obvious, except when his reputation was not obvious at the beginning, he encountered several groups of guys who dared to take advantage of others. Later, Kimimaro, who became slightly famous, basically never encountered this kind of stupid young man. After all, if you want to rob someone from the Marine branch, your eyesight is very important. A glance at a strong person is absolutely not acceptable. Absolutely not for those who are very famous, and the unknown Lorraine just does not meet these standards. This is why Kimimaro asked him to collect the money alone. As for whether Marine will see Lorraine's weak appearance and ultimately deduct the reward, Kimimaro is not worried at all. The Marine branch that dares to think wrong will always suffer some force majeure. Yin. Lord Yin Bonekiller, I didn't know this was your person, please go around me. Puff. There was no nonsense, even Kimimaro didn't even look at him and killed him in an understatement. If you dare to think wrongly, you must be prepared to bear all the consequences. Lord Kimimaro, this is the reward for this time. There is no deduction. This is the property of these gangsters, which is almost hundreds of thousands of belly. After a while, Lorraine, who consciously cleaned up the battlefield, handed all the Baileys in his hand to Kimimaro. Well, let's go. After taking the backpack, Kimimaro seemed to have thought of something and handed a newspaper to Lorraine. Advertisement Lorraine also took the newspaper naturally. In fact, since Lorraine joined, every intelligence analysis has been done by Lorraine. As for Kimimaro, he is responsible for kill, kill, kill. For a time, the efficiency improved a lot. 2 billion Baileys, how scary. Looking at the latest reward order, Lorraine sighed, but he had no idea. Not to mention that the location information is in South Blue, even in North Blue, 2 billion Baileys is enough to put him off. No matter how much he believed in Kimimaro's strength, he would never dare to expect that the person with such a high reward could be an ordinary person. The Black-Face Pirates. Looking at this familiar word, Lorraine couldn't help but grit her teeth, her eyes filled with anger, and the newspaper in her hand made a crunching sound. What's wrong? Feeling Lorraine's emotional fluctuations, Kimimaro stopped and turned around to ask expressionlessly. No, it's nothing. I'm sorry, Kimimaro-sama, I lost my temper. Hearing Kimimaro's voice, Lorraine finally recovered and quickly wanted to bow and apologize. Unexpectedly, a huge force lifted him up and stopped him from bending down. Explain. The strong words made Lorraine feel at a loss for a while. After a pause, Lorraine told her story. The Black-Face Pirates, a pirate group who committed crimes by burning, killing and robbing ships in North Blue, obviously had a bounty of 96 million Baileys on the entire ship, but no marine went to encircle and suppress them. Of course, this had nothing to do with Lorraine. However, one time, the Black-Face Pirates massacred Lorraine's hometown, leaving him homeless. He was eventually captured by a small pirate group, and after several twists and turns, he joined Kimimaro's men. A very common story that happens almost all the time in the world of pirates. Walk. Finally, Kimimaro turned around and said as if he had thought of something. Now, you are mine, set sail to the Kingdom of Maryland. It was obviously a very plain and emotionless voice, but it made Lorraine shed tears involuntarily. Big tears fell from Lorraine's face. Lorraine, who did not cry even when Kimimaro put the knife on his neck, was now shouting with tears in his eyes. Yes, Captain, Chapter 121 December is here, dawn breaks. As the morning light shines through the branches and leaves, light snowflakes fall slowly. The East Daxia Sea in December is already a little chilly. Unlike the unpredictable environment of the Great Sea Route, the 4 seasons in the East Daxia Sea are relatively clear. Wearing a thin velvet coat and an unattractive scarf, Muxue stood at the back of the mountain and looked quietly at the sea. How fast, it's already December. After sighing with emotion, Muxue smiled softly and gently stroked the somewhat rough scarf around her neck. Obviously he didn't feel cold, but Kuina insisted on putting a scarf on him, saying it was a gift as winter was approaching. Looking at the bandaged wounds on Kuina's fingertips, Muxue felt distressed and moved, and finally put on this scarf. Alone, I walked leisurely towards the back mountain. Open the system mall. As the voice in her heart sounded, the gorgeous panel unfolded before Muxue's eyes. 1. Psychic immunity, top level. The magical power from the world of the dead can be given to the clone and immune to a certain level of mental skill effects, including but not limited to hypnosis, charm, shock, fear, psychological suggestion, etc., all of which act on the spirit negative status on the level, and immune to certain damage from the soul level. Price. 300 million Baileys. 2. The courage of the strong. The magical power from a certain world can give the clone a heroic spirit that is far beyond ordinary people. Depending on the world you are in, it may have different magical effects. For example, in the pirate world, depending on the clone itself, with strength and status, Conqueror's Haki will most likely be awakened. Price. 100 million Baileys. Advertisement 3. Thor's Wrath. A magical rune power from the tribe of Midgar. It is a legendary power passed down from the ancient people. It can be given to clones and cause damage to enemies smaller than itself. The additional damage affects the damage increase based on the size difference. Price. 200 million Baileys. 4. At a loss for what to do. From the tribe of Midgar. A magical rune power is a legendary power passed down from the ancients. It can be given to the clone to cause additional damage to the enemy when in a bare-handed state. And in terms of terrain destruction, it has additional damage bonus. Price. 200 million Baileys. 5. The essence of the ancient tree of life. It comes from a generous elven tribe. The ancient tree of life they believe in produces the essence of life that can give the clone extraordinary vitality and resilience, making the clone have better plants. Affinity and control will enhance the strength and vitality of the plant summoned by the clone. Price. 300 million Baileys. 6. Thunder God's Wood. From a certain world, there is a strange creature living in lies, the god of thunder. It is said that he can bathe in the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth without getting hurt, control the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth and become invincible. No one is afraid of him up and down, but from now on. No one has seen its true face. According to rumors, this piece of lightning wood contains a trace of the legendary thunder god, which can strengthen the clone's thunder quality and control over thunder and lightning. Price. 300 million Belly. 7. Kido Hado 90 Black Coffin. From the world of Shinigami, a profession called Shinigami controls one of the special powers. Through chanting or instantaneous casting, it releases a black wall-shaped cuboid to trap the opponent. And there are countless shadow blades that stab the opponent. After the system is modified, it consumes mental power to release the skill. Price. 100 million Baileys. 8. Magic Candy. A magical food from the world of Pokemon. It is made from a large number of tree fruits that contain strange nutrients. It can increase the clone's own level by 1. Price: 100 million Baileys. 9. Thunder Breath. One of the 5 basic breathing methods from the world of Demon Slayer, derived from Sun Breath. It can give the clone the ability to use thunder and lightning, and comes with matching sword moves. Price: 200 million Baileys. 10. Stone of Agility. A stone with magical power from a certain world, which can increase the agility attribute of the clone by 1 level. Selling price: 100 million Baileys. 11. Darken Demonic Sword. From Rune Continent, a mysterious race, Darken. Legend has it that Darken is a bloody legend from a long time ago. They are living weapons that can corrupt and devour any user. Rumor has it that behind every weapon in the game, there is a great warrior. Price: 500 million Belly. 12. Curse Strengthening. From the world of the dead, a kind of life is exchanged for a short-term powerful mysterious power. You can sacrifice the lifespan, organs, vitality, etc. of those who have no resistance in exchange for a powerful curse. Price: 1 billion Bailey. 13. Devil's Whisper. From the world of the dead, the sole temptation from the devil can give the whisper of the clone. A strong temptation, making the target lose himself without knowing it. Price: 100 million Baileys. 14. Flesh Magic. From the world of the dead, a powerful force that absorbs the essence of biological flesh and blood. It is used to strengthen itself and replenish the vitality and organs lost due to sacrifice. It is the guarantee for the survival and development of cultists. But excessive use will make the user lose his mind and become an out-and-out monster. Price: 200 million Baileys. There are a total of 14 items worth a full 2.8 billion. They're not cheap, but for Muxue now, they're definitely not expensive. You see, ordinary animal-type devil fruits are worth hundreds of millions, and the abilities produced by the system, except for some attribute points with minor effects, all have different reactions. Advertisement: throw one out and it will create a strong person. Even if it is an attribute point, it is an ability that can be effective immediately. It is a magic medicine for people who are stuck at a bottleneck and have not made any progress for many years. Without further ado, the monthly allocation meeting begins. The first is the top-level mental immunity. To be honest, Muxue loves and hates this kind of snake oil ability. Love is because all avatars can use it. I hate it because all the clones can use it. This made it difficult for Muxue to make a choice. However, after reading all the clone panels, Muxue was still ready to give this ability to the first clone, Erza. Without it, Urza's mental attributes would be so low. As the earliest clone, her basic attributes only start with ordinary D. There is neither Natsu's special magic that improves all attributes, nor his counterpart Uchiha Madara, who specializes in spiritual attributes, nor Senju Hashirama, who has a base of other skills and enough points in terms of spiritual attributes. Although Urza has many skills, few of them actually have a spiritual effect. Although it has not had much impact on Urza so far, it will be an absolute shortcoming once it faces Conqueror's Haki at the level of the 4 Emperors in the future. And now the difficulty of Urza's improvement is rising sharply with each level. If you just rely on adding points, it may take several years to achieve it. Simply rely on attributes to resist the powerful Conqueror's Haki. Therefore, Muxue thinks that this skill is just right for Urza. Chapter 122. The first snow becomes a painting, the ancient magic sword. Then there is the second skill, the courage of the strong. It is also a versatile ability. Although looking at all the clones, each one can be called a strong one. However, Muxue felt in her heart that the most suitable candidate was Uchiha Madara. Madara. Dear part, in his previous life, the scene of one man forming an army, one man guarding the gate, and 10,000 troops sharing the enemy, that heroic spirit made Muxue particularly fondly remember it. Arrange. Later, there is size suppression and an additional bonus rune, Thor's Wrath. Nothing to say, just leave it to Madara. Susanoo's complete body, in the entire pirate world, there is no strong person alive who is higher than him. Next, there are also conditional bonus runes, at a loss what to do, but unfortunately you have to fight with bare hands. Then give it to Senju Hashirama, he just likes to fight with his arms crossed, and he has the same ability as his good friend. Later, the essence of the ancient tree of life was also given to Senju Hashirama. After all, of all the clones, he loves playing with plants the most. The sixth ability, Thunder God's Wood. The introduction said it was awesome, and it happened to have lightning properties, so I gave it to Natsu as a wedding gift. It just so happens that Natsu's flames are blessed by the 9 dragons' Thundergang fire, and the thunder is still the same as it was at the beginning. Now with the blessing of this divine thunder called Thunder God, the damage will be further increased compared to the balanced Thunder Flame Dragon mode. The 7th one, Kido, is still a powerful Hado who is quite far back. It can be arranged for Aizen, who currently has average combat effectiveness. After all, Aizen is also a great villain with both wisdom and bravery. How can he do it with his brains alone? If his ability was not insufficient at the beginning, Muxue would not have to give him Zaraki Sword 8 points. The main thing is that Muxue felt that it was too low for the villain to take action on his own. With Zaraki Kenpachi as a thug, he seemed to have more cards. However, this cannot make Aizen's own combat effectiveness too low. After Aizen's enemies tried their best to defeat Zaraki Kenpachi, they were instantly killed by Aizen with one blow. That scene is exciting just thinking about it. As for the next ability, Magical Candy, an item from Muxue's childhood memories. You can unconditionally increase the level of your clone by 1 level, approximately equal to 1 attribute point. Muxue is of no use for the time being. At the end of this month, it will be assigned to the highest level clone among them, which can be considered as making the best use of everything. Then there are the Thunder Breath, which is related to Thunder Swordsmanship, and the Agility Stone, which increases agility attributes. Advertisement: it is just suitable for Hatake Sakumo, who has the Hatake sword technique and uses lightning to stimulate the body. It can be regarded as providing some protection for him to enter the underground world later. Finally, new creatures appear. That's right, after Muxue cleared all the items in the system mall this time, the system level reached level 13, 84,630,000. This also means that a new clone is about to be born. However, because of the special nature of this ability, Muxue did not intend to fabricate the same humanoid creature as before. After all, the system also said that fabricated clones can be made, but not in human form. However, due to skill adaptability, Muxue did not add some strange changes to the previous clone. However, this time is different. Darkened Demonic Sword. A place that sounds familiar to read, but something is wrong upon closer inspection. That's right, it's the true form of the Darkened Sword Demon, the Darkened Demon Sword. In the background story of Rune Continent, the Dark One is a bloody legend from a long time ago. They are living weapons capable of corrupting and devouring anyone who wields them. They were once truly great warriors, but they were deceived by design, sealed into the swords and longbows they wielded on the battlefield, and hidden away from the outside world. The same is true for the Darkened Sword Demon. His birth name is Atrox. He was once a great warrior in Shirima's fight against the Void, but because his soul was contaminated during the battle, he was eventually sealed in his own sword. Darken. Clone. Darkened Sword Demon, Atrox Grade 1. Experience. 0-100th Strength. B Physique. B Agility. B Spirit. B Will. B Attribute Points. 0 Abilities. Darkened Demon Sword, Loaded. Curse Strengthening, cannot be upgraded. Demonic Whisper, cannot be upgraded. Flesh Magic, cannot be upgraded. The handle of a sword is inlaid with blood-red orbs. The sword body is red all over, and there are black barbs on both sides of the sword. Because it controls darker abilities such as Curse Enhancement, Devil Whispering, and Flesh Magic, the whole sword has a different kind of charm. It looks very scary, but it makes people subconsciously want to pick it up, which is very contradictory. Advertisement: this is the new clone this time, the clone with the Darkened Demon Sword as its main body. Darkened Sword Demon, Atrox. Although the main body is a sword, due to the characteristics of the Darkened Demon Sword itself and the magic of flesh and blood, as long as enough flesh and blood essence is collected, a body without any weaknesses can be created. Even some weak hosts can be directly transformed into puppets. In short, this is a real demon sword, which is much more evil than the so-called demon sword, ghost sword, which absorbs physical strength, is armed with domineering force, and so on. This thing is a terrifying existence that directly sucks the life force. It can even strengthen itself through the power of the curse and the lifespan of the host. Coupled with Aizen's identity as CP9 commander and the ability of a master forger, a magic sword from ancient times was born. It just so happens that without the Revolutionary Army, it would be good to have a magic sword to cause trouble for the world government. After gently waving the magic sword in his hand a few times, Muxue nodded with satisfaction. Opening the panel, Muxue was stunned by the properties of this magic sword. This can be said to be the most luxurious of all the clones born. Not only does all attributes reach B, but it also has skills that can explode. A perfect clone for causing riots. After all, no one would refuse a weapon that makes them powerful quickly, even if it requires a small price. But when lives are threatened, are these costs still costs? So, what kind of person desires power the most? The answer, of course, is people waiting to die, waiting for your show, Atrox. Muxue held her chin, a flash of light flashed in her eyes, and then with a light palm, the entire magic sword disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared before. Brother, what are you doing secretly going to the back mountain again? I wonder if the weather has changed recently and the temperature has dropped. What if you catch a cold? Just as Muxue was quietly thinking about the next arrangement, Kuina's voice came from behind. At the beginning of every month, because of the refresh of the system mall, Muxue would come to the back mountain and stay alone. Therefore, Kuina has long been used to it, but because it snowed lightly today, Kuina was afraid that Muxue would catch a cold if she stayed outside for a long time. Then he put on a small cotton coat and went out to look for Muxue. Looking at Kuina, who was smiling and blushing but panting all the time because she ran too fast, Muxue picked her up and leaned her little head against the scarf, jokingly saying, "Don't worry, Kuina loves you. Scarf, I won't catch a cold." What, it happens every time. Kuina, who was suddenly picked up, said shyly, and then buried her whole face in Muxue's chest and stopped making any sound. The empty back mountain, the falling snowflakes. Pairs of people cuddle up together, like the most beautiful picture.